Jay on 105.3 The Fan.
Lobs it up top to Lively. Lively to Williams. Williams on the drive, goes underneath layup. He puts it in. They wave it off. An offensive foul called on Williams. What a call here at the end. Williams had a clear path going in using his speed. And because there are no timeouts, they can't challenge.
No Cooper Flag, no Anthony Davis, no reason to watch. Not the case as we open up the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ as we try to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible. And Cowboys-Eagles Sunday on this station with the best coverage around. Good morning, Metroplex. A nastier drive coming
Very
in.
nasty. There was an accident right outside of the exit here. Not for you.
Yeah, Coit was. They had like those two lanes blocked off right where we have to exit.
Needed the rain, needed it. I got alternating trees dying. I got one that dies, then it's fine. The other one is flourishing and all good, and now that thing looks like it's on its literal last limb. So I'm sitting out there watering it myself, and then hopefully today.
Hope you're not overwatering. That would be a big problem.
I don't think so, because I've been cutting off the water bill, so I don't have to pay $600 a month. Thank you, town of Dallas. Jalen Brunson returns. You think this thing is going to be an absolute beatdown, but another consecutive morning of a controversial finish in DFW sports as Brandon Williams gets called for the offensive foul with the hook that wipes out his layup.
Yeah, and that was he did do the wraparound, but the defender made contact first.
That's what Richard Jefferson was saying.
And it's like,
I think that's a tough call live to officiate.
the wraparound or the contact first?
The contact first. It's easy to see the arm come out. You got to really slow-mo it. And then, Richard Jefferson is like, he's making that contact first, and everyone in the broadcast agreed. I could see in the spirit of being objective how the contact first could be missed live, and then you see the obvious left arm come out.
Screw objective. I'm glad they missed the call because I want Team Tank.
Yep.
Embrace defeat for Koa Pete.
That's a stretch, but
Okay, we're workshopping this thing. There's a lot of good players in this draft. So, I'm fine with this.
we got the sixth best odds as it stands right now.
Let's go.
I'm gonna send the lottery one time. What do I get? I got fourth.
Hey, there you go.
Not
We
bad.
get Nate Ament.
We'll get a player similar to Cooper Flag, apparently, according to the way everybody's talked about it. So there you go.
Jalen Brunson returns, scores 28. I don't know how the Mavs scored 111 looking at the starting five. These were the point totals. PJ shot 1 of 12 for 6 points. Lively 4. Klay Thompson 13, back into the starting lineup. Brandon Williams with 9 on 2 of 11 shooting. Max Christie had 15. It was the bench that carried you. Najee had 23. D. Russ had 23. Jaden Hardy in double digits as well. But the Mavs thankfully lose to drop to 4-12.
My favorite tweet I saw yesterday when all the notes were coming out about Cooper Flag's going to miss. They obviously don't have Anthony Davis yet.
Illness for Flag.
It was from Kirk Henderson, the Mavs blogger, and he wrote, "It's D'Angelo Russell time," and attributed the quote to D'Angelo Russell, which that's how he played last night, was it's D'Angelo Russell time. And he played well, but that's, if you don't get anything off the bench, because, PJ shooting 1 of 12, was it? And then, Brandon Williams should have shot 3 for 12, but it was 2 for 11.
I've not seen many games where the bench outscores the starting five by a wide margin. A wide margin. They're not even in this game remotely if that bench doesn't come through the way they do.
Inside the Star with the Jalen Hurts report at 6:20. Payload in the morning at 6:40. I can't remember the last time I've been here for
What Chiafalo segment are you going to replay this week, Peyton?
Nope, none of it, Bobby.
Lazy
cried
last
like
week.
a little baby back
Lazy.
baby.
Lazy. We had
Peyton
put
is not
on the
happy.
we put on the rundown.
No, you did not put it on the rundown. No, you did
put on
not.
there, stop. We put on there that we were going to play that Chiafalo rant last week about Nico. And so Peyton came in here, and his whole prep was, we're just going to play the 8 minutes straight of Chiafalo talking during us. I was like, you
Show
lazy.
me show me where it's in the prep work. Show me right now. Pull it up. I'll admit it's
He's
wrong.
getting hyped.
I think that's smart programming by you.
Thank you.
Play the hits, and they're not going to put it throughout the rest of the show. Go ahead and make sure the best audio is played, just like that taco debate at 6:40. I like that because every day I keep forgetting to include how to dominate a taco. All right, let's get to, of course, with the Dallas Dallas Mavericks, it's all the other drama surrounding. And freaking Mark Cuban, man.
Oh, boy.
Did you reach out to him yesterday?
I did. Okay. I did. Both times. Both. I don't think it's him, though. I don't see Mark as an Android guy.
So.
Oh, I do. He's a billionaire.
That's fair.
Tim McMahon reported in his amazing Mavs insider piece that they were going to shop Anthony Davis. Yesterday, we were all sitting here, crosstalk, 9 o'clock hour. Yeah, it's the right move. Blow it up. Let's try to go ahead and get some first-round picks back in return. And then Mark Cuban, who can't stay out of the spotlight, the attention whore that he is, tells The Athletic, no, we are not going to deal Anthony Davis because we are trying to win. So my night was temporarily ruined for about an hour and a half until Shams went on ESPN and restored order.
This franchise is moving away from Nico Harrison's 3 to 4 year championship window and toward trying to find sustained success and sustained growth around Cooper, Flagg, and youth. And to that end, sources have told ESPN that the Mavericks will be listening to trade calls for Anthony Davis and seeing and exploring his value. And for that, health will be the biggest key because not only for the Mavericks to evaluate Anthony Davis over a lengthy period of time, an extended period of time on the court, but for other teams that could have interest in him to see what he looks like when he's back, what this team looks like when he's back. A lot of evaluation to come around Anthony Davis.
Thank basketball God. Thank you. Mark Cuban lying / promoting the fact that they're not going to openly shop Anthony Davis. That has to be just a value play. I will trust Shams and Tim McMahon.
Or not just a value play. Is this just the most recent example of Cuban saying something very prominently on behalf of the Mavericks and then he doesn't speak for us guys. like he doesn't have the power he thinks he does.
So I think this article that McMahon did is so good. I'm just basically going to read it.
Please tell Kevin Hagelin that. Are you going to be on my side with the Kevin Hagelin debate?
Remind us what the argument is.
Hagelin said that his impression from the article was that Mark Cuban, like basically I had said that the impression I got was that Nico pushed Mark Cuban out. And Hagelin said that's absolutely not the impression he got at all.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely correct.
That's wrong.
Well, good. Yeah, tell him that because he clearly just skimmed the article.
And his counter argument was
I don't know. He was saying
I'm trying to remember what his main takeaway.
I think he said
was.
It sounded like everybody pushed Cuban, or like it was like that Cuban did it to himself, or so. I don't remember. He basically said Nico had nothing to do with it. Hagelin was trying to say.
Yeah, I mean, obviously not having it in writing, the NBA not allowing it in writing, but somehow Jeannie Buss and others have maintained some control.
My father-in-law yesterday, he texted me after KNC started. He goes, "Did they scuffle? Did Bobby and Kevin scuffle?" Because Corey Majors kind of hyped that up to start their show, and I was like, "No, it was a Mensa fight. It's a Mensa battle between those two. That's also scuffling they're going to do." But score 1-4, Roberto. Stop me wherever you see fit. That's how good this is. Tim McMahon, ESPN.com. Nico's plans against the Wizards to play Anthony Davis changed the next afternoon, hours before tip-off, when Patrick Dumont, the owner, stepped in at the last minute to put Davis's return on hold. Dumont acted on the advice of the Mavs director of health and performance, who had thrown up a late caution flag concerned that Davis was at risk of aggravating the calf strain or sustaining a related catastrophic injury.
Which, real quick on that's the exact same thing that we ran through all that data this offseason of every year, basically, Anthony Davis has had a calf injury, and we asked, is he a ticking time bomb for an Achilles?
Right. Yep.
Because that is the leading injury. That's the precursor.
This marked the first time Dumont had directly involved himself in the Mavs' daily basketball operations since acquiring a majority stake in the team in December 23. It was also the most public and direct indication that the trust he had developed in Nico, which was so strong last year that Dumont signed off on the Luka deal without seeking any other opinion, had completely disintegrated. 3 days later, Dumont fired Harris. Harrison. So besides the obvious here that Patrick Dumont was like second guessing, like, do we really need to be, if your general manager comes to you and is like, AD's ready to go, and you second guess that, I told you that weeks ago, Choppy, then it's already time to move on. When you're second, when you feel like you got to keep going to the cell phone, this is just me, I'm staying out of anyone else's business, then to me, you may have to reevaluate.
Why you never start?
May have to reevaluate that relationship. But my big question in this is, did Nico not have the same info and he was willing to rush AD back out there to save his own ass? That's the way it's coming across to me.
That's what he did last year. You remember everybody said that was the articles that were written after AD came back from that injury and immediately got hurt against the Rockets in that game. And the reports after that were, yeah, there was like some pressure that Nico and AD were feeling since they were in this together, basically, and that from that pressure they were trying to get him back faster than the medical staff wanted to.
And from Nico's perspective in this situation, you know, the most recent one a couple of weeks ago, the team was off to a slow start. He was feeling it, you know, and he's like, I've got to find.
Supposed to jeopardize and play around with player health.
The further we go into this, he's a snake. Is what I took away from it.
In the aftermath, Dumont and his new basketball cabinet, which once again includes Mark Cuban, are plotting to pivot to the future with Cooper Flagg. Multiple sources, according to Tim, say they will explore the trade market for Anthony Davis. Why wasn't Cuban given any more input than any other season ticket holder in the Luka trade? And how much power will Cuban have moving forward as the Mavs try to get the franchise back on track? Discussions with more than a dozen sources inside the Mavs reveal that two of the franchise's most powerful men, Cuban and Harrison, were vying for influence and the ear of the new inexperienced owner, one man determined to prove his basketball acumen after finally being given freedom to run a team, Nico, the other desperate to get back in the game. On the morning of November 11th, that simmering power struggle finally bubbled to a boil, and everybody was burned. One team source said, quote, Mark has been trying a palace coup for months. So Mark Cuban's desperation to stay involved here hits me right in the face. And I'm like, you sold the team. You can't even stay away for 3 years, and you have to get back to acting like you're Jerry West upstairs. Now, Mark would say, I just didn't want the business responsibilities. I didn't want the business drama.
Right, he wanted the personnel, the basketball.
Yeah.
He wanted the basketball problems.
Which...
He's Jerry. I bought a job.
He's Jerry.
I bought an occupation.
I bought a job.
He is Jerry. And it wasn't, I feel like, late into Cuban's tenure to where we really said, okay, Mark Cuban is in control of basketball operations, which we destroyed Jerry and every other owner for. But Mark really thinks he's Jerry West.
Yeah, because early on, Mark's whole way of running the Mavericks when he first got here was he bought it and it was exactly the opposite. He was all about the business. Yep. Oh, I'm going to make the locker rooms really nice.
Airplanes, video games.
Yeah, PlayStations in every locker.
In-game entertainment changed immediately.
Yeah, it was you score 100 points, you get a free taco. Like, it was all this these things that he spent, and it was...
They ran Humble Billy out.
What did the basketball... They didn't run him out. What did the basketball people want? And it was, all right, what do you want? I'm paying for it. Let's do it. And then he completely shifted towards well, I don't want to do the business. Let me run this stuff.
December 27th, after the sale of the team. Nothing's really changed except my bank account, Cuban boasted. And a source inside the team said that's Cuban overselling himself because he always has a microphone in front of him. Minutes later, after divulging the intricacies of the sale deal, Cuban gathered the team's players, coaching staff, and front office personnel in the locker room to deliver a similar message. Nothing is going to change, he told them hours before they faced the Cavs. I'm still running basketball. In the room, the news did not land the way Cuban had intended. Multiple sources found his comments to be disrespectful towards Nico, who was in his third year as the president of basketball ops. Across the organization, it was common knowledge that Nico's freedom to function in the GM role had ebbed and flowed based upon when Cuban decided to grab the wheel. Now in front of players and staff, Cuban had just dismissively minimized the power of the GM he had hired 3 years prior. For many in the room, the big takeaway and question was, why in the world would people pay billions of dollars to buy the franchise but allow Mark Cuban to run it? Days later, Dumont made his first visit to Dallas since the sale. He held separate meetings with the staff, and he was asked directly about Cuban's claim of maintaining basketball authority. Dumont said, Mark is a friend. I'll consult him from time to time, but make no mistake, I'm the governor of the team, and I am making decisions.
I mean, look, and part of, I think in that comment about what Mark said, like, I'm the bravado there, I'm still running basketball, I think you can look at that in a similar way with his comments about Anthony Davis. He's just selling. He's always selling. Like, I don't know if they're the same. Like when I saw that Anthony Davis comment from yesterday, I don't know how much of that is hey, we have to keep up appearances that we're gonna.
Yeah, I agree with that part.
Right.
What is there to sell about him running basketball ops?
It's a personal ego thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's
to sell to who though? To the players?
To himself.
The directive from Dumont was a relief to many that Cuban was not still in control, including Nico and Jason Kidd, who were often frustrated by what they perceived as Cuban's frequently unproductive meddling in personnel decisions.
That to me sounds like, the way that's framed there, it's obviously one thing, but that sounds to be like Nico and Kidd together on a lot of this. And that's one of the things we keep asking is like the Luka stuff, how much was he aware? And the more this goes on, the more that I'm just like looking a little sideways at Kidd.
We'll continue with this blockbuster report from Tim McMahon inside the Mavs scandal and controversy of the Luka deal, along with the Nico firing throughout the Thursday edition. We got some scandal in filthy before we face them on Sunday. The Jalen Hurts story. Jalen Hurts. We'll talk about the drama in filthy inside the Star next.
After we get you over to Johnson Fitness and Wellness, and they have expanded their lineup of top home fitness equipment and wellness brands.
105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck ride, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Star on 105.3 The Fan.
Dak Prescott on the injury report. Why? And the Jalen Hurts report coming out of Filthy. Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. Be careful on your drive in this morning. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Cowboys insider Bobby Bell with you. Now, Brian Schottenheimer said before practice that Dak had a hip injury, but that it was nothing major. Limited in the walkthrough after the win over the Raiders. Said he got banged around a little bit in the game. Should be fine. We're going to be real smart with the tempo today. Basically, it's a Tuesday for the players' bodies. All 53 players did practice for your Cowboys.
Yeah, but still, whenever you're talking about this late in the season, they always have the line, everybody's banged up this time of year. Everybody's a little hurt this time of year. So that when he's actually showing up on the injury report, even if it isn't super serious, it does always just make me go, okay, all right, let's pull back a little then. Let's relax with him a little bit, because he has been taking a beating the last couple games before the Vegas one, where the Cardinals and the Broncos, you had the stat, it was like the most he'd been hit in a 2-game span. So, I'm sure he's starting to get worn down, but that's concerning.
Did he get hit a lot less when you rewatched the film?
Yeah, it wasn't nearly as much as he had. I mean, he took some shots at times, but he wasn't hit nearly as frequently as he was those previous 2 games.
Let's move on over to their quarterback. And we have a story bubbling to the surface, courtesy of longtime Eagles reporter Derek Gunn. He was on with the former Eagle, Seth Joyner, and he spilled some inside info on the frustration with Jalen Hurts inside the Eagle locker room.
Those things are dissected on film. Those things are talked about among the quarterback coach, the offensive coordinator, the head coach. It has been constantly discussed all season long, yet when they transition to the field on a football game, he plays his game. Not the game the coaches want him to play. He plays his game. I don't think you can get him out of that mode at this particular point. I think is what we're going to have to watch all season long is him playing his game. You look at a lot of quarterbacks, they're going to sling it. They're going to try to throw it through an eye of a needle. Sometimes you just have to take that chance. That's not his game. That's why he stands back there. A lot of times he's patting the ball, and it throws the timing of the offense off. The rhythm is thrown off. I don't think at this point they can't get him out of it. It's frustrating in a lot of ways to the coaching staff and to the players. Extremely frustrating to the players, because when they look at the film the next day or a few days later, they see what's available out there and what should have happened, and it didn't happen. It's frustrating to them as well.
Yeah, baby.
Injected into my veins. Now, the big question in that for me, and we'll talk to Ross Tucker, Eagles insider, at 8 o'clock this morning to preview Sunday. What game is Jalen trying to stick to? That's making it sound like, right? They want him to go down the field. They want him to hit A.J. Brown in rhythm. Same thing for all the other weapons and receivers. Here is part 2 from Eagles reporter Derek Gunn.
I'm just basically telling you, there's a lot of people in that organization that are frustrated with the quarterback situation right now, but the quarterback understands he has them over a barrel. This is almost Carson Wentz part 2. They're not going to eat this kind of money yet. There's no way they're going to eat this kind of money. Look at the cap hit they took when they got rid of Carson, and it took them a couple of years to get back on solid ground again, footing, because they were handcuffed financially because of what they owed in the cap hit they took with Carson Wentz.
All right. So
I mean, they went in such a desert of mediocrity, going to the Super Bowl and all.
So 2 things in this. Number 1, what is Jalen Hurts now, if this is true, what is he now following through with the game plan and in the film room?
Just stop right there. He's not following through when he throws the ball.
It's making it sound like he just wants to be checked down Charlie and not risk interceptions because he either doesn't want to take the gamble or because he's not seeing it.
Yeah, or he may just be changing the progressions or whatever it would be. Like, he's just going out there like, all right, yeah, this is what we're doing. I'll agree to that, and then I'm going to step out here and, no, I'm not looking this way. I'm going to read the progressions this way.
You know why I slept so well last night? It wasn't the storms. It wasn't the rain. It wasn't the fact that I skipped my nap dealing with all the things before my parents come. It was the sweet silence of Eagles Twitter, because I came back for the receipts after we had told you months ago that Jalen Hurts, we had heard he was a problem behind the scenes in Philadelphia, and that some coaches had issues with him being a pain in the ass.
And diva was the word.
I got lit up, I got destroyed, and then I got this report, circled back around and said, where are you dumbasses now? Tweet me back. I'm open for it. And it was crickets, baby. It wasn't even crickets. Crickets are louder. And it allowed me to just purr throughout the night.
Isn't this every year, too? Every year it feels like with the Eagles.
Every other year. It's every other year.
No, I think
they didn't do this last year.
Oh, yeah. I think there was a point last year where there was talk of that. It's not extended, but every year it feels like there's at least one story that comes out of like, does Jalen Hurts get along with this person? Like, is this a problem? Like, yeah, that
he's a diva.
There's enough context clues here throughout history that when people tell you he's a diva, you should go, I guess that kind of tracks. There's a lot of people who seem to have problems with him, and yet you still... The funniest thing in the world was a couple years ago when people would try to invoke, like, Jalen's kind of like Dak in terms of great leader. It's like, don't even. Like, because you've talked to people in the NFL about that. No, it's not even close. He is very much the same way there was discussion about there's a Micah persona up here to people here. There's a Micah persona back here. That's Jalen Hurts.
He got a lot of credit for what he did at Bama in terms of stepping aside, not ruffling feathers. They were winning games. He stayed an extra year. All right, back up, be a good soldier, and then when he was able to go to Oklahoma, he went right. He was able to move on. Did a good job there. That, I think, skewed the perception, or I shouldn't say the perception. It skewed the reality of what it is. I just looked at this dead cap. Holy cow, that guy's right. If they were to cut him, if they had cut him now, it's $139 million dead cap. And then next year, it's $117 million.
Wow. Well, that's the second part of this that I'm confused. The first part, I want to find out specifically, what is he not following with the game plan? What is his game? When he say, I'm going to play my game when I go out there, what does that mean? That's number one. Number two, this power play, if it's true that you can't cut me, okay, well, that's not the way to go about your NFL future. You're still only 27 years old. This isn't your final year or two where you can be like, I'm going out my way, Frank Sinatra, double middle fingers.
Right. I mean, at the end of the day, you're a quarterback that's gone to 2 Super Bowls. You're the first quarterback in 30-plus years to lose their first Super Bowl and then go back to one. That doesn't happen. Go look at all the guys who've gone to the Super Bowl, lost, and then never got back. And you did it. There's nothing. This is the most unhappy football team.
Yeah.
Of all the winning that this team has done over the last 5 years, I've never seen a team more miserable.
It took the Patriots 15 years to get to this point.
Yeah, and they won a lot.
Apparently, see, it's funny because I said something like that recently to Nate when we were doing Cowboys crosstalk, and Nate had said something. He's like, it didn't always get out. He's like, 49ers were that way in the 80s. He's like, they were never happy with each other. They hated playing with each other.
And it feels like they lack balls. They lack stones. They can beat you up out there on the field, but nobody wants to have the adult conversation with each other behind the scenes. I don't know whether that's Jason Kelce missing, but I guess Saquon tried to get them together. A.J. Brown denied it, so I take that back because I do like Saquon personally. But Jalen Hurts was asked at the presser, have you heard this report, and has anyone come to you directly?
I don't want to get into that. I know it hasn't, though.
How about you personally?
Y'all bring it to me. I mean, I think it's a bit of a different thing. Again, I don't want to get into the weeds of anything ultimately.
His demeanor
is
hearing
him talk.
I do too. It's half asleep and half too cool. He gives you, his eyes are closed enough to where if you go to him and say something to him, that look that comes back I'm not even paying you any respect.
I don't want to get
into
that.
One ear and out the other.
He sounds like Joe Mazzulla halfway through anesthesia setting in. Like that, it's just like it's almost the same. Like it's not the speed of Missoula, but it's the same sort of just like I'm gonna just flatly reject you and be kind of cold, but I'm gonna sound a little sleepy in the process. He's just. There's so much about that. You know, the Texas high school football circuit. It's its own industry. That's that's not like a high school football circuit in a lot of other states. Like that's a place where there's power and people who talk and a lot of different moves being made. And when you go on that, you can ask people around Texas high school circles. They say when you go down to the Houston area, which is where Jalen Hurts came up through, they said you will hear nightmare stories about what he was like to deal with and what his crew was like to deal with all the way back then. They said you can go on the campus of University of Alabama. People will tell you about Jalen Hurts in Alabama and about how he was difficult to deal with.
Inside the Star here on Sean and RJ as we lead you up to Filthy on Sunday on the official home of the Dallas Cowboys. Brian Schottenheimer will join us tomorrow at 8:30. Babe Laufenberg, Cowboys color analyst, to preview at 9:20. The rest of today, we have George Pickens' value. How much is he going to cost? That's at 7:20. Ross Tucker, Eagles Insider at 8. Tommy Yarish in the final hour at 9:20. 2 Jack Johnson ticket giveaways. Basically, no reason to go anywhere. And maybe the highest rated segment in the 6 a.m. club on a Thursday. The Payload is next. Are you eating a taco the right way? And do not sleep naked during food delivery. Peyton Russell is back with the Payload after this.
What was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady.
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Waves.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens.
Pre-Club? Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Sapphire Squad?
just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Chevrolet, if you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment? I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic.
Yep.
I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right. It is the Payload every single Thursday at this time. And Bobby Bell, Eric Chiafalo did 4 live reads yesterday. We're going to play all of them here.
Yeah.
And we're going to debate if he did the right way or the wrong way.
Chiafalo.
Oh, Bobby's so mad at that. That makes me so mad that he's mad at that and lied to Sean on air. The other segment. All right, we're going to get things started off with Bobby's other best friend, Cam Scadaboo. We played some audio of him yesterday at WWE, and we're going to play some more audio here because we start things off by judging people who eat tacos the wrong way. Apparently, there's a right and wrong way to do everything. And so this debate all started because Cam Scadaboo went on his live stream the other day and was debating with his chat how he eats the taco, and this is what Cam had to say.
Do you, turn your head to eat a taco? Or do you turn the taco for you? Are you dominant to the taco? Or does the taco, do you turn your head for the taco? It's about the dominance of the taco, though. If you're turning the taco, you're dominating the taco.
And thank you, Aiden, for putting that up on the Fan Cam Twitch and YouTube. You saw Cam there kind of describing the moment. Are you the one dominating the taco, or do you dominate, or does the taco dominate you?
Listen. That is a fantastic question.
I've never thought about it.
I'm certain he stole it from somewhere.
This kid is Choppy. You should find out. I would like to find out who Cam's mother is, because this could have been someone during Choppy's single life. This guy's a Choppy. He kind of looks like Julian a little bit too.
Yeah, I mean, he might be my child.
He is a Choppy. All the douchiness, all the thoughts, all the actions, everything he does, he is you. I don't think there's anyone else in sports or life that I can think of who emulates you as much over our 15 years.
I think you're absolutely right. It's scary. It makes me question a whole lot of things. Mm-hmm. A whole lot of things. But it is making me question how I eat a taco.
Yes, it makes me question it as well. So his question is what? Are you turning the taco or are you turning your head?
Yeah, so if this is a taco, okay, are you turning your head to eat it, or are you turning the taco? I guess it would be this way.
It's
I turn my head.
It's 3/4 turning the taco and then a corner my head.
Yeah, it's the Will Smith 90-10.
Doing it completely sideways. It's going. There's stuff's going to fall out if it's like a regular taco shell.
You got to do a mix of head turn and taco turn.
Every time I see somebody eating a crunchy taco, though, I don't know if y'all remember this. Do you guys remember the Del Harris Shaq commercial in the 90s from Taco Bell where it was all of a sudden he started making free throws when his head got stuck sideways from eating tacos? Yeah. That's every time I see that, I think of Shaq getting his head stuck in that commercial.
Yeah, so this is, I think I agree. It's a slight taco turn, a slight head turn, but that is how Scadaboo judges your manliness of dominating one.
I mean,
along with this new video he has out, shirtless, chugging up. Is he pounding a beer?
It's some kind of beverage. I don't know.
It's an energy drink.
Mm-hmm. This is my roommate in college he was on the rugby team, and we go to these rugby parties. And these rugby parties, when you score, you got to drink out of the boot. And you got to drink out of the boot in front of everybody, and it's gross.
Yeah,
it's a gross existence.
And he's chugging it out of a used cleat.
It's one of his used cleats, a game-worn cleat that he poured an energy drink in,
shirtless,
and starts just chugging it. And then he's staring into the camera and eating a crunchy taco violently. He's such a freaking weirdo.
He's so perfect for the Giants.
He sucks,
not even the Jets. The Giants.
The Giants. I feel the Giants are. It's more of a back hair fan base.
He's perfect for them. That feels Buffalo more than even Giants. He would if he was a Bills player, the Mafia would just be he is a Bills Mafia.
Buffalo's not as douchey. All the Giants fans I know. I don't know any. I don't know any Bills fans. I know Giants fans who eat this. And the New York media, he goes along with the New York media. No one knows anybody in Buffalo. Sorry.
That's right.
Vic Carucci, I think. That could be his name.
Yeah.
So Tolo's texting 877-881-1053. Franklin injury attorney fan text. How do you eat a taco? Are you sideways guy? Do you turn your head sideways? Do you dominate the taco? And this became such a
By
big
the way,
issue.
if you order 5 tacos, how are you breaking up if you are the soft versus hard?
Hard. All hard, yeah.
Why?
Yeah.
4-1 soft. If I had 5.
Four
Bobby's a
soft?
soft guy.
I feel a burrito is the soft. I don't believe in soft. I don't believe in the existence of soft tacos.
Why not?
I don't know. 'Cause I never, as a kid, in school, when you had school lunches, they never offered soft tacos for me. It was always hard tacos.
If I'm eating and driving, I'll do soft.
Oh, soft.
It's a lot
Driving,
easier.
fair.
Right.
Yes,
Driving, I'll do it.
absolutely.
But yeah, I'm more of a hard guy than a soft guy.
I don't discriminate against any tacos. I
But
eat
this
them all.
became a much bigger issue and a debate than I thought because the Buccaneers social media admin went around the locker room and asked some players how they eat the taco, starting off with Baker Mayfield.
No, you gotta turn your head. If you don't turn your head, ingredients spill out. That's bad. That's bad business.
No, you gotta turn your head all the time.
Turn it?
Yeah, you got it.
You gotta turn your head. Look at. If you go California, you go to like the food trucks or the taco stand to get a taco. And when you eat it, you normally standing up. So you got the fit on. So you either put the plate on the trunk of your car or you holding it and you gotta the meat drop back onto the other taco.
You're not gonna turn.
I'm trying to think what I do right now.
I turn my head. I let the taco walk all over me. I don't think it's dominating. Like, I want to enjoy my taco. I don't want everything to fall out. You gotta let the taco do its thing. Yeah. 12 pack of Doritos Locos Tacos. I'm turning my head for all of them. Yeah. Because I want to enjoy them.
Turn my head for sure.
Yep.
Can't turn the taco, all the fly.
Thank you.
You gotta turn your head. I don't want all the feelings to fall out when you try to tip the taco. I went to Mexico this offseason. So I learned how to eat a taco.
There you go. Just go to Mexico and you learn how to eat a taco.
Great locker room bit. Guy Fieri was on the Manning cast, and they asked him.
Yeah, I submit to all tacos.
All right, it is the Payload every single Thursday at this time, 6:40 on a Thursday to be exact. And now we say New York. We talked about Cam Scatterbo in New York, and now we're going to talk about a New York delivery driver who has been arrested and faces up to 8 years in prison if convicted of 2 felonies because she took a picture of a man passed out on the couch naked when she was delivering food. Now you're wondering how does a delivery driver see inside the house and take this video and this picture. Well, she shared the video on social media, and now she's getting in big trouble. And how this all started was the girl was delivering food to a house, and when she got there, she claims the front door was opened. So she, just as everyone wants to peep in, when something's there, she just peeped in and started to look around. That's what she stated. She proceeded to look inside the house. She then saw a man on the couch asleep naked and started recording him. But we do have cameras nowadays, and it showed she opened the unlocked door and let herself in. So she's over there. I don't know why she's entering the home to begin with there, which is a big no-no. She obviously got fired for this. And the girl also told the police she was being sexually assaulted. But we have all cameras and stuff, so it doesn't show anything. But the man was clearly just passed on the couch. They said possibly because he was drinking a little too much alcohol. But yeah, so she had a video of him naked on the couch, posted on social media, and now she's facing up to 8 years in prison.
RJ Choppy, criminal mind defense. I saw the guy pass out on the couch naked. That's obviously a weird, odd thing. I didn't want a Kansas City Chief fan incident.
Right.
So I went in to check on his well-being.
I saw this. I saw the guy who's out.
Yeah.
I had to go see if he was all right. That's a good one.
Now, the problem
That's a solid one.
did she post the nude photos or video? Did she post
I
it?
think it was blurred out, but she did put it on, I think, TikTok. I think now it's obviously down now, but it was out there for a while. And then obviously she was fired by her delivery driving service, and she now waits for her court date on December 4th. But I mean, taking the video itself, you just you deserve to be fired for that.
I want zero interaction with the delivery person. I always put on the app, leave it at the door.
Oh, really?
Leave it at the front door. That's it. I don't want to open the door. I don't want to talk. I don't want to hold it. While you get your photo to show the proof of delivery, leave it at the door.
So do you have on the like the Uber app? Do you ever take the one where it's like you get to pick the setting of the AC and stuff like that, and then it leaves the option of the conversation?
Yeah.
Do you say no conversation?
I
leave no preference because I'm like,
don't talk to me.
I'm going to hope they don't talk, but I don't want to say don't talk. I don't want to put in there don't talk to me.
I'll tell you what. My wife thought that I was, Patrick Dumont going around Las Vegas. No Mavs pun intended, because every car I got a Uber. We were riding an Uber Black and the big SUVs, because it was like the price was so much cheaper. I felt like it was like $15. Now you're going like 3/4 of a mile, but it's 15 minutes.
Yeah.
It's 15, 20 minutes to everything up and down the strip. And I was like, black SUV. And she said, oh my God, like you really are going all out. And I was like, no, they
should have that Uber BBC, big black cars. They should have that.
That's what they call it. I think that's what it is. What they call it.
Now, whenever you order, food delivery, how long do you wait if you're at the house, and you see they deliver the food? How long do you wait until you go pick up the food? Is it like they got to be in their car driving away, or
halfway
are you like
down the driveway, back turned?
Okay.
That's why you have DFW security, just for that.
Yeah, I'm not waiting for them to get in the car. That's a little bit too long, but halfway down the driveway, open it, pick it up, close it real quick.
You say, well, you go, thank you, and then close the door.
Only they turn back around.
We could not be more opposite. I answer every doorbell.
Yeah, because you want to talk to everybody.
And
you want to talk to everyone.
Half the time I just have underwear on and a t-shirt. I never wear pants at the house.
Yeah, and then you got to do the side. I'll be walking around in boxers too. And you got to hope that you have the cloudy glass
Absolutely.
so that they can't see through.
I'll hurry and put some shorts on.
You're like Gumby reaching over to the side so they don't see the bottom half.
All right, it is the Payload every single Thursday at this time. Last story here, guys. A freak accident happened to Jack Hughes of the New Jersey Devils at a team dinner. And now the steakhouse it took place at is getting backlash from fans because of it. So Jack cut his hand on a glass. That broke in his hand.
Sounds like the beginning of a child's story.
And I guess the glass break and an injury to his hand was so bad he will miss up to 2 months due to surgery on his finger. The glass just shattered in his hand, and Devils fans are so upset about this they're now leaving 1-star reviews at this steakhouse in Chicago because of the incident. So let's read some of the reviews that these fans left. From Red M. Dirty, disgusting place. The food was subpar at best. The management here is pitiful. The servers suck. Shards of glass. The servers suck.
No, before that.
The service is what?
Oh, the management here is pitiful.
Pitfall?
That's what it said.
What is this supposed to be?
I don't know. It's pitiful.
Pitiful.
Pitiful. Oh, okay. Well, Red can't type then. The servers suck. Shards of glass everywhere, causing injury to members of my party. Place should be shut down in 6 to 8 weeks, which is as long as the injury is to Jack's hand, as punishment for the incident that took place. Megan W. weighed in, another 1-star review. Awful. Not my first time in Chicago, but my first time coming here. Cut my hand on some glass and had to get surgery. Now I'm out 6 to 8 weeks. Andrew S. also weighed in. They heard a hockey player, in parentheses, Jack Hughes, severely injured his hand with glass. If you go there, watch out.
See, when I heard this story, I thought the guy was playing the whole put your hand down and put the knife and go stab between the fingers.
Yeah.
So I thought that's what he was doing.
How did he do it?
I guess it was a piece of broken glass.
Oh, it was already broken.
Yeah.
Okay.
Have you seen on Yelp or some of these other places before when there's a restaurant that's getting destroyed, like something in the news? You'll go on there sometimes and Yelp will say ratings are temporarily disabled. There's an active news story involving this place or something.
It's like an active shooter.
Yeah, they won't let you review it after a certain point.
There's an active reviewer. They'll shut down things temporarily. It's the Payload every Thursday at this time here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan with Peyton, Phillip, Russell. Thank you for turning it on, leaving it on. Lane Kiffin gone. And Sark staying. The really bold, strong reaction in Austin to the Longhorn Report. Little college kegger and leftover Mavs scandal from Tim McMahon inside all the Mavs problems after this. And this...
Odyssey Sports Station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
What is George Pickens' price now? And Mike Florio, friend of the show, saying it could come down to George Pickens against C.D. Lamb, the divorce and fight that R.J. Choppy has been trying to start now for about 3 weeks. That's coming up inside the Star. It's Filthy Week here on your official home of the Dallas Cowboys with Sean Sharif, Ralph James, and Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. Ross Tucker, friend of the show, Eagles insider, will join us at 8. We go more local than anyone else with a neighborhood watch at 7:40. But some college football coaching updates. You call this the greatest soap opera in sports?
All right, look, what happens, college football, what happens with their coaching searches is phenomenal. We have a story that the biggest, most expensive house in Gainesville, Florida, just went under contract. It's Dan Mullen's old house. He was the old coach at Florida. It's called like the coaching neighborhood, like all the coaches, current, former, they all live in this one little area. It just went on the market. We have details of this is this time of year where you start getting the tail numbers of the airplanes. You know, where's the LSU jet? Where's the Vautech jet? Where's the Oak State? Where's the T-Boone jet, right? Where's all those things? We're seeing all that. Lane Kiffin reportedly had a 2-hour meeting with the governor of Louisiana.
The governor,
who I guess is hiring.
Oh, he fired.
He fired, so I guess he's hiring because I guess the rule in Louisiana about the highest paid person in the state, the governor, something like that, right? If you got over a certain amount of money, it's a wild scene right now.
The governor said he spoke to Lane Kiffin for about 2 hours. I agree with your whole opinion on this. This is so unfortunate.
It's so unfortunate. It's a great way to put it. Like, imagine Mike Tomlin today interviewing for the Giants job.
I don't even think it's Mike Tomlin. Give me more of a contender.
Okay, Sean McVay.
Yeah.
Imagine Sean McVay, whose team is one of the top teams in the NFC, interviewing for the Titans job right now.
And it's so much more unfair to kids.
Yeah, absolutely. You get kids in there, and like if you want to do when the playoffs start, fine. I get it. I get it. But we're not even. We have 3 weeks of the regular season left. Do not think for a second that if Lane Kiffin leaves tomorrow, that Ole Miss doesn't drop in the rankings.
He's not going to leave tomorrow, but there's no way you go into a meeting in the past week as one of those players and not think in the back of your mind, our coach has 1 foot out the door.
Right. And Lane has the power right now to say, no, if you want to hire somebody else, go ahead. I may be your coach, but I need not now. Like, he has the power. He is the top dog.
Yeah, but you may lose the job.
You might.
Look, I don't think you can say it just like that. Like, you might. LSU, Florida.
Yeah. It's not like he's like not making $10 million. It's not like he's broke. It's not like he can't win where he is.
Yeah, I know, but you might not get that job again.
I get it.
There's, it's inconsistent, and it's not necessarily fair. I would guess that a lot of the coaches, too, at this point would say, it's no different than what these kids do to us. It's no different than the UNLV quarterback bailing. It's no different than them trying to get more NIL money in the middle of the year. This is just the rules that everybody's playing by these days.
Yeah. It sucks. I just want the whole Ole Miss story to reach its natural conclusion with this whole,
Absolutely. Let it play it out.
Because,
you want to see the end of the trilogy. You don't want one of the actors before the third one to argue over money, and now one of the role players is gone.
Nick Saban fired Lane Kiffin right before their championship game, thinking he had 1 foot out the door for the job that he was taking. Al Davis was like, I got bamboozled. I got tricked by this guy in taking this job. So it feels inevitable.
It does. I mean, it really does.
817. It's more than unfortunate. It's pitful.
It's pitful. Very nice. Very nice. Because I do think if he were to leave, the committee is going to take this into account. They did.
They shouldn't. They're not going to.
They did with Florida State.
How so?
Jordan Travis. They dropped them.
There's a quarterback.
Yeah, that's not.
What are you talking about? What are you damn talking about?
It's not. You're right. It's not the same. But neither's Ole Miss. If Ole Miss loses their coach, they're not the same team.
If Ole Miss loses their coach, that's nowhere near as impactful as what happened with Jordan Travis.
It doesn't mean you drop him out.
But
and then everybody, it wasn't after Jordan Travis got hurt, you had a bunch of people going like, I'm not playing in the game.
Yeah, but they would have played if they were in the Final Four.
But he's not leaving during the year.
I wouldn't think so.
That would be ignorant because he's throwing away a chance at a national championship. That'd be stupid.
I agree.
That's not happening. I don't think that they would drop if he left with a 1% chance. I won't say it's 0 because it's Lane Kiffin. Steve Sarkisian has had the rumors floating around him. Diana Rossini said his representation reached out to the National Football League. He blasted that report after the comeback win that they had. And then you had Desmond Howard on Monday while taking out the trash saying, look for a mutual parting. Well, Sark addressed it again yesterday and said, I'm not going anywhere. The rumors are absolutely false and untrue. I told you the AD Chris Del Conte said this is news to me, but Sark was pretty blunt about it yesterday. I've had no discussions, not with my agent, not with the university, not with any other school, not with any NFL team about ever going anywhere else. I came here to win championships.
Yeah, that's the way Ole Miss people have wanted Lane Kiffin to answer the question. Obviously, he can't answer that legitimately because he has had some level of discussions, but that's a shutdown. When Lane is not answering it that way, that's how you know Lane is interested in looking at other things. That sounds like somebody who, you do one of two things there. You are either telling people you're not doing it, and it completely shuts it down, or you are setting a precedent for when you leave, you are the most hated person in that city after you leave.
And never trusted again anywhere else.
Never.
Do you believe him?
Yeah. I think.
Here's my question for Texas fans, and I haven't really gotten this sentiment back. Pepe, Bobby.
Or real quick, I'll just say I don't believe he hasn't had discussions with his agent.
Right.
Because everybody has just like theoretical talks about that. That's probably not true.
So let's just say you believe Sark. I'm looking for the follow-up overwhelming sense of relief from Longhorn fans. Like, Ole Miss, they're panicking. They're freaking out. We can't lose Lane. We don't want to lose Lane. What is the Longhorn fan feeling on Sark coming back, or if he left?
They don't care, most of them.
Why?
Because look, they are entitled a little bit. Longhorns fans, they are, but it's like they have this expectation of like every year we have to go undefeated and we have to win the national title, and if we don't get that, you suck. If you lose, it better just be one loss that still gets us into the playoff, and then we better win every game. But I mean, he's made 2 Final Fours now.
Yeah.
And then
he has been as good as anyone since Mac.
Yeah,
he's been better than anyone since Mac.
There are aspects,
better.
There are aspects of him that are better than Mac. Like he has dealt with. If everything were to be open, we always talk all the time about like, if these walls could talk with the Cowboys, like, if you could hear,
you could talk through these walls.
Yeah, these walls specifically, you can absolutely talk through. But we're putting it on the punch list. Okay, so if you look at the way that the Cowboys operate and how everybody talks about, oh my gosh, the stories you could hear from inside here. If you could hear the stories of what goes on at the University of Texas, the stuff that just doesn't get reported or the stuff that doesn't get out of there at times, it's the fact that he's gotten them where he's gotten them in the last couple of years is a miracle. And it's one of the reasons why I was like, if he wanted to coach the Dallas Cowboys when they were looking for a coach, I would have been down with the hire. Because I trust that he clearly knows how to manage complicated stuff.
So there is a little coaching carousel update in the world of college football. We update you around the National Football League. Shedeur Sanders is going to start with Dylan Gabriel. The concussion protocol nowadays, man, I'd love to see someone do a study on how much longer concussion protocol keeps you out nowadays versus 20 years ago. Michael Penix, season-ending surgery, that is happening.
For that research, though, we would have to remove the Giants from the equation because they would kind of skew the data since Brian Daboll likes to go in there and pull people out of concussion protocol and put them back on the football field. But
Joe Burrow, a full practice participant. So Shedeur's going to be starting on the road against the Raiders, and Shedeur will be what number different starting quarterback for the Browns since they returned to the NFL in 99?
Oh, my God. We're going to go at 99. I'm going to say it's...
How many years is that? 26?
Let's say it's 53.
42.
Damn.
The 42nd different quarterback. And then you have a quarterback theory based off Michael Penix?
Yeah, so Penix gets hurt again. And we have seen this with quarterbacks like Penix and Knicks in recent years, right? These are older guys. They went through college. They bounce around. They had their COVID year. And you got the JUCO years being now free years. And you got a bunch of old quarterbacks in the draft pool. And I think teams get a little bit bamboozled by what they do at the end of their college tenure. So you look at the quarterbacks in this year's transfer report, like Fernando Mendoza and Diego Pavia. Now, Pavia was 2 years ago. Joey Aguilar. They kind of came in and were good right away. These were not highly recruited players. Fernando Mendoza played quarterback in Miami in high school. I mean, he had to go all the way to Cal to play. All right? If you're worth your salt as a quarterback in Miami, I mean, you're getting any job you want. Pavia was started in JUCO. Aguilar started in JUCO. They come in, they're fine. Because why? They have the answers to the tests. They're smarter. They know what they're seeing. They've seen it all at this point. They're not elite, but they're savvy vets. And I think we're getting skewed by this because Bo Nix, he's like 30, right? Hasn't been great. He's been okay. Penix, old man. He's fine, right? Not elite. Doesn't have that next level. Cam Ward bounced around everywhere. Incarnate Word, then Washington State, then Miami. I don't know, man. I think like in college, I want an old transfer quarterback. At the NFL, I want the younger guy. I don't care if they haven't performed as well in college because I think that they just got they got more upside to them.
Back to you got something?
No, I was just going to say, I mean, I think that, yeah, there are obviously differences that can occur the longer you hang around in college more than the veteran type of play that you have at the NFL level. But I think at the end of the day, I still want whoever's the most physically gifted.
Back to the Tim McMahon bombshell, great, amazing insider word-for-word piece on what happened with the Mavericks. When Mark Cuban selling and kind of stepping away, running basketball ops, it created a power vacuum that Nico Harrison pounced to fill, and he did. Harrison connected with his new boss, Patrick Dumont, by speaking a corporate language of sorts, emphasizing the importance of establishing a clear chain of command by reporting directly to Dumont instead of through Cuban, which he had done the previous 2 years. Nico basically said, quote, "Dude, I don't want to deal with Mark anymore. He is too much." With a new direct line to his boss and his former one out of the picture, Harrison accelerated the ice out. Nico had once told Cuban that he was nicknamed the silent assassin at Nike because of his ability to quietly maneuver to get his way in business matters. Suddenly, Cuban believed he was in Nico's crosshairs. Team source, quote, "Immediately after the sale, Nico started really playing Dumont. He honed in, then he went to the finals, and Nico could do no wrong." The silent assassin.
Silent assassin. He's proud of that. He's proud of that. That's why you know somebody's a snake. They're proud that they can muscle people out to get their way and curry favor with the boss.
I think of when you talk about the corporate language and how he used the language and he did this, I literally think of a Bible verse, which is in the Garden of Eden, where there's the whole Adam and Eve eating from the tree thing. And they say that the serpent walked up, because he had legs back then. The serpent walked up and he goes, "Did God actually say you couldn't eat from this tree?" Like, and it's
let go and let God.
I was like, that's exactly the kind of energy we're talking about here from Nico. Like, I could see Nico just kind of slithering up and be like, "Did he really say? Dumont? Did Cuban?" Snake is such a fitting description of this guy, and I feel no sympathy. I hope the more of this stuff that comes out, the more people go, he should have been harassed at more Twin Peaks, which is where G-Bag will be today in Grand Prairie.
Yeah.
Cuban blamed Nico, not Dumont, for his basketball exile, according to sources familiar with the dynamic.
Hear that, Kevin Hagelin, or do we need to read it a third time?
877-881-1053 is the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. It's also the number to call to win our Jack Johnson ticket giveaway. We have the Neighborhood Watch, where we go local more than anyone else at 7:40. Eagles insider, friend of the show, the great Ross Tucker at 8 to preview Filthy and talk about the Hurts drama coming up on Sunday. But it's a topic I've been waiting for, and I know RJ Choppy is as well. How much is George Pickens going to cost now? And do the Cowboys have another wide receiver decision on their hands? Inside the Star, commercial free in the Expressway next.
After we get you over to Underdog Fantasy.
get something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
By the on-time experts, and the HOV lane of the expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
Third down, close to 4 on the right hash. At the 37, Prescott with time. Slant, Pickens. First down, cuts left, running away. Got a block, made the 45, broke a tackle. 50, 45, 40, 38.
How much is George Pickens going to cost now? Is he the best wide receiver on the Dallas Cowboys? Is it going to be an either-or situation? Do you give him the money now? Do you franchise tag? Do you wait until the offseason? These are all the questions to get into right now in the home of the Cowboys in the commercial-free expressway here on Sean and RJ, along with Cowboys insider Bobby Bell. Schottenheimer was asked about this the other day. He said, sign me up. I love the firepower that he and CD give us. I pinch myself at times calling plays. I'm very in favor of George having a long-term future with us in Dallas. Schottenheimer will join us tomorrow at 8:30.
We'll be all in. We are all in. I am all in on GP. And, you know, I get just every moment I get a little faith in humanity, Twitter brings me right back down to earth.
Yeah.
People are like, why are you trying to divide the fan base? Saying draw a line in the sand, Pickens and CD. Guys, I'm having fun here. Okay, yeah. This is my man crush. Just let me have a man crush.
Yeah, no, you are.
Please let me have a man crush.
Nope. You are drawing. You are dividing the fan base. Just like whenever you talk about anything that happened during the practice week, you're exposing our secrets to the other team. You're destroying the value in a trade if you're talking about how the Cowboys want to trade. So all of these things, you do it.
Yeah. How dare you post that about CD Lamb at 7:30 in the morning?
How dare you? I had to mute people weren't fighting with me or getting upset. There were so many people reacting to this. I had to mute the conversation because I couldn't see anyone else on my timeline after putting up the rumor that CeeDee Lamb was throwing up at a Vegas casino at 7:30 in the morning. 2.8 million views on this thing.
It's not like this is, what are we doing? What are we doing?
But you have suggested that CeeDee Lamb should be treated as the next Amari Cooper. And this is a typical RJ-ism to where when they do it, you will brag and say, I told you. I've been saying that. But then when you get attacked, you're going to be like, oh, I'm just joking around. I'm just playing.
Yeah. Oh, and when it turns on him, and when it really becomes the next Amari Cooper, then he'll say, why did we ever trade him? This is a 3-receiver league. You need 3 receivers to start. Why would you ever just rely on one?
I'm not saying we have to move him.
So look, you're Mr. Team Builder. Is it smart team building to pay 3 D tackles $20 million and 2 receivers this much?
No, we should get rid of all 3 of the defensive tackles. Get rid of all 3 of them.
There it is.
No. But yes, you have to ask yourself: is it smart to pay a quarterback and 2 wideouts $130 million?
All right. So this is one of my favorite exercises, and it's one of my favorite exercises because I think we pretty much nail this almost every time. So we like being correct. Stop me and buzz me where you think George Pickens will fall when it comes to his next salary per year.
Okay.
So this is going to be like Price is Right, the yodeling man going up?
Jamar Chase leads the way. Jamar leads the way at 40.2.
Oh, man, I don't know about that one.
Nope.
He's better than Jamar, but...
Justin, by the way, so my brother and Bobby is the reason why the two of them bonded so much when my brother came to visit.
We're ball knowers.
They both love the diva receiver. Have you always loved? Are you in that category as well? Are you throwing George in the Ocho, T.O., Randy Moss category? What is it about him that you love?
I think that I never thought of it that way, that I love the diva receiver, but I think I do. I think I do love something about it.
You need it. You need it at receiver. You've got to be, if you're going to be out there on that island, you have to be all game thinking like, I am so much better than you standing across from me. And so, with that comes it permeating everywhere else a little bit.
Because, Dion was the diva corner, right? You need an element of that. I didn't feel Revis was the same. I mean, he was a diva from a...
Revis didn't talk.
Yeah, he never said anything. He was more silent, but,
Did you love Dion?
Yeah, I love Chad. I mean, Ocho, that little list he had.
That was all-time brilliant.
You know what happens when you're not a diva receiver? You're Marvin Harrison.
Yeah, that's great.
Oh, wow.
I mean, you go to the hall.
That's so unfortunate.
Yeah, I think it's unfortunate.
All right, let's try to find the slot here. Justin Jefferson, 35. CeeDee Lamb, 34. DK, here's the problem right here. DK is at 33, and Garrett Wilson is 32.5.
Stop. Between CD and DK.
What if they say CD is the floor and maybe a tiny bit more? Look at my numbers. Who's the number 1 on this football team? I'm speaking as David Mulugheta.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, David Mulugheta, you add the Mulugheta tax. As we found out, we told you it was going to happen with Micah. He got $4 million more than what we thought, because it was just barely beat TJ Watt. That's what Jerry was saying. Jerry's like, my money is the money. I'm going to match the market value. Mulugheta gets $3 or $4 million more than that.
Yeah, so T. Higgins is roughly where he should be. Probably a little ahead of T. Higgins.
Who?
Pickens. So that should be 30. And assuming the way that they typically negotiate, they'll get around 30.
No. Why am I starting at T. Higgins? I'm starting at DK.
You're starting a little above T. Higgins because T. Higgins is the best representation of where Pickens' career has gone.
I don't care about where it's gone.
And that's why you get 3 to 4 more.
I am he right now. No. Yeah. Don't even talk to me about T. Higgins.
They will.
Well, Mulugheta's not going to listen. It's 28-7. It doesn't matter what the career has been.
That's why he won't get that. He won't get that. I'm not saying he'll get that, but I'm saying that's where I think most of the league would say you're 30. And he would, I think that eventually, like, Mulugheta and his side would go, no, we're not. They'll probably say we're 35 is what we are. And then they end up at 33, 33.5, something like that.
I could see them ending up in the 33 to 35 range.
My gosh.
I don't know that.
By the way,
Mark this time, Peyton. 2 years, $66 million is what it will look like. It'll be a 4-year deal, but ultimately when we look at it, it'll look like a 2-year, $66 million deal with not as many guarantees behind it.
They should put that on the wall. Wait, we're not allowed to put things on the wall in our brand new studio at home. Cool.
Based on what he has done.
Not without a magnet.
Based on what he has done this year, I mean, he is top of market or close to it. Based on what he's done this year.
Yeah.
Now,
But my counter to what you're about to say, what Mulugheta should say is, name me the Steeler quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Don't be blaming George for that. 1 year this guy's had a legit QB, and he may be better than CD Lamb. So I don't care about Kenny Pickett and
I don't either.
The dead remains of Roethlisberger leftovers, whoever the hell else, what's Russell Wilson.
Yep.
Don't talk to me about that. There was no quarterback throwing to him.
No, I agree. I would, if you came to me and you said, like, look, this is the number, and we're in Jamar Chase territory. I mean, I'm like, he deserves it.
So
he has earned that money.
Let's call it 33.
I mean, I am signing up for 33 if I'm me. Like,
if you're Jerry, you have to be Jerry.
If I'm Jerry, I run. I sprint to give him $33 million.
Why?
Because you're getting a top whatever receiver in the NFL under market value.
How is it under market value?
Well, because the top of the market's 40. Now he's not. I'm not
so
saying
you're not under market value if you're not the best receiver.
Yeah, that's a receiver market doesn't work like quarterback
33,
market.
you think is a deal?
I think so. What's CD at?
34.
A deal. You're getting the best. You're getting a better receiver for less money.
Boy, you just loved it. Literally, I keep
Look at his
forgetting.
face.
I need to pull last Friday because he's smirking right now. Last Friday when I gave him the opportunity, I was like, "Tell Nick Harris about this." And he went,
I don't know Nick like that.
And he goes to Nick. He goes, "I'm not saying Pickens is a better receiver than CeeDee Lamb. You know, I think he's a good player. Like totally softened.
I don't have to say it. His play speaks for it.
Let's be honest here for 10 seconds. We have to go around the room. You just have to give me a name.
Mm-hmm.
Who do you think is the better player between the two?
Okay.
I'm thinking about it, but I'm still taking CD.
Lamb. I don't even think about it.
You don't think about it? I'm not going to fight you.
Pickens is very good. Like I'm not saying I'm not downplaying Pickens. Lamb is definitely better to me.
I think I trust CD more. I think George can do things like I think there's an extra.
Yeah, give me the difference in their game to where you had zero hesitation, Bobby.
To me, Lamb is going to be a more consistent player.
Yeah,
right? Like Lamb is down in, down out. I know exactly what I'm getting. Pickens pops, and then he's done that throughout his career. He's played much more consistent this year. But I think that in general there is going to be an Albert Hainsworth question here for some people, like of why is it the contract year? Are you a contract year guy?
Right.
And
so if it is, and you're saying you're taking George.
I'm taking George. It's close, but I think George is.
So, Bobby, if it is 34, are you doing it?
Yeah, probably. If I can structure it to basically be 2 for 68, which I think it probably would be.
Now, the tag.
Because by the way, 34 for Pickens is not the same as 34 was for Lamb. Because Lamb was signed at 34 when the cap was much lower. So as a percentage thing, it's not the same impact on your cap a few years later.
So why do you not become the Bengals?
Oh, you do. You do. Well, you don't become the Bengals because, I mean, you don't have Joe Burrow, and Joe Burrow's not reliably healthy. Now, neither is Dak. So from that standpoint. But
from your team building salary cap and where you're dividing the pie.
Because
how is this best for you?
Because I've got 2 first-round picks I've got 2 first-round picks next year. I've already got guys like core players on rookie deals or under contract already. Bland is under contract. Ezraku was just drafted. Overshown is, if that's somebody who's coming back, that should be, like, if he comes back and plays the way he could, then you've got control over him for a few years. You've got Quinnen Williams under your deal, and you've got those 2 first-round picks to continue to throw at the defense, and then everybody else on offense is pretty much under contract now.
Tolo, Jake, getting Pickens extended should be priority number 1 in season. Right now, he unlocks the entire team. With Pickens, offense has ultimate versatility and ability to create matchups. Play calling is simple. Dak can get the ball out quick. You have unique ability to play ahead and from behind with this elite duo, creating a light box, unusually doubles, opening up as easy plays. Defensively, you can be in attack mode. Cowboys are a top 5 team with this roster moving forward. The Bengals quarterback problem is health, and that wide receiver duo isn't on this level because Higgins can't sniff Pickens.
903, y'all never mentioned the number of drops CD has. Pickens' drop rate over his career is worse than CD's. Now, this year, CD has a higher drop rate because that Philly game where he had 3 of them, essentially 3 or 4 of them that were just crucial. But in general, the drop rate for their careers, Pickens has not been as sure-handed.
I want to know what the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line is saying, just on who they think is better, who they would pick moving forward. What do you think the money is? What would you do if the money is $33 or $34 million a year? And then I'll bring in Mike Florio's opinion. The projected receiver franchise tag would be at least $28 million in cash and cap charges. As you always talk about, choppy, can't manipulate, it's going to be 28. It would allow Pickens to take a stand, declining to accept the tender and staying away for all the offseason training camp and preseason if he wants. Number starting with 3 here. After the Cowboys traded a first-round pick for Amari, they let Cooper finish his rookie deal in 2019 before signing him to 5 for $100. And after playing out a total of $40 million in 20 and 21, they traded him to make way for Lamb. And so the overall collection of outcomes has to include the possibility of eventually trading Lamb and keeping Pickens. It sounds crazy on the surface, especially in the short term. A pre-June 1 trade would come with a total cap charge of $42.8 million, also limiting the $38.6 number for next season. The more likely approach will be to exercise the automatic restructure option, knocking Lamb's cap number down by $18 million or so and kicking the rest of it into future years. If it doesn't happen in 26, the either-or decision could come in 27 or 28. And then I even heard some people speculating that Dak restructures to lower his number to keep George.
See, now what you're doing when you do that, I mean, you are probably would that be a restructure or an extension?
Have to restructure him. They have to restructure
because they can't go into next year's cap numbers in the 70s.
No, that is 100% happening. He's getting restructured. He has to be. His number's too big.
So that means you're kicking the can with him.
But the contract was structured to kick the can, and there's no
the void years.
Yeah. It was structured to be able to spread that money out. And the way he's playing right now, I don't think anybody thinks of it as kicking the can because he's playing at a level that tells you, okay, he looks like he's going to be fine for the next 2 to 3 years.
Yeah, if you think he's going to be on this team in 3 years, then absolutely, you have to.
3?
Maybe even extend him. Maybe even give an extension.
Pay, what are the Tolos saying?
Right now, 214 says GP is way better than CeeDee Lamb. 903 would sign GP for $33 per year. 817 GP over CeeDee, another GP over CeeDee. And 817 says, I'm afraid GP will cost at least $40 per year.
And I'll tell you, I would not tag him. Like that's the last option. That's option 3.
See, to me, that's option 1.
Because if you tag him, I think all your concerns are realized.
So
like with your
they will tag him to hold him.
Yeah.
And then we'll see what they do from there.
So in my ideals, and I've been burned by this a couple of times here. I'm wait and see guy.
You're Jerry. I want to see all the leaves.
Yep.
You want to see all the leaves fall.
I want to see more leaves. I want to see more attitude and maturity leaves fall. It burned me once with Dak, and it could burn me here to where. Go ahead, Bobby.
I want to ask a question, and I don't know this. So I'm just throwing it out there. So George Pickens' reputation in Pittsburgh was bad, right? And here in Dallas, it's been much better. But like when you go back and look, like sometimes it was he would chirp a little bit too much, but a lot of the issues were things that were going on behind the scenes. Is there a possibility that some of the tardiness or flakiness has that actually been cleaned up, or it's just more tolerated in Dallas than it is in Pittsburgh?
I don't know.
Because I think that's something to consider. Is that he may be similar in that way.
More tolerated. He just got benched.
No, right, like that's a different question. That's an over the line thing. But I'm talking about like the stuff that drives people nuts in Pittsburgh. Like you were 10 minutes late to the meeting, or you were this or that. Like I just wonder.
When Pickens does some of the stuff on the field, it like in terms of just he's a 15-yard taunt waiting to happen.
Yeah, he is.
I just wonder. I want to know how different he is behind the scenes. Dak and Lamb talk like he is. Like he's model. He just loves. Dak would call it. Dak says he's playing like a kid. That's the joy that leaves many athletes as you go on throughout your career. And that's what Dak is attributing it to.
I think it's a great compliment for an athlete.
It is a very good compliment. But my ultimate dream scenario, the only thing I don't have an answer to is the $20 million cap charge. And I don't have an answer to what happens with Mulligan and him blowing it up emotionally if he's pissed off over it. Tag him, and let me see one more year of how he acts behind the scenes and in the locker room. Is this your honeymoon period? It is. It is your honeymoon period, but that could end up costing me even more, and it has burned me in the past. But right now, I don't have an answer for that cap charge. It's an very ugly,
ugly number, man.
Ugly number at $28 million if you tag him. But I'd like to see one more year to know exactly who I'm dealing with.
Well, I know who I'm dealing with. I know. I'm dealing with somebody who's right between Jefferson and Chase. That's who I'm dealing with.
Florida. Like, hey, you should.
Florida.
I want him here. Like, I want him here, and I want him to be. I think Lamb and Pickens together extends Dak's career. I think it makes the offense more functional. All of that. I think you can still build the defense the way you want. But I do think that, like, if we're talking about who is better and if we do need to prioritize somebody just pointed out on the fan text, NFL defenses still tell you it's CD. The way they decide to cover the two of them, it's CD.
Yeah, this doesn't need to be an either or.
No, but if you're saying, like, we've got to talk about resources and say we can't pour that much into two receivers. If it's just a question of can you function with two receivers costing that much, do it. Because I think he kind of...
What do you think about my 1 year delay to see who he is?
I think this is because I understand you don't want the Diggs situation. You don't want to pay somebody and then they're different as soon as they get the check. I don't think he would. I think Pickens kind of is Pickens, and I just think that he likes it better in Dallas. I think is part of it. Is just he clearly likes hanging out with CD. Maybe a little too much. They love running around. They're buddies though. He and Dak have good chemistry. I imagine that for him and how bad the quarterbacks were in Pittsburgh, this has been like super refreshing to him. Of like, oh my gosh, I can actually be used the way I want to be used.
All right, let us know. 877-881-1053. Franklin injury attorney text line. I wanted to say that big long discussion for the Expressway.
By the way, we're only 10 games into the season. He needs 6 more catches for his career high interceptions. He needs he's already at the second highest receiving yards he's had in his career. He's already passed his career high in touchdowns in a season. Wow. So like all of this stuff is his success rate percentage on catches in the previous years was 48.8, 50.9, 44.7. It's 68.7 right now.
Woo!
He's playing at a much higher level than he ever has in his career.
Okay, let's hook you up for turning it on and leaving it on 105.3 The Fan, and then we'll get local.
Baby, you hardly even know.
All right, Tolos, that's right now. Caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Jack Johnson at the Dos Equis Pavilion on Sunday, August 30th. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Eagles insider Ross Tucker will join us at 8 o'clock this morning on DFW Sports Station. We'll go below the belt at 8:40. We'll finish up this Mavs scandalous story from Tim McMahon, Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com, and another Jack Johnson ticket giveaway if you're not winning it right now in the 9 o'clock hour.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news.
So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
I now understand why R.J. Choppy, as a Roanoke resident, believes that the Arkansas Razorbacks are a local football team.
The pig people.
We'll talk about that here in a second in Neighborhood Watch. First, I gotta get a ruling from you guys on something. So I had an opportunity to spike the football with Kristen, and I didn't do it. I'm asking, should I have? Because there are times where you say I should. Like when she's like dug in on, we talked about it on the air. When she dug in on the makeup thing she found in my car,
yeah,
where you're like, you need to spike the football.
Yep.
This one not so. A few years back, Kristen joined the PTA, and when she joined the PTA, I was like, you are going to hate that. And she's like, no, I'm not. I get to help out. I get to do all these things. I get to be part of a team.
So what is the PTA today? What are they supposed to do? And why would you think she would hate it?
Okay, so they put on a bunch of different fundraisers, and they help with supplies and different things like that. I guess I don't know totally. I know they're put on a bunch of stuff that they're always doing. Is what I'm aware of. So the thing is that I know that as soon as you have that hierarchy and that structure of the way it works, and people are going to have their own ideas, and it's like, to me, I told her, I said,
Kristen's good with direction.
Yeah.
unless she thinks the direction is wrong. And so if any depiction you've seen of the PTA in movies and TVs is the same, which is catty, a little backstabby and gossipy. And I told her, I was like, they're depicted that way in movies and TV for a reason. She's like, no. Well, she got on the PTA and she felt that way. And she quit a couple of years ago. Well, now we've moved into middle school with Addison. So she's like, she told me last year, she was like, I'm going to join the PTA again. I was like, that's a bad idea. It'll be the same thing. And she was like, no, I think this one will be better. I think because this is, and she goes through all the reasons. And I said, okay, here's what's going to happen. If there's trouble, you don't get to complain about it. And when it fails and you want to leave, I am not going to be sympathetic. I am going to just remind you of this conversation today. Just, I want to put that on the table right now, that you're accepting of those terms. And she goes, fine. I said, okay. So I'm in Vegas on Monday, and I'm in the press box, and she's texting me that it's all going to hell. And she said, I quit the PTA. she in a group message rage quit. In a PTA group message. So the leader of the PTA right now is apparently not holding up their end of the bargain. And it's been frustrating her for quite a long time. So there was something, again, another one of these. Apparently she's very much like, I told you guys we were going to be doing this. It's like, no, you didn't. And this is you because you had forgotten it. Now you're trying to place it on other people and shift it. So something like that happened again in this group message about something on a calendar. And so Kristen wrote back this. And I had never, when she sent me this screenshot, I had never been more physically attracted to her in my life than this moment. She goes, no one has all caps ever told me that I was in charge of that, talking about the calendar. She goes, I have not, all caps, once received any type of communication from you asking me for any help with this, the calendar, or coordinating meetings. Don't you dare throw this on me. You are the one who does everything, all caps, last minute and does not communicate in a timely manner. This is not how a PTA is supposed to run. I officially resign.
She wrote that? I officially resign?
Yeah. And then she left the group message, and she got a bunch of side texts after that of like, hey, let's just have a meeting about this. She's like, I'm not having any more meetings about this. And so she was pretty upset. But I did
Was she Caroline Levitt's, like, forming that type of statement?
I did. I know. I asked her, I was like, did you talk to somebody before you, wrote it? She's like, why? You don't think I could write that on my... I was like, I'm just asking why you didn't talk to me about how you should respond. And she's like, no, I wrote it myself. I was like, all right, that's fine. Just usually when you get angry like that, it's going to be a lot more... And she was like, Rachel, I know. But what I didn't do was I didn't take the opportunity in that moment. I was thinking about it when I called her, and I was sitting there, I was going, I did tell her when this happened that I was going to go, hey, remember our talk where I told you I wasn't going to be sympathetic about it? But, I mean, I did agree with her how everything had played out and the way that I'd seen it. But should I have taken the opportunity after I told her, look, this is the second time you're getting into this. I know exactly how this is going to end.
No, because it doesn't affect you that much. If it was something that affected you and you needed to brag, then in order to send a message, fine. But it doesn't really affect you that much. So you use this down the road for the next time. The next time she brings up something like this and be like, this is twice now, I'm on a streak. I'm on a run. You don't need to spike it right now because this did not bring drama or problems into your life. But my wife is starting to do some of this stuff. Signing up for the school committee and I'm going to volunteer. And I keep being like, I don't know. They're going to take advantage. You're going to want to go 12 out of 10 with detail and ideas and resources and going to buy the crafts and going to get the food and this and that. I don't want you to get taken advantage of. And she's like, I don't know why you don't want me to be involved. Da, da, da. I'm like, that's not it. I want you to be involved. I don't want you to get taken advantage of, and make sure that they, appreciate all the stuff that you're doing. So I'm starting to get a little worried over her committees that she's joining.
It takes a lot. It's a lot. Like the amount of people that are on like the booster club for baseball for the high school. Like the amount, like we go to these. They have these booster meetings, and I got to go to them. But there's 30, 40 people there, and they're giving up, especially the ones that lead it, so much time and money.
And imagine trying to make decisions in that amount of people.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
I also, on my trip to Vegas, I was reminded of something that I needed to put in Neighborhood Watch as I got on the plane. and I got some trash talk from one Scott Agolnick, Cowboys PR man, as I'm wearing my Marcus High School hat. He walked up there and he said, "How's it going, loser?" And I was like, "Loser? What did I do?" And he goes, "Well, I'm just saying, you guys did not finish as high as Flower Mound High School," which is the school that he is connected to. So Flower Mound High School won the UIL Bands of America Super Regional as co-champs with Hebron, and they went on to the Bands of America Grand National Championships last week in Indianapolis, and they took second. Marcus took 7th, so we were 5 spots behind them. But that's very big. Flower Mound High School ended up finishing second in the entire country in the Bands of America Grand National Championships. So shout out to the Jaguars. And then we got to talk about
I had the Marcus hat on yesterday, and Lauren hit me up. She's like, "Is that a Marcus High School hat?" She's like, "Nice." That's
Dude, people recognize it. When people see it, they love it. It is a good logo. Come on, it is a good one.
Yeah. It's like Maryland, Michigan, Miami of Ohio.
Choppy has mentioned that he thinks that the Arkansas Razorbacks are a local team. And now we know why. This story from WFAA. Feral hogs in North Texas City prompt increased patrols, officials say. In Roanoke, Texas, it says another North Texas city says it's increased patrols because of feral hog activity and is working on trapping efforts. The city of Roanoke says the police department and city staff have increased nighttime patrols and are engaging with state agencies and private wildlife contractors to help with trapping efforts. The city said one of the contractors is preparing to begin the trapping process, including surveying, baiting, and controlled trapping as early as next week. So Roanoke is apparently being overrun by hogs right now, which I didn't know was a problem at all.
Oh, yeah. Where we live, it's like surrounding our neighborhood and the neighborhood next to us is like just Army Corps property. It's just like they'll never be built on wilderness. And in there is bobcats and hogs and coyotes. And we are hearing, and I know we don't have like wolves, but we are hearing wolf howls. It's got to be a loon. It has to be the loon. I don't think we have just wolves in North Texas like that.
The bar, the loon?
Yes, probably. But yeah, they're bad. They're very bad. Like they'll get into the neighborhood, tear things up. We got guys in the neighborhood wanting to set up shop behind their house if their house overlooks the bluff kind of area with weapons to take these things out. But they're trapping them. They're trying to trap these things. These feral hogs, because they're a threat.
Yeah,
they're a threat to people. They're a threat to your animals. I mean, they're a threat.
So I've seen coyotes around a neighborhood. I'm sure you've seen them. Like those sort of things. All right, I get it. All sorts of animals. If I saw a hog in my neighborhood just like running around like a feral hog, I'd be like, I have to move. I have to go somewhere else because I can't live where there's just feral hogs that just like, oh yeah, they just run around the neighborhood. Your kid is gonna get knocked over by a little Arkansas Razorback just playing in the backyard. Watch out for the feral hogs running all over the place. That's insane to me, and I would never.
We're having a hog hunting party. Come on over.
You gonna cook it? You gonna cook some hog too?
That seems like something.
I was gonna say that seems like something your neighborhood would do. Like, we took down the hog and now we're all gonna eat it in the street together.
That's a great community event.
we bought a pig, little Jackie.
Is it dead?
Potbelly.
Little Jackie Papers?
No, it's we stored it at a farm in Rome.
Stored it.
Bought it for $10.
What are you, Mike Leach?
Bought it for $10. We all chipped in.
Yeah. What happens when you guys catch the hogs? Is your neighbor going to put it in his freezer, or how are you going to?
He will.
I've never had true like whole hog with that big cookout though. Like I've never people take the strips off and pick at it, take it off here and there. I've never had it to realize if the hype is worth it.
They did that at that tailgate I went to at Tennessee. They had a hog
rotating
on the rotating thing.
And how good was it?
It wasn't ready when I was there. It wasn't ready.
Yeah, I got to know if it's really worth the hype.
Man, I don't think I could do it.
Eat it?
Mm-mm.
Because looking at it?
Yeah. I don't think
you need someone to bring you the plate of pulled
bring me a
pork.
plate and I just don't see it or something.
My buddy played a prank on me and shipped me.
I remember.
It was awful.
It was terrifying. It looked like incredibly creepy.
I couldn't. It was so creepy putting it on, slamming it into the grill, and I had to take foil and put it over its face. It got kids. This is a kid warning. Although I guess it's Texas, you're raised on this. When it got tender enough, my wife will remember this as all-time moment. I'm picking up the pig and I'm trying to mess with it, and she hears me shriek. I'm like, ah! because it got so tender, like the neck, the weight of the neck fell off.
Oh, my God.
So the head fell off because the tenderness, and I freaked out and went crazy. Neighborhood Watch, always send Bobby your stories every Thursday, commercial free in the Expressway. Another Jack Johnson ticket giveaway in the 9 o'clock hour. Coming up next, one of the most electrifying guests that we have. Unfortunately, he's an Eagles insider. He joins us to talk smack. The great Ross Tucker. After this on 105.3 The Fan. But speaking of hog, I ordered suckling pig quarters.
Network, an Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Oh, man, if these hallways could talk, they can, because I'm going to talk about it right now. Good morning, Metroplex. It's the 8 o'clock hour here on Sean and RJ. We got Cowboys insider Bobby Roberto Belt, our great buddy, and Eagles insider Ross Tucker is about to hop on the Zoom, the fan cam, the Twitch, and the YouTube to preview Filthy on Sunday and all the drama that they have going on. But oh man, these hallways. That was a very, very interesting and explosive 5 minutes out here in the new studios. So I walk into the hallway, and we used to have a side production studio to record commercials, isolated and soundproof. Well, that area is now in like the general pop.
Gen Pop, baby.
It's Gen Pop with a bunch of microphones in the middle of News Radio 1080 KRLD, our sister station. And I had already told the boss, I'm not recording commercials out there. Sometimes you want to embarrass radio. The radio version of bloopers is, at least for me, recording commercials. I need to be by myself because it could take me 7 or 8 times to get one right. Sometimes, bam, you nail it, one little edit. But, I mean, sometimes it's taking me 15, 16 times. It's embarrassing.
It is.
And I can't do it in front of other people. It's
stage fright.
It's stage fright.
It's like bladder shyness.
Yeah, I have bladder shyness. I can't. We go to a sporting event. I'm a stall guy. I got to go in the stall.
Really?
Have to. I don't like people waiting on me. It's like I don't know. I don't know what's coming, man.
So we've already closed our studio door. We used to keep the studio door open for the draft in the old building for the AC, and here we have people working in the hallway. And we're way too loud, ask the Dallas Cowboys, and we don't want to disrupt their work. So I'm like, keep the door closed. We don't want to mess with them. Well, the absolute worst person, as you know, if you've listened to this show, to record his commercial in the hallway in front of people is Ralph James Choppy. And I just went out there and recorded the video that I'm going to post on X 1053SS, and watching everyone's faces in the newsroom as RJ, QC Kinetics, and if you want this and feel like me, oh God, baby, that's the way to do it. And Dan Brunoff and the news team and this woman, I know this woman to the right.
Oh, she hates me.
I know she hates your guts.
Yeah, I had no idea.
Yeah, she has to hate. But so that was one thing taking place. Yeah. I'm recording video of RJ. Then our phones temporarily went down. So I'm getting ready to go to Chicoline and yell and scream and share mutual hatred over that. I didn't have to, because I was walking to get a coffee refill, and Jake Springer,
JT,
from our sister station, he's storming down the hall. I haven't seen. I mean, I don't know how this looks because we're on different floors for 15 years. Jake is mother effing things up and down. You think that? And I'm like, phone lines. He's like, yeah, and I was like, I don't even have to say anything.
Wow.
JT's running around here going, oh, phone lines are back up, I believe. So then you had that, and then Bobby is like sprinting in here with a bag of chips and his usual soda breakfast.
Grab a grape soda, bag of chips. Yeah, no, it was. The elevator just stopped on like every floor on the way up here. I was like, oh dear God, please just go straight to the top. I need some like pass, like whatever the skip
code
is.
Yeah,
whatever the code is to skip that. That's what I need. But see, I will say, this is why I liked the idea of putting us all on one floor. I like being able to have. The Chicoline and the JT and I got plenty of friends. I go to Frisco every day and watch the Dallas Cowboys. But no, when you watch, I like that's what I like. I like the running around and seeing JT melt down and having Chicoline come in here and go like, dude, this suck. Like I love all of it. It's great.
Yeah,
that's a dead-on impression, and you know it, Choppy.
That's you're not wrong.
Ross Tucker set to join us momentarily on the FanCam, Twitch, and YouTube to preview the Eagles. The story came out from one of their insiders that inside the building, they're not happy with Jalen Hurts, that Jalen Hurts wants to play his own game. What does that actually mean? We have the great Ross Tucker joining us now on the D&M Leasing Hotline here on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, brother. How are you?
I am doing fantastic. Must be Eagles week if you guys actually want me to come on this week. What's up?
Ross,
I'll start.
If I have to explain to people who love you how difficult it is to book you, you would not want that. It is
okay.
It is very.
I don't know why that is. By the way, we've talked about it before, but anyway, I don't make those decisions.
I'm hearing about invoices and this behind the scenes. I was like, I'll just text them. I said this Monday. I said, I'll just text them, and they're like, well, you can't really do that. We have to go through a process. I said, okay, all right. Either way, we're happy to have him on no matter what.
I'm always happy to have him on as a fellow Mike McCarthy hater, and so
hater.
Oh yeah,
really?
Ross was a Mike McCarthy hater, and I think we bonded over that.
Listen. I'm not a Mike McCarthy hater. What I thought was silly is when you guys wanted to put all the blame on Kellen Moore.
Yeah.
And, your radio station decided to run Kellen Moore out of town, probably because the Jones family told you to run Kellen Moore out of town. Which, by the way, was kind of laughable. What had happened with Kellen Moore last year? I can't remember. What did his team do?
Won a Super Bowl.
His head coach and quarterback dragged him to a Super Bowl.
Man, you are such a hater. I'm with you, Ross. I loved Kellen Moore. I thought Kellen Moore should have gotten a job here.
Well, Kellen Moore's quarterback was Jalen Hurts, and now there's a story coming from Philadelphia with the weekly drama with your squad, Ross, that they're not happy with Jalen Hurts, and Jalen wants to run the offense his way. Where do we stand with the drama this week?
It really is funny. I love that you call them my team. Just for the record here, okay? I am the greatest left guard in Dallas Cowboys history for the last 7 games of the 2002 season. Okay. So I think people lose sight of that, number one. Number two, I do Eagles preseason games, and I do some work for the team during the week, like their NBC show and social media or whatever. But they're not my Eagles. I will say it's funny because I've talked with WIP a number of times over the years, and they've had interest in, me doing more stuff. I am so glad that I don't have to talk for 4 hours about whatever the drama is going on with the Eagles every week. They might be the best team in the NFL.
Yeah.
They won the Super Bowl last year. They're 8-2, and yet every week the focus is on what A.J. Brown tweeted or said on Twitch or did this, or now there's a report that there's frustrations with Jalen Hurts. I guess I don't really know what that means. I would like if they were a little bit more specific. I mean, I can tell you as a former offensive lineman, I get frustrated at times by some of the sacks that he takes. But, you have to take the good with the bad. I think he figured out, you know what? We have the best players. We have the best team. So maybe if I just don't turn it over, we'll still win. And guess what? He's right that they have the fewest turnovers in the league. He never throws picks. And because of that, they win almost every game, always.
Ross, the addition of Quinnen Williams. What did you think of the move? There's a lot of people saying don't give up lower, cheap draft capital. You're not, one player away. He's not 23, 24 years old. What did you think about the move, and what do you think about their prospects the rest of the year?
Well, that's a very interesting one. I think Quinnen Williams is a really good player. I guess where I'll start is it doesn't seem like there was that much of a difference in what they gave up for Quinnen Williams and what they got for Micah Parsons. And that would be my number one problem. Dude, seriously? I mean, Quinnen Williams is a good player. He's not Micah. And so to get 2 first-round picks in Kenny Clark, and then you give up a first and a second and Mozzie Smith. Now, the Kenny Clark, Mozzie Smith thing's a pretty big difference, seeing how they played. But still, I didn't love that part of it. I also thought it was strange timing to do it now in a year where it doesn't feel like the Cowboys are really going anywhere. The flip side is, man, they were a lot better on defense. Now, I know it was the Raiders, but they were a lot better on defense with him out there. And I kind of respect that the Cowboys know they have a really good offense and they don't want to give up on the season. And Quinnen Williams gives them a chance to make a run at this thing. It's not over yet, and they can still get in the playoffs. If they get in the playoffs, anything can happen. I think the other issue is after 26, at the latest, he's going to want a new contract. So we've seen how that goes with the Cowboys sometimes. So, where you would have had Micah under contract for like 5 years, whereas Quinnen's going to want 1 and 2.
He is Odyssey NFL Inside of the Great Ross Tucker, brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Ross, I have a man crush, big time, and his name is George Pickens. I also like to call him the number 1 wide receiver. What would you do? You're Jerry Jones, put your Jerry hat on. What would you do? Would you give him the extension? Would you tag? How would you play this? Because you don't want to be the Bengals.
Wow. It's a great question. He is maybe the most hilarious player in the NFL. I mean, he is so talented, so gifted, and yet so, I don't know, what's the right word? Mercurial? You know? I mean,
sounds like a Princeton
word.
That's a Princeton word right there.
The Steelers moving on from him says a lot about a lot. Rather than pay him peanuts this year, they paid DK Metcalf a boatload. So, there's only 2 options there. One would be you tag him, which I think is possible. The other one is you could give him a nice deal, but one that you can get out of after a year or 2, and one that is pretty ironclad in terms of voiding guarantees if he gets suspended. Because it just feels like he's a guy that you want to date and not marry.
Yeah.
It feels like if you marry him, you're signing up for a divorce. So you want to date him, whether you franchise him for a year or you do sort of a I don't know, if you do the contract I'm talking about, you do a heck of a prenup. Let's put it that way. If you're going to marry him, make sure the prenup is really buttoned up.
How vulnerable is the Eagles' offensive line?
Well, they're worse at every position right now than they were last year. For whatever reason, Mailata is not playing as well as he did last year when he was amazing. Landon Dickerson, I think, is just beat up. I mean, he's had 2 more surgeries since last year. He does not look to me like he's moving the same. You can see it on the tush push and in the run game. He's getting stoned at times where that never happened to him. He was a mover of men. Juergens is hurt again. That's his 3rd time. I don't think he'll play Sunday. I think it'll be Toth. Steen has actually been okay, but he's not a great player. He's just okay. And now they lost Lane Johnson, and they have a journeyman in Fred Johnson. So when people talk about the issues the Eagles have on offense, I would probably start there. I would start with their offensive line is pretty much worse across the board. You combine that with A.J. Brown, doesn't look quite as explosive to me. And some of the things they do schematically, I don't totally understand, but those are the big ones that jump out to me.
Ross Tucker joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Ross, when you look at Dallas's offense, which has been operating pretty strong for most of the season, they had a couple hiccups there with Denver and Arizona. But when you look at the way that they've played, if you're Philadelphia, how are you saying, all right, I'm going to try and take from some of the stuff we've seen from Denver and Arizona and apply it here? What do you think is the mode of attack to try to slow them down?
Well, this is going to be an amazing game because the Eagles' defense right now might be the best in the NFL. Certainly the last – I mean, guys, back-to-back primetime games. They held the Packers and the Lions to less than 10 points, less than double digits. The Eagles' defense right now is playing like they did during the Super Bowl run. But the Cowboys – I kind of love the Cowboys offense. I mean, first of all, your guards are bullies, and I have a healthy appreciation for that. Tyler Smith and Tyler Booker, they're out there trying to steal souls, which is the way you should play that position, especially if you play for the Dallas Cowboys. And then, we know what they have at receiver. What's fascinating, okay, is that the Eagles might have like the best corner in the league. Quinyon Mitchell has been amazing.
Yeah.
And he typically lines up against the single receiver side, against like the boundary X, against Pickens. So does Vic Fangio have enough confidence in Quinyon Mitchell to just put him one-on-one on Pickens all game? I mean, Quinyon Mitchell's good, but it's not easy for anybody to cover a guy like Pickens man-to-man like that. But it's probably the smart move because on the other side, Adoree Jackson has kind of been the weak link for the Eagles defense. Been a little bit better these last couple of games, but that's the guy you want to target, is you want to try to pick on Adoree Jackson. And so if Quinyon's on Pickens, that means a lot of times CeeDee Lamb will be against Adoree Jackson, and that is a matchup that the Cowboys should just go to as often as they can.
Great stuff as always, brother. We love catching up with you. Thank you for the preview and continue killing it on Westwood One as well.
Hey, it is my pleasure. It is awesome talking with you guys. Unfortunately, I won't be able to watch the Cowboys-Eagles live because I've got Shador's first start against the Raiders for CBS.
Oh, heck yeah.
Make sure you flip over and check out your boy from time to time during the commercials or something.
Absolutely. Have a great call, man. Take care. The great
All right, see you guys.
Ross Tucker Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide with our Odyssey NFL Insider. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. Did the Mavs get cheated like the Stars? And Nico versus Cuban. And why is Mark Cuban already back involved this much? Next.
After we get you over to Rough Green.
That is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Lobs it up top to Lively. Lively to Williams. Williams on the drive, goes underneath left. He puts it up. They wave it off. They wave it off. An offensive foul called on Williams. What a call here at the end. Williams had a clear path going in using his speed. And because there are no timeouts, they can't challenge.
Our buddy Mike Breen, he just doesn't know it, with the call, ABC, ESPN. I was like, no Cooper Flagg, no reason to watch. But then you see Jalen Brunson coming back, and you get a tight one at the AAC, but the Mavs lose to the New York Knicks, 113-111 to drop to 4-12. Who got cheated more, the Mavs or the Stars, in consecutive nights at the very end?
The Stars.
The Stars, 100%.
The Stars.
And I don't even know if the Stars got cheated because I don't totally understand the rules, but I know that the Mavericks did not get cheated.
Yeah, I mean, he objectively wrapped his arm around.
Well, Richard Jefferson said there was a bump first, Bobby.
There was. So that obviously happened. The Stars one, though, you can, I think you can reasonably see that there was contact that forced Robertson to go into the goalie. Now, whether or not you want to say that he was already going to go into the goalie or not, or that the contact came from the side and it didn't really push him in, it just kind of allowed the momentum to continue, fine, whatever. I still think the Stars got cheated.
Money Puck doesn't give me the answer to that, so I don't know.
Weigh in on the fan text. Mavs or Stars at 877-881-1053. I would say the Stars got more cheated as well. Speaking of the Stars, no additional discipline for Mikko on that hit. So I texted some hockey people who up in it was not Rima. I don't know if I trust him to be completely objective, being our Stars insider. And I texted a couple other guys the hit, and I said, "Is this dirty?" And they both wrote back almost immediately and said, "Absolutely, it was over the line and dirty with Mikko."
Yeah, I mean, look, it's the guys.
No additional punishment from the league, though.
Right. No, it was a push from behind, and now
what Patrick Waugh says is if you see numbers, that's off limits. That's just the code. You see the back of the jersey.
I mean, I don't know how he would know. He wasn't even a hockey player. He was a goalie.
Well, he saw.
He doesn't even know how to pronounce his name.
I know. Roy.
Patrick Roy.
All he saw was the back of jersey.
It's like, it's like a pitcher. Yeah, don't tell me about hitting.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no, it's It was probably.
But everyone did say, look, this guy's played in the league for 10 years. We know this is not him, but that was an over-the-line play. But the league is not going to crack down more. So
not over the line when my guy does it.
yeah.
That's right.
All right.
That's right.
877-881-1053 right here on DFW Sports Station. Below the belt coming up at 8:40. We're going to have our final Jack Johnson ticket giveaway, and then Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com at 9:20. I want to pick up with the Tim McMahon incredible piece. Did he preview this and talk about this when he joined you guys when I was out?
Mm-mm. I mean, he would talk about certain things of moving ahead, what questions there were, but he didn't say that he had anything like this coming.
As Nico Harrison's ESPN.com, Tim McMahon, as Nico's power rose, Mark Cuban privately claimed that the league office required the parties to remove a clause in the purchase agreement that ensured him the right to be invited and attend all basketball operations meetings. That clause, however, made no mention of Cuban having any authority over basketball operations. In Cuban's mind, he would have maintained control essentially because he would have been the smartest, most experienced man in the room. And then a source said, that's the most obvious instance of having my cake and eating it too. How long have you known Mark Cuban? Did that seem out of character? Close quote. As far as Cuban was concerned, Harrison was not qualified to be the primary decision maker for the team's basketball operations, despite hiring him in 2021 to be the GM after Donnie's exit. Even so, Cuban privately insisted that he never intended to give Nico autonomy and hired him with the hopes that his relationships with players and agents would help the Mavs reverse their long-running trend of finishing as runners-up in free agency. So he basically was viewing Nico Harrison as the executive version of Chandler Parsons. You come in here, you do the recruiting. I'm still going to sign and decide on the players and trades.
Throughout this whole time, I've kind of given none of the slack to Cuban for anything that happened, because people were like, well, you got to know who you're selling to. It's like, I don't think you're thinking to yourself, are you going to trade Luka when you sell the team? You're not thinking to ask that, because it was so insane, nobody thought it was possible. The more I read this, though, the more I did start putting some blame on him, because he knowingly hires Nico Harrison going like, I've heard this dude is kind of shady, and is like basically
referred to himself as the silent assassin at Nike.
I like at that point, it's like, okay, that right there should have been a red flag. And by the time he sold, he clearly knew, by the way, this is laid out, that they had friction and there was going to be a battle of who's he going to listen to.
But my follow-up to that is, in the years that Nico worked with Cuban, did Cuban get zero set? Because I'm with you, and Choppy and I have said this.
Cuban should have fired Nico before selling the team.
No, but my question is, did Cuban not have any negative Luka conversations with Nico? Did he have zero idea how Harrison was feeling about Luka? Because then I could maybe blame a little bit more on Mark. You'd think in working together,
he would know that he would have known. Yeah.
Or maybe...
Did it get worse after he sold?
Right.
Because they talked about that, like in the article they talk about that basically Nico really pitched to Dumont on the Luka trade after the Celtics series, which is clearly after the sale had already happened. But I'm trying to remember, like, did we really, in the time since, because that was December of 23 when he sold, in that year and a half, did Luka get discernibly more criticism than he had before?
Well, he was
that?
hurt more, though.
So I wonder if Nico may have become more resentful to Luka in that year and a half.
What were you going to say, Choppy?
I don't remember.
Okay.
To be honest with you.
Yeah, I knew that was coming, so I'm ready. Cuban hired, and I think this is my crazy 1% prediction down the road, that Dennis Lindsey could be the person that one day brings Luka back. Cuban hired Utah Jazz GM Dennis Lindsey as a senior advisor in summer 2023. A move suggested by Luka's agent, Bill Duffy, and business manager, to help mask Nico's perceived shortcomings as an inexperienced NBA executive. Nico blamed Cuban for what he believed were the Mavs' biggest personnel mistakes during his tenure, which came in the summer of 2022, allowing Jalen Brunson to get away and trading for Christian Wood, a player Jason Kidd did not want to coach and resented having on the roster. Several members of the coaching staff and front office also faulted Cuban for those moves. So Brunson and Wood, according to Nico and others, on Mark.
Yeah, now, the mistake with Brunson was not doing it, obviously, earlier when you could have had him for, what was it? Was it 5.55 or something like that?
Or 4 for 56 or something.
Like that, right?
Yeah.
But once it got past that, I mean, I can't. When we, after the Utah series, and they went to the West, like, none of us said,
nope,
you got to sign him for whatever cost possible.
I did not.
None of us said that.
I did not. Even though, as you referenced last night, he popped in that game.
He popped in that game, that Utah series, when Luka was hurt, right? He pops. Saved the series.
Yeah.
Saved the series. They don't win that series without him.
Yep.
Like, to me, that's not the biggest whiff of Mark. The biggest whiff of Mark's career is Steve Nash. That's the biggest whiff. And then if you want to say that, keeping Donnie from drafting Giannis, if that whole story was true, that's another one. That to me is worse than the Brunson one, because none of us, we would have signed up for the whatever the number was, 456, 5, but none of us were going to sign up for the big deal he got.
Nico was adamant in talks with Patrick Dumont that the basketball operations department would function better without Cuban's constant interference.
Better.
This is Nico. Nico is trying to cut Mark out of the lines of communication. He wanted the direct line to Dumont without Cuban's input or opinion. Dumont believed he had proof of concept. And I told you, going to the finals was the worst thing that happened.
To Mark, for sure.
What's that?
For Luka.
For Luka.
Mark and for Luka.
Screw Mark.
Well, in terms of like getting run out, like you having the power to get run out.
Yeah, because DeMont's like, Nico's all-knowing. He got Gafford and P.J. Washington, even though, as Bobby brings up all the time, and Tim McMahon does too, he tried to get Kyle Kuzma first. He offered 2 first-round picks for Kyle Kuzma. That probably would have ended this entire thing.
That's what he offered?
Oh, you didn't know what the offer was?
No, hell, 2 first-round picks for Kuzma.
They would have given up more for
God,
Kyle
he's an idiot. He's a lucky idiot.
It was a pair. It's a pair of first-round picks for Kyle Kuzma, who is a loser.
He thought Kuzma was worth more than Luka.
Well, he got Anthony Davis.
He still played 14 games.
Dallas was 28-23 and 8th in the West, just 2 games out of 5th. When Nico's new additions joined the team, Mavs had the league's best record, 16-4, top-ranked defense in the final 20 games of the regular season, made their run as the 5 seed in the West. That was all the ammunition Nico needed to convince Dumont of his prowess as a personnel decision maker. A Mavs official told Tim, Nico did a hell of a sales job. He took credit for everything that was done. When Patrick asked questions, asked how we got Kyrie, how the draft happened, Harrison said he was the guy. We got on a roll and went to the finals. Fool's gold. And Choppy, I think your point about Patrick Dumont is a very good one.
Look, I'm a little worried when the person in charge, like who takes over the company or whatever it is, when it's not the person who earned all the cash, who did everything. The Genie Busses, the Hal Steinbrenners, the Jones kids at some point. Like the entrepreneur is the cunning, shrewd.
Now the Jones boys and all the Jones kids have been working in this
for sure
forever.
They have. But for Patrick to just sit there and take Nico's word on everything, that Luka was in bad investment, that the guy who had previously run one of the NBA's most successful franchises for a quarter century, because the Mavs were winning. I mean, they had a 10-year stretch that won 50 games like every year.
Yeah.
That he was the problem with its current success. That keeping a trade secret under the dark of night cover was the only way. For him to do that is so baffling and so naive, and there's zero chance that, like, the person who built something from scratch is just going to take somebody else's word for it on their empire. Like, there's zero chance. And, like, look, he got rid of him, and that's the right thing to do. But I think he also needs to know, and I think Jerry knows this. Jerry is the air quote GM of the Cowboys, but he's not. He's Dak Prescott's GM. He's CeeDee Lamb's GM. If they have a problem, they go to him. Everybody else goes to Will or whoever, right? That's Tony Romo's GM was Jerry Jones.
Yeah.
Our boy Corey Proctor's GM was not Jerry Jones. Like that, you know what I mean? There's a difference.
Yep.
And Patrick Dumont,
he needed to be the GM.
He needed to be Luka's GM here.
Well said.
Not let somebody else deal with it.
Why Dak Prescott is dropping the cliches after Monday night's win. That's next in Below the Belt on 105.3 The Fan.
After we get you over to...
Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get a Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Oh, is Dak Prescott done with cliches and all about shooting straight the rest of this season? Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by D&M Leasing and Window Nation. So I'm going to read some quotes for you guys. These are from each of the last 3 seasons. 2022, Dak Prescott said this: The stats and all that, the way we finished was great. It's what we wanted to do, build momentum, get in a rhythm, but none of that matters anymore. You get into this tournament, and it's one game at a time. It's must win, so that's the focus. 2023, he says, it starts with myself, being accountable for what you put out there, what you did. From that, it's about understanding that's not who we are, and then moving on and knowing what we've got ahead of us, one play at a time, one game at a time. 2024, we have to take it one game at a time and play each game as if our season is on the line. So this is a common trope we hear in sports in general, but Dak has used it too a lot of times. And Dak is going to be a very protected, safe quote because I'm not letting you in here to know about any of our thinking or anything else because you don't need to know that. So that's
the word trope always throws me off. I always thought it was used in one way, but you just use it in another.
I mean, I could be wrong. It's supposed to be like a figurative metaphor, basically.
Sure. So go with that.
When you, that's what I'm just telling you what my understanding of it is.
And yours is probably right.
So when we go now to Mike Silver over at The Athletic, who talked to Dak after the game, and Sean looks like he's already ready to go on a rant about how this is not anything. But I can't wait.
It's not about your topic. It's like this Mike Silver love and fawning that everyone has over him.
People love him. I think they like his style. He still walks up. He walks up sleeves rolled up. He's got a pad and a pen, and he's writing down what you're saying when he's talking.
Like Mickey.
Yeah, like Mickey. Mickey still does that.
Mickey does shorthand.
So
no pun intended.
I don't know. I did not hear this directly from Silver, but I heard it from another reporter who said that the reason Silver does that is it's a natural, he thinks about things at a different, he thinks it's a natural relaxer to players, that you're not putting a recorder in my face. So he goes up there with a pen and paper look, I'm just writing down what you're saying. You can see me writing down the things that you're saying. If you need to know, how did you represent what I said? I can turn it around and it just subconsciously makes players feel more comfortable that they're talking in that way.
Interesting.
And he's still recording, though, at the same time.
No, he does not. He does not.
Not even underneath.
Because the writing is less accurate than the recording. The recording, that's what I said, but I can see how holding the recorder versus having the pen and paper.
Yeah, I would think you'd have the phone in your hand and over top.
Nope, he writes it all down, and he'll get. That's why a lot of times you see him representing thoughts, but he doesn't necessarily have a direct quote about it. He will put direct quotes in there, but a lot of times he's representing thoughts. After the game, they thought this. So that's kind of the way that he approaches it. But Dak Prescott loves one game at a time, like a lot of quarterbacks love, and a lot of coaches love, and they love using that quote. He got a little more candid with Mike Silver after the game on Monday. So they were talking. It was an article that Mike Silver was writing about how the Cowboys responded to the Marshawn Kneeland tragedy. And within it, Dak started talking about this being potentially a launching board for them to go on a run the rest of the way. And this is what Dak said. He said, we've got a hell of a road ahead of us, and I think that's the best part of it. We ain't got no bull S ahead where we can lose focus. Hell no. We can't lose focus, not for a second, not for a day, not for a moment of the training. S, we want to make the playoffs. We've got to go beat some playoff teams, and it's not one game at a time. We don't have that luxury. We've got to think about the whole thing. We have to go on a run, and we're doing it together. I've never heard him go these silly cliches that people throw out, screw that. We got to look at it this way. But it's refreshing. I'm glad they are thinking about it. If you want to do something the rest of the way, you can't afford to think of it well, it's just one game. No, because that one game is going to change everything potentially for your outlook the rest of the way.
Yeah, you are right. I did read this a couple days ago and think it was a big nothing, but you've done well with the segment, so it's your segment, so you do what you want in it.
No, but I want to hear why you did, in general. I think
it's all right. It's eye-rolly. Of course they have no room for error, and they have to go on a run, blah, blah, blah. We know this. I'll listen to it. Go on a run first.
Yeah,
beat a damn team over 500. Beat an actual contender. Make a statement. Don't just do your little cowboy thing of beating up on a scrub or, even if you beat the Eagles, then you get blown up by Kansas City and Detroit. Yeah, we know you have to go on. I'm not saying this personally towards Dak. I like that. I think he's been much more must listen with the quotes and the audio as well. But
sure, here's
generic.
Here's basically what I'm getting at, and what I'm curious for your thoughts on. So we clearly see 3 separate instances in 3 consecutive years of similar situations where the way Dak talks about it is he's literally going to the same scripted line of one game at a time, keep your head forward, yada yada yada, right? So what I'm more curious about is when you hear him talking, there's a significant amount of the season left. There's still 7 games or whatever's left. That's a long time to be looking at it. And for him to go, No, like
my hope in it is that he cracks heads behind the scenes.
That's what
more.
I'm saying. Is it like a demeanor change? Does it make you think, okay, he's running a tight ship over there right now? I think that Dak is so calculated with the way that he talks typically that if he's talking like that, he is usually, it's Jerry's line. You're talking to me, baby.
Yeah.
Even if it's in the media or somewhere else, I think Dak is talking to people there. And he's trying to say, like, this is where I remember there was once. This is longer than that. This would have been 2019. So we were standing in the locker, and Dak was talking, and Dak routinely, guys, we got to have a good week of practice. I trust my guys. Like, that's typically the thing. And this was after they had lost 3 in a row, after they'd started 3-0. And I remember he was standing up there, and he was talking to the media, and he said, I think guys got to probably up their intensity at practice. I don't think they've had enough of that. And he says that, and he gets a follow-up. And they went, you said that you guys aren't practicing hard enough. And he goes, no, I didn't. I said some guys aren't practicing hard enough. And he goes, I've been working hard. And then it was like, that's calculated. He's very much trying to say, no, don't mix it up. This is what it is. So I think when he's talking like this, that is such clearly a deviation from this. I think it says he does believe in the offense they have right now, and he doesn't want to waste what they've put together on that side of the ball. And B, I think he's looking at it and saying, people need to hear this outside of our wall so they know I'm serious. Like, everybody's got to be locked in for the next 7 weeks. It can't just be one game at a time, 1 week at a time.
Payload, the belt, on the home of the Dallas Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
All right, let's talk a little bit about how the Cowboys have tweaked the run D and what that could mean for the pass defense. So one of the things that I was looking at is, and we've talked about this a little bit already, is that once you added Quinnen Williams and when you added Logan Wilson, that is going to hopefully clean up some of your run issues, right? And so once you've cleaned up the run issues, you've still got the issue of your secondary is really, really terrible. I mean, that's just been the case so far this year. Now you're hoping Malik Hooker back, Donovan Wilson here, Bland playing better, Carson looking okay since he's entered the lineup. You're hoping those things naturally are going to kind of stabilize things. But I was more curious about the idea, because I've heard it mentioned before, and I think it's something that you've seen in just like anecdotal evidence, the idea of when you make these kind of moves, how does it change your pass defense, knowing that the run defense is that much better? And I went back and looked at it. When the Cowboys acquired Jonathan Hankins, which was, I'm trying to remember which year that was. That would have been 22, I think.
2 or 3 years ago?
Yeah, it would have been 22 or 23. But the Cowboys acquired Jonathan Hankins because they just realized our secondary is not, like our run defense is not good enough right now. We're getting torched. It's not working. And we got to have somebody in there to kind of plug things up in the middle. And when they made that shift, the run defense did improve significantly. And it wasn't necessarily even an efficiency thing. Teams just viewed it as, it's not as like a must to run the ball when Hankins is in there. So they would just naturally start shifting the way that they would pass the ball. Well, going to the passing attack after that, it completely started to change the dynamic of the Cowboys defense. So even though the Cowboys defense had struggled at times earlier in the year with some pass defense stuff, when teams started having to load up and pass more frequently, the raw numbers didn't go down. The efficiency did. Teams did start becoming less efficient. You started seeing Dallas generate a ton more turnovers. Dallas started getting more sacks. Dallas started, having fewer yards per attempt. The completion percentage dropped. And so when you look at the way that changing the landscape of the run defense and giving teams options, because right now we've talked about it.
So you're saying all those numbers did improve?
They dropped for the passing defense after you got Hankins. Well, Hankins is not a pass rusher. Hankins was brought here to stop the run.
Yeah.
And you can look at it and go, okay, is that, cause and effect really? I was talking about this last night with Nate Newton. And Nate and Ed Too Tall Jones, who Too Tall was great. But Nate and Ed were both talking at one point during the breaks, and they were like, yeah, if you can just say, let's just make them predictable. Because what had happened in the first part of the season was you could run or throw on them, and it caused confusion and different things like that. They're like, imagine if you do take away the run, and you're a team that, like, Raiders did not want to run the ball on you because it was like, well, that's not going to be as efficient as throwing it. What you ended up doing was causing the defensive line to say, okay, we're going to rush. We know that. We don't have to worry about anything here. You have the corners who were like, okay, I don't have to worry about run support. I don't have to worry about things changing here, RPO, anything like that. I know what we're doing here. It also limits the amount of things that they might have to communicate about and streamlines communication, and you didn't see as many busts. The linebackers start playing a little more comfortably. And so naturally you end up getting better pass rush because guys are just able to go forward. As Tutal said last night, he said the most terrifying thing to an offensive lineman is a defensive lineman playing on his toes. That's the thing they don't want because it's just like, all right, they have nothing to worry about. They're just charging at us. And he said that that's the thing that if you can clean up the run defense, guys start charging in the defensive line. You start forcing bad throws. You've got corners who know what to expect and are playing better in position and naturally start getting more turnovers. So in a way, you have probably improved your pass defense just by making the run defense better with Quinnen and Logan and getting Overshown back. And like we've talked about, it's an entirely new middle of the defense when you consider injuries. Quinnen, Overshown, Wilson, Donovan Wilson, Malik Hooker, those guys, none of them played like 2 weeks ago. Like, I know you had none of that. That's all brand new that you've got into place now.
I mean, look, 3 of 4 picking the Cowboys to win on Sunday, just like Nick Eatman. The only one?
Oh, God.
Dan
so predictable.
Orlovsky. Go ahead, Chop.
I could see the way the line played, defensive line. You know, I could see if this was this week, they would give some Detroit, like a team like Detroit, some problems. Immobile quarterback. You might be able to give the Chargers some problems. Although Herbert can run, but you could still, especially if you get pressure up the middle. Mahomes is going to give Mahomes problems because he doesn't have receivers.
Yeah, Mahomes is just, he hasn't been good this year.
Yeah, he's just mid. Below the belt on the home of the Cowboys. We try to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible. Thank you for being part of the show. We want to hook you up with our final Jack Johnson ticket giveaway of the morning in the 9 o'clock hour. But is this person trying to screw up the Anthony Davis trade? That's next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Do not screw up your Thanksgiving tape.
Has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Fan.
Final hour, I was going to fist pump until something else happened in the commercial break.
What did I do?
Not me.
What did you do? You turn on the heat, Grandpa.
I didn't turn the heat on.
I thought I was getting ready to go out here and blast
No.
Corey Majors. What are you doing? You're supposed to be one of us,
I didn't
and
turn
you're
the
trying to
heat on.
sweat us out of here.
I didn't turn the heat on. I turned it to 68. For some reason, the heat went on.
What have I told you? I said if you open the door and if you change the third, it will then kick on the
listen,
heat.
You know, I'm sorry.
He did tell us that.
You don't.
And the kickstand was that. Why is the door open? Kick on the heat though.
Let's just
That's not my problem.
So the
that's
auto,
not my problem.
no.
Okay, you know, if I had changed it if I hit mode and then heat, I'll take responsibility for that. I did.
I told you if you changed it,
from
though, did it?
65 to 68.
No, and when you open the door, it doesn't. It basically looks at regulating. I think it's trying to regulate the temperature as a difference when you include the outside. So it's not. It's no longer just reading what's the temperature in here.
Yeah, it was nice and chilly. Then I saw Corey around here, and I was like, I know Corey could be messing. He's the worst in technology. But then come to find out, it's you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't. 65. It's not. We're not. I don't wear hoodies indoors.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
You've worn hoodies indoors with us.
I try to. I almost
pouring
always
rain
take it
today.
off. I almost always take
thunderstorm.
It off. It's 75 degrees. Like when I'm at home.
In here it is.
When I'm at home, Sarah's always in a hoodie. I'm like, who wants to wear clothes at home? I don't want to wear a hoodie at the house.
Yeah.
I don't want to wear socks.
I'm always wearing
sweatpants.
boxers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like when I'm out, I don't want to wear. It's 65. Come on.
Man, this is the first time that you've ever done this. Have you made it hotter in the studio? You always kept the door open. You disrupt other people's work areas and spaces with your loud yelling and screaming. And then today it finally happened.
He talked about, like, yesterday he was with
I think
us
this
about
is a sign of something medically wrong
something's
as
off.
he's getting older.
He'd said, he was like, well, yesterday he was talking during a break. He was like, it does feel great in here. It is so great. And now he's like coming here and go like, nope, this is too cold. I'm turning it up.
It was chilly.
It was nice.
All right, we're going to get to Tommy Yarsh, Eagles preview, DallasCowboys.com at 9:20. Our final Jack Johnson ticket giveaway of the day. 2 more tomorrow. And we'll settle the Mensa fight between Kevin Hagelin and Bobby Belt because of this amazing article from Tim McMahon, ESPN.com. Let's finish it up on what happened with Luka, Cuban, Dumont, and Nico. Patrick Dumont would occasionally ask Nico Harrison to keep Mark Cuban in the fold regarding personnel discussions and decisions. Harrison would agree to do so before blowing it off. The contact at this point between Cuban and Dumont was minimal, given the team's success. Cuban and Harrison rarely spoke to each other. Let me just say this. There's way too much Mark Cuban in this thing. Like, go away. Take a timeout.
Is there more than 27%?
The ownership?
Yeah.
Yes, there is.
There is.
There is more than 27%. But Mark thought he was still in control, boasting about being president of basketball operations. Quote, Nico built the moat and put up the fence and said, I got this. Clearly, that was the wrong strategy. Harrison increasingly isolated himself. His direct line to Dumont, a source of power. Sources throughout the franchise believed Harrison would tell Dumont that he wanted his boss to know. He would tell him what he wanted him to know. Not necessarily everything that Dumont needed to know, especially as an NBA newcomer. And that is another thing that is a problem in this. Patrick Dumont's 1 billion %. We talk about the balance between trusting your GM, but like to have no other person. Who's the assistant GM here? Where's Michael Finley? Someone to say, hey, let me talk to you here on the side. Right? A great boss, in my opinion, pulls in people here and there just to get the lay of the land.
Well, look, I'll tell you this.
He wasn't here.
He wasn't here.
If he's not here, he's probably just getting remote interaction with Nico.
Right. That's one of the issues, that because he obviously lives in Vegas.
Oh, Dumont.
Yeah.
Yes, humongous problem.
Humongous problem. Now, I do think this, and this one thing that came out of this is that, when Nico kind of created an island around himself.
Island boy.
And, when Dumont would tell him, hey, just keep Mark looped in on some of these things. And he did. I mean, that is immediately a fireable offense.
If he doesn't do it,
right?
Like insubordination.
If you are told, hey, by your superior, keep this person looped in on things, and you don't do it.
But making the run.
I know.
Making the run made it less important.
But did he not even know? Like, does he not know he's not? Is he going like, oh yeah, I've been talking to Mark, and like, Mark doesn't have I don't know.
Mark would have no idea.
I will give Patrick Dumont credit for this one thing, or not credit. I will give Patrick Dumont a pass for this one thing. This idea of he is a first-time owner who maybe things don't operate the same way in the casino world that they do with a basketball team, and when he thought, oh, this is the way that I do it, and he got burned by the inexperience the very first time and goes, all right, never again. This is a big problem if he continues to do some of this. If he continues to be removed, if he picks Cuban or anybody else as his confidant and then doesn't check in with anybody else, that's the problem. If he learns from it and goes, I screwed up. All right, now I see how this has to run, and we're going to do things differently now. Then fine, he gets a pass.
Unfortunately, your early mistake, the damage is done.
And it sucks until July 2028, which is when Luka returns. That's going to happen.
And then it'll be 31.
And put that on the wall.
We can't.
With a magnet.
We're not allowed. Quote, the one guy in basketball ops who had a pipeline to Patrick Dumont was not giving him the straight scoop, said a team source. That's how Nico positioned himself for the Luka deal. Harrison built his case from a business perspective. Doncic would be eligible for a 5 for $345 Supermax. That deal would be an awful investment, Nico told Dumont, pointing to Doncic's conditioning concerns, poor off-court habits, and recurring calf strains, predicting his body would break down. Luka's camp and Nico had several disagreements regarding the recovery process from the calf strain that sidelined the superstar at the time, which the GM portrayed to Dumont as proof that Luka was not fully committed to the Mavericks. Nico also blamed the Mavs' 5-game elimination to the Celtics on Luka's defensive struggles. Not Kyrie shriveling up, which no one wants to hear because I love Kyrie too, but we speak truth on this show. Kyrie all of a sudden got stage fright in Boston. You blamed it on Luka's defensive struggles. He pitched Dumont on his vision of building the league's best D around Anthony Davis, who Nico had been close with since the AAU circuit.
Over at the YouTube, at the DD4477, Bobby giving a billionaire advice. Yeah, we all are right now. The billionaire doesn't know what he's doing in this sector. He didn't make $1 billion being an NBA guy. That's not what he does.
Who's that guy?
It popped off the screen. The DD4477
DD, you've never criticized Jerry Jones?
That's the
Are you a Cowboy fan? So Jerry Jones in 30 years has gotten it right?
Yeah, no. It's like they're removed from having any sort of criticism. It's clear Nico had a vendetta against Luka, and Nico found his I'll give him credit for being savvy. He figured out his path to do it, and he did it. But man, the thing he didn't anticipate is he did not anticipate he could block everybody else from Dumont. He could block all the different advisors. He could not block Dumont from that noise that the fan base made. Because of that, he screwed himself because the fan base got the access to Dumont that none of the people in the organization could get.
Tim McMahon continues as we finish up this Inside the Mavs article. Nico convinced Dumont that the trade discussions had to be contained, minimizing the risk of leaking it to the media, which could have resulted in Luka's agent using the leverage to kill the deal. Looping in Cuban would have likely led to a leak, he told Dumont. No one else knew. No one else had to know. Dumont bought it, and that was all that mattered. In Nico, we trust too much at the end of the day, said a source. That quote has come back to haunt Patrick. Nico and the team lucked into the number 1 pick. It was then that multiple sources said Cuban's push to fire Harrison accelerated after they won the Cooper Flag sweepstakes.
Fortune favors the bold.
Harrison then managed to further enrage the fan base after they drafted Flag by that quote that Peyton Russell just played. Weeks earlier, a citywide backlash forced Patrick Dumont to urge Nico to undergo media training, hoping to create a message that would ease some of the self-inflicted wounds. The lessons apparently did not land. A couple days later at the Flag presser, Nico said he hoped fans were starting to see my vision, ticking people off even more. The dynamic between Dumont and Cuban never became contentious. They had known each other for years of friendship, and Cuban wanted to go ahead and work in partnership of the new arena and setting up a new gambling paradise. His credibility with Dumont, though, quickly rose after Cuban gave Patrick Dumont warnings about this Mavs team. Cuban told Dumont, you're going to have a dreadful offense. because of lack of off-dribble creators and shooting. Nico downplayed those concerns. Mavs ranked second to last in the league in offense. You know what I'm afraid of now? That we now yo-yo to the other side of DeMont, whoever gets in his ear last, and he's like, you told me we'd suck offensively, and we do suck offensively. You make the calls.
And that's, that's the problem with, he's in charge of everything. He doesn't really know basketball. Kind of admits that he doesn't, he wants to be he wants to be a ball knower of the round table.
And he's not. He doesn't know ball right now.
There's people that fan text saying, like, Irsay's daughter,
Carly Gordon,
that she is the model for this. Like, she's trying to learn. She's involved in everything. Now there comes a...
But they've had a long-time guy there as the GM. Chris Ballard.
Yeah, been there forever. And he sucked forever until now.
A lot he's a media darling.
Yeah, media darling. But look, now, and then listen, there's a speaking of yo-yo, you could be completely hands-off or too hands-on. Like, there's a chance that she's too hands-on. If they were 2-8, people would be destroying her for being too hands-on.
All right, we'll finish up. Mark Cuban has strongly suggested replacing Nico with Dennis Lindsey, now second-ranking member of the Pistons front office. He's likely to be considered during a comprehensive search process, but for the time being, it's co-GMs. I want to get Michael Finley on the show, too. Cuban is giddy. McMahon writes, giddy to be part of the small group that Dumont is relying on to educate him about NBA business and guide him through a turbulent time. A source said about Cuban, he's walking on air right now. He's floating in his Skechers. But Cuban isn't returning to his shot caller status with the Mavs. He is an advisor. He's a consultant, not a decision maker, but he is at the table. And yesterday, Mark Cuban scared the hell out of me when he told The Athletic, oh, no, we're not trying to trade Anthony Davis. We're trying to win. Well, thankfully, Shams Charania on ESPN, he spoke the truth.
Franchise is moving away from Nico Harrison's 3 to 4 year championship window and toward trying to find sustained success and sustained growth around Cooper, Flagg, and youth. And to that end, sources have told ESPN that the Mavericks will be listening to trade calls for Anthony Davis and seeing and exploring his value. And for that, health will be the biggest key because not only for the Mavericks to evaluate Anthony Davis over a lengthy period of time, an extended period of time on the court, but for other teams that could have interest in him to see what he looks like when he's back, what this team looks like when he's back. A lot of evaluation to come around Anthony Davis.
So that's Cuban, I think, just trying to keep things calm right now and not give away too much of the trade plan because I'm going to believe McMahon and Shams. And then the final sentence from this article, nobody knows how long Mark Cuban will stay at that table or how far his influence will reach. There it is. Well done, Tim.
I do wonder their time frame in hiring a new GM. Like, will they have one in by the deadline?
No.
I would think not, but
especially if it's Dennis Lindsey.
But that's a problem because we would love if you're going to do that, right? Trade deadline would be a great time to make some moves.
Well, it's not difficult to figure this out. A dumbass could figure out that you need to blow it up.
Oh no, I agree. That's the problem.
Mark Cuban and Patrick Dumont should know you need to trade Anthony Davis.
I would hope so. I'm not putting anything past this team.
Yeah.
Especially, and I don't believe Mark saying that we're not trading AD. I think he said it as an owner would say it, like, hey, look, we still got tickets to sell.
Yeah, the biggest question is, I'm sure they know they need to trade AD. The question will just be, do you have the people in place to get you the best value right now?
Let's preview Filthy with Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com after this.
After we get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell, it is a court.
they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay,
Final 3, the fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck ride, call Frankel first, 214 or 817 333 3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
The Mensa fight that Tolo Amy is loving the preview for between Bobby Bell and Kevin Hagelin coming up at 9:40 over the Dallas Mavericks on 105.3 The Fan. This is Sean and RJ, joined by Cowboys insider Tommy Yarsh from DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the official casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. And Tommy, I want to start off with your reaction to this report from Eagles insider Derek Gunn talking about the Eagles facility not being happy with Jalen Hurts.
Those things are dissected on film. Those things are talked about among the quarterback coach, the offensive coordinator, the head coach. It has been constantly discussed all season long, yet when they transition to the field on a football game, he plays his game. Not the game the coaches want him to play. He plays his game. I don't think you can get him out of that mode at this particular point. I think is what we're going to have to watch all season long is him playing his game. You know, you look at a lot of quarterbacks, they're going to sling it. They're going to try to throw it through an eye of a needle. Sometimes you just have to take that chance. That's not his game. That's why he stands back there. A lot of times he's patting the ball, and it throws the timing of the offense off. The rhythm is thrown off. I don't think at this point they can't get him out of it. It's frustrating in a lot of ways to the coaching staff and to the players. Extremely frustrating to the players because when they look at the film the next day or a few days later, they see what's available out there and what should have happened, and it didn't happen. It's frustrating to them as well.
What do you think, Tommy?
Well, that's my first hearing of that.
Thanks for listening.
No problem. But shows you how much I pay attention. No, it's to a degree, you know, I haven't watched every single Eagles game, but I think it's evident that you see the offensive struggles, and it's kind of odd considering they have most of the personnel back. Obviously, they have a new play caller and Patullo, and that completely changes things, but. You know, is there maybe hero ball trying to be played? You know, maybe I think that Jalen Hurts, when the Cowboys played him, I think he looked fine. I think he looked like he did the year before, where he's being able to beat teams with his legs. He's efficient throwing the ball. I won't say he's, you know, a great passer. I think that's not his strong suit, but I think he does a good enough job of it. But yeah, clearly there's. I don't want to point fingers and say there's something like who's the problem in Philadelphia or what, but clearly there's some sort of either miscommunication or just people not on the same page offensively up there, and to a degree it's kind of I'll say you can say it's hampering their season, but they're 8-2, so not really. But some of these games that they've played, it really hasn't been pretty, and they've had to lean on the defense pretty hard. So. I think this game against Dallas is going to be really interesting because I think Dallas has a real chance here. And, you know, if that happens and if they can expose some of those flaws in the offense, you know, well, then what does that look like after that?
Tommy, how much more difficult is this game compared to week 1, considering that we don't think Jalen Carter's going to spit on Dak again and get ejected? How much does Jalen Carter change the complexion of what the Cowboys want to do offensively? Because Schottenheimer even talked about it then. When he went out, they were like, okay, let's adjust a little bit and change up some of what we're doing.
Yeah, it's a huge difference, Bobby, I think, because I think this guy is one of, if not the best defensive tackle in football, just all around. Super powerful, really strong. He's good in the pass. He's good against the pass. He's good against the run. Just a dominant player. And, when you pair him with Jordan Davis, I think Maro Ojimo's had a really good year. Welcome, by the way. It's a tough interior that Dallas is going to have to face. Kind of like, Philly's going to have the same problem going up against Dallas's interior defense too. And so, off of that, it's all right. What your interior offensive line is where you've invested a lot of money and a lot of draft capital, and really the whole offensive line in general. But Tyler Smith, Cooper Beebe, and Tyler Booker are going to have some of their best games of the season. I think Tyler Smith had one of his best games of the year last week, so that's a good sign. And then, having a healthy Cooper Beebe and Tyler Booker next to each other is certainly a plus. But this is going to be their biggest challenge of the year, I think, because they're going to have to pave the way in the run game for Javonte Williams. They leaned on that left side a lot last week, and it worked pretty well. So can they do that again? You can't really run away from Carter because then you're running into Davis, and if you run away from Davis, you're running into Carter. So it's a challenge, but, hey, they made it work week 1, and they were able to be pretty balanced on offense and have a chance in that game. So it's not like they can't do it, I don't think.
Would you rather play the Eagles without Jalen Carter like in week 1 or with Carter back and Lane Johnson out this week?
That's tough. I think I would do the same without Carter, just because I think Dallas is deep enough on the defensive line to where if Johnson wins his one-on-one, somebody else from Dallas's front can win and affect the pocket or get in the backfield. That's a tough question because those are two of the guys who are the best at their position. But Johnson is a real loss for Philadelphia. That's going to be very interesting to see. And then Cam Jurgens did not practice yesterday. I think he's in concussion protocol. So if Philly's down 2 starting offensive linemen, what does that do for their offense too? Because this Dallas front, I think we saw last week against Las Vegas, is kind of unforgiving.
Yeah, who's going to be their false start for the tush push? Who's going to do it?
Tommy Yars, DallasCowboys.com on the D&M Leasing Hotline. How big of a deal is Dak on the injury report with the hip?
I don't think it's too big of a deal. He did everything yesterday in terms of just normal workload that he would in a walkthrough. I think it's just at this point of the year. You remember going into the bye week, he was getting hit a lot. I think he's gotten hit the most in a 2-week stretch in his career.
Yeah.
And then they kept him pretty clean last week. But, nonetheless, you're in week 11 of the season. You're going to get dinged up here and there. I wouldn't be too concerned about it.
Tyler Smith is someone you spoke with yesterday. And Bobby has been wondering for about a good long month now if Tyler Smith is really healthy. What's your take on that?
I think he's as healthy as he can be. I think he keeps popping up on the injury report as limited, and I think those are more just like rest days, and then he'll do some cord work with Britt pregame. I don't know if he's 100%, and nobody really is at this point in the year, but I don't think it's to a degree where you have to. You're considering that he's not going to be playing as well, right? I think that it's just something that guys manage throughout the year. And, they're lucky that the Cowboys have one of the best rehab processes and staffs in the league that help them stay ready for things like that. And so, is it 100%? Probably not. I mean, otherwise he probably wouldn't be doing the cord work and things like that pregame or being limited early in the week in practice. But I think at this point it's just all about, pulling whatever it is and controlling his body to make sure that he's as good as possible for Sunday.
Talk to us about the Quinnen Williams effect that you were detailing on X.
Yeah, the play that I was talking about was he and Kenny Clark sack in the first quarter. And, we talk so much about the double teams with Quinnen Williams and how when he attracts those, it opens things up for everybody else. But what Matt Eberflus did on that play was he sends Donovan Wilson on a blitz, so it's 5-on-5 essentially. And if you double team Williams, then somebody's coming open home free on the quarterback, and you just can't do that. So they check the protection at the line of scrimmage, and then everybody's one-on-one. And when you've got Kenny Clark, Quinn Williams, Donovan Ezaraku, Jadeveon Clowney, one of those guys is going to win. Ends up being Clark and Williams, and they get the sack. So I think this trade is going to open up a lot of different routes for Matt Eberflus to bring some pressure when he does blitz. I know he's not the heaviest blitzer, but when he brings 5, there's going to be options for him in terms of, all right, we want to isolate these guys one-on-one because, sure, Quinn Williams can win against double teams, but you never want him to be double teamed. If you can get him one-on-one, you take every opportunity you can, and that was one where he certainly took advantage of it.
Tommy, we heard the talk about the Terrence Steele question at right tackle, and we talked to Nick Eatman about it. We spoke with Jerry Jones about it, too. How do you feel about that right tackle spot right now and how the Cowboys should move forward with it?
I think it's probably just going to be a week-to-week thing. I thought Steele played fine last week. But, the thing with Steele, too, and the reason why I would keep him there is because he's probably one of your better run blockers. And for a team that's wanted to run the ball so much, and it really has been efficient running the football, I think it's in your best interest to keep him there, especially with Tyler Booker, who is so good in the run game, too. If those guys are working together on combo blocks and things like that, they can really pave the way on the right side. The pass protection is what bugs you, right? And it's what brings those question marks. But I think there are ways where you can help him there. Obviously, you put a tight end over there, or you keep Javonte Williams on that side because, boy, can he pass protect. And there are things you can do to not completely nullify it and take, the struggles and the pass protection out of the way for Steele, but you can help him out there. And so I think as good as he is in the run game, I think it's worth looking into more of that.
Tommy, what's the update on Trayvon Diggs, and is he going to return and play, or do you think it's TBD?
No, I think he does eventually return and play. I asked Brian Schottenheimer about it yesterday, and he said he's doing everything that he's supposed to do. And he and Solomon Thomas, who had the calf injury, are both on track and progressing normally in their recoveries. Solomon Thomas practiced yesterday, and then I think Trayvon Diggs has one more game. Maybe correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but before he's eligible to come back. But yeah, I do think he comes back. I think Stephen Jones told me that he would be coming back when he's ready, and Jerry Jones said the same thing after the game in Denver. So as far as I know, I think Trayvon Diggs does return at some point.
Thank you, Tommy. Appreciate it.
All right, guys. Y'all have a good one.
Tommy Yarst, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Let's hook you up.
But baby, you hardly even. All right, Tolos, that's right. Right now, call on number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Jack Johnson at the Dos Equis Pavilion in Dallas on Sunday, August 30th. That's call on number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Woo! A battle of the brains. Choppy and I will be sitting this one out.
Yeah, because we don't have one.
No, we're actually gonna be the judge.
Oh, there we go.
We're gonna rule on Hagelin versus Belt. Round 2. Crosstalk with a K and C masterpiece is next. But let me go ahead and get you set up.
Can upgrade your vehicle? Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Man, I thought that Kevin Hagelin was hiding out here in one of the 14 office meeting rooms.
There are a lot of places to go, aren't there?
Yeah, imagine if one of them, like, we could record commercials in versus Choppy.
I think Corey found one.
Really? Did you kick Lucky out?
I'm still doing it over there.
He's so
Choppy's
lucky.
doing it. Did you see Choppy record his commercial here in the middle of KRLD?
Like in the
1080?
desks and stuff?
Right over there.
Yeah.
He's sitting there right next to Susan Wade going, QC Kinetics.
I did not see that.
I thought Kevin was dodging the Bobby Belt round 2 with the Mavericks. And Corey, you scared my father-in-law. He's texting me, did Bobby and Kevin scuffle? I'm hearing about this. Corey, you've been on a radio roll this week. I just have to say that. What is coming up on the show?
Guys, we do have Robert Tiffin, the Dallas Stars insider, joining us at 12:20 today. I love talking with this guy. And then we're going to dive into 10:20, how eerily similar Dallas has been screwed in 2 nights. We'll do that at 10:20. Yeah.
We decided that the Stars got more screwed. I know with the slow-mo.
Thought it was a foul.
Well, it was definitely a hook.
Yeah.
The question is whether the foul should have been called before. And I thought that was tough live speed for an official to call the bump beforehand, as Richard Jefferson said.
What do you think about the concept that if that was like Shea, it would have been an and one?
I believe in that concept.
Yep.
I could see that, yeah.
I also am not bothered, as Choppy was not, by the loss because
you want them to lose?
I want them to lose.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Get the bonsaw.
Kevin Hagelin, in your words,
Oh, no.
you and Bobby's difference of opinion over the Mavs Tim McMahon piece was what? Recap it for me now that Choppy and I are totally informed. Well, kind of informed.
And I really don't think it's that big of a dispute.
Oh, it was
pretty big difference.
It was a huge fight.
I don't think we had that big of a dispute.
It wasn't a big dispute, but it was
fair was ugly.
It was,
It was when the hands got thrown that concerned me.
Factually, we read the article completely opposite
That I
ways.
agree with. All right, so my interpretation of the article was that Mark Cuban, first via selling the team and then also doing media appearances talking about he was still in charge, of that rankled a whole lot of people in the organization. He helped play himself out of a certain amount of power, and then once the power vacuum or a power void was there, Nico swooped in to take it. I disagree with the idea that article tells you that Nico straight up kind of forced Cuban out. Am I representing your point?
I read it as Nico didn't just go, opportunity. Nico contributed purposefully to getting him out.
I think the reality that McMahon would say is Mark Cuban he exaggerated what his role was going to be. That was never the reality. That was never the reality. Either Cuban was completely misled, or
I think
he
he
just
fooled himself.
Out there boasting and bragging, and it was going to be turned over to Nico in the general manager role, and Nico saw the opportunity to ice Mark out. Their run to the finals then allowed Dumont to say, okay, we don't really need Mark's say.
As well as this trade deadline, pair moves, because that was in the article as well, is they were really impressed with the Gafford and Washington moves, and that helped further the case for Nico. So,
and how could you not be? How could you not be right, if you're stepping in brand new, and this guy...
You have no idea.
You're going to forget the Kyle Kuzma trade that he offered two first-round picks.
Thank you, Kyle Kuzma, for saying no.
Yes. Well, not thank you, because Luka would still be here.
You know what? I have not really thought about that alternate timeline, but you might be right.
Because the run to the finals empowered Nico enough to have Dumont sit back to be even way more hands-off and then allow Nico to push Luka off the cliff. It was the finals run.
I still think he would have found a way to convince him to trade Luka.
But the problem is, but you're not as empowered. I don't think you're as smart when you don't go to the finals, because Kyle Kuzma sucks. So when Kyle Kuzma comes here and sucks, maybe Patrick Dumont was like, is that... you gave up 2 first-round picks for that?
Right.
And then when he approaches me about Luka, I would hope that someone that's sane would second guess or at least ask someone else's opinion. But the amount of Mark Cuban in this article is kind of making me sick. It's kind of making me physically ill.
So I don't know if that is what happened in this article, but something you always, Corey, you can speak to this, you always have to watch out for when you're putting together an article yourself is not falling in line with strictly the story that you got from the one source who's willing to participate.
No doubt.
And not falling for that. So I agree. We have
Which he did, which I think didn't McMahon, I think at the top of the article
12.
mentioned a dozen sources. So,
Sure.
I mean, like, he did talk to, like, it wasn't just one source that I'm saying is what he was.
No, you're right.
You're saying falling in line, like,
I'm
kind of
saying
bias
the
side.
two primary differing opinions would be Mark Cuban and Nico Harrison. And Nico Harrison doesn't want to talk. And if I were him, I would never want to talk to the media again. I would go off and do a non-public job forever. Or
What do you
just
mean again?
Enjoy it. That's true. But like, I agree. We have differing opinions. That is what
I don't
took
even know
from
what the
that
differing
article.
opinion is still.
He basically thinks Mark Cuban got himself pushed out. I think
Correct.
Nico did it. I think the article says Nico basically orchestrated.
I will say, so this is ridiculously weird. I was listening to a CIA podcast.
Hell yeah.
Y'all ever
Who
heard
killed
of
Kennedy?
John Kiriakou? He's a whistleblower
What would
on
you do?
torture. So he's
Quinones.
Oh.
This was back when he sold the team. Back when he sold the team, they said, yeah, and he's still gonna run the team. That's never gonna work.
Yeah.
They were like, it was like 2 days after he sold the team. They were like, they were talking about Miriam Adelson and their connection to Israel and stuff. And they were like, oh, yeah, by the way, that's never going to work. He's going to have no control over that thing. And I was like, man, that was back then.
Mm-hmm.
Mark Cuban, he'd phased himself out by not having in ink paperwork that said, I get to run stuff.
They wouldn't let it.
Exactly.
Basically-
So he knew at that point.
Basically, the difference, though, comes down to did Nico or did Nico not try to, before Mark was pushed out, get him pushed out? I think the article says Nico helped orchestrate pushing him out. And Kevin read it as though, no, Mark was just that way, and it put off Dumont, and Dumont pushed him out.
If Mark didn't run his mouth and brag to the media and boast around like a peacock, what do you think his actual role was going to be right after selling?
I think that there was always a plan that Mark was going to continue to run things for a short amount of time until Dumont got his feet wet, right? And then he would take over.
But who was going to run basketball? Who's going to make basketball decisions?
Not him is all I can, I wish I had a more concrete answer for you. But the answer, I think, was always going to be not him. And I think what you saw yesterday is further proof of why.
Jerry?
What do you mean?
Jerry signs off.
Yeah, no,
he doesn't go to the table and go,
I
do
think
this.
Cuban
He
was
signs
not
off.
going to be involved at all.
Okay.
And so, the last 24 hours,
What's
I
your
think
point?
my point is, I think the last 24 hours are further evidence of why I think Mark Cuban played himself out of this, because he was speaking like the GM again yesterday when he was like, we're not trading Anthony Davis. And I was like, well, that's not your call, Jack.
But how do you know? Where do we think? And what do you want Mark Cuban's role to be?
Nothing.
Nothing?
In terms of basketball decision making,
Yeah.
Well, right
I
now,
want his to be zero.
Right now, I do want him to have some input. Well, who's your other option?
Michael Finley.
The very guy.
What's Michael
the
Finley
snake.
proven?
The snake who's taking the beer out of his hand. Don't touch on the man's beer. All right, keep your hands off my barrel, child.
Maybe don't show up hungover to the first day of practice
Did I
leading
get
into
to
the finals.
Did I get to the finals? I dragged Finley's butt to the finals.
What this sounds
Well,
like
then
to
go
me.
back and get Dennis Lindsay.
I just want to.
Sure,
I just want to be
fine.
very clear with the fan text and everybody out there listening. Kevin Hageland thinks Nico did a good job, is what it sounds like to me, and that he does not think that Nico should have been pushed out. So
what
please
I
text
said,
in
that is
877-881-1053.
What I said, whatever. I have been very vocal.
Okay, I will say this. You do seem to. I'll just say this part. You do seem to be sympathetic to the overall idea of trading Luka. Sympathetic is all.
Do you not like
I
European
understand it?
basketball players like Nico?
You understand. You understand the thought process.
He was higher on Luka than anybody before he was drafted.
Yes.
Sure.
I guarantee you.
Me and Bassett.
That can be the case,
Me and
but
Bassett.
it seems like you do have sympathies towards the complaints that Nico had.
Not at the time. At the time, I think trading him was idiotic. If you would have, and especially the return you got for him was idiotic.
Yeah.
Trading him after you got to the finals was idiotic because you'd proven that it could almost work. And hopefully, especially in the history of the NBA, the next step after almost working is it did work. So I think the timing of the trade is idiotic. I want to make that very clear.
You know how the reason I asked the Cuban question, I think we need to keep them out. You know how when you're starving or you're just dying of thirst, you'll take anything. Mark Cuban, as a basketball person around here, was always laughed at and made fun of. You're trying to be,
should be.
You're being Jerry Jones 2.0.
Correct.
And I think
including the scandals.
Because of the state, oh man, Kevin has a good memory. Yeah. Because of the state of things and the mess that it is, and how far it's fallen, it's elevating him. That's why I'm asking how many people want Mark at least like half a basketball brain in the room.
They really should probably in the interim. Just bring Donnie back for the interim until they get
that'll happen.
It'll never happen because you don't want Dennis. You want Dennis Lindsay. That's fine. Like they need their first phone call needs to be, hey, Presty, open checkbook. Let's go.
Oh, absolutely.
I know. I think that
Number
whole
one.
Absolutely.
I just think my boy from Toronto.
$50 million a year. I'll give you $50 million a year. Come on, let's go.
I do wonder how connected Mark is to people like that. And if you can use that, like Dumont, I don't know how connected he is.
You remember when Chuck Greenberg was part of the ownership group here with the Rangers, and early on it was like, oh, he's like kind of the minister of fun, and he's out here to do this. But then it was like getting a little too involved now, dude, and you're getting pushed out. Like,
Ray Davis wrote him a check and said, "See you later."
I think it seems to me like whatever role the Rangers envisioned for Greenberg to be as kind of like a PR front almost, and maybe somebody who has relationships and knows people and can like connect things and be like a power broker or like a connection broker. That's how I would imagine they want to use Cuban.
I just thought Cuban was selling to get a little bit of a break from all this. But no, he is right up on it with the paw scratching the window to get back and is supposedly giddy to get at the basketball table. I guess like just letting go of the business stuff, that's what he said was a reason for selling. But like, bro, you can't even step away for a little bit you want to get back and get your claws on the power, the controls of power.
They're letting Hagelin have it on the fan text, by the way. It's just bad. They're saying Kevin and Nico sitting in a tree. 561 wants to know, did Kevin relapse? Resident hater Kevin Haterland.
All right. Well, as long as I'm going to be a hater, let me just add on to this about why I don't want Cuban involved in the basketball operations. The first iteration of this team that made it to the finals had nothing to do with him. The Finley and Nash deal was already done. He had nothing to do with Dirk getting here, and it was his ineptitude at managing the salary cap that ended up costing you so many things and sticking you as the one and done boys for years and years and years. Mark Cuban did not lead you to a title. He was there when they won a title, and then he was like, I understand the salary cap better than anyone, and he clearly did not in the new collective bargaining agreement. I'm glad he's here as an owner. This to me is, I don't understand why people were never more harsh about, I want to keep Jerry the owner and fire the GM. Why did they never have that same energy for Mark Cuban? Because to me, the situations are staggeringly similar.
I think Cuban hid in the weeds more. At least Jerry owns it. At least Jerry owns it. And Mark, I think, wanted to kind of hide in the weeds and have Nico as his front man while he's back there, as the article said, when he decided to swoop in and swoop out and make a basketball decision. Kevin
changing his child's name to Nico. Huge Steelers fan. Kevin hates the Mavericks.
Kevin, I think you won the fight.
No, you're just doing that now. I'm forgetting your birthday tomorrow now because of this.
The
Birthday tomorrow?
The KNC masterpiece is next.
Tolo means
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hageland. You got, Corey Majors.
Oh, man.
Oh, that was sad. And, of course, the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, I want to talk about a whole lot of things, but I want to go to Corey first. How come you weren't excited with your oh, man?
Hold on. Sean, why does Sean sit up so high in this chair? Bobby.
I think it's because it's the only way that he can feel big in real life.
Okay.
Damn.
Jeez, Louis.
You think he went to the automated fortune teller and said, "I wish I was big"?
Yeah. It's like the guy who gets the big truck where it's like, what are you compensated for?
All right.
Damn.
I want everybody
Chad.
knows, and Bobby knows I love Bobby. Okay.
Me too.
From the 817, this feud between Kevin and Bobby just furthers my point. Move Bobby to the KNC show, and that fills the missing mic piece. Move Alec to the morning is what they want to do there too.
Oh, Alec, how do you feel about
Alec to
getting
have
up
that opportunity. Yeah,
super early?
I would love Alec to have that opportunity to be a host as well because he's phenomenal. But our ratings are as good as they've ever been right now. Like we're kind of in a groove at the moment.
You don't want to mess with it.
I don't like if it's not broke. I don't want to try and mess with it too much. So
Gotcha.
And Bobby, y'all's ratings in the morning are phenomenal right now too. So this station is as hot as it's ever been.
How weird is that?
It's not. It's awesome. It's expected. Whenever I walked in on the first day, Kevin Waddle was sitting on the other side, and I had the shirt said the A-team. And I said, "You see this right here? This is what we're going to be."
Oh,
all right.
Man.
Yeah,
That's
like
a bold shirt
from
to walk in.
day one, dude.
I do remember that.
Day one, I wanted to walk in, and I wanted this station to be the A-team, and here we are. So, like I said, I don't want to mess with it, but I do love Bobby, and I love that he sticks around, has conversations. He's always supportive.
Do you think he'll see us at the Freebirds in Irving tomorrow?
Probably so.
Okay.
Probably
Yes,
so.
because I have to go to Irving at 1 o'clock anyway.
I don't know.
Also,
Pretending that he wasn't here anymore.
Olivia Munn is on the TV behind you right now, and I'll be distracted for a while, Kevin, because she is my crush.
You have many crushes.
She's the one, dude.
If you're on a news show in the morning, there's a good shot that Corey has a crush on you, right?
Even if it's not like a big news show, right? Like
Right.
just y'all checked out Spectrum News 1 downstairs? Yes. Yes,
What?
exactly.
Why do you not go on mic?
We
for
all know.
that?
Lisette Hernandez.
Yes. The news does a good job. Is all I'm saying. Handsome men and beautiful women. It's a smart business.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm sure is doing great.
I guess for sharing all of that. Really.
He was mouthing it. And I was like, yeah, I knew exactly what he was mouthing too.
Okay.
All right, guys.
All right. Do you want to talk about the Eagles or Mermaids? We're going to talk about the Eagles.
877-881-1053. You know what? We need to save Mermaid talk because I need to send a picture to Carter so he can post it on the fan cam for that moment.
Okay.
I showed you that picture yesterday.
All right.
That was the defining moment of that conversation, right?
Okay. Then we will save that and instead talk about who do you fear on the Eagles and where do the Cowboys hold an advantage. Now, I know usually we start with the opposition and then we make our way over to the Cowboys, but I think with the further news of the day, we need to really go to the Eagles first because we talked about it all throughout the week. You're already without Lane Johnson, perhaps without Lane Johnson for quite a while. And then Cam Jurgens is in the concussion protocol as well. And so now you're talking about automatically, perhaps, concussion protocol doesn't mean he will not play, but you might be looking at 40% of your starting offensive line or what you had been using as your offensive line gone.
I listened to Ross Tucker's interview this morning, and I have never felt more confident in this Cowboys defensive front's ability this week. Because, as you were pointing out, you got the two Johnsons at tackle for them, so you got to figure out what you're doing there. The fact that players just aren't the same right now for that offense. Maybe that's a good depiction of why this offense has been sluggish. In addition to whatever funky
eternal
thing, whatever
strife.
fucking. Oh my gosh! Dump that one. Funky is what I was trying to get out there. I'm sorry about that. Did you got that? Okay. Oh my gosh.
Hey, Bobby, just in case, can you stick around for a little while longer if potty mouth majors? Or as Mike would say, ooh, this is going to be a fun show today.
Whatever.
Except for Alec.
Weird thing they have going, I'm going to just stay away from words that are even close. Weird thing that they have going on in their offensive room right now. I think the offensive line is probably more of the concern for them at the moment. And now that you've you basically mimicked what the Eagles did on the defensive front and said we got to be big and strong and physical in the middle. And so they went out and got pieces like that. And I think that's something that can be taken advantage of this week. Now, obviously, there's a lot more to it with this Cowboys team, but I do think that is a place where the Cowboys will have a bit of an advantage this week. So I'm not out here going, oh my gosh, Cowboys proved to me Super Bowl.
Right.
But I'm trying to find areas, and that's one of the areas right there that I think that the Cowboys, this is, again, the whole team has a very narrow margin for error. This game is going to be a very narrow margin for error game, and it's the first step after what you just did against the Raiders to prove that what you did against the Raiders wasn't just a fluke or just a bad team.
So then let's flip that dynamic and talk about the Eagles' defensive line against the Cowboys' offensive line. I understand all the reasons we talk so much about the Cowboys' defensive line this week, but not to be left to the side, Cowboys' offensive line looked better than they had again in a while. And again, we can check the chart. I'm well aware of where they are in the hierarchy of things. But what do you think about this Cowboys offensive line going up against an Eagles defensive line that is wreck shop and obviously the now reigning defensive player of the week, Jordan Davis?
I think that's a great matchup. Cooper Beebe is going to have to be even more physical this time. I'm very interested to see if Dak tries to draw one of the players offside and get spit on again. Like, can he accomplish that feat by just walking up there and being like, "Hey, want to spit on me?" and see if they do. I don't know if that's how it's going to work or not. Kevin, the show started off weird for me. I'm not lying.
It really has.
But the
oh no!
Can I give you a classic KNC topic really quickly?
Oh God!
It's for your
You've
listeners.
You've already messed this up. Do you know how many people are texting in who they think are hot weather and news people?
I apologize for that, but I think a good topic for you guys is what would you say to somebody on the Eagles defense to get them to spit on you? And get them ejected.
Their most famous champion is make-believe.
There you go.
Their fans are going to spit on you. I don't think the players care.
Think about how you would do that.
Okay.
Maybe say Nico was right and he didn't get Cuban fired.
Why would Jalen Carter's just outraged by that? He's like, let me tell you something. Can I drop like an old Ben Simmons line or something? And somebody's going to be like, oh,
I don't know, man. Cheesesteaks aren't that great. Something like that. I don't know what they take pride in. The bell, the Liberty Bell was already cracked. I don't, whatever it is that makes them mad. But that's where the fun matchup I think is going to be. If you're looking for something exciting, this is the one game where I'll say watch the trenches because this could be the most exciting part. Kevin, you were able to run the ball effectively with your two running backs in the last game,
right?
In the first game this year. I think that's something that they're going to be able to do again. I really do, because this Cowboys team knows that's part of their identity, and in order to be the physical team they want to be, they're going to have to start there, and Javonte Williams can be that physical back for them.
See, I look at what I think is going to be the most exciting part of the game is we have talked for many, many months now about how badass Quinyon Mitchell is, and then you throw in Cooper DeJean as well. I am really excited to see the Eagles secondary match up against what it feels like there should be little to no doubt is the best 1-2 wide receiving pairing in the entire NFL. We've talked about it again and again. Quinyon Mitchell's completion percentage against is in the low 40s, which is phenomenal for a cornerback. Cooper DeJean just got his first regular season interception. I am excited to see that matchup and hoping that obviously the Cowboys are advantageous with it.
How are you feeling about? We've been talking about this. We've been thinking this. We've been feeling the same way. I loved when Ross Tucker said this morning, the two guards you have are stealing souls. And that was what Booker said he wanted to do before the season. Like, he's like, this is how I play football. And so how are you feeling about what those two guys, how they set that tone?
You're going to need to, right? Because you saw it in the Lions game, but you've seen it throughout the season. The Eagles are phenomenal at knocking passes down at the line of scrimmage. I know, and
that scares me with Dak too.
For sure.
Yeah.
And because I know a lot of people, and rightfully so, you focus in on the pressures or the sacks or even the tackles for losses. But don't forget, I mean, every time you get that knockdown pass, not only is it a busted play, but sometimes those deflections do freaky things and it could turn to a turnover. So I really am concerned.
Or it could bounce off of the sky cam.
When you're on offense, it feels like there are a few more terrifying things in the pass that gets just deflected straight up into the air. But on the same side, if my team's on defense, I think we should get it no matter what the field configuration is. Like, you might be playing your safeties deep and that ball is like 20 yards away. I'm like, get it! The ball was in the air. You should have caught it. But if you run into losing a lot of ground on the line of scrimmage, maybe it won't necessarily result in a quarterback pressure, but what if it results in a knockdown pass? And I think that is something I'm really going to be looking at in the battle of the trenches as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Now, the area that's going to be the key that we all get most satisfaction from, either one way or the other, is going to be your receivers versus their secondary.
Sure.
They have the complete advantage, right? Or do we?
I mean, as I said a few minutes ago, that's the matchup that I'm really looking forward to, Corey. So
I'm struggling this morning.
All right.
My apologies.
So let's just real quick.
Let me reset real quick.
Let's reset. Corey
didn't the Olivia Munn
didn't
thing.
hear that part.
Yeah.
Said the F word. Wants us to text in hot news.
I did not
ladies.
ask anybody to do that at all. I didn't.
Kind of felt like you did.
I said to text in other things.
Okay. How are we feeling now? Oh, Tim came in here to help you out.
He said
he did not come in to help us out. I really thought he was going to rub your shoulders or something, help you reset.
Fine. It's fine. I'll reset after this. But okay, let's go back to that.
To your question, no, I absolutely do not think that the Eagles have an advantage there. I think the Cowboys have an advantage there, but I don't think it's as pronounced as it would be against most any
Raiders.
Or I was going to say most any other team in the NFL.
You don't think they're going to be running free like that?
No,
then? Like against the Raiders, George Pickens was running free.
Yeah.
He had whatever he wanted. I do think the Adoree Jackson, that was what Broadus said in the last game. Find the scrub. Go find Adoree Jackson and just go at him. And if Pickens is going to be one-on-one with somebody, then CeeDee Lamb should have plenty of opportunities against him.
You know, you're right. And maybe I said no too quickly because...
Oh, now you're getting excited.
Has there been anything that you felt like George Pickens can't do this year? The only thing he can't do is fail. Or do a better job on that touchdown celebration, maybe?
Yeah, it seems like he can't not get a penalty if that's a thing.
You know,
I
was going to go positive.
I agreed with was it Atolo that said, "Hey, I think it
was soft
that every year." Or every game, maybe it was Ted Wynn, was like, I think every game they should just automatically give Pickens one free penalty because it's going to happen.
Yeah.
But then you're going to get gloriousness for the rest of the day. So I think the matchup, Kevin, that also could be a benefit to the Cowboys is how are they going to cover Jake Ferguson? Early in the year, Jake Ferguson was hot. And then everybody was like, all right, we got to do some other things. And Jake Ferguson has had to help a little bit more with your tackle. So that's been another thing. But how are they going to be able to let him leak out and do a few more things in this game and be the one that goes, oh, crap, we forgot what he does so well?
So to your point, and not to steal, because I love the level of concern.
You didn't already talk about that, did you? Okay.
No. What is your level of concern that they're not going to be able to do that then because Ferguson's going to need to be hanging back to pick up whether it's blitzes or just regular blocks or whatever?
I think it's kind of remember how Rick Carlisle treated Kobe during as on their run to the finals.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Rick Carlisle said we're going to put everybody on him. Sean Marion, we're going to put Jason Kidd on him. We're going to throw everything at him. And I think oh my gosh. This is awesome. I think they're going to throw everything out. Sorry, dude, I'm distracted again. A UNT mean green flag just showed up to the studio, baby.
Oh, did you see that sign? It says Bobby Belt knows ball.
Hold on.
Somebody
UNT
made
sent
that
to you? That's awesome. No, just somebody else out there. That's really cool. But I think it's going to be one of those mix it. Just mix it up so much that the Eagles are like, well, we don't really know exactly when this is happening.
And see, I like that philosophy. I'm worried that Jake Ferguson is going to have to be mixed in more, and then you're not going to be able to take advantage of him offensively.
Yeah, maybe so.
Look at you showing off for the fan cam, already getting some representation for TCU right there, as well as the custom-made Bobby Belt knows ball football sign right there. We're the KNC masterpiece right here.
I don't have my mic cover on. That's what's wrong.
Okay.
You know what? I'm back, guys.
Okay. If not, I will give you mine to make this work. Coming up next, let's talk Mavericks and Knicks. And do you feel like the Mavs got screwed in almost the exact same way as the Stars? Next on The Fan.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Sharon. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Nice pass inside the Hart. Couple of fakes left. The layup won't go. Gets his rebound. Back to Shamet. Tries another three. Puts it in. Back-to-back threes for Landry Shamet off another offensive rebound. And the Knicks lead by 3.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to talk about that game. We're going to talk about the play that I know that everyone is keying in on. But I wanted to play that Shamet three-pointer because, as you just heard, was that Mike Breen? As you just heard, Shamet had 2 clutch three-pointers down the stretch that ended up really making the difference in that game. But it feels like it's the same thing with the Stars game. It feels like everything else that happened in the previous 59 minutes and 59 seconds almost feels irrelevant because all people want to talk about is the last 1 second, or if you want to make it the last 3 seconds, that's what people have cued in on because it feels like the Mavericks lost in remarkably similar, if not the exact same fashion as the Stars the night before.
Yeah, it could have tied the game.
Sure.
All these.
It was in the final seconds.
Yeah, it was. And there's no guarantee you're winning. Like with the Stars, points are a difference there, right?
Sure.
Like that's a point in your record.
Yes.
There's no guarantee you're getting a win or a point at all if you go into overtime in the NBA.
That is absolutely right.
But that's definitely, it's one of those, it's frustrating because you're like, and the fact that like it's a questionable call.
Yeah.
It's so, how many people yesterday were saying the goalie sold? He definitely, he flopped and all that stuff. He sold. And then on this, did the defender not do the same thing?
Absolutely.
Yeah, yes, it was a hook, but he also sold as he was going along with it. So those two eerily similar things definitely stand out as well. It's how many people are both Mavs and Stars fans out there? 877-881-1053.
You know, that is a great question. I have always wondered that as well because like
I just assume everybody's like us a lot of times,
and you
like,
love all
I love
sports
RDFW sports teams, and then I love sports, so I will pick plays and things and players that I recognize and like and stuff. But I do wonder if there's a big divide and they're like, I don't watch that or I don't watch that. But if you want to go back and watch, if you're not a fan of both, go back and watch these moments specifically. You're going to agree.
Man, I haven't seen it yet, but I bet somebody can put together a side-by-side that shows like the similarities with the timing and everything like that.
Yes.
Plus, do you ever assume that people, of course, they like both of those teams, they play in the same building? Now, I know they hate each other now, but like that's something that crossed my mind as well. But here's like, and we'll play the play in just a second, but here's some of the nuance that gets lost because of that. Those 2 Shamet three-pointers in the last minute and how many ever seconds it was. The first one was off of a Mavericks turnover.
Yep.
The second one was off of a missed rebound, and so the Knicks picked up an offensive rebound. So it is easier to talk about, the refs and this and that, but like, don't turn the ball over or maybe get the rebound yourself and don't give up another offensive rebound. Maybe those 6 points don't go on the board and you don't find yourself in that hole to begin with, but whatever.
Where do you think the Mavericks stand right now on the season, turnovers wise?
I'll say they're 7th worst.
They're tied for last.
Oh,
16.6 turnovers per game.
Jeez Louise, that is a high number.
And Kevin, that's and the next one's 16.5. That's Golden State or Utah. Golden State's a 16.4. But
do you know who? Do you see who
the Lakers?
leads?
The Lakers are 15-9. They're
Okay.
next up. Who leads in turnovers?
Or has the least amount of turnovers?
Boston and Oklahoma City.
What's that number?
11 and 12.
Man, so you're talking about an extra 4.5 to 5.5 turnovers per game. I know you were talking,
which is 8 to 10 points per game,
and especially for a team like this. Like the Mavericks are worse than the Cowboys are right now, but you were talking about in the first segment about like you don't have a lot of margin for error. It feels like the Mavericks have almost no margin for error, especially on a night where Cooper Flagg missed because of an illness.
All right, let's do this real quick. I'm going to burn through this as fast as I can. 10 points would not have the opener against the Spurs, 125-92.
Sure.
You're not winning that one. 10 points against the Wizards ties you.
Okay.
10 points against the Raptors gives you a 20-point win. 10 points against the Thunder gets the win. 10 points against the Pacers, you already won. 10 points against the Pistons, almost. Kevin, almost every single one of these games this year, if you didn't have those turnovers, that amount of turnovers per game, you win the game.
And if you look,
this is a team that's close. It can stay close in a lot of games, but the turnovers are killing them.
And you look at the recent stretch with Pelicans, Bucks, obviously the Clippers, that game went into overtime. Those are 3 games straight away that you can be like, well, maybe you could have turned that around.
And that's got to be killing Jason Kidd, because as a former point guard, he's got to hate turnovers.
Do you think P.J. Washington looked the saddest yesterday about that call?
Yes.
That I did.
He just looked stunned, and he's like, that's how this season is going.
Yeah.
You know, but the turnover part of it, it's not just, I mean, it happens early in the game. I've been saying all season, they look sloppy.
Yeah.
It's early in the game, but you just pointed out how late in the game those moments become a critical factor.
Right.
And Kevin, how much of that is that they don't have a point guard?
Yeah, and
I mean, Brandon Williams is good. I love Brandon Williams.
See, but here's the thing.
I feel like he's sometimes good too.
Well, yeah, Brandon Williams is young in terms of, if you don't want to say his age with the way the NBA's been moving, he's young in terms of his experience. All right? Total, I don't think he's even played a combined full one season or about full one season in the NBA, because it's all been kind of segmented. So Brandon Williams, I got to admit, I think he's done a pretty good job so far, but he was never going to be the answer straight away. Like, if you don't think Cooper Flagg's going to be the answer straight away, well, guess what? Brandon Williams is probably not going to be the answer straight away. And of all the things that we've talked about, and I know I'm still getting dunked on the fan text, 877-881-1053, thanks to Bobby, in my opinions, but that's another thing that I think has got lost in this entire discussion about trading Luka, which of course is valid, but is just their complete lack of interest in truly making a move for a point guard in the stead of Kyrie Irving. And I appreciate how D'Angelo Russell has played offensively in several games. You've seen it. And like, maybe they're going to try to trade him. Great. Let me know what that gets for you. But like, they didn't get a real point guard to take over in the stead of Kyrie Irving. If I could tell you that it wasn't going to work for Cooper Flagg, then I really feel like the actual basketball people should have known that.
From the 3-2-1, it's okay, Kevin. You may get dunked on, but you didn't get dumped. That happened to me this morning. When it comes, like, you can probably look back too and go, Luka had lots of turnovers.
Yeah.
But there's a real big difference there.
Compared to the number of assists versus what you're getting now.
And the simple fact that dude, like, he could make up for it with points. He could make up for it by the way he controlled the game, too. He had and he was risky. He took risks, but most of those risks were very, like, he saw the angles nobody else could see. That is a missing feature. You're right, man. That the big factor was we're gonna run with Kai. We've decided to build this team around Kyrie Irving because the truth was defensively they had a bad pairing on the court. If you had those two guys on the court, offensively you were awesome, but defensively you knew that you were going to get toasted. But they said we're going to run with him, and then they had no backup plan for that, and that is frustrating, and that's why you're seeing this suffer at the moment. Now, can Cooper Flagg develop that? Can Cooper Flagg develop as a point guard guy? I don't think you want him to.
I don't know if he can, just because of his size. And he is very athletic, but he's athletic for his size comparatively to if you were significantly shorter.
And so that's going to continue to be a very important piece of what they look for in the future for this team. So that's where are you reading more of these texts that are dunking on you?
No,
somebody did. Here's my favorite text so far. This chick just won $10K on the Punch Bunch game on The Price is Right. I don't know if they intended to text that to us. It's not on behind you.
I thought maybe they were
I wonder if they were
watching
trying to text that
behind
to
me.
somebody. No, they texted it. I don't know if they were trying to send that to somebody else or if they just sent it to us because, hey, guys, guess what? I just want you to let you know what's going on in my life. I'm perfectly cool with those texts, too. Just little updates on what's going on out there. You're driving around. You're like, you know what? I want to update K&C on what I had for lunch. I love it.
Sure.
These things are cool. We want to know you better.
And so, like, I was reading another text, and I just don't agree with this. And that's okay if we don't agree. From the 682, you guys are blaming the player. Did y'all watch the game? Yes. Kid is terrible out of timeouts. And I think that is a discussion we can have at another time. But what they...
I've been upset at many times that they haven't gotten the points out of timeouts, or defensively they've just been atrocious out of timeouts, too.
But why did they run a play from Marshall out of the timeout? It resulted in a turnover. Brandon Williams and D'Lo were balling. All right, so that depends on how you define that, because I wouldn't necessarily agree with that. All three of them had a handful of turnovers last night. But if you're looking to run a play for somebody from an offensive perspective, Brandon Williams is having a horrid shooting night. It is true. D'Angelo Russell was having a fantastic shooting night, but so was Najee Marshall. And the other thing is, Najee Marshall had gotten to the line a good amount. And so I wonder if that factored in as well. This is not meant as a critique of Brandon Williams. We just went through all of that. But just that idea that Brandon Williams was like unstoppable last night, that is not the case offensively. He was struggling tremendously. So I agree more with the timeout thing than the just overarching idea of everybody who was in there to close out the game.
Okay, I feel you on that one there too.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
From the 469, I'm still lost in the forest. We warned you that could happen. If you're able to find a way out of the forest by tomorrow, we'll be at Freebirds off of North MacArthur in Irving if you want to be able to make that happen. Now, the Mavericks lose again. Obviously, it has already been a brutal start to the season. You're ahead of the Kings and the Pelicans already fired their head coach. One of the reasons why, and I know it is early, but despite that loss, the Mavericks have been mediocre against the Eastern Conference, which is not obviously good, but mediocre. It's the West. They are 1-8 against Western Conference teams so far this year. So I realize
that's going to position them very poorly if they ever get things going.
And so I realize that you played an Eastern Conference team last night, but the fact that you've just been so terrible against the West doesn't help. And then this is probably a longer conversation for another day as well, but Mark Cuban did come out in an email to the Dallas Morning News and said, we're not going to trade Anthony Davis. We are trying to win.
And they think that Anthony Davis can help them win.
For sure. In theory, he definitely can, but
I'm curious for you. Yeah, no, he needs to be on the court.
Right. Yes.
When we talked with Jason Kidd before the season, he seemed excited about the potential of what they have. Is he going to be able to coach that thing the way he wants to? Without, like, somebody said Nembhard could be the pass first point guard when he gets healthy.
You know how I feel about that? I would like to see more of
Nembhard, you like him a
sure.
lot. It's just not having Anthony Davis on the court. He wants him out there. He wants him out there to be able to utilize that piece and show that off. They have not looked like a cohesive team at all, and I don't know how Jason Kidd's going to be able to pull that thing together.
And by the way, I did also see people texting in and being like, no, this season's going exactly the way I want it to. Look, if you look at the very top, at least as of now, the very top of the draft, it's AJ DeBonsa and then Darren Peterson, the kid out of Kansas, I almost said Kentucky. Those are two really good options if you think the lottery
You're already there right
would
now,
go
aren't
your
you?
way.
You're already there.
Look, my theory for this is almost no different than it is with the Cowboys this season. I think the writing is on the wall, and I think you should lean into it. One of the things we were talking about Mark Cuban earlier is never forget When you got Luka, you still did that wrong. You got Luka because you had to trade a first-round pick because you did not understand the concept of actually tanking, in which you could have easily gotten to the number 3 pick, even with the lottery, and not have to give up an additional asset at a time when it feels like the Mavericks have been draft pick asset poor for, I don't know, like a generation.
The 254 Benetolo for 2 years just bought an engagement ring this morning. Shout out to the fan.
Hey!
My granddaughter's a Kilgore Rangerette. Will be performing next Wednesday in New York City with the Rockettes. That's awesome. And
wow, that is super cool.
Somebody said, I've not hit my on any of my parlays in a while. I'm going to go look for a slump buster tonight. And there are a lot of people that are just, this is what I love. Since Corey likes updates on our lives, I just set up a flooring customer with a bunch of tile, sweating like a pig now because for some reason 80 degrees in November. I love that people are doing this with us, man. This is awesome.
Except for the very last part of that text, because I've continually seen like, this is going to be a record for November. This is going to be a record for November. I was like, come on, man.
Hey, it's going to get cold next week.
Hell yeah. We're the KNC Masterpiece. I'm going to trust you on that right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for some baseball nuggets right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out a little bit.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get the Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
The 0-2. Bellinger, yeah. Wind going out to right. Ball going out to right. Goodbye. A 2-run shot for Cody Bellinger's 26th of the season, and the Yankees an early 2-0 lead.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where Alec, I don't know if you saw that, Corey was just reaching out to me, and I was like, I don't know what it is that you want.
Reaching out.
Touching you.
Touching
Wait,
me.
Isn't it touching me, touching you?
Yes.
Go ahead
Son
and,
of a bitch.
use that for on
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's going to win.
Yep. I knew I should have just said right now it's time for baseball nuggets. Alec, that's what I should have just said is it's time for baseball nuggets and just left it at that. Darn it.
Now you got to sit in it.
Gross.
Yeah.
That's how we're trying to teach Noah. Nah, I'm just kidding. So
I don't know why that was so weird to me.
the Texas Rangers, per Jeff Passan, are one of multiple teams targeting Japanese infielder Kazuma Okamoto. He's 29, and when they do the posting, which I thought was supposed to be this morning, maybe I've missed that news.
He's the home run king, right?
That
over there
is not him.
Okay, different.
That is a different person. So Okamoto is an infielder, and last year his season got shortened by the elbow injury, and so I don't think that's the home run king. He has 300. Shut up, Bobby. He has a 327 batting average last year with 15 home runs in just 69 games. So that is still impressive power. He also had 21 doubles as well. The thought is that the Rangers will be in the mix, but so will the Mets, the Diamondbacks, the Red Sox, the Pirates. So there'll be plenty of. I think he can rule the Pirates out. They're not looking to really spend money to help out Paul Skeens or the organization in general.
So he's like, nah, I'm committed to this thing.
Yeah. They're like, we're not going to spend. So just keep an eye out on that. Now, I've seen disputing reports. I do not believe this is official just yet, but did you see that the White Sox have invited Pope Leo to throw out the first pitch?
Dude, a couple things there. One, it's really cool that a pope is like interested in baseball.
That is really cool. And he has a specific rooting
really
interest
cares.
and everything?
Yeah, no, that's really cool. The other thing is throwing out a first pitch, absolute dream of mine. I have been very jealous that Choppy's gotten to do it multiple times. I understand why. He's choppy. Like, we get that, right? But Rangers, if y'all are listening out there, I've always wanted to throw out a first pitch for my team that I grew up watching. Kevin, I played for the Red Hot Rangers T-ball team, and we were undefeated that year.
All right.
I'm a Steve Buechele, Pete O'Brien fan. Name a Ranger, all right? I love the idea of being able to throw out a first pitch.
It's a mistake, Corey.
Okay.
Hear me out.
You know what? I've never wanted to throw out a first pitch.
No.
Oh.
No. Your thinking is right.
Okay.
You're skipping too far ahead too fast.
Oh, I need to start in the minors.
You want to make sure that you ace it at the big league level. Now, if you want to perfect your craft, here's another piece-a-thon package we're going to have on Wednesday. Locked it in. It is official. For the Abilene Flying Bison, the package will get you all kinds of cool team swag. I mean, look, they're the Flying Bison. Obviously, their swag is cool. 2 tickets to the game, press box seating, hotel night at the DoubleTree, so you don't have to worry about the travel all in one day, and you get to throw out the first pitch for the game.
Oh, man!
So see, Corey, you need to practice at this level so you're ready when you make your debut.
So I win
at
this
Globe Life
package. I
Field.
get to do that stuff. I get to throw out a first pitch.
Correct.
Really work the arm.
Correct. Whatever your process is fine.
Then from the
I don't
214,
feel like I need to know that part.
From the 214, I really appreciate this. Go get Corey, Rangers.
You know Corey.
See, even Boach knows. So Boach will live in infamy with us Rangers fans.
No, that's exactly right.
He'll live in eternity.
I like that better. But yeah, seriously, if you live in the greater Abilene area
or just want to drive there.
Because we got you the hotel night too.
Yes.
Well, I mean, I didn't specifically get it, but you know what I'm saying. And you get 2 tickets to the game, lots of swag, and you get to throw out the first pitch.
I like this. This is a really cool item, dude. I've always, like I said, always wanted to throw out a first pitch, so that's awesome for the Pope. I guess, being a radio host isn't quite as cool as being the Pope, huh?
Would you want to be the Pope? I mean, I would want to be the Pope.
I don't think I could do it.
Yeah, I mean, well, sure. I don't think I could do it either. That wasn't the question. I didn't say, yes, I could be the Pope.
Did I tell you one day I saw a priest? I was driving to work, and I looked at my rear view, and I was like, that dude doesn't have a collar on his shirt. But it actually is a collar. It just goes all the way around. And there's that little white piece in the middle, kind of like that. It's interesting. Why do they do that? What's that for? Can you explain it?
Probably not right now, but also if you want to look something up, look up my name and then reasons why I can't be the Pope. Because not this Pope, but the Pope before, when we were at the newspaper, I said I would like to be the Pope, but also listed all the issues with my candidacy from unwed pregnancy, all kinds of stuff along those lines.
Oh, man.
All right. Let's go from there, honestly, to more baseball, hopefully. The Yankees have emerged as the clear-cut favorite for Cody Bellinger. And then the Reds threw something out there about Elly De La Cruz. Kind of, he struggled in the back half of the season, but what was laid out is he had a major quad injury. They said he had a partially torn quad in the second half of the season and said, look, we were hoping that he could play with the injury, and he did, just not as successful as possible. And so if you're worried about the swoon from Elly De La Cruz, it seems like maybe that's one of the explanatory reasons for it, and maybe he'll bounce back next year.
Yeah, he has had a tendency to fall off. He starts off hot and then falls off a little bit, but that injury definitely could have been a significant reason. Kevin, we were talking about MVP for next year.
Right.
Elly De La Cruz was a name that kept popping up.
Yes.
If he's healthy completely, dude, just imagine. So I would definitely hope that that's the case for him.
And then I think this is good news because I have these services. I could see how baseball fans are maybe not super pumped about that. So MLB is ushering in their new era, or their new TV era for baseball fans. They've landed new media deals with NBC, Netflix, and ESPN. Now, these have pretty much been things that we've talked about in the past, but if you're looking for specific clarification on that, you're going to see MLB back on NBC, and then you will also see plenty of games on Peacock. We've talked a good deal about the Netflix deal that has been cut, and I think this is just a toe in the water for them to maybe potentially take it over. And then it's kind of sort of back with ESPN. And so baseball is getting, in a way, more fragmented to some people, but I bet there's other people who are like, I can see more games now than ever. Like, if you have these streaming services. But you know how people complain about, like, do you know how much money you'd have to spend to watch all the NFL games? I feel like we're moving in that direction for all sports, and here's the next step for baseball.
Two things, Kevin. One, from the 214, Corey has my vote to be the next pope. I appreciate that.
Oh, great.
I will announce my candidacy soon.
Okay.
And then our campaign. Do we campaign for this?
Actually, believe it or not, there has been a lot more campaigning for Pope than you would think.
And then somebody did text in, and they said, shout out to Corey's mic cover for keeping him from cussing the last two segments.
Yeah.
So I appreciate that. Really appreciate the love that I'm getting this morning from the Tolos. I needed it today. I really did.
And then from the 469, we've kind of addressed this, but real quick, somebody said, I thought I heard Chris Young saying that they really needed to cut payroll. So one of the things to keep an eye out on that is the presumptive payroll hits that would have been Adolis Garcia and Jonah Heim. We've talked about them getting non-tendered if they don't get traded, and then keep an eye out for Marcus Semien, because even if you have to eat, like half of that contract, that's a big cut as well.
The Astros are also trying to stay under the luxury tax threshold as well. So I wonder if a lot of teams, Kevin, because what could be a lockout year coming up, I wonder if a lot of teams are probably sitting in this going, nah, we're not really going to try to make a run. This is a very interesting time for baseball.
And I wonder how much of that has to do with the potential for 2027 season being washed. Don't know. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, plus are the Columbus Blue Jackets sports' most irrelevant franchise. Next, right here on The Fan.
by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where, Alec, I'm really disappointed I didn't get to use my baseball Nuggets tease, where it was, does the Pope pitch in the woods? And I just really thought that was fun, and so I needed you to know that exists. Right now, brought to you by Ford in your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. We bring to you our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Did I ever tell you the Pope grew up about 2 suburbs north of where I did?
I did not know it was that close, but I was curious about the connection because he's a White Sox fan. Obviously, I know your affinity for the White Sox. How cool would it be if he threw out the first pitch in a White Sox game?
I think that'd be really cool, and I could wear my Pope shirt with the White Sox logo on it now. He's wearing number 14, by the way.
I love it. By the way, a non-related bit of football Cowboys. Let's try that again. A not related to the Cowboys bit of football news. There we go. Ian Rappaport is rapporting that Joe Mixon is going to be out for the rest of the year. Now, for the Cowboys, something I just saw, and I think this is super cool every single year, Mick, is the My Cause, My Cleats. And I saw that Solomon Thomas is going to be dedicating his to mental health and ending youth suicide. And so I just wanted to get maybe your thoughts on the program in general, because I know it's the No Fun League, but this was an idea that I think is freaking genius that they've done for a while now.
No, it is. And you know what? The guys are all over it, right? They just love this idea, and some of them go to great extent to figure out how they want to design their cleats. It ends up a big deal in the locker room. So it brings great awareness for sure to the cause.
And I know Solomon Thomas has been a big mental health advocate for some time, just like Dak Prescott. It's just Solomon Thomas hasn't been on this team, even though obviously that is a local kid as well. Speaking of Dak Prescott, not saying we need to expect the worst, but did you get a little bit nervous when Shoddy was talking yesterday? He's like, he's a little banged up from the game.
Yeah, I think you would have to tie him down in a bed to keep him from playing in this game, don't you think?
Yes.
Probably so.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I thought you were going to point out the Eagles' defensive statistics against the pass, and it's like, oh, Dak's in trouble, right?
I mean, and so speaking of that, one of the things we talked about to kick off the show is how effective they've been at batting passes down, which sometimes I feel like doesn't get like the proper attention that it should.
Well, not only that, but the stat that got my attention was they've only given up 9 passing touchdowns in 10 games.
Really?
Now, I don't know if that's an indication of who they played, but they've played some good opponents, right?
Sure.
And beaten them, and only... it's in their notes, a league low 3 red zone touchdown passes, tied with Denver, and they're the only team, let's see, what does it say? The only team that has not allowed a passing touchdown on 3rd or 4th down this season.
So if you want to boil down the reasons why the Eagles have been so good, part of it is the stat that you just said. On the money downs and in the red zone, they have been phenomenal this year, because you talked about how good they have been at stopping touchdown passes. Their offense, while struggling in general, has been phenomenally efficient in the red zone. They have been great on 3rd and 4th downs. Like, boil it all down to that, it feels like.
Well, and this will be a big challenge, and I'm guessing this statistic has a lot to do with their pressure that they can put on opposing quarterbacks up front. But they're first in the league when it comes to opponent completion percentage. And you know Dak's really good at completion percentage.
Right.
Well, they're only giving up 56.6% completions in the passing game so far this year. So, the Cowboys So to go back to where you started, this Cowboy offensive line that did play better against the Raiders, and we're about to find out if it was because of the Raiders or that they finally got enough guys on the line of scrimmage playing together for a couple games now. Because, if that's all the completion percentage they're giving up, that means their defensive front is doing a heck of a job against opposing quarterbacks getting pressure on them.
You know, Mickey, one of the things I do love when they put out the sounds from the sideline, and one of the things I saw a couple different times, and Kevin, we talked a little bit about it with DeMar Van Overshown. Seems like Quentin Williams stepped in there and just started communicating immediately. How much you like hearing that he's letting these guys know to trust him so quickly?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And know what? If anybody just read a portion of his bio, you're going to say, oh, I'm listening to this guy. He's been to the Pro Bowl the last 3 years.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
So I think that carries a lot of weight in the locker room, and the guys know who he is. I'll guarantee you they do. So, yeah, and I'm sure he's got some confidence, and that's good. And, I think we saw a difference of how they were applying pressure on opposing quarterbacks. Or at least for Geno Smith in the first game. Now, we'll see what happens in this game, knowing that it's not all about getting pressure on Jalen Hurts, but it's making sure you keep him in the pocket and don't let him take off and start running. I thought it was also interesting yesterday. Quentin got asked if he ever had to face the tush push. And he says, no, I don't believe I have. And he said the only team we played that the quarterback sneaks was Josh Allen. And he goes, Josh Allen doesn't need any help to get his first down. So he said, I'm sure we'll have a good plan. But, I was thinking about it. So go ahead. And you put his 303 pounds, 6'3" in the middle, next to Kenny Clark, who I think comes in at 314. And then if you want, if they end up active, well, they put him on the roster, but if he's in the game, Perrion Winfrey is 290. And then you can throw in Jay Toya at 340, and it's kind of a formidable big front that the Eagles' offensive line is going to have to move, and it's coming up, right? I've never seen a team in more 3rd and 1 and 4th and 1s, or 4th and 3rd and goal at the one than any other team in the league.
I still like the strategy that one team used of having a player just lay down right in front of the football. I don't think that's
That's pretty good.
Yeah, it was kind of effective. You were talking about the completion percentage against the Eagles. One of the people I wanted to zero in on and then is Quinyon Mitchell, because man, oh man, day by day, week by week, it looks like that guy is becoming a freaking star.
Yeah, no, you're right. So again, in those circumstances, you always wonder how they're going to play him. Are they going to put him on your best guy?
Right.
Well, who's
or move
the best
him.
guy?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And then you got a Dory Jackson going to cover the other guy, and man, I don't think so. They sort of tried to do that the first time, and it almost caught them. So yeah, I'll be interested to see just exactly what they do. By the way, and I was trying to remember what it was. I see it. Dak's completing right at 70% of his passes.
Wow.
That is nice.
So something got to give.
Yeah,
right?
for sure.
Yeah, and I mean, like you go back and watch that first game this year. He had a really good understanding, really good concept, because Fangio puts out a tremendous defense, but Dak seemed very in tune with what was the timing on what needed to when throws needed to happen. It felt very comfortable in the pocket back there. Would Mitchell then be the person that you want Dak to try and get ejected before the game this time?
Yeah, see if you can get him to do some spitting.
Yeah,
I suppose so. Yes,
that's the one.
I suppose so.
Go out there for the coin toss and see if you can get somebody irritated. Right?
Yes, that is actually Corey has been farming out or looking for ideas for that exact thing. Now, something that has gone from potentially a strength to a weakness in this game is their offensive line. Already no Lane Johnson. Cam Jurgens is in concussion protocol. Like, obviously the Cowboys have been through this whole up and down roller coaster already this year, but that feels like the potential for a huge change for the Eagles.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And you saw what happened last week, right?
Yep.
Remember, we pointed out that the Raiders were starting two backup guards.
Yep.
And I think the Cowboys certainly took advantage of that. So, this we'll find out a little bit more about Williams' effect in the middle of this defensive line and their ability to get pressure on opposing quarterbacks. But again, Philadelphia is different, right? Because you got to make sure that Hurts doesn't start hurting you, if I can say that. And if I remember the first game, I think I want to say that he had more rushing yards than Saquon Barkley.
Yeah.
You know what? I got it right here. Yeah, 2 yards more, 62-60.
I think 2 yards is how many Ashton Genty had.
Oh,
too,
my
so.
gosh.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's not. I'm sorry.
Well, as long as and by the way, it's a good thing the Cowboys aren't playing the Giants or the Jets on Sunday.
Why is that?
With the East Coast officiating bias over these last 2 days, I was just glad they're not playing a team like the Islanders or the Knicks. Okay,
It's a good point. We would have scored the game-tying touchdown pass. It would have been called an offensive hold. I see what you're saying there for sure. Isn't it remarkable how almost exactly same those two games were?
I think I shouted last night, I cannot believe it.
Yes.
And I was there for the Stars game, right?
Yeah,
and
man.
It was like the whole place is going crazy, right? And I looked up at the scoreboard, and the clock had run out. Well, there was a tenth of a second left, right? And then when I saw the guy putting the headset on, I'm going, this is not going to turn out well.
Stupid Toronto overturning that call.
Well, they should have called the guy cross-checking Robinson from the back in the first place.
Yeah, give me a penalty
shot.
shot.
He ended up where he went. He got cross-checked.
I'm with you.
Sorry, I'm out of my way.
No disagreements.
You were dead on. You're preaching to everybody right now, Mick.
Thank you very much, good sir. We will catch you again tomorrow.
Okay, talk to you guys.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and I wanted to throw this out there real quick. Sorry, Derek, because I thought it was hilarious.
I don't think this is Derek. I think Derek benefits from this.
Yes. So Bill Simmons, never mind. Bill Simmons on his show proclaimed that the Columbus Blue Jackets were the most irrelevant franchise in sports. Because kind of the idea was you're too bad to make the playoffs, but not so bad that you're at the top of the news with your dysfunction.
Yeah.
And it's usually a team in a small market. And he said, I've never heard a single conversation about the Blue Jackets. So he put the Columbus Blue Jackets on burn or on blast. But the Columbus Blue Jackets responded on their Twitter account. Tried to go to Grantland to read the full article, but I got a 404.
Oh, that was his old website, right?
Yeah.
That was a cool website for a minute.
It was.
Long form stuff.
And then they decided to put them on camera.
They're out.
Things.
Dang, dude, I love Bill Simmons.
I love Bill Simmons, the writer.
He's a very good writer.
As an on-air personality, I think we've tried this in several different venues, and all of them have ended the same.
It goes back to one time I watched Colin Quinn on Saturday Night Live.
I like Colin Quinn.
And he was doing the weekend update, and he was talking about The Postman. And he was like, this movie's bombed. And he looked up, and it's a picture of Kevin Costner, and he goes, acty, no directy. Acty. And I was like, maybe that's the way it is for Bill Simmons.
Yes, and that is exactly
nice job by the Blue Jackets.
They make Derek Holland proud.
Yeah.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus stay clear of this potential Christmas gift for your kids next on The Fan.
Roger that, Sally.
have Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forgive me.
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maid.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where maybe we can put some public pressure on this situation. We would love to do an Ask the Manager for Peace-a-thon. I don't know if we'll all be employed after that. But,
does that mean we ask questions to him, or he is open to like all of the Tolos that just text in questions?
I think both.
What about Alec? Can Alec ask questions?
We means Alec.
What question would you like to ask the boss?
Well, actually, you can make your own determination on that because it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the Pride of Mansfield, Texas.
Yeah. Sandwich.
I'm not going to lie, Alec, if him just saying sandwich became a part of that, I don't hate it.
As he holds it up to the camera.
I don't hate it.
Every day.
I can't be mad at that. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Plus, the Christmas gift not to get your young children this year. This is terrifying.
Okay.
We will get to that here in just a little bit. But, gentlemen, we will visit the National Day calendar as we always do. There's some interesting ones today, including National Absurdity Day.
Ooh, I like that one.
So if you see something absurd, it's very on brand today.
Feels like this rain's going to be absurd today.
Yes, I'm not really looking forward to driving home.
Somebody on the YouTube lost power.
Oh.
But they're also texting, or they're also commenting on the YouTube, so...
You can do that on your phone.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Cell service?
I was
sorry, I didn't mean to be rude about that.
Yeah, Kevin was like, hey, dummy! God, phones are existing still.
That's a good point.
It is also Great American Smokeout Day, I guess.
That feels like a big celebration day for our audience.
No, not a single person out there, Kevin.
Facts.
Not a single Tolo is partaking in the smoking variety of activity today.
No sticky icky out there.
Not even right now. I bet right this second.
It's illegal in Texas.
There is not a single person out there that is doing such a thing.
You can't
How
do that.
dare you?
You can't break the law.
It's a rainy day.
You can't break the law.
Oh,
Are you trying to say that rainy day makes the smell go away?
No, I'm saying you don't want to go outside.
Okay, so you tell go.
That's right.
Hold on. How come you guys are like, oh, yeah, you should have sex while listening to the station, but nobody who listens smokes weed?
Because there are people with integrity out there.
Okay, well, that is absurd. And Integrity was a brand of weed. So I guarantee you more people are smoking weed right now, listening to our station than having sex.
Ooh, interesting.
Fact
interesting.
that I cannot prove, but we'll say fact because I'm gonna go Fred here. The reality is,
it is what it is. Let's call it what it is.
Yeah.
Let's call it what it is.
Fantex is a very interesting place.
Yeah, a lot of people saying that there's no, they aren't.
I can read them all if you like, but then Alec will have no more segment.
Yeah, from the 940, smoking makes you want to eat sandwiches. I kind of want that on my gravestone. Not gonna lie.
A buddy of mine just texted and said, tell him I'm doing it right now on the way to work. I think he's Tolo going, is what he's saying.
Huh.
On his drive to work.
Yeah, I definitely would
He's
not.
been in your house.
Is that safe?
Oh, no. Don't be doing that on your way to work. Either one. If you're operating a vehicle, don't have sex either.
The 214 says, Kevin, I'm smoking and having sex. Okay, I need to get this back under control. I did say it's National Absurdity Day.
That was absurd.
This is absurd.
So let's think about it, Alec, for a second. Let's really break this down. I am proud of that person then, because that means they're smoking, doing it, listening to the station, and able to text in. That is somebody who's taking advantage of all of their body, right? Like they're doing the best they can with all of it.
Remember in White Men Can't Jump when Rosie Perez got into the driver's seat with Woody Harrelson?
Yeah.
And he was like, oh, this can't be safe. And I was like, this is hilarious. And I was like 8.
That movie helped me become a man.
Yeah, it did.
Huh.
Me too.
Okay.
Thank you, Rosie Perez.
Yep.
Yeah.
She's thirsty.
And then she won Jeopardy.
That was the second Star Wars movie for me, Kevin. In chronological order, Attack of the Clones.
Attack of the Clones.
Yeah. Shout out Natalie Portman.
All right. Here's my absurdity for the day then.
Oh, gosh.
I think I mentioned this not that long ago, but it still really bothers me. How are you going to have an intimate dinner under space candlelight and telling this fella that you can't be together and then wearing your dominatrix outfit
I don't remember this.
to the intimate dinner? Yeah, wrong. You should have wore a big potato sack or something like that. And been like, sorry, no dice. And then you'd been like, well, all right.
Okay, well, this is my segment, so I need to get it back under control.
You said absurdity.
It is, but it's also National
Hold on,
Child's
do you get things
Day.
under control by putting your hair up?
Yeah, I need to lock in.
He's fixing his hair
I need
right
to lock
now.
in. I need to lock in, guys. This is getting too absurd for me.
Oh, that is an interesting
From the
outfit.
469, if there's Tolo go, should there be Tolo blow for the marijuana people?
Oh, God.
Not the other thing. That does feel too far.
I've had to hit a button that I don't like to hit once today. I don't want to hit it again, please.
Okay.
It's National Child's Day as well. But what I really want to get to, I promise, National Peanut Butter Fudge Day.
Oh.
And that makes me think of holidays. That makes me think of the desserts of the holidays. What is your favorite holiday season dessert? 877-881-1053, because there are certain ones that I stay away from until this time of the year.
It's the peppermint bark for me.
Oh, yeah.
I love peppermint bark, both in terms of the, snowmen that they put together, peppermint bark, but also my older son makes tremendous dark chocolate peppermint bark. So, yeah, peppermint bark high on the list.
Does Dawson's mom make a buttermilk pie or a sugar?
Oh, yeah. I don't remember.
Dude, I think it's a buttermilk pie. That thing is phenomenal. That thing is so good. Adrian then kind of took the same idea and added coconut to the top of it.
Ooh.
And it went inside of it also. I was like, this thing is amazing. It was always pumpkin pie. I love as a child pumpkin pie.
Sure.
And basically the entire bucket of Cool Whip, just dump it on top of there and just be like, but this new thing in my life, it's a coconut buttercream pie, buttermilk pie. It's awesome, and that's my new favorite now. In your face. Thanks to Dawson for introducing me to that too.
You know what I will say? Not really of the dessert variety, but you got me thinking of something that I've had from a coworker's family before. Is Broadus brought some homemade pumpkin bread. One time, I think it was Thanksgiving Day.
Oh, yeah.
I used to
Hell
work
yeah.
the Cowboys game day broadcast, so I was up here on Thanksgiving Day, and he brought a ton of food because Brian, he always does that. And he had some homemade pumpkin bread, the best I've ever had in my life. It was so good.
Also, I can't remember the name. Somebody just said rum cake. You ever had a good rum cake? Kevin, I know you don't like to get drunk, but sometimes...
Serious question about that. Is there... This is going to be stupid. Is there alcohol to the point where if you ate a bunch of cake, you could be
No.
Okay.
I don't think so, but it depends on what they like. You know how tres leches, they pour the milk on it and it sits there, it soaks it up?
Yeah.
Kind of like that sometimes. Some people take it a little further. So, it would do that, but rum cake is so good, dude. I love rum cake.
Let's see, bread pudding from the 469. Let's see, I'm seeing more National Absurdity Day text, which I appreciate as well. From the 817, corn pie. It's a real thing. Look it up.
Oh,
corn pie.
That sounds like something I would eat.
Huh. From the 940, pumpkin roll with crushed walnuts on top. Love a good pumpkin roll. That sounds great.
I'm not entirely sure if I know what a pumpkin roll is.
I've had it once.
Sorry to...
you would need a visual aid for a pumpkin roll. I can't really explain things.
Okay.
You like walnuts?
Think of it like...
chestnuts?
What's the little Debbie cakes? Swiss rolls? Think of it like that, but a bigger version and pumpkin kind of cakey bread.
I know what that is.
That's the best description I can give you.
It
It's
has
really, really
the cream in the middle?
Yes.
Okay.
It, swirled into it. It's rolled up, so it's got the layers of cake versus cream versus cake versus cream.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool Whip.
And it's really, really good.
Cool
I love
Whip.
it. I love it. I'd say for me, it's just the regular milk chocolate fudge because nostalgia. My mom used to make it growing up all the time for Thanksgiving and Christmas time, and that was the number one thing at any family function was the chocolate fudge. And it's usually not the greatest sign if the dessert is stealing the show, but it was just so good.
True.
It was just so good that it sent everything over the top. Nothing else mattered to me. It was I need to clean this plate so I can go get some fudge. Because, growing up, it's you're going to finish those greens and those proteins before you touch the desserts.
Right.
So now that I'm a grown man, I can do whatever I want. But, back then, it was, Mom was always in the ear hey, you got to finish your plate before. I'm like, dry turkey. I don't want this. Like, what's going on? It wasn't hers. I'm not going to say who made it.
You know what I always do
Not
on
gonna say who made
Thanksgiving? For every Thanksgiving I grew up, when we'd show up to my grandma Maxine's, she always had the deviled eggs made already and in the fridge, and I would go steal 2.
Oh, I'm that way with olives.
And I do that now to this day. When my mom, she's making it, I still go in there and I steal 2. And she, actually, my grandma at one point just made me a whole dish on my own and was like, hey, Corey, you can get out of those now.
That's nice.
Yeah, deviled eggs are great.
Yeah, that's a big hitter in our house too. We're trying to figure out what we're doing because we're relocating. For the past 3 years, Thanksgiving has been in a different spot each time, so the responsibilities change up.
Yeah.
So last year it was at our house, which meant it was mainly me and my dad doing the cooking. So I had everything I could ever ask for there. Now I don't know what's going to be there because it's not at our house this year. So I'm kind of concerned. Guys, I'm also concerned about this. AI-powered teddy bears.
Nope.
So this is from CNN. Kevin, you want to?
Nope.
Can you imagine the headlines that these AI teddy bears are running?
I was waiting for it. But according to CNN, there's a Singapore-based company called Payload Toy. They were charging $99 for... They were charging $99 for an AI-powered teddy bear named Kuma. The name given to a teddy bear that combines advanced artificial intelligence with friendly interactive features, making it the perfect friend for both kids and adults. But
it's going to murder you.
Some folks here in the U.S. decided to get their hands on one of the bears as part of an investigation into a number of different AI-powered toys that they obtained. And it's safe to say that they didn't get a glowing review in the 40th edition of the U.S. PIRG Education Fund's Trouble in Toyland report. PIRG, Purge.
Oh,
but
dear.
Yeah, they have the Trouble in Toyland report that they do every year, and this made the list. Researchers found they were able to engage in conversations that led to the bear telling them where to find knives in their home.
Oh my!
How to light a match, which is obviously less than ideal if a small child is involved here.
Yes!
And they also found that it was more than happy to share advice concerning some quote-unquote adult activities, including how to tie up people and other role-play dynamics.
Kevin, the future is bright.
Is it?
These are the
Terrifying.
times.
This is terrifying, dude.
These are the times that people are going to look back on. And they're going to be like, how did they not see this coming?
Five Nights at Freddy's.
Exactly. Or there's a movie last year that came out called Imaginary about, like, there was some other stuff, but it was kind of about this idea that the bear would help you kill people and kill people on its own. And that's what's going to happen. I'm not going to lie. I'm fine if the bear is telling you weird sex things as long as it's not murdering you. Right? If those are the two options.
I don't know about that.
That's my winner tomorrow.
I don't know if I'm fine that they're telling you about weird sex things.
No, I hear you on that. But I'm saying if it's an either
bear.
or,
Oh, okay.
is the bear is going to tell you what a bear job is, and you're like, I don't know what that means.
Oh my
and
gosh.
it explains
Finding
it
honey.
to you, or it murders you. Yeah, it's going to tell you about its honeypot. That's fine. That's better than if it murdered you.
Yeah, you don't want to be murdered.
Blood and honey.
Yeah. This is.
I haven't seen those.
It's a scary
believe
time.
it or not.
It's a scary time, dude. With AI.
Just know that this was all your fault, Alec.
You know, what have I done?
We're the KNC masterpiece. For now.
Right
here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, where we power rank the quarterback power rankings right here on The Fan.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Fake handoff to Stevenson. May feeling the pressure. Taking a shot. He's got his man. It's Pop Douglas, and he is in. Touchdown. 53-yard strike from May.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Just a reminder, tomorrow we will be at Freebirds in Irving off of North MacArthur. One of our featured giveaway items for tomorrow is the 105.3 The Fan Tolo cutting board, exclusive for this event, and it is very cool.
Good luck.
It is very
Might take 'em.
cool. I will have some bonus giveaway items, but that is awesome. Right now, powered by Men's Tea Clinic, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and rip it.
Now, Damone Clark was picked up off of waivers by the Houston Texans, in case you wanted to continue to follow his journey. And then this is a journey that has become more and more interesting as the days have gone along. There's a report out there that the Bills plan to bench Keon Coleman again tonight. So we talked about it. He was a healthy scratch for the first time in his career in the last game because there's some disciplinary issues that involved. I mean, you heard missing meetings, but I'm guessing there is now a lot more to it. And there are rumblings that he will be benched tonight as well.
I think that, that has to be the case. You have to do that with guys for whatever is they are doing that you disagree with. You have to let them know. And the rest of the team, this is not, a lot of times it's not just the one guy that's getting the punishment for a reason. It's everybody else has to see that it's happening. He's a young player, and I don't know exactly, if there's more to this.
That's the thing, yeah.
But, man, he was going to end up having a better season this year.
Right.
Not as productive as I think they hoped he would be at some point, but he was going to end up having a better season. I don't know if he's going to hit those marks if this continues.
Now, a couple of imminent returns for the Giants. Jackson Dart was limited in practice yesterday, but the belief is that he's on track to play against the Lions this weekend. And then a huge bit of news for Bengals fans. Joe Burrow was upgraded to a full participant at Wednesday's practice for the first time since undergoing toe surgery. So, their playoff hopes are slim, but if Burrow can start playing against the Patriots, we'll see.
You think that's going to be the case?
I don't think he's going to play this weekend, but that is not based on inside information.
Okay.
All right. Power ranking the quarterback power rankings. Who is the worst starting quarterback in all of football?
Shedeur Sanders, because he is playing for the Browns.
Shedeur Sanders, after a 4 for 16 performance with an interception in his relief time, is in fact listed as worst on the quarterback power rankings, followed by Alec, who is the second worst behind Shedeur.
It's always easy to say Cam Ward at this point.
That is a smart way of looking at it because Cam Ward is, in fact, next to last, then Tyrod Taylor, Geno Smith, and Marcus Mariota.
I was going to say whoever the quarterback is for the Jets. Like that's got to be in that conversation. Geno Smith, huh?
So
interesting.
You look at it, and this is what's really bad, is because a lot of these are backups. So let's start at 27 all the way to the end. Though, honestly, you could jump up to 26, Tyler Shuck, because he was not the initial plan for the Saints. But then you go Kirk Cousins, backup. Marcus Mariota at 28, backup. Tyrod Taylor, backup. Shedeur Sanders, backup. Which means that the ones who aren't, Geno Smith at 29 and Cam Ward at 31, they're just like, you're just bad.
Yeah, you are.
Where would you put Dak on this list?
Let's see, the way he played against the Raiders was pretty good. Wasn't he in like the 12 range last week? I'll put him at 11.
Okay. Alec, where would you put Dak Prescott in the hierarchy of quarterbacks.
Had a really good game against a really bad team, and I feel like national outlets will care about that fact. I would say 12.
And these are wild times that we live in. 12 is Patrick Mahomes, and 11 is Dak Prescott.
Huh.
So, who would you put at the top of the heap? And does it feel like a 2-quarterback race at this moment?
It's Matt Stafford. Is anybody else playing? Is Lamar hurt again?
I don't think he's going to miss the game, but I know people were concerned that he popped back up with ankle this time after the hamstring injury. I still think he's going to play, but that is concerning.
Is it not Josh Allen?
Nope. I don't think so. I think there's one other person that's running neck and neck with.
Well, Drake May's having a phenomenal season.
I think that's the guy, Drake May. So, tell me what you think about this top 5. Matthew Stafford, Drake May, Josh Allen, 3rd, Lamar Jackson is 4th, and Jalen Hurts is 5th. So something about Jalen Hurts that I looked up that took me by surprise. You mentioned Josh Allen.
Mm-hmm.
So which quarterbacks have the most touchdowns this season? Josh Allen and Matthew Stafford are 1-2. Jalen Hurts is 3rd.
With total
touchdown. Yeah. He's tied for 3rd. And I know it doesn't always look like people.
That's why his team hates him, because he's running in for touchdowns instead of throwing him the ball.
I mean, he has 1 interception versus 22 total touchdowns, which is 3rd in the NFL. So I think he's having a better season than I think a lot of people perceive him to have.
Is it better?
I think it's better.
Or is it like he's very conservative and doesn't turn the ball over? I feel like there are a lot of times where he just does take off running. A lot of that has to do with that offensive line is not exactly what it's been of late. And so it is adapting to what the game is, and that's, I think, very important.
And that's why I think it's better, because we go back to 2014. I thought easily the best year of Tony Romo's career, because he did exactly what the game called for. And I think when you see that defense getting stronger and stronger, Jalen Hurts might be doing exactly what the game calls for. Or you can't rule out the idea that entire team implodes because they all hate each other. But
yeah,
we'll probably deal with that later today or perhaps tomorrow. Rest of the top 10, in case you were curious.
Just something real quick, Kevin, from the 469. I think this is about Shador. They said he played 1 game. Y'all chill. So we did not rank him last.
They're not my ranking.
This is I believe, CBS.
That is correct.
They're the ones that do this. And historically, whenever a quarterback is getting a start for the first time, they go at the bottom of the list.
Yes.
So that's just the way that is.
And the appearance he had, he completed 25% of his passes.
Yeah.
So, what are you even talking about?
He's got a lot to do, a lot to work and grow on.
And also, Mahomes
again, the list itself, we can pretty much every time a new quarterback is starting, throw that one at the bottom of the list.
And Mahomes is 12.
Yeah.
It's a list of the moment. Do you really think Mahomes is the 12th best quarterback in the NFL?
Dude, here's what I was thinking this morning. No.
I would have thought that easy, no?
I was driving in this morning and thinking about Mahomes and how it's a weird place that they're in. But don't you go in a big game and go, they're likely to win.
Yes.
Because they know how.
Yes.
They have the quarterback. Yes. They have the coaching advantage, too. I
agree with all of that.
It's some of these regular season games, they got to get into the playoffs for sure, in order to get there. But whenever it's big game time, I'm like, I trust them. I just do.
I get it. Rest of the top 10, by the way, Jared Goff is 6, Baker 7, then Jordan Love, Sam Darnold, and Brock Purdy round out the top 10. I'm going to talk about the Rams real quick, because while Matthew Stafford's rocking and rolling, while a lot of people think that Super Bowl buzz is there and they're the favorites, consider this. They just put defensive captain Quentin Lake on injured reserve, as well as offensive starters Rob Havenstein or Stein, if you're fancy, and Tyler Higbee on injured reserve as well. And so lost a tight end, lost your right tackle, lost your starting safety, all to injured reserve. I know those people aren't Matthew Stafford, and they are still an excellent team, but man, that's a tough day, or a tough couple of days.
Absolutely it is.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, how about we do some NFL overreaction or reality right here on The Fan?
Let's go! Our goal is to have you winning
product. I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Freak
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Sapphire Squad?
Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors. And, of course, the famous Alec Medford. And right now, we're going to do some NFL overreaction or reality. Overreaction or reality? And I think I know Corey's answer to this because you've made reference to it before. Overreaction or reality? You want to give George Pickens a long-term extension.
Did you hear Ross Tucker this morning? I want to throw this back out there. I thought he was phenomenal. I think he's a really fun guest.
I like him too.
He's in touch with what's going on there, but he was like,
is he still creating the newspapers for
I don't know about that.
Okay.
But he didn't mention it. That's the only reason I don't know. But he was like, he's somebody you want to date but not marry. And he said, you want to do a short-term contract with like ironclad if he gets suspended type stuff in it. And I was like, oh, that's really interesting, actually. I think Pickens is playing exactly the way you should play in a contract season.
Totally agree.
And Kevin, there's always, let's go ahead and throw it out there, the 3 motivating factors for athletes.
Do you need to make a chart for this one?
I don't think I need to make a chart. Okay. I've been saying this for years. Contract season, revenge, and fun babies, because babies are expensive. So like and this is one of those situations. Every athlete should play at their best in a contract season. He knows what's at stake. He knows that you should play your best all the time. But more likely you're going to get extra for contract season. You know what? For 1 year, I have to make sure I don't eat junk, or I don't do this, or I don't do that. All these things. So I want to keep him around.
Okay.
To go along to complement CeeDee Lamb. I like that thing. I don't really want to spend the money.
So, Alec, I want to go to you, but I just want to say, and maybe this is a conversation for another day, I think putting the franchise tag on him would be a mistake.
Absolutely. I completely agree with you.
Alec, overreaction or reality, you want to give George Pickens a long-term extension.
Yeah, I'm on the choppy train here of why wasn't this done 2 weeks ago at this point. You've seen enough. You really have. And the price is only going to go up the way that this team decides to go about business, putting things off, using the tag as a placeholder. Just wait for another wide receiver 2 to get wide receiver 1 money. Then what happens? The price goes up. So I'd rather just get it out of the way now, and I do think that's a luxury that not many teams in the NFL have. So I think it would be cool to say, you've got 2 legit wide receiver 1s on this team that are here for the foreseeable future. I would like it. I think it should have been done by now. I know it wasn't going to, and I know it won't happen until the offseason, but yes, get it done yesterday.
Now, my bonus question, spicier. All things being equal, overreaction or reality, you'd rather have George Pickens than CeeDee Lamb?
No.
Ooh, you answered that very quickly.
Well, and
probably because of the aforementioned reason.
And this is I definitely do this a lot. CeeDee Lamb's our guy.
Yeah.
You drafted him, you've invested in him, you've had him. He's our guy. And George Pickens was an addition that you went out and got. It's like a rental in my mind, but he's established that he's a reason that you're here. You're where you are offensively. But I'm not willing to move on from CeeDee Lamb. I am a little concerned about what happened Monday.
Yeah.
Very concerned about what happened Monday. Hopefully that's a learning moment, and it doesn't happen again. But and I don't know who was the one that was like, hey, let's go do this. I'm very curious about that, the influence those two have on each other. I love their friendship. I think it's good, but I don't want one for the other.
Alec, overreaction or reality bonus, all things being equal, you would rather have George Pickens than CeeDee Lamb.
Overreaction, yeah.
Oh. I wonder how many people don't think that's an overreaction.
There are people out there. I know for sure. I can't give you a percentage, but just the circulation during the Monday Night Football game on Twitter. Like, it seemed like there was at least, every time I refreshed the timeline, there was at least one person that was saying, there's your true wide receiver 1. And the reason CeeDee Lamb doesn't look like he's having fun is because he just realized he's wide receiver 2. And it's like, all right, what are we doing here? But yeah, I think that CeeDee has a bigger skill set. He's a better route runner. I think that he might not be as physical as of a pass catcher, but I think he is just as talented talented of a pass catcher. I think he has the intangibles that George Pickens has been knocked for in the past, especially when we realized he was available for trade. People were like, oh yeah, the 9 route. That's about it. And he's started to pick up more things here in Dallas, but he's still not as complete of a receiver. And CeeDee Lamb has been relatively healthy most of his career on top of that. So the fact that you have the veteran experience, a bigger skill set, and health, I would rather have CD 10 times out of 10.
I really want to know your answer. Usually
that's an overreaction.
Okay.
So I'm with you. I'm just surprised because you've heard so much buzz of people saying that. And by the way, I don't think there's any scenario in which you get rid of CeeDee Lamb. Like, to me, and I see people bringing that up, that's a non-starter. That's not going to happen for a couple of different reasons. So the scenario is you keep keep George Pickens on the franchise tag, which I think is a huge mistake. You give him a long-term deal, or he moves on down the road.
Mm-hmm. I
think CeeDee Lamb's better.
Also, I do love the compliment. I still do love the compliment of the two of them.
For sure.
And in my mind, Pickens is like Mike Evans. I heard Choppy say Plaxico Burress the other day, and I was like, oh, that's a good comp too. And then, or somebody said A.J. Green. I was like, that's beautiful. I love it. And then CeeDee Lamb, for me, is like a Marvin Harrison, Reggie Wayne type.
I got you.
And they do different things that also Dak can take advantage of.
And I agree. And I don't think for the Cowboys it has to be an either or. This was more of a fun radio question, which sometimes you get in NFL overreaction or reality. This is not just a fun overreaction or reality question. This is based in real life. According to Charles Robinson, you go back a little ways, the Eagles were willing to give up as many as 3 first-round picks for Myles Garrett. There's another article out saying, hey, this is what the Eagles would have to trade to get Myles Garrett, blah, blah, blah. And I can walk you through the finances if you care. Overreaction or reality? The Eagles would and should trade 3 first-round picks for Myles Garrett. Now, to go along with this, and this is why it's relevant too. Interesting. Do you know what they would inherit as a contract for him? 5 years, $102 million total.
Flat, huh?
So,
wow,
$20.4 million per year.
That's a great deal.
And that's why you'd need to give 3, because not only is he great, but
you're
Cleveland
getting extra,
would be taking a ginormous salary cap.
And Cleveland is constantly rebuilding. Like they've never had a quarterback, and they're just constantly they're like, all right, let's rebuild around Dylan Gabriel. Next week, let's rebuild around Shedeur. Let's figure it out, guys. Like that. So they need the picks, so they're okay with it. But this is This is as just any football person in general. Yes, if Philadelphia has them, they should do it.
Yeah.
If the Cowboys had them, they should do it. Go get Myles Garrett. You add him to this thing. I would hate it. I would hate to see him in that uniform. I think he'd hate it, honestly. I think he'd be like, this is ridiculous. I love the Cowboys. I think that's where he's wanted to be in Dallas forever. So I think that would be a very Howie Roseman type move, wouldn't it?
Yes, absolutely. Alec, overreaction or reality? The Eagles would and should trade 3 first-round picks for Myles Garrett.
Reality. They would, because Howie Roseman is a maniac.
Yeah.
He is absolutely insane in all of the best ways. And like Corey said, I want to say on Monday, no matter what they do, they still have assets. Somehow it feels like. So they could literally give up their top pick for 3 years straight, and they're still going to go draft a 5-time All-Pro in the second round. It's absurd how good they are at scouting talent, but they are that close as well. I do think that there are some fundamental things wrong with that team. The Jalen Hurts stuff is very real. I think people are very annoyed by him up there. And I do think the offense is just kind of mediocre. Corey, refer to the chart.
Refer to the chart.
Oh, yeah.
I think their offense is not that great still. But hey, make your defense a superpower, and if you score 10 points, that's cool. You're only giving up 3.
I don't want to put too much strain on Corey, but I think a chart for each opponent would be really funny, like a different base chart every single week. Overreaction or reality? It's painfully obvious that the Vikings should have taken Bo Nix over J.J. McCarthy.
Overreaction.
Ooh.
I think Bo Nix is a product of Sean Payton.
Okay.
I think Bo Nix is good. Physically, can run, he can do a lot of things, but I think Sean Payton was like, I will mold this quarterback into this. As good as Drew Brees is and was, as good as Drew Brees was, he was better because he was with Sean Payton. I think Sean Payton's that good. I really do. Now, other things, different story, but I think that he's that talented. And I think Kevin O'Connell's a phenomenal quarterback coach and head coach. I think he's doing a great job there. But I think that Sean Payton is a step above when it comes to that. And just having worked with Drew Brees and seeing how they were able to make things so simple but also so complicated at the same time, the way they run their offense. J.J. McCarthy, as Kevin, the question mark's still there.
I got you.
Sure. But I'm interested. If the Broncos had J.J. McCarthy, where would they be? And I think that Sean Payton does a very good job.
Alec, what say you? NFL overreaction or reality? It is painfully obvious that the Vikings should have taken Bo Nix over J.J. McCarthy.
I'm going to be a little unfair and say reality, because I do think the inverse of what Corey is thinking, because I think that, yes, Bo Nix is a product of Sean Payton right now, but I think he could be a product of Kevin O'Connell too. I just think that highly of Kevin O'Connell's work with quarterbacks and his newer style of offense that he runs there in Minnesota, I think would benefit a guy like Bo Nix. But at the same time, I say it's unfair because I've been saying if J.J. McCarthy was ever going to be a first-round quarterback, there was one place that he would ever work out, and that would be in Minnesota. So I do think he's in the perfect spot.
I gotcha.
But it's just not working right now, which is okay. It's technically his rookie year, even though it's not. It's his first year play. He doesn't have a full season under his belt. So it's unfair, but I do think he's in the perfect spot. So I still would rather have Bo Nix in that system.
I'm excited to see El's opinion on this one.
Somebody asked Kevin when Drake May was taken. And in that 24 draft, he was taken third overall at that spot. So that was Caleb, Jaden, Drake, Penix, JJ, and Bo Nix. Good gosh, dude. Spencer Rattler was drafted.
Well,
Joe Milton was in that draft.
Oh, hey, all right.
We got one.
NFL overreaction or reality? I'm so excited to get your answer to this. Mike McDaniel will be the Miami Dolphins head coach to start the 2026 season.
Did you see, bro, in the press conference ask a question? He went and sat in a press conference and asked a question.
They have gone from 1-6 to 4-7.
Didn't this happen with the Boogeyman? When they were down like 0-8 or something, and then all of a sudden they reeled off 8 straight games, and then he got fired. You were like, he just put on a clinic on how to come back after you tried to tell him to blow it all.
And then he filed a lawsuit.
Yeah.
So they have to have learned their lesson from that, I wonder. Although, good luck, Mike McDaniel, on your lawsuit. That's not going to work.
I don't know.
You got to pick a side.
Then I'm going to say no. I'm going to say that's an overreaction because there's going to be a new GM that rolls in there and says, I want to do it my way. And I think a lot of owners, the tradition is GM and coach go hand in hand. Now, the Giants have stepped against that grain, right? Where they've said, no, we're keeping our GM. We moved on from the coach.
Right.
But I think that's going to be something that sticks together. And what's really interesting, if there have been coaches that have said, if you want to hire me, I want this person as my GM. And that's a pretty unique situation. Look at San Francisco, and it's worked out pretty well for them.
Alec, what say you?
I'm going to go reality here. I do think that he is still going to be the head coach. If he gets fired, it will be during next season. I do think it is going to be the owner who goes to bat for him in the GM search and says, look, this is still my guy. You're going to have to give him a shot. If and when it doesn't work out, I will give you the keys to drive this car wherever you want, and you can figure it out in your second year. If anything, it extends the GM's life a little bit because he says, hey, this first year is on me if you don't succeed. So if I'm a GM looking at that job, I'm saying, heck yeah, I'm buying a free year of job security. So, yeah, I think he still has the locker room to a degree. That's why he's showing up to press conferences, for his players and stuff. So I think he'll still be there.
One more for you guys. NFL overreaction or reality comes with a bonus. Either the Chiefs or the Chargers will miss the playoffs.
Reality.
Alec?
I got to go reality as well.
Oh, well, then the bonus question is this. NFL overreaction or reality. For the first time in his career as a starting quarterback, Patrick Mahomes will not make the AFC Championship game.
AFC Championship game, too.
Every year of his career as a starter. That's crazy.
Dude.
He's like the anti-Cowboys.
I can't say that.
Oh.
All right, so I don't think the Colts are going to Colts it up this week. All right, so I think that's a win.
Okay.
Cowboys, I had the Cowboys winning this at the beginning of the season. I'm 50-50 right now.
Okay.
Texans are a tough team.
You better
just
win
tough,
that game,
but I think
too.
you can win that one. So that's potentially
8-5.
3. Maybe the Cowboys tie the Chiefs. I think they beat the Chargers. They're beating the Titans. They're beating the Raiders. It's just the Chargers Broncos really on the rest of their schedule because I think they beat the Colts this week.
And it feels like that Chargers game could be
Tell you what,
playoff game.
They lose to the Colts this week. Go ahead and mark them out.
Ooh, okay. All right, for now, though, Alec, bonus overreaction to reality. For the first time in his career as a starting quarterback, Patrick Mahomes will not make the AFC Championship game.
It's a reality. I think they've dug too deep of a hole here for themselves. Like Corey said, they lose to the Colts, it's done. It's over, to quote Mike. I do think that there's a real chance that their hopes come to an end this week, but if they do make the playoffs, I just don't think they're built strong enough because it felt like for a while in some of those Super Bowl runs, they had depth upon depth upon depth at each position on either side of the ball. Now it feels like they've kind of got what they got, and they are what they are.
How weird would it be if the Chiefs lost and the Cowboys won that Thanksgiving game? The Cowboys would have a better record at 5-5-1 than the Chiefs at 5-6.
Jeez.
That feels impossible. That feels impossible.
You know what, though? That would be very Cowboys.
It
have you still
really
hanging
would.
on to hope for a minute.
It really would. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, as we move into the Expressway, we will talk with our Dallas Stars insider, Robert Tiffin, plus the campus connection. What's the path for the Mean Green? Is Texas really out? And does Colorado have the right coach? All of it next right here on The Fan.
that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
Zekas is with him. The shorthanded chance. Scores! How do you like that? Kyle Palmieri.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now we bring in our Dallas Stars insider, Robert Tiffin. And Robert, I'm very conflicted because I'm glad to have you on, but it's not the morning, so I feel like breakfast at Tiffin's doesn't work right here.
There's never a bad time for breakfast, I've always said.
I love that.
Nothing like a little rainy day bacon and eggs.
Can I tell you a shocking thing about my wife? She thinks that breakfast for dinner is stupid.
You know, everyone says that, but if you make them wait for dinner long enough, eventually they'll all come around.
That's an absolute fact right there.
That is, man, that is a really good point.
As they're eating, it might be stupid, but I'm hungry.
I know there is a lot to talk about with this team and Tuesday night's game, and I know how it ended and everything like that, but also the Dallas Stars were missing half of their regular defensemen. That all being said, probably a couple of goals that Jake Ottinger would want back against the Islanders, right?
Yeah, it was a wild kind of game because you could talk about the goals that went in and how a couple of those certainly aren't ones that Jake Ottinger is going to want to hang on the mantle. On the other hand, from the Stars' perspective, you had not only the hit by Mikko Rantanen on Alex Romanov, but Jason Robertson scored another 2 goals. He has 8 goals in his last 4 games after only having 3
assists.
16. Yeah. He's there's a reason he was first star of the entire NHL last week. I mean, he's as hot as he's ever been right now, and it's weird. It's a weird start to the season. That's the word I keep coming back to for the Stars because the record is great, right? They're 12-5-3. They're sitting at or top 5 in the league pretty consistently. They went from having a negative goal differential just a week ago to now having the 6th best goal differential or 7th best in the league.
Wow.
Scoring 14 straight unanswered goals will do that, I guess. But it's weird. I completely understand people who are still kind of feeling like the other shoe hasn't dropped yet. On the other hand, when you have only 2 regulation losses in like 14 games or whatever, I think there's nothing wrong with making hay while the sun sets.
How unfair, Robert, is it of me to look at Jason Robertson and go, yeah, but let's see that in the playoffs? Like I've loved his career, but in the playoffs, he has these moments where I'm like, oh no, it's not the same guy. Is that very unfair of me?
I don't think it's unfair because I have a hunch that that's something that Bill Guerin and some of the Team USA staff who are looking at picking players for the Olympics, I have to think that's in the back of their minds too. And even some of the rumblings that have come out about selection for camp are kind of that well, maybe, early in the season or against the team's third or fourth line, this is the sort of player who can score 80, 90, even 100 points plus. But how is he going to handle the pace that we saw at the Four Nations tournament? How is he going to handle, the intensity of a game where every single player on the ice is checking really diligently and there's just no space out there? Is this the sort of player that can still do that? For the record, I'm kind of on record as saying that I think Jason Robertson is pretty underappreciated, and that given enough time, I think he could pretty easily disprove that rep. But the fact is he hasn't really done it. The only times he's really done it have been kind of short little streaks here and there. He's not the only Dallas Star. I think if you dig into someone like Rope Hintz's numbers, you'll also see that he hasn't necessarily been the most productive playoff performer in terms of goals either. And it's a small sample size, but I do think it's somewhat fair to have that hesitance about necessarily saying he could do this in May.
Okay, so I love this then, because let's add on to it. We've been watching Mikko Rantanen. Looks like he's playing very physical, and there have been moments where he clears space on his own.
Maybe too physical.
Hey, chill out on that right now. He and Bischel, big body. We got a couple guys that I feel like we're adding that element. They've always been a very skilled team, but the physicality once you get to the playoffs is something that I'm like, do you think that what Mikko's doing can become contagious across the board for these guys?
I think that's a big part of the hope. And physicality is such kind of a buzzword that it means one thing to one person who thinks it means you have to fight. Another person might think it means you have to lay a massive hit to another player. It might mean you win your battles along the boards and you're constantly coming out with the puck, or at least preventing the other guy from getting past you, even if you don't win the puck. It really is a little bit situational, and that's kind of the way Glenn Goldson has talked about it too since he's come in, that he does want the team to be more physical, but not to be, the phrase he keeps using is running around, chasing guys just to get those big hits or make those big plays. But when you have a player like Rantanen who's as skilled as he is, I think I checked this morning, and he's tied for 5th in the NHL in points in scoring, and he's 11th in penalty minutes in the entire league as well. And some of those are from a couple misconducts, and of course the major penalty we saw against the Islanders. But there's a fair amount of kind of physical minors in there, and him kind of just not taking guff from anyone. And I do think that that's a big hope, is that he's kind of leading by example. And when you have a team that, we saw it last year in the playoffs, Rope Hintz got his foot, he's fractured, we found out. They couldn't stop the bleeding for a couple days. He missed a playoff game, and the Stars didn't really respond. And Pete DeBoer and his players, to their credit, kind of echoed what DeBoer was saying, didn't want them to overreact, I guess. They would have said. They didn't want to necessarily go tit for tat, and I think the hope now is that they can find the balance and not overcorrect by getting so physical that they kind of go Anaheim, from 20 years ago or something. But I do think it's an element that they wanted to add, and Mikko Rantanen is such a unique player in the way he adds that, along with the skill and the scoring and everything else we've seen. He's a really special player.
Now, the NHL League office giveth and taketh away. I did not particularly agree with either of the decisions that Toronto made to overturn the goal. And then I have to admit, I was surprised that Mikko did not get tagged with any suspension for that hit, even though I know there was contact behind him as well. That was a scary hit that could have turned out significantly worse.
Yeah, the context of the hit is really important to remember, because the Stars are, they're going all out there trying to get a tying goal in the final minute of the game. So he's barreling down the ice, basically, putting on the cape and trying to go superhero mode there. He's flying towards the end boards. He's huge. Anyone who's ever seen Rantanen can see how big he is. And then his skate gets clipped by Mayfield, the Islanders defenseman, who is also 11th in the league in penalty minutes, by the way. And they've been kind of doing that all night. That was part of their plan, kind of some of that old school kind of hold him up at the blue line, a little that 1 minute interference type penalties to slow him down. And this time it went horribly wrong. You got a stick on Rantanen, his skate. It throws Rantanen off his edges, and Rantanen, you can see him lose control and kind of start to spin. And then he extends his arms with, even Rantanen says, it was a push. He did push Romanov, and obviously that exacerbated the hit. But because Rantanen had lost his balance, he's also, we talked to him about this yesterday at practice, and Rantanen said, I'm going into the boards there after the contact with the defenseman, with Mayfield. So some of this is just instinctive, but admittedly said, yeah, that's not the best play. So probably that's the league. That was the league's perspective as well, that there's enough there that was not in his control to where though of the 5-game and the misconduct, even though there's only 30 seconds left in the game, that was enough of a penalty in the moment. You know what? It reminded me a little bit of the Mark Stone hit on Miro Heiskanen we saw, where Stone's skate gets clipped by Roope Hintz, and so he's a little off balance, but he still can do enough to lunge, and that's, of course, what we know caused this severe damage to Heiskanen's knee. Stone got, I think, a tripping penalty on the play. They didn't even call a major to review it, which DeBoer was kind of annoyed about at the time. So at least called the major, because then you're allowed to look at the video, and then maybe they would have called a more severe penalty. But the league didn't suspend Stone for that hit either, despite the horrible result. So I do think there's an element in the league where if some of it's out of your control, they really don't love suspending the player if there's a reason to basically say, well, he didn't really want to do anything malicious. And of course, Rantanen doesn't have any disciplinary history, so that helps as well. Do you want to talk about the goal call back too?
So the thing about the goal that I was a little surprised by is the call on the ice was goal. Like, I thought whatever the call on the ice would have been probably would have been backed up by the league. So once again, I have to admit, I was surprised that Toronto made the decision to flip that call.
Yeah, and Golitzin, to your credit, Golitzin said exactly the same thing as you did after the game. He said, because the call on the ice was goal, we thought it was, kind of marginal, borderline, whatever you want to call it, close enough to where there wasn't enough evidence to overturn it. Obviously, there was. I have to admit, in the moment, part of me was kind of thinking, they just saw a player get absolutely trucked into the end boards and taken off, with a lot of help. He was able to get mostly upright, bent over, but he was able to get off the ice without having to be taken off on the stretcher. And now you see a goalie get knocked out of the play. Robertson, all you kind of see in the moment is him flying to the goalie and send Riddick flying, and then a goal gets put in with literally the last tenth of the second in the game. So you kind of felt like if there's any possible way they can find to wave that off and just end the game and say, let's go home, boys. There's been enough that's gone on in the last 28 seconds. They were going to find it. The one thing I did hear after the fact is that Robertson's stick, if you go back and look, that does precede him into the crease. Yep. Maybe does start to impact the goaltender as well. And I believe from some of the things I've heard, that actually was a primary point in their decision. Because obviously you see Robertson does get hit by Pulock, I think, but the stick getting in there first may have actually been the bigger issue. Because of course Robertson does get pushed in later, but the stick does go in before anyone forces it to. And that, I guess, is part of their decision there. So rough one. I kind of thought that it was a 50-50 shot, but given everything that happened, probably, maybe that's a little bit of karma after 28 seconds earlier with the hit. So, what are you going to do? Their second regulation loss in 14 games. Right. I think the Stars are still okay.
We all have our own opinions about the players all the time. And Jamie Benn, there was a lot at the end of that season last year that was like, taking some jabs at him here and there. How much of a lift, though, and how meaningful is it for him to be in that locker room and out there with those guys?
There's no one in that locker room that sets the tone and that other players physically look to and look at when he's in the room like Jamie Benn. He is very much the captain. He's been there. It's hard to remember. He's been there since before Glenn Golitzin was hired the first time. He's been playing on this team.
Oh, man, that's
crazy. With Mike Madonna. He played with Mike Madonna, the guy who was a statue. Jamie Benn was a line mate of his. The guy who was a statue out there. This is a player who, the way he links eras, no one else, there's no one else in the league, right, who has overlap with someone who played for the Minnesota North Stars. Jamie Benn has that. The longevity combined with the type of player he is, and again, he's only 36, right? He's younger than I am, which is crazy. But he means so much to this team, to this franchise, and just seeing him back, I know he's excited to be back. Even yesterday at practice, you could see it was an optional practice. A lot of players weren't out there, but Jamie Benn was, and I think he's a lot happier than I've seen him in a while. Just there's a lift, both because of how excited he is to be back, and that is very much contagious on the bench. And they look to him. They really do.
The last thing I was kind of curious about, I'm glad that he is back as well, but how much longer can the Stars kind of continue to thrive throughout a continuous string of injuries?
So I had an interaction with Jamie Benn yesterday where I mentioned to him, I said, we up in the press box just couldn't believe that you all came back down and even scored that tying goal, even though it was called back. There's the penalty on Miko. You're down a man. You're taking a defensive zone draw, and somehow you execute a play to send 4 guys down the ice. You get Ottinger off. You somehow win the puck. You somehow score. It was just unbelievable to us. Have you ever seen that before? And after a second, Jamie Benn looks at me and says, "Well, maybe you need to start believing in us a little more."
Oh!
I will say there was a smile there too. There was definitely a smile there. But I will say, you know what? Injuries or no, at this point, they've been dealing with it all season. Matt Duchene's only played 4 games. Noah Lundqvist only 4 games. Ben only 1 game. Thomas Harley's out. They're, like you said at the start, half their defense core was a healthy scratch or in the minors at the start of the season right now. And now they've just rolled off one of the best stretches we've seen in the last, even under DeBoer, over the last few years. These last 14 games have just been unreal. So I don't know. Maybe we just need to start believing in them a little more, because by all accounts, it doesn't make complete sense. But it's hard to deny what they've been doing.
Well, Robert, one day we'll tell you our story, our interaction with Jamie Benn, where he may have wanted us to believe in him a little more too.
And we definitely caused him to get a penalty in that game. We'll tell you that story at another time. Man, thank you so much. And if you're loving this, starsthoughts.com, starsthoughts.com is where you can get all this information from Mr. Tiffin. Robert, we appreciate your time, good sir.
Anytime, guys. Always a good time.
There you go. Robert Tiffin right here on 105.3 The Fan. And again, starsthoughts.com, because I know we have him on like maybe every other week or something like that, but you can get that content every single day for him. Now, we're going to change to something completely different. If you can go ahead and give me cut number 8, please, Alec. It is time for the Campus Connection.
And the Dogs punch it in. Bowens is the back. Gunner zips it. End zone. Touchdown a second time. It's Noah Thomas.
Now, Carter, thank you very much for joining us for this segment.
What's up, guys?
You could probably tell by that clip there's something very specific that I want to talk about to start this. Texas got just hammered by Georgia, and I don't want to hear it was the fourth quarter. They were always going to lose that game, and they were always going to lose that game emphatically. They get hammered by Georgia, and I know everyone's like, well, that's it. But is it? Is Texas really out? Now, I would love for your answer to be yes, because Texas A&M was going to beat them 56-0. But in reality, I think it is a valid question. Is Texas really out of the playoff picture?
I don't think you can say they are.
I don't think so either.
And I'm just looking at last year where Alabama was 9-3. And going into the final ranking, the rankings for the teams to get into the CFP, the debate was still between an SMU team that had just barely lost a conference title game versus an Alabama team that was 9-3 that had lost some terrible games, but because they'd beaten a Georgia, because they'd beaten an LSU that year, they were still in the conversation.
And for Texas, it's going to be Oklahoma that's on there, and then potentially
Oklahoma,
Texas and Texas A&M.
Texas A&M. That's what you'd be relying on. So if you're a Texas fan this week, you are USC's biggest fan, because you need them to knock out Oregon, and you need a lot of those other teams that could end the season in the 10-2 to 11-1, whatever it may be, 9-3 range. You need them to start dropping games. Like Vanderbilt has to lose to Tennessee. There's just, because they lost now, there's so much that has to happen for Texas to end up being in that spot. And look at where the committee ranked them. They dropped them from 10 to 17.
Right.
They're behind a ton of teams right now. So they would have to vault. They would have to vault above Miami. They'd have to vault above, whoever wins the second team in the ACC. There's just going to be a lot that has to happen. But I don't think it's completely out of the question. Even if myself, looking at them as a 3-loss team, I don't think any 3-loss team should be in the playoff.
So, kind of a similar question for the path ahead for UNT, because there was a time you look back when they lost their marquee showdown game, it felt like, that's probably a wrap. I would assume Tulane is at the top of the list of teams you want to lose for the Mean Green moving forward.
They need to. UNT's most likely going to be the second-ranked team in the American. So by that standard, if Tulane and UNT are ranked at the end of the season, they'll play for the American title game.
Like, that's how the American takes their conference title game participants, as if they're ranked in the CFP poll, right? Because they want them to be ranked. They want them to be seen, recognized by more people, get them into the CFP eventually, right? If UNT wants to host that game, you need Tulane to lose another game. But UNT just needs to keep winning. Then they can participate in that game, still have a chance to knock off Tulane, because beating Tulane would probably be a better win than beating Navy again, because that's the other team they could end up facing in the American title game. So UNT, it's still just keep winning and just hope and pray that James Madison, who is, I think, 10-1 right now, doesn't get ranked in front of you, because that's your other contender at the Group of 5 level. They only have one loss, and it's to Louisville. Otherwise, they've been awesome this year. So UNT just keep winning. And right now, with Tulane being the only ranked team from the Group of 5 in the CFP poll, I think that's good, because that tells you the committee really respects the American Conference. And if you win that conference, which UNT has a very good shot to do, they will be the Group of 5 representative.
Now, honestly, I was just about to ask you that. How would you see a potential matchup between them and Tulane? Obviously, victory, Corey.
Obviously.
I like it a lot more now than I would have maybe a month ago.
Tell me why.
Because you lose that game to South Florida and you look awful doing it if you're North Texas. But everything they've done since then has told me they've learned from that and they've recovered from it. They didn't let that bump in the road stop them. Like, look at Memphis. Memphis was the hot team in the American. Then they lost to USF. And they lost again last weekend to Eastern Carolina. UNT, admittedly, they've played some of the lesser teams in the American, but they're beating the crap out of them, right? It doesn't matter. You can only play who's on your schedule, and UNT's looking the part of a team that could go up against one of the more premier teams in the American, and they've already done it against Navy. So that gives me a lot more faith, even if they have to go on the road to play Tulane, that they can still, put up a fight and beat them.
Now, we're going to, obviously, as we usually do in this segment, we're going to bounce around a little bit. I wanted to go back to Texas A&M and the fact that they're...
Big matchup this week. Sanford.
Yeah, and their public information officer, whoever's running the show there, is just not good at this, because right before the press conference, after they made their amazing comeback against South Carolina, they said, hey, don't ask about the contract extension. Because that's what media people usually respond
for
well
Reed?
to.
For Marcel Reed?
No, for Mike Elko.
NIL extension.
Yeah, but you've talked about it. So putting aside that they dropped the ball on that, getting the new deal done with Elko will make him one of the top 5 highest paid coaches in college football. From everything you've told us and everything we've talked about with changing the culture there at A&M, I would assume you're a huge fan of this.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you want to have concerns about it, it's his second year there. So,
well, it's not like Texas A&M has ever run into this problem before with Kevin Sumlin and Jimbo Fisher, and it feels like pretty much everyone who's...
Glad you brought those up. Yeah. But again, what Kevin Sumlin did and what Jimbo Fisher did doesn't seem as sustainable as what Elko is currently doing.
Yeah.
And it's just really interesting because Elko was rumored for Penn State because he's a Northeastern guy. Well, who the hell's Penn State going to hire now? You saw James Franklin go to Virginia Tech, so that's locked and loaded, which I actually think that's a really good hire.
I don't like James Franklin, that's why.
Okay.
I just don't think he's that good.
Okay.
I think he's a lot better than what Virginia Tech has been putting out. I mean, even since the end of the Frank Beamer era, the floor of that program has sunk so low that even if James Franklin isn't going to bring them to national championships, he win games against top 5 opponents, one, you're not going to play him as often in the ACC, but two, he'll raise the floor of Virginia Tech's program so much higher than it already was. And the school seems like they're willing to invest in the program now, which they weren't for a long time. So if you're going to invest in James Franklin, and I've been saying this too, he dominated Virginia recruiting when he was at Penn State. So we can keep all those, and not that Virginia's Texas, but there's still a lot of good players in that state. Keep them in state, you're automatically going to have a much better, talent base you're working with. So I think that's a great fit for him.
I mean, he'll definitely brighten things up around there. That dome, once the light hits that dome, it gets shiny.
So enter
I did
Bald
not
Man
see that
instead of enter Sandman.
Okay, I like it. Now we kind of quick hit Indiana on Tuesday, so I want to go back to Indiana as well. And part of the reason, Carter, and I know you're understanding this, the reason why we keep going back instead of forward is it's Cupcake Weekend. So especially for the SEC. There are not as many captivating matchups.
You've got Missouri, dude. What are you talking about? Missouri's ranked 22, and they got Mickey Spagnola on their side.
And Brad Sham.
Yeah, and Brad Sham.
That game in USC and Oregon, I definitely admit, are intriguing. But I want to talk about Indiana, 11-0 for the first time in program history. And Fernando Mendoza, he set another program record, 30 touchdowns. This feels like a magical season for Indiana. Are they firmly entrenched as your second best team in college football? I mean, I know that's the rankings say, but what do you say?
Yes. This is tough. Look, both A&M and Indiana have had their moment where you're like, okay, the ride's over, and they've both managed to, overcome that and stay undefeated. I'll give a slight edge to Indiana right now just because their deficit they put themselves in against Penn State wasn't as shocking as the one that A&M did.
Right.
But again, both of them came back. So the margins are very narrow. But sure, Indiana, outside that Penn State game, has been excellent all season long. And they've got Purdue to end their season, would be the upset of the century if Purdue beats them. Purdue hasn't beaten a Power 4 team since 2023.
What?
They've been awful. They have been a special kind of awful for a long time. But then you get the potential, undefeateds in the Big Ten title game, assuming Ohio State wins out, which, look, they play Michigan, so it's not a given. But that would be for the 1 seed probably in the country in the CFP. And even then, if Indiana loses that, I still think they're a top 4 seed. I think they get a bye.
Okay, does that take any steam out of that game?
No, not at all.
Okay.
It's 2 undefeated teams. Like that's going to be 1 versus 2, right?
No,
that's what you want.
I hear you. But what is the consequence of winning? You get to be the number 1 seed versus you still get a bye anyway?
You win the Big Ten. And I don't care.
Okay,
I don't care what.
Okay, I hear you.
You can. There's been a lot of talk about it's better for Georgia, who's
to not be in the SEC championship.
Don't you think the players would still want to say they're SEC champions? Don't you want to think they'd say they're Big Ten champions?
I'm not being sarcastic, Carter.
We can hem and haw in the media all about that.
I'm not disputing you. I don't know.
Well, if you don't want to play in that game, if you want a bye more than you want to win a ring or a championship or whatever may have you, then you're not going to go far, in my mind, in the real thing.
I got you.
I understand it's another game. You could have a big injury that affects you in that game. That happened to Notre Dame in their first game of the CFP last year. They lost like 2 starting defensive linemen against Indiana, and they still went all the way on to the CFP final. Like, I just think you should want to play in those things because that maybe it's antiquated because that's been the way the sport's been forever, but I think conference titles still matter, personally.
Now, Corey, you brought up Oklahoma does have an important game this weekend, especially coming off a playoff saving performance against Alabama.
It was a fun game.
It was a really fun game. How are y'all feeling going into the Missouri game, knowing that Oklahoma is in another situation where they need to keep winning or else they're out?
These last 2 games are not givens. I wouldn't think they are, Corey. I mean, it's Mizzou and Mizzou's 7-3. They're ranked, like you said, and then LSU. I understand that they've not had the season they want, but that's still LSU, and a lot of the players that were on last year's team beat you by 20 points.
Mm-hmm.
So
I have so much faith in this defense. Like, just complete faith in the defense is getting better, it feels like.
They're finally forcing turnovers.
Yeah, I have no clue what this offense is.
I don't know what they are.
Yeah.
They don't attack down the field, which is really frustrating as a fan to watch. The couple times they did that against Alabama, guess what? It was either a completion or it was a penalty.
Yeah.
And they just don't do it as much as they want. Their running backs are banged up right now, which is concerning because they can barely run the ball as is.
Right.
So if your 2 top players are out, then it's like, okay, the John Mateer running plays haven't worked as well lately as they did early in the season. So you're going to rely a lot on his arm. But the offense made the right plays at the right time. And like you said with the defense, I really trust them. They gang tackle as well as OU's tackled in 15, 20 years.
Yeah.
And they're finally forcing turnovers, like I said. They had 4 through their first 8 games. They've had 6 in their last 2. And they've all been timely as well. And against Alabama, they forced a fumble they didn't recover, and they had an interception that got called back because of a play that didn't have anything to do with the interception. So they're finally figuring out how to turn the ball over. And if they can continue to do that, then, watch out. Because that defense can play with just about anybody.
They can.
And if they're getting turnovers and getting short fields, you have one of the best kickers in the country. And if the offense even figures out 1 iota of how to move the ball, you're looking at one of the biggest wild cards that could potentially be in the CFP.
We have 3 different directions we could go to close this out. Question about Alabama, question about Wake Forest, or Carter's choice.
Carter's choice.
Oh, wakey.
All right. Did Wake Forest make the best hire of this last cycle?
Dickert was he was a great leader at Washington State. Like, he was awesome there. And the situation didn't work out because Mateer and Arbuckle, the OC, left for OU. So then he goes to Wake Forest, which is a solid ACC job. That is what it got turned into with Dave Clawson there for a long time. And it has been surprising. They nearly beat Georgia Tech earlier this season. There was a controversial call at the end of that game.
Yes.
Could have handed them the win. They would have had 8 wins. But yeah, for them to be bowl eligible, and Wake Forest has turned into a good job, but it's still not like a Miami or a Florida State. The resources might not be what you want it to be, but Jake Dickert has been awesome there. I mean, it's a low-key hire because it's Wake Forest and because of where he came from, but 100%. And when last week he played another new hire, Bill Belichick. Who do you think is happier with their situation right now?
Yeah, that's for sure. And then are there any other games? We mentioned USC and Oregon that you think we should keep an eye out on, or you're keyed in on this weekend?
It's 100% Oregon and USC. I mean, that's where game day is. And then for USC, if they win that game, they have UCLA after that. And you got to think, a 10-2 USC who's beaten Oregon on the road, they're probably making the CFP. And can I interest you guys at all in USC at Oklahoma as a potential CFP first-round game?
Obviously, I would love to see that.
I will do everything in my power to be in Norman, Oklahoma for that game if that ends up happening.
Where can people hear you on Saturday?
Fan University here 9 to noon, and all the games we talked about today, we'll preview them. We've got Carter's Corner, Baxter Class, Jake's Take. I mean, look, we're in crunch time. These are some of the big games to kind of finally get this CFP all figured out. They're happening this weekend, and we got it all covered for you.
I love it, and thank you as always for jumping on with us as well.
Love you, buddy.
Love you too.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, time for the C Block starring Corey Major.
We can talk Mavericks, or we can talk cryogenics, mermaids, and whammo.
I mean, you know what I'm picking.
Next on The Fan.
Broadcasting Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And I want to remind everybody, G-Bag Nation, they're out and about once again today. You can find them at Twin Peaks in Grand Prairie doing their show. So if you want to see the G-Bag Nation, this is their second chance this week to go see them. Twin Peaks in Grand Prairie. And now it's time for this. The C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I really appreciate it. You know what? This is usually this segment has a variety. Like it's known for the variety. All right,
agreed.
Usually it's a good mix of sports and nonsense. I am going to give you a short sports before we get into the nonsense, which I know Kevin completely disagrees with. However, Kevin, if you have watched Siobhan Ravel, go back and watch some of the play that he had. You even said you were kind of caught off guard by how much he played.
I just thought he was going to be on special teams for this game.
Go watch him. He looked really good. Okay. Maybe he is the savior we've all been waiting for.
Oh, my
Kevin.
Goodness.
But here is Matt Eberflus on rookie Siobhan Ravel. He's great. He's a big, tall, strong guy. I love his stop-start. He can really stop on those transition routes. He's got really good length. He's a no-house guest corner. He tackles.
Oh,
he's a good tackler. I'm excited about where he's going. So that's Eberflus there. And then Eberflus also commented on Quinnen Williams. You could have heard a big yell. It was an exciting time for sure whenever he was told in his office that Quinnen Williams was coming to this team. Q has played in the attack front, so he knows it. The verbiage is very similar. It's crazy how things work. But, Kevin, go watch the sounds from the sidelines. Nick Harris posted this little clip, and it's Quinnen Williams running off the field with Ezeraku. And Ezeraku, he's telling him, hey, trust this. You need to go do this. You have the speed to do that. Once I do this, you do this.
I love it.
And then he also was like, hey, is that Hard Knocks? And they were like, no, that's just the Cowboys website team that does the video. And he was like, hey, can y'all edit that? Because I have a brand. I don't want my grandma to see me say some things.
Oh,
and
which clearly they did not edit if all of that is readily available.
So it's
how are you going to do him like that for his grandma?
It's great. It's fun. It's all in fun. But yeah, he said when you have your best players on the field practicing like Williams, everybody follows. When your most talented guys do that, it has a big effect on the whole football team. Hopefully, this all turns out in a positive manner for the Cowboys with this trade. So that's nice to see right there. All right. Let's spin the wheel of topics.
Hey, by the way, since you said that, the Wheel of Misfortune is in here.
Yeah, it is.
Would there be any interest if we auction that off?
877-881-1053. It's a possibility.
I'll sell anything right now.
It is a busted bootleg thing.
It's a piece of junk.
It is haunting.
But it's our piece of junk.
Yeah, exactly.
That's right.
Maybe
and it could be your piece of junk.
Maybe it's too valuable to ever let go of. Now, Kevin?
Everybody's got a price. You know what I'm saying?
And Alec, here are the three potential topics.
You better pick the right one.
Cryogenics.
That's the right one.
Mermaids. It's a really good one.
Dang it, because I have a mermaid story too.
We'll get to the mermaids last. All right, we're going to get to the mermaids last. And we might not get to Waymo until next week. But cryogenics. This is not the ultimate backfire, Kevin, but definitely a conundrum for people out there.
Okay.
A moral compass, if you will. A Chinese man who cryogenically froze his dead wife.
Yep.
Has sparked an online moral debate after Chinese media revealed he had been dating a new girlfriend as his former partner lay preserved in liquid nitrogen. As a sign of his devotion, he decided to freeze his wife after she died from lung cancer in 2017 at 49, making her China's first cryogenically preserved person. So that's the first person that's ever had this full-body situation. But after November interview, he revealed he'd been dating a different partner since 2020. And now they have found this out. He said he didn't just let go. Another commenter remarked he appeared to be most devoted to himself. So this now brings on the fascinating conversation of what do you do? Now, I don't know if she said before because I don't know this. I didn't see this in the story. Hey, I want you to cryogenically freeze my body and wait for me.
Can we get that as a
I don't know, I don't know if that was the case or if he was just like, you know what? I love her so much. I'm freezing her body and I'm going to figure until we figure out how to do this.
Yep.
But, dude, when you get lonely, no matter how frozen your wife is, your man has needs, emotional, physical.
Crap, that's not what you're saying.
I said physical.
Okay.
And also whatever ulls exist out there. 877-881-1053.
But isn't he still married if he froze her?
She's dead.
Then what? Then what does that do?
I don't know.
Oh, because eventually they'll come back to life and cure them like Ted Williams' head and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's not, hold on.
He could be dead before she comes back.
So she's dead, and technically they're not married, but if she got brought back to life, he'd be cool with them being married again, so it's not cheating. And is he going to stop paying the bills?
That's the question now.
Does he
now just say, never mind?
I don't know.
Does he just say, never mind, and move on and say, you know what? What's she going to know? But here's the deal. Here's what happens. You say, you know what? I'm going to save some cash. I'm not going to pay this bill anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to let her body go off into the ether or whatever happens to bodies. All right? And then, at the end, he passes away.
Oh, no.
And gets to his eternity in the afterlife.
Oh.
And there she is waiting for him. And she's like, what the F? Why did you let things... Well, you could have brought me back to life. And now he has to spend eternity with this woman who knows that he let her body just go away. And he's got to deal with that for the rest of his eternity.
Does she, though?
What do you mean?
Does she know what happens here
absolutely.
On the earthly plane?
Oh, yeah, for sure. You know women.
Oh, so this is not a theological question for you. It's I know, PJ. I know.
Yeah, no, women are stubborn, dude. They will figure a way out
to
haunt you forever. I'm definitely convinced that my wife will haunt me.
See,
but I'm going first. That's always
tricky because you've seen this represented in films a couple of times. When that trampy lady in Titanic dies, she had a husband and kids, but who she sees when she dies is Leonardo DiCaprio, which that's kind of weird. You were a booty call for him, accept it. And then it's true.
It is a fact. Yeah.
Old people can have booty calls.
Oh, that happens a lot in the folk homes. The old folk homes.
How would you know this?
Man,
we did stories
on it. The way you
it.
cut off the old from that made it felt like we were going to have to hit that button again. And then in San Junipero, when they're like, oh, yeah, we're married for like 60 years, but whatever. I'm going to hook up with this gal. Like, anyways. So, I don't know, man. That's tough. Because how also do you broach the topic of, hey, I know things are going really well. My dead wife is frozen right now, and I've been paying those bills. Because eventually, if she gets to look at the finances, she's going to be like, well, hey, let's just charge to cryo and guys every month. Like, what's the story?
I saw, not a trailer. I saw a movie kind of concept, I guess. It was a little clip on TikTok. And it was Elizabeth Olsen. And I think the movie is called Eternity or something like that.
It comes out on Wednesday, which is when Peace-a-thon is. Ooh.
And she is basically telling the guy sitting next to her, she was like, you waited 67 years for me? She's like, I got married in the first 6 weeks. And he's and he gives her the line of, whenever I think of eternity, 67 years doesn't feel that long at all. And she's like, oh, you're perfect. Stop it. And that's the thing, right? Like, she comes back. Maybe she comes back and she's like, did you ever sleep with anybody else? And he's like, nope. Like, what does he do?
I have not really thought about, the aftermath questions. I feel like wouldn't we all be like, whoa, this place is crazy. Instead of
I've seen
did you go after Janet after, I don't know.
I've seen Idiocracy. That definitely did change my thoughts on what the future will look like for sure.
What would you do in this scenario? Let's say, unfortunately, your wife died. Would you freeze her, and would you have a future other relationship that potentially impacted your frozen dead wife?
I don't think so.
Okay.
But it's really up to what she wants, right?
I mean,
if Adrian was like, "Hey, I want you to freeze my body," I'd be like, "Okay, I will do that." And then she's like,
don't freeze somebody if they don't want to be frozen.
Right, that's for sure. Yeah, no,
Dead
absolutely.
or alive,
yeah.
Alec.
But if she was like, "Hey, Corey, the other thing is, I don't want you to have a relationship while I'm frozen, just in case," I would honor it. For that woman, I would absolutely honor it. Yeah,
Women,
my kids,
right?
my kids would be watching, bro. They'd be like, "Mom said not to hook up with that lady."
Hey, if your kids are watching who you're having sex with when they're like 25, that's their problem. Like that, I get it when they live in the house with you, but they like got off and had their own life.
Lucy might still be living around the house. I'm just saying, there's a possibility.
But that's a different deal.
In my
if
mind,
Avery's Kanye's like, I saw you with some girl on Instagram. What's the story? Like, that's weird.
That is, yeah. Well, no, not from the 214. I will not let that happen. All right, real quickly.
Oh, I need to find what it says.
You freeze the clone. Oh man. Now it's time for mermaid stories.
Yes.
I'll call for the picture in just a moment. Kevin, you brought up a mermaid story and you wanted to take over Crosstalk the other day.
That is true. Because Corey told me a mermaid story, and we'll get to that. And I was like, ooh, I have a mermaid story, which is not something I expected. So I have a friend, and her daughter, there was a point where she was like really obsessed with mermaids because she was a kid. She wrote a goodbye letter to her parents because she thought she was going to go down the drain in the tub and live with the mermaids. Again, she was a kid, so she put on her mermaid tail, got into the bathtub, and thought it would like whirl her away to the land of mermaids.
Yeah, they all float down there.
Yeah, that is a much darker thing. I just thought it was considerate of her to write a goodbye note, and she's like, you guys have been great parents, but I'm going to live with the mermaids.
Yeah, see, so that brought on this story. So when my son Carter was about 5-ish, 4 or 5, something like that, he was so upset. He was like, I hate mermaids. And I was like, dude, I think mermaids are awesome. What's your problem with mermaids? And he was just, I hate mermaids. And I would always just be like, oh, Carter loves mermaids. And he'd freak out and go nuts about it. And then Lucy started kind of giving him a hard time too. And she'd be like, oh, Carter loves mermaids. And he would, I hate mermaids. Well, then one day we're at the library, and Carter, we can go ahead and throw this picture up on the fan cam if you like. We're at the library, and I found a book. And I grabbed this book and I said, hey, Carter, come over here. And I want to take a picture. And the look on this kid's face, it says, step inside mermaids.
Oh, he looks really mad.
A magic 3-dimensional world of mermaids. And he just looked at me and he was like, oh, I hate mermaids. And he took this picture. And that's the face. I think he had fallen and like scraped his nose on something or something like that. But he was furious about this. Many, many, many weeks, months later, years later, actually.
Oh.
Adrian says, hey, by the way, did you know he actually liked mermaids? And I was like, no, what are you talking about? And she was like, he just didn't want people to know he liked mermaids, so he always said he hated mermaids, but he confided in Adrian that he actually loved mermaids. And I'm like, dude, why'd you take that picture? You could have just told me I love mermaids. We could have shared this together.
Because you love mermaids?
I think it's awesome, dude. I would be one of those captains that his entire ship got taken over by mermaids. We all heard the sirens, and they're singing to us, and I'm like, let's go, boys.
I think those are two different
things. Mermaids are awesome. Let's hang out with them. And that's the C block, ladies and gentlemen.
It's a fair question from the 321. How are you supposed to Tolo go with a mermaid?
Think about it. You can. I'm sure there's a way.
I don't want to think about it.
Yeah, I'm with you, Alec. I kind of don't either.
Sure, there's a way.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk a little bit about Jake Berger, but also why is baseball so afraid to take a stance on gambling? And should player prop bets be suspended next season? Next on The Fan.
of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Lobs it up top to Lively. Lively to Williams. Williams on the drive, goes underneath left. He puts it in. They wave it off. An offensive foul called on Williams.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We're going to try to cover a lot of ground here. Go back to the Mavs real quick, talk about Jake Berger, and talk about how Major League Baseball is a bunch of cowards. So the Mavericks lose last night, 113-111, as we started off the show with, in remarkably similar fashion to the way the Stars lost the night before and having a tying score taken away. They fall to 4-12 this season, and this might be concerning. Now, I realize one of these games was a neutral site game, essentially, but they're 3-8 at home.
Okay.
Because remember, they started off with 5 straight home games, and then they had a game in Mexico City. So if you're like, well, maybe at least they're good at home, false. No Cooper Flag last night, still waiting on Anthony Davis, and they were still very competitive in a game that I think they were like 8.5-point dogs. But at the end of the day, that's great. You don't really care as a fan as much at times about covering the spread as you do, well, you lost again.
Yeah, no, dead on right there, man.
And you have the third worst record in the Western Conference, and right now I believe you have the 6th worst record in all of the NBA.
Why?
I mean, obviously you traded Luka. That doesn't help. Derek Lively has been missing time. I know he's back, but he's been missing time. Gafford missed time. Anthony Davis continues to miss time until they get like next level medical information. So it's an S show.
Here's the thing about the Mavericks. They have a lot of talent. I think that's true. They have a roster full of talent.
Agreed.
I don't know how it works together.
Sure.
And I don't know if we use this word a lot, but I think it's important. And our show is kind of the same way. I don't think they have a real understanding of what their identity is. They wanted to be a big team, but they aren't the strongest rebounding team. They're good at blocking shots, right? But when it comes to points, it feels like they should dominate the paint.
Oh yeah, their offense is terrible.
This team, they don't look together in any way, and that's concerning for me.
I mean, look, last night alone, no Anthony Davis, no Kyrie Irving, no Cooper Flag. Now I know, like, those are all in different levels, and Cooper Flag was just sick. But like when you talk about a lot of talent, I did not think you saw an immense amount of talent on the floor last night, but those could easily be your 3 best players, and none of them were available.
Yeah, no, and that's what I'm saying. Like when I say talent, the roster has talent.
Sure.
They don't know. And somebody goes, 17, they traded Luka. Brace yourself, alert, please.
Yeah. Sorry, that happened a while ago, but I'm sorry if we are breaking that news to you. Now, want to mention Jake Berger before we get to the cowards at Major League Baseball. Jake Berger had they are
cowards.
Jake Berger had his event in Nashville over the weekend to raise awareness and raise money to support the Down syndrome community. And I just think it's awesome when people use that platform that they have as athletes, or really any kind of celebrity, to help other causes. And I realize it came right to their front door last October when they had a kiddo that was born with Down syndrome and had to undergo open heart surgery. We talked about it. One of the most emotionally affecting things I've ever been there in person for was the blanket that was in the clubhouse for his baby, and everyone signed it. And it's not that everyone signed it. It's like people practiced their signature. Professional athletes were practicing their signature next to the blanket before they signed the blanket, because they're like, I gotta get this right.
Yeah, they wanted to make sure it looked. They didn't want to mess that thing up at all.
Yeah,
it meant a lot to him too. Like that was Kevin. That was one of those moments. We walked into the clubhouse and we were kind of looking at him. First, we were like, "What is this?" And then I think it was Rich Rice popped over and was like, "Oh, that's this." I was like, "Oh man, this is special. Like this is awesome. I love it." And to see the team rally for that, and then Kevin, like his event in Nashville was very good.
Yeah.
And I just love how the team embraced it and backed him on it and worked to help him out.
And obviously helping people out with Down syndrome, there is crossover with stuff that we've talked about at My Possibilities. That's not the only thing, but that is a big part of that community and that world. And so we appreciate when anybody raises that kind of support. And we're going to see if we can get Jake Berger on for Peace-a-thon on Wednesday. By the way, it's not official. It's not totally locked in, so can't really say just yet. But if you were thinking about coming to RJ Dukes on Wednesday for Peace-a-thon, I definitely think you should. Derek Holland is going to be there. I do not believe he will be the lone professional athlete.
I think our friend Robert Tiffin might arrive.
See?
He's not an athlete, but he's freaking plugged in.
But I do believe there will be other former and maybe current professional athletes that may come on. I know. See, I don't want to set that level of expectation. Now, let's talk about the cowards in Major League Baseball.
It could be Shohei.
I don't.
It could be Patrick Mahomes.
I think Patrick Mahomes would be significantly more likely.
It could be Brad Pitt.
I don't want to say that. I get what you're saying.
We're not saying it is.
In fact, it's most definitely not.
But it could be.
Right. So
that's up to you to decide how important it is for you to be out there. I think it could be Steve DeBerg.
If Steve DeBerg showed up there,
I'd lose my mind. I wouldn't do the show. You'd have to do the show with Steve DeBerg.
Okay.
I would give up my seat for Steve DeBerg.
Now,
then I would want it back because I want to talk to Steve.
Okay. Major League Baseball is good at giving up because they're cowards. So,
and the players or
the executives and the big wigs across Major League Baseball. So we played the highlight. Or I guess we didn't play the highlight. Can you go ahead and that's my fault, Alec. Can you go ahead and give me cut number 6 so I can make sure and say that we use this highlight?
The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Book it. The Guardians take the series. Clase gets his 10th save, and Cleveland goes 10 games over 500 at 22-12 on the year.
Now, as a side note, how hilarious/sad is it that he said "book it" in that cut of Emmanuel Clase throwing a pitch?
He knew at the time. He knew.
Maybe. So there's a really great article from The Athletic talking about how MLB knows there is a gambling problem, but they don't know what to do about it, right? And so the U.S. Attorney Joseph Nacella Jr. said, this damages the public trust in an institution, that is baseball, that is vital and dear to all of us. We've talked about multiple players like Liam Hendricks that have talked about their families have been harassed because of gambling. Yet, when all of the people who make the decisions in baseball got together, I will give you a sample of the answers. Here is the president of baseball operations for the Atlanta Braves. I just don't want to touch that topic. Let other people answer. Here is the GM for the Los Angeles Dodgers. It's unfortunate that's where we're at, but for me personally, I haven't spent a ton of time on that. All right. So,
I think they're cowards, huh?
Yes, I do. Because either A, you haven't spent a lot of time thinking about it, or B, you don't even want to talk about something that could potentially...
Who are they afraid of? I'm sorry, you were about to go on something good there.
No. They're afraid about something that could ruin the credibility of the sport. And I think one of the things they're afraid of is a lot of money comes in via wagering to Major League Baseball.
So 2 things there.
Absolutely.
Like they're afraid of the credibility part and what they did to Pete Rose. And then they're also afraid of losing potential money while the NFL is raking it in.
And that's another reason I think that they're cowards. They're going to suspend these players for gambling. And I'm not saying they should be gambling. That is clearly wrong. But that's one of the reasons I think Major League Baseball is cowards, because they're like, but we want the money, but we don't even want to speak about it. You know who's the voice of reason on this? Scott Boras. So super agent Scott Boras came out and said this: if a guy throws a damn pitch in the dirt, there's going to be an integrity question now about that, and you can't have that. Think about it. Some just inane...
He's standing up for the players.
Yes.
Because the executives are going to stand up for the cash.
Okay, well then...
And he's standing up for the players.
Then you have to be willing to talk about it. Right? Like, if they're going to take the money, I'm not naive.
Okay, all right, hold on. Yes, I agree. You have to be willing to talk about it. I don't know that they have a united front within that executive room yet.
It would appear as though they do not, right?
And that's where I'm like, that's where I say that talking about it in public is probably not what the owners will want, because they don't have a message yet.
Here is my issue with that. That question that was asked to them, that was at a meeting of the owners and GMs. Yeah. They were all in the room together. That would be like if there's like the most important topic for our show. Like we both walk out of this studio.
Do a press conference.
And there's press who are like, hey, can you tell us about Peace-a-thon? And you're like, I don't know.
Can't tell
anything about Peace-a-thon.
Yeah,
like that's stupid.
I think it does fall in, like, I don't think they've had that conversation yet.
I hate that.
And they're hoping that the commissioner's office works on something and some messaging for that. I think that's where they stand right now. That's the only reason I can think of, and because they're afraid of losing money or potential money down the road. I do agree from the 972. Emmanuel Clase would be interesting to talk to at RJ Dukes. Just saying.
That is true. So
we're not saying it's not him.
MLB declined comment about this issue the other day. But the league...
Really?
Yes. The league had talked about how bets on individual pitches present heightened integrity because they focus on one-off events that could be determined by a single player. Then, once again, let's go to the Guardians, president of baseball operations, who was asked kind of about that concept, and he goes, it's a really complicated issue about prop bets. I hope the follow-up question was, how so? Because it's not complicated. You just don't want to give up the money. And this is one of the instances which I get, which is fine. But just say it. I know we can't accept 100% honesty in this society, but this is a spot where you're like, that's a huge revenue source that we don't give up. And I would respect that a hell of a lot more. So my question for y'all is, do prop bets for Major League Baseball need to be taken off the board this year?
This year, yes.
Do you think they will do that?
And who's in charge of the board?
I believe the gamblers in Vegas. I'm saying
they can do whatever they want, right?
That is true. But MLB can also put a thumb down on them and be like, all right, if that's what you're going to do, we'll take care of the rest. And then I think they can strong arm them to really throw off. Because one of the great things one of the things that allows the gambling industry to thrive, and if you're not sure about that, you know how much of a profit they made in America last year off of gambling?
Lots.
$14 billion.
Yeah.
All right? So if you
it's more than people spend on movies and groceries.
Yes. So guess what? They get a lot of information from inside Major League Baseball to help set those lines.
Gotcha.
If that information is not available anymore and they're not able to accurately set those lines and that number changes, that's bad for business.
I think this is an interesting text. The fact that this gambling issue in sports is focusing only on the players is wild. Why isn't anyone talking about it and even investigating officials or higher ups in the league?
100%.
This goes way deeper. That could be another thing.
I agree with that 100%. You've already seen that with the NBA. Some people believe that was at play in the NBA Finals. We talked about I can't remember what country it was, with the soccer officials, that thousands of them were in the pocket of people who were running gambling. I agree that you're right about that. It's just, this is the information we have as of now.
Yeah.
I, by no means do I believe that those are the only ones in which that happens.
But I do wonder.
Whatsoever.
I wonder if that also has an effect on those executives answering questions this way. I do believe. Like the other day, Babe Laufenberg was like, I can't even sit down at one of those tables in the casino.
Yeah.
I can't do that. And I can't go, pull a lever on one of those slot machines because he's honorable when it comes to that. Bobby's the same way, right? Like we see these media members that are they do that. I feel like the guys high up in the offices, they're like, I got to stay away from that. I know there's somebody though, and all it is that one person, right?
And how ridiculous!
Now everybody looks like it's them.
And how ridiculous is that Babe could lose his job for sitting down at a slot machine? But if you want to gamble on other sports, that's totally fine.
Yeah, it's wild.
As an athlete,
yeah.
That's ridiculous. And to wrap it all back around, that's why, Corey, the fact that all those people had nothing to say, cowards. This has been out for a long time.
I don't think we've gone too far enough.
Exactly. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will take you out to Grand Prairie to chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation as they are live at Twin Peaks. We will do that next right here on The Fan.
Coming up Friday morning on...
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get the Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all price to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, where Sham Charania, and I will allow you to figure out where this is going to go next, said that the Los Angeles Lakers are reorganizing their basketball operations department and terminating executives Joey and Jesse Buss from their respective front office positions, and almost all of the immediate comments are, you had to do that to make room for Nico. So take that for what you will.
How, seriously though?
If that happens...
if I told you right now, I think Nico's going to end up in L.A.
Then I understand that. I think that the NBA would need to retroactively investigate that. I don't know if that's something they have the guts to do either, because Adam Silver is kind of wishy-washy. But I think you'd have to, right? Oh, we traded Luka, and now
that would be would be the most insane set of circumstances that I've ever seen. Unless he was like, I'm going there to trade Luka back to Dallas. It's the only way I can ever be seen in Dallas again.
I mean, I'd be here for that. Right now, let's take you to Grand Prairie and Twin Peaks to chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation, courtesy of D&M Leasing. Fellas, how we doing today?
Well, I was better before you tied that thing together with Nico. If
I'm
that
sorry.
If that does happen, will you finally admit it? There was a conspiracy afoot?
100%.
Yeah. And that would be incredible because there's no reason to hire Nico.
Yeah, and wouldn't the NBA, I don't know what exactly they would do, but they would have to do something, right?
I think they would probably sweep it under the rug like they're trying to sweep sports gambling stuff under the rug. Like, we don't need this level of controversy. It's not good for the league. It's not good for the bottom line. I think, the fans would demand it, but I don't know if they do anything. I thought you were going to go with, now we know the front office members that Luka doesn't like in Los Angeles. Because it's just a matter of time before he hates about half the people in your building.
Right.
And you gotta fire them to keep him happy.
It's true.
That is
true.
That is a very fair point. Now, we could talk some more about that, but I wanted to throw out another story for you because I want to know if you think this is a good idea. So Rice is playing North Texas this weekend, and Rice has been struggling with attendance in their last several games, so their promotion for this weekend is free T-shirt to the first 500 students, free Ben & Jerry's ice cream, as well as free beer for 21 and up students with a valid ID. How do you think that is going to turn out?
Well, and then you look into it, you're trying to find the fine print, right? Because generally speaking, you're like, okay, this is probably you're going to get one complimentary beer, cool, which would still be nice. Hey, anybody's going to take that. But the further you read into it, the more you don't see any real regulations. I feel like I could be double, triple, quadruple fisting. You know what I'm saying? We could be pocket beer. You know what I'm saying? This feels like this could end up in. I mean, they're not gonna have any beers by the end of the day. I don't know how stocked up they're gonna be, but this is gonna get buck nasty wild.
I imagine there's gonna be. I don't know. I'd probably ballpark it at 50 fights. You're asking for that. Maybe they'll have small cups, 8-ounce beers and long lines. So at some point, a lot of people would give up. I'm not waiting in that line and missing the game. It'll be interesting to see how they execute this.
The question I have is, Rice is not going to show up to the game.
It's going to be all North Texas fans.
If you're North Texas fans, go have a great time and get drunk.
No, because you have to have your Rice student ID. They're not giving the Green fans.
They can't fake one.
This is not
just for Rice students.
This is going to be a terrible promotion because nobody's going to show up.
Yeah, they're not.
Hold on.
It's a nerd school.
UNT, you got to fire up your fake ID making machines.
Right.
Right. We're all Rice students.
Trust me, we're on it.
All right.
Go.
So I would wear a Rice sweatshirt in there like I was a fan and here, give me some beers and free ice cream.
They're going to end up just giving the beer away anyway.
What if they were I don't know, $8 beers and you're a Rice student who just piles them up and sells them for $2?
Now they're smart enough to figure that out.
They are very smart. Heggy, one of the greatest things I've ever seen Rice University do You know your band goes on whistle commands?
Right.
I saw him one time at a halftime. The mob, the marching owl band, had whistles. Your boys were marching all over the field in the wrong direction.
Oh.
Some may boast of Proverbs old, of a school we think so grand, marching around the wrong way. That's what Texas A&M is doing that.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's
whistle
hilarious.
commands. They were on the side. It was almost like, oh my gosh, they figured out they're a whistle command group.
That sounds like something they do in the 40s when they'd like kidnap the homecoming queen or something.
Well, we had a Rice in the Cotton Bowl.
Not the mascot.
No.
In the Cotton Bowl, we had Dickie Magel running down the sidelines for Rice.
Oh, yeah.
In a Cotton Bowl game, got tackled off the sideline. Tommy Lewis from Alabama went off the bench, tackled him. So Rice has got a great history of chaos. Will McClay.
Yeah, Will McClay went
Rice.
there, right? Yeah.
Yeah, Will's a Rice grad. Yeah.
Holy crap, that is freaking amazing.
Hey, you should have seen your band. It was all over the place.
Yeah, I mean, that would probably throw me off.
The tuba guys were thrown off. They couldn't dip. You know, they do that dip when they get to the line. They couldn't do it because the whistle commands were off or off kilter.
Do you think that the tuba people and like the bass drum people march with more authority because they're like, if I hit somebody, I'm gonna be fine, versus like the clarinet or the flute?
Heggie, I know you've seen them do this a million times. It is amazing how they get the drums to clear.
Yes.
And then, you got the tuba. He dips and then quickly pops up.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of precision there with this band.
So I remember when I was in high school one time, I was on the drum line and we were at the UIL competition and we had to march backwards, and the band right before us, like while we're waiting in the tunnel, one of their drummers marching backwards fell down, and it almost psyched me out going onto the field, and I was like, oh crap, that guy fell over. I think I might fall down too, but luckily did not.
Heggie, did you have, when you were in the band, did you have nurse shoes that you wore? Those white
nurse shoes,
boat shoes or whatever? Or did you wear the spats?
No, ours were black, but they were very similar, and they were very shiny too.
Yeah.
For whatever it's worth. Also, we were really stupid, and we would headbutt each other with our band helmets on. So, in case you ever don't like one of my opinions,
I feel like you'd have knocked somebody out with your head.
True.
Yeah, you're a hard-headed
That's a hard
SOB.
head.
Yeah,
He's got one
man,
of those heads.
you just voiced what every person I've ever dated in my life feels like. So
And his mom.
Yeah, probably my mom too. That is very fair.
That's interesting.
Hi, Haggie's mom.
Yeah.
Hey, what's going on?
She's got it going on.
No,
She's all I
please
want.
don't.
And I've been waiting for so long. Haggie's mom, can't you see?
You are the girl for me.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today, and where can everybody find you?
We're talking
Stop singing about my mom.
No. Oh, Pure Gold as always. Thanks for asking, Heggie. We're live at Twin Peaks here in Grand Prairie, one of the best Twin Peaks in the entire country, and in every way. So we invite everybody to join us. We have Tolo Back Window Decals, Fellowship, and sports on TV for the next 5 hours. Jake Ferguson, 535.
Oh, love it, love it, love it. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the Kansas City Masterpiece. You can catch us tomorrow at Freebirds in Irving off of North MacArthur, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute picture. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course, it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Basil babes.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Is it spice girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it saffron squad?
Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number one of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Twin Peaks in Grand Prairie where it's hopping. And you're invited to come join us for 5 hours of fellowship and sports conversation here. It's the G-Bag Nation and The Fan. General at your service. Salute to you. There's Broadus, the former Cowboy Scout, Super Bowl champion. Lucius Alexander is back home in the Pimp Cup. Master Control there, 75 and 635, fixing to go 5 flawless like it's nothing. The man's got it stuck on automatic. Ramon Cruz, Remote Engineering. You got your Nosebleed Brothers here, Wolchuk and Chiafalo. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. How's everybody doing?
Super. Solid.
Fantastic.
Man.
Right on. And we have a special guest joining us at the table here is Bobby Belt from Sean and RJ, 6 to 10 weekday mornings here on The Fan. What a guy.
Hello, gentlemen.
Roberto.
How you doing, buddy?
I'm wonderful. How are y'all?
We're doing great. You guys are crushing it in the mornings. Your insider reports are fantastic.
2/3 of us are crushing it. Sean's not always there, but otherwise.
How's that pink eye diarrhea combo that he was dealing with?
I mean, antibiotics generally will, take care of a lot of that, but there's obviously lingering after effects, and I think you can hear it in his voice when he's on the air in the morning.
Is he going to be in tomorrow? It's his birthday, isn't it?
I mean, God only knows, right?
Oh.
Like it's like a game of Russian roulette. Is he going to show up or not?
Whew. Availability is the best ability.
Yeah. He's been a little bit of Sean Diggs lately.
Sean Diggs.
I love it. Shots fired
He's
right
concussed.
out of the gates. Now, speaking of availability, what happened with C.D. Lamb there? Was he puking at 7:30 in the morning at the hotel?
I was not there at the hotel to see if he was puking at 7:30 in the morning.
That was the biggest surprise, is that you weren't bouncing around there with him.
No. I was
Thought you might be holding his hair for him.
No, that was the time that I was getting the breakfast wheeled in. While we were during cross talk. That would have been 7:30 that time. So
when you were in your undies.
I was in my undies at that point. My undies and a polo. But no,
good look.
I think that the most likely explanation, because Jerry said missed meetings or sort of missed meetings, that like in that vein. Shoddy would just say they missed some things, which is a little more vague. I think the reality is probably the two of them were having a good time in, a city that young, successful, rich young men typically like to have a good time in. And so that causes, who knows, sleeping in too late or whatever else. But, yeah, I think it's not easy to or it's not difficult to sort of pare down or deduce like a couple of options that it could potentially be that got them in trouble.
You think a one-time situation or like a Zeke deal where it was building with the missed meetings and being late? And stuff?
Yeah, I think this is probably a unique situation. I mean, this is the first time the Cowboys in a regular season, they've gone for the preseason, obviously, but this is the first time they've gone to Vegas to play. And I think for Shoddy it was important to a couple different things. One, you've already punished Trayvon Diggs in a similar way earlier in the year. It was going to be really difficult to then not hold them accountable in the same way. Two, I think that after they had all spent 2 weeks, dealing with a tragedy and kind of leaning on each other and talking about us and closeness and doing all these things, I think Shoddy probably looked at it and was like, of all weeks, I cannot stand this, so we need to have some enforcement.
Are you saying that Diggs didn't go on the IR because of the concussion in the knee? Was the IR?
No. I'm talking about when Diggs was benched for the first 2 series against. I don't remember which game that was. It was one of the games at home. I think it was the Giants or somebody, or it was the week after the Bears game. Whoever they played then.
When's he coming back? When's Trayvon Diggs coming back?
I don't know.
I got an answer for you.
Okay.
It's likely going to be after the Kansas City game because they're going to recommend on the short week he can come back after this game. They're not going to activate him on a short week with no practice. So I think the Detroit game would be the first opportunity you might see for him.
Are we sure he's better than Carson and Revel right now?
More experience.
Yeah.
That way, I've reached out and my just being scout guy, throw things out there. I recommended try him at free safety, is what I did.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah.
If you play him if you're going to play a lot of single high stuff, people are like, well, he's got to be able to tackle. Well, I haven't seen a safety get his hands on a ball yet. That's true. And so to me, if you're going to let him play with his eyes and let him play react. He's kind of a ball hawk that way, reading the route and maybe going over and making a play. They won't do it. It's just me throwing out ideas and stuff like that. But it might be the best position for him where he doesn't have to worry about coverage and turning and doing. He could kind of say, okay, I'm going to cheat this side and I'm going to go, or he's good enough at reading routes and stuff like that to kind of be that center fielder of a player. Again, I don't think they would do it.
I would say this to your specific question, Gavin. No, he is no Carson and Revel. I don't think are better than Trayvon Diggs.
No.
The problem is I think Carson and Revel might care more than Trayvon Diggs does.
Exactly.
And
yeah.
that's a big part of this equation right here that has gotten him in trouble, whether it be with being too flippant in his play style, whether it's not attacking rehab the way that he needs to, or whatever else. I think that when he's locked in, he's very good, and when he's healthy, he's very good. I still think that those are true things. I just don't know. I've made this analogy before. I think the Cowboys felt like, it's that story of like you get married and then you hear somebody going like, I'm 2 years into this and I'm like, this isn't the person I was dating. But like they changed a ton. I think the Cowboys felt like they put a ring on it and things changed.
And I don't know how motivated he is about his career, but I mean, coming off of this 4, 5, or 6 week absence, whatever it's going to be, this is his opportunity to prove to the market.
Yeah.
So I when you're coming up, but sometimes you get $40 or $50 million of income, and you're like, I'm good for life, and that financial motivation is no longer a factor, and you find out how much you like football and how much you feel a responsibility to your teammate and the folks that made you rich.
I think if you were to talk to people around there, they would talk about noticing a difference in his demeanor, not just his attitude, but the way he thinks about and attacks practice. I think they feel like, where's the guy who told Dak shut up at that training camp video? That guy, I don't know how much they feel like they've seen him.
Well, you've been here about 30 minutes or so, Bobby, and you don't have 4 or 5 drinks in you.
No, I don't. I haven't done
You're
my
a little
prep
off
yet.
your pace.
I know. I'm going to prep here just so that then I can slam drinks.
Yes,
so
let's
I'm
go.
going to have to do my show prep here.
Hammered preparation.
Mardi Gras, Bobby.
That's the way it's got to be.
Look at him. You got to do your work. You got to put in the work on the front end. Now,
Is there anything sexier than just seeing the 26.5 degrees Fahrenheit on
Look
the
at
beer?
that. Well,
when you get the ice chunks floating around,
maybe the jug.
On the glass.
That's what it's about, man.
It is. That's the Twin Peaks difference for you right there. It's 26.5 degree coming off the tap.
I will say, as soon as Eric's gesturing to the front, going, "Is there anything sexier that I was thinking we're about to get an on all fours howling moment again?"
Yeah. I've already promised that was a one and done situation. No more of that. Said my prayers in the car before I walked
San
in.
Francisco.
Your text is lighting up right now. Close one, honey. Okay. Is there a belief inside the building the bye week was a turning point for the Cowboys, Bobby?
I think that they believe that game might be. The bye week itself was so complicated for them, obviously, just with everything that was going on, the emotions they were working through, the work that they were doing. But Shoddy had a pretty clear idea, I think. He talked about it in press conferences. He had a pretty clear idea of what he was going to do during the bye week. So they did have that advantage where I don't think he walked into the bye week and just went, all right, let me kind of survey some of this. He knew already things they needed to fix and things they needed to focus on, and so he was able to go in there and kind of attack with a plan. But I think the bigger thing is just that game. I mean, I don't know if y'all saw it. We referenced it this morning. Did you guys see the Mike Silver interaction with Dak after the game on Monday?
Yeah.
Where Dak is the king of quarterback cliches. Eric asked him about it at training camp a couple years ago. That's the way he operates, and he has said numerous times in his career, one game at a time, one game at a time, one game at a time. And he was talking to Mike Silver, and it was a tone like we hadn't really heard from Dak before, which he said, he's like, do we want to go to the playoffs or not? We're going to have to deal with a lot of BS. And he goes, and we can't talk about this like one game at a time. We can't afford to talk about this or think about this as one game at a time. We need to think about this as a whole stretch that we need to do better in and that we need to win games in. So for him to be dismissive of cliches is a different sort of attitude. But I think you definitely saw changes that they were trying on offense and defense. You saw personnel differences. The entire middle of their defense at all three levels was different than they've had for the last month, whether it be injuries returning or any guys that they added. Because Quinnen, Logan Wilson, and DeMarvin Overshown, and then Donovan Wilson and Malik Hooker, none of those guys were playing a few weeks back. So I think that they definitely feel like we essentially got an off season's worth of additions at the bye week between injuries and trades.
Bobby Belt Morning Show here with you on the Fan. Just a couple more questions before we let you go. Is there a discernible difference? R.J. Choppy was making a big stand that it's Pickens over Lamb, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it depends on who's talking to him. Because as soon as Nick Harris was around on Friday, then he was like, well, no, I'm not saying he's better than Lamb. I wouldn't say that. I think they're both great. And then as soon as nobody's there, he's saying it with his chest again. So I don't know. I would think, depending on which one of you asked, he might give you a different answer. He's been pretty. He's fallen in love with George Pickens, and he thinks that he's above. I don't. I think that I really like George Pickens. I want him here. I don't think he's better than CeeDee Lamb. I think NFL defenses are still telling you that the way that they're choosing to cover them.
Yeah,
sure.
I just hope. I don't know what they're going to do against Philadelphia. I just hope they're going to be aggressive at the one that's not double teamed.
Well, it's interesting though if you look at it, Bobby, opening game that Dick Fangio decided that he was going to cover. Yeah, bravo. That he was going to cover Pickens with Mitchell to start the game, and then once Lamb started going off, then he put him over. Yeah. So he initially going into that game was more, I want to believe, more fearful of what Pickens could do to him, and then once Lamb started going off, that's when he shifted him over to the other side.
Yeah, now I would say that there's still the aspect of, like, for instance, a classic example, the 94 NFC Championship game. So they opened that game, San Francisco did, against Dallas. They opened the game putting Dion on Alvin Harper for the whole first quarter.
Yeah.
And they thought, all right, Dion on Alvin, double team Michael. Yeah. That's what we're going to do instead. And they went with that approach, and Michael started destroying them, and they, all right, flip Dion back over there. So it could be a way that they do that. Also, and I mean, you know this, Brian, the man match scheme that Fangio runs, responsibilities change, things pass off. But yeah, I think that absolutely matchup based with Pickens. And Pickens is still, as a talent, a top 10 to 15 receiver in the NFL for sure. I just think that in terms of consistency over the course of several years now, we've seen that CD is generally more consistent. Even in the route running. Earlier in the year, there were some times that, I don't think that there was a lot of precision with what the routes that Pickens was running.
I mean, when Lamb gets the ball, he's trying to survive. Sometimes he can be physical.
Yeah.
Like, Pickens is going hunting.
Yeah.
I think the yak ability and the ability to save interceptions, And his route tree looks a lot more diverse. I don't think you can compare it to what's happened previously in his career because of what the Steelers do offensively and how bad their quarterback play has been.
Yeah, and I think I think physicality is definitely, he is a more physical receiver than CD is. With the ball in his hands and the ball not in his hands, he's a more physical receiver. CD, I think, is probably a more fluid, kind of smooth, agile athlete who when he does get yards after catch, a lot of times he's made somebody miss or done something like that. But I do think that consistency, it's the precision that, the quarterbacks, if it's a 12-yard in, it's a 12-yard in. It's not 11, it's not 13. If it's one of those, then they don't trust you. And I think that a lot of different times, Pickens is a guy who's maybe running an 11 or a 13 or has been in the past, not so much recently. And CD's always been the guy that Dak knows, all right, he's supposed to be here. That's where he's going to be when I let the ball go.
John Owning offered an interesting analysis. He says that Pickens runs routes to set up other routes, that he doesn't always run routes with the same kind of fire and pep or whatever you want to say, that he lulls you to sleep. And then when it comes to hitting it at the top of the route, that's where he separates.
I wouldn't doubt that. And he's talked before about
it's an interesting theory.
Early in the season.
Because I didn't think the route running was very good either. But you think about him and how he kind of slow plays routes, and then he's able to get separation.
No, and one of the things he did was early on he was not like high pointing the football on contested catches. It was a problem. He was kind of like lackadaisical looking. And I remember he got asked about it, and his side of it was that he said, well, I'm trying to basically look like the ball's not coming my way, like as a fake out essentially, and then when the ball's there, trying to go up so the defender's not necessarily ready if they have their head turned. And so there's some of that he definitely does when, going after the football on contested catches. So, I mean, that's a possibility for sure. At the end of the day, I just look at it and I go, I want them to sign both of them, and I just want to have both of them here. And however that looks, let's roll with that.
Yeah, I mean, I hate that it ends up being a conversation of which one of these guys is better. Pickens has 300-yard games. Lamb has 300-yard games. You look at CD, he's been super productive as well. I don't think there's any doubt. If you want to focus on George Pickens, CD Lamb is going to kill you.
Right.
If you want to focus on CD Lamb, it's not even hope. I think it's
it's
just a fact. I think even with Pittsburgh, the knock is George Pickens didn't have good quarterback play. I think we forget how good CeeDee Lamb was with Andy Dalton, with Cooper Rush, going out there consistently putting 100-yard games up.
Oh, you sound like you're getting in the debate
being
now.
Awesome with bad
you
quarterbacks.
said you hated the debate.
So I think both of them are studs, and I think it's a great thing to have, and I want to keep them both here to maximize this Dak window.
No, you're right about that. I mean, and I'm just saying I don't think there's really a discernible difference. And if I had to pick, I preferred the Pickens
like the style of Pickens.
Yeah.
I get that.
Sure. I mean, when he was out there against the Raiders on Monday night, I drew this comparison. He looked to me, not size-wise, obviously, but the way he was playing with the ball in his hand, it looked like Terrell Owens to me.
Yeah.
Like the way T.O. used to maneuver traffic, along the side, across the field, doing different things like that. He's really, really good. He's really, really talented. And this year, for sure, he's right up there with CD. When we looked at their body work, obviously, there's been some times where he has not locked in. Quarterback issues aside, he hasn't always locked in Pittsburgh, and so that's kind of the totality of what you're looking at. Am I looking at Albert Hainsworth here?
Well, do we give CD credit for Pickens being locked in, their relationship? I mean, how much does that help his success? I think the fit, and I mentioned this yesterday, I think the fit has a lot to do with this. He's been a totally different player than what he was in Pittsburgh. He had big moments, but he has put himself up in another level. We are now talking about him as one of the best wide receivers in football. Hagee was questioning, is he a wide receiver one coming into the season? I don't think there's any doubt that he's a wide receiver one now.
Is anybody on your show picking the Eagles to win this game? Can you tell? It seems like we're all picking Cowboys.
We haven't picked yet. Just from the conversations that we've had on the show, I don't think that either one of them, Sean or RJ, are going to pick the Eagles. I don't care what Peyton thinks, so I haven't even paid attention when he's talked to this week. I'm still not sure. I'm going to finish up watching things. I think it's close. I think that I think that Dallas does some things that'll be difficult for Philadelphia, and so a lot of it's going to be how much was what we saw against the Raiders real versus just being against the Raiders, and how can you extrapolate that? But if they win this one, I mean, it's starting to build a momentum that you look at and go, this could set up nicely for you, because at that point you've got that Kansas City-Detroit stretch, and behind that, those are winnable games still.
It's amazing. The Eagles are playing maybe their best football, their defense rounding into form, and Cowboys' confidence is at an all-time high going into this one. I just don't think they believe that Dak can lose to this team at home. And Dak has torched the Eagles over the last half-decade. 20-point blowouts have kind of been the norm.
Yeah.
I know, Bobby, earlier today, this morning during Below the Belt, and then last night with Ed Too-Tall-Jones, you started to, I kind of started to buy in. We're going to go on a 2018 run here. And this thing's going to be really special, this rest of November going into December. And it's because of what you talked about, one-dimensional, making other teams one-dimensional. You are now about to go up against a gauntlet of teams that you thought was probably better on paper than what they are right now. And outside of Detroit, how many are actually good at running the football right now?
Yeah.
Brian, you talked yesterday breaking down the Eagles. They're struggling. They're not as good right now running the football. Kansas City, not a good running team. Minnesota has not been great running the football. The Chargers, I mean, they don't even have maybe a Marion Hampton back then, but not a good running football team.
No.
So now you're going up against teams where, okay, they're going to have to throw because you now are equipped to stop their run, but they're going to come into the game being one-dimensional. So everything you were alluding to, and if this offense, if Dak can lock in, and this offense can play to the standard that they should be able to play consistently, this team does have a chance to go and make a run here.
Yeah, that's the real thing. I know we've been worried about the defense all year, but now you're about to go up against some legit defense, starting with Philadelphia.
Yeah.
And the Chiefs have some of their issues, but it's still a solid defense overall. And then Detroit's defense right now, and they're getting guys healthier as well at certain positions, but they're playing lights out football defensively. This is going to be an interesting time now to see, okay, these are real playoff defenses. How does your offense actually look now?
Yeah.
Is there any real tangible difference? Because we've felt it for most of the season. Different version of Dak, shoddy, the play calling, the offense in general, the pick and stuff. I mean, this looks different, but it always comes crashing down even when they look good against postseason defenses. And now you're about to get that opportunity over the course of the next 3 weeks.
Great stuff. We're live at Twin Peaks here in Grand Prairie. Bobby Bell, thank you so much for your time. Have a great
Appreciate
afternoon.
y'all.
There he goes. You can hear Bobby every weekday morning here on the Fan 6 to 10 with Sean and RJ. We got the champ coming up on the other side, then Wolchuk's top 10 at 2:20. Buddy, what's the subject?
Well, we got the second round of Texas high school football playoffs in full swing. The 10 greatest high school football teams of all time. What's the best high school team you've ever seen? 877-881-1053. That's next in the nation. But we do have Thursday.
here on the Fan. We are live at Twin Peaks in Grand Prairie here right off of Bush, about Bush and 20. So come on by Fellowship. We got some Tolo back window decals for you. And, of course, Eats, Drinks, and Scenic Views here at Twin Peaks. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Congrats to the Chief. Made it 5-time last night. He is now immortalized and eligible for the G-Bag of the Year. So Lucius will have a fresh slate of challengers coming up for you this afternoon at 5:45 after Jake Ferguson. That's right, it's a Jake Ferguson Thursday. So you will get LA Live coming up at 6 o'clock tonight. Thanks again to Bobby Belt, who joined us, had a nice little Cowboys conversation to open up the show. Time now for Zach Wolchuk's Top 10. Here he is, Zach with an H.
All righty, I know we got a lot of high school football fans out there, and we got the area round of the playoffs. Some big matchups tomorrow. We got Rockwall Heath and Duncanville at Eagle Stadium. That's going to be a big one. Heath's been really, really good this year. Could they possibly upset Duncanville? Duncanville right now, their defense just allowing 14.6 points and 200 yards of total offense per game. They've been absolutely phenomenal. Heath's offense, though, is really good. You've got North Forney and Waxahachie, Coppell and Richardson, Odessa Permian and Mansfield Lake Ridge, and then the Allen Eagles taking on Lake Highlands. Some really, really big matchups across the DFW and across the state. And it led me to ask the question, 877-881-1053. What is the best high school football team you've seen as we'll get into the top 10 greatest high school football teams of all time? Do you guys have a team that stands out to you?
Whenever I was growing up, I remember getting to watch the Chase Daniel South Lake teams.
Yeah.
And those were pretty incredible. And then whenever I was in high school, going up against an Allen was phenomenal. I went up against them when they had Alec Morris at quarterback.
Yeah.
And who was the running back that ended up going to the NFL? Jonathan
Williams.
Jonathan Williams. Okay, like he was the real deal. But that South Lake team, whatever that was, like 04.
Yeah, their run from like 04 to 06 was
gosh.
awesome with like Greg McElroy at quarterback. Those teams were, 05 they had a legendary game against Plano. Plano was really good that year. Beat them in, I think it was the state semifinal, went on to win state. But Carroll had some loaded squads.
Well, and then to be honest, actually, now that I'm thinking about it too, when we were doing Friday Night Stars, and we got to be down there for those state title games, and you're watching Duncanville, and you're watching Galena Park, North Shore.
Yes.
These are, grown men. And the quarterback for Duncanville at the time was like Cam Newton. And he was a giant, and he was just running. I remember when they go down to take the lead late in the game, it's just him basically with his legs running all the way down the field against North Shore, who was incredible. And then you have the unbelievable North Shore
Hail
Mary. But, yeah, those teams, that was a different level of size and speed. Seeing that up close was jarring.
Yeah, Jaquindon Jackson. He was an absolute star, then ended up moving over to running back. A lot of texts coming in the Jonathan Gray Alito teams. Alito has just been an absolute powerhouse, but Jonathan Gray was really, really special. Miami Northwestern back in the day. Miami Northwestern had some serious squads. I think Teddy Bridgewater was a quarterback for one of their teams.
Yeah, he was.
That was absolutely loaded. You've got Jesse Armstead and that 88 Carter team from the 214. They were just littered with talent. Matt Stafford and Highland Park from the 214. Odessa Permian back in the day. Trinity did have some monster teams. The 817 texting at Trinity, that 07 Trinity team, I think Samir Baker was their running back. They were just absolutely dominant at the line of scrimmage. And then they also had Brandon Carter, who was a stud for them at quarterback, played basically every single position at 2012. So we've had some really, really good high school football teams here in the Metroplex. Lucius, I know you played here, and we're in the pride of Lucius Alexander here in Grand Prairie at Twin Peaks. Did you have any teams that stood out to you?
I'm going to take you back to the year 2000, boys. Midland Lee, Cedric Benson.
Yeah.
That Midland Lee squad, like, we played against Cedric Benson, and there was no tackling him. They didn't even need blockers, bro. He was stiff-arming us, moving us around. It really looked ridiculous for the fact that we made it so far in the playoffs and still couldn't handle him.
Dude, I can't even fathom what that would have been like trying to wrangle in Cedric Benson.
No.
That is wild. That's like you're scared a little bit.
Yeah, I'm talking about the toughest defensive players on our squad were getting faced
I'm good.
mushed into the turf, and you're like, oh yeah, we ain't gonna make it, bro. This is it. What y'all doing tonight? Because it won't be celebrating a win.
We're done. Something with a lot of ice, hopefully.
Jeez. Well, here are the 10 greatest high school football teams of all time, and we start at number 10, and this is across the entire country. It is the Allen Eagles of 2014. And, that was
Kyler.
That was Kyler Murray, one of the greatest offenses ever seen at the high school level. He also had fellow recruits Bobby Evans and Greg Little, who made the NFL. 3 straight consecutive Texas State championships, and 40 of 62 for 645 and 10 touchdowns in those state championship games was Kyler's stat line. Just an absolute freak. He also ran 38 times for 394 yards. That 2014 Allen team, undefeated. They were unreal. We go back to the day of Brian Broaddus.
Yes.
1927.
Yeah, it was what team we got? South Oak Cliff or Waco?
Waco beat teams 124-0, 107-0, and 93-0. They averaged 56 points a game, 11 shutouts in 14 games.
Yeah, they needed running clock back then.
Holy crap. Legendary coach Paul Tyson, 4 state titles with Waco. But that 1927 team, that does not sound fair. Number 8, Florida, St. Thomas Aquinas.
Oh, yeah.
Quite a powerhouse. 2010, they had Michigan quarterback Jake Rudock and Philip Dorsett. Miami Hurricane that went in the first round at wide receiver was on that squad. But they ended up being absolutely loaded. They also won state championships in 2008 and 2010. They had Joey Bosa as a sophomore on that squad in 2010 when they won the state title. He turned out to be pretty darn good. And Florida commit Brian Cox Jr. as well.
Greg Ellis
was a pass rusher at the time. Better than Brian Cox?
Yeah. No. Bosa.
Oh, then Bosa.
Yeah,
that was one of your.
I was right.
You called that one.
Everybody called me out. I was right. Greg Ellis is a better player.
Consistency, not wrong. Not wrong.
The injury factor for the Bosa.
You know what? I don't have time for that.
Yeah.
He was.
Availability. The best ability.
Mm-hmm.
We go to Pennsylvania. Harrisburg Tech at number 7. This is 1919. Were you there?
1919.
They won its second of 2 state national titles. National titles, not even state. They won national titles.
Natties.
In 12 games, they outscored their opponents 701-0.
They didn't give up a point the whole season?
They did not give up a point, Eric. 701-0. Their superstar quarterback was Carl Beck, who went on to play at West Virginia before winning a NFL championship for the legendary Pottsville Maroons.
Yep.
In 1925.
Pottsville.
Pottsville was smoking teams.
Yeah. They had the best players.
They were hotboxing. Modern day, 2017, we go to California. They've got some notable alumni as well that include Matt Leinart, Todd Marinovich, Bryce Young. But this team was led by
Todd Marinovich.
Amon-Ra St. Brown in 2017.
Dude, there's clips of players in the NFL going up against the Lions and sitting on the sidelines and talking about how dominant Amon-Ra St. Brown was in high school. Like certain guys in the NFL that played against him, and they were like, man, you think he's nasty now. Like in high school, he was otherworldly.
Really good. Really, really good. They were dominant. They beat people on an average at 48-15, and they won the state title game against De La Salle, another powerhouse, 52-21. We got some Texan for Katy, and Katy comes in at number 5. Their 2015 team, the Fightin' Katy Tigers, and Class 6A Division II. They shut out 10 different teams in their undefeated season. They allowed just 2 teams to reach double digits, and in their 6 playoff games, Katy outscored their opponents 309-44. Unbelievable. They also won a national championship that year, but their star running back was Kyle Porter on that team, who was an absolute stud. 4, Bishop Gorman. 2016 Bishop Gorman, and this was Tate Martell.
Tate Martell.
Tate Martell, who went to Ohio State and totally flamed out, then went to UNLV, big-time bust. He coined the phrase, "Their ass, my dude."
Their ass, my dude.
And he was awesome, though. He threw for 2,362 yards, rushed for another 1,257. They knocked off programs like Cedar Hill, St. John Bosco, St. Thomas Aquinas, and beat teams by an average of 61-6. The state title game, 84-8 for Bishop Gorman. Unreal. 1940, Massillon, Washington in Ohio. Massillon, thank you. In 9 seasons with the Massillon Tigers, it was Paul Brown was their coach.
Paul Brown was the coach. You're darn right.
The original Massholes.
80-8-2 with 6 state titles and 4 natties. But the 1940 team was the best. They outscored opponents 477-6. 1996 is number 2. We go to Hampton, Virginia, second best high school football team of all time. They were led by a head coach, Mike Smith. Former NFL quarterback Aaron Brooks was on that squad, and they won 51-0 in the state title. They allowed just 97 yards, and they went undefeated, dropping 58 points per game. But the best high school football team of all time, De La Salle, 2001. With Maurice Jones-Drew on that squad, they were beating teams to the tune of 50-8, their average score, where Maurice Jones-Drew almost 12 yards per carry as he ran behind a fellow NFL lineman, Derek Landry, one of the best and most dominant teams ever. Also, future All-American Mercedes Lewis was on that team as well. So quite a litany of talents here in this top 10. A lot of players that went on to tremendous success, but a lot of Texas schools. Allen represented, Katy represented in this list. And it's always fun. Waco to take a trip down memory lane, and good luck to everybody that's playing in their state high school football playoffs starting tomorrow.
Yeah, it's exciting times, man. I'm hoping my Sunnyvale Raiders can make a run.
Sunnyvale, yeah. You guys have a good squad.
Yeah, I think they're 13th in 4A Division II. That's pretty good, right? You can make a run from there, couldn't you?
Oh, yeah.
All right,
that's legit.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun, keeping up with them this year, winning a lot of games there. Okay, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. We are live at Twin Peaks in Grand Prairie. The cold beer is coming out of the tap right now at 29.6. That's below freezing, according to my math and my very elementary understanding of science and temperatures. But you'd be good to go. You'd be rocking whatever you order. Okay, we got a college football darty coming up, Chief. Where are you taking it?
Free booze and wild message boards. That's what college football does next to the nation.
Coming up Friday.
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Recurve?
No.
Nutmeg mate.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back, #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024, y'all.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. We're live Twin Peaks in Grand Prairie, the home of the best. Eats, drinks, and scenic views, and I've been crushing food all day. I do think this is the best salad dressing in the entire world.
Oh, really?
This jalapeno vinaigrette. It's just outstanding if you need a salad.
You used to talk about it all the time.
I did, yeah.
Yeah.
And then I tried to find it. I tried to recreate it, couldn't. So whenever I'm at Twin Peaks, I make sure to get a salad. Might get another one before I'm out of here. Could use the roughage. Here's the Chief with the college football darty.
Yes, sir. Plenty to get to right after this.
Looky here. Mr. Cold Turkey put a mini booze bottle in his headset?
I've never filmed any of you guys when you're using the bathroom, so I don't know what faces you make when you're doing that.
Special teams, fucking joke.
I want them never to say our name again.
Well, I don't get a great man, Cole.
All right, the Rice students will have too much to drink this weekend when the Mean Green come to town. We'll get to that here in a moment. But, yeah, I do have the college football playoff percentage chance that your school will make an appearance. And
Okay.
I'm not seeing Texas on there anywhere. These Texas fans are hilarious that are still trying to grasp at an idea that maybe at 9-3 they could sneak their way in. Get out of here. Get out of here.
Yeah, I don't think that it's happening either. Even if they beat A&M, I don't think the committee's going to end up putting them in.
Yeah, the Aggies 99.5% chance to make the playoff according to the ESPN playoff probabilities. But I wanted to look at our Mean Green there.
Yeah,
Chuck. 41.7% chance.
Wow, we have moved up. It was like 26% on Saturday.
Yeah, we've moved up in a big way, and the team that's in our spot right now is Tulane, and they would be going to Texas Tech if the playoffs started today. The line for that game, if Tulane went to Lubbock,
21.5.
Oh, you're close. 19.5. Wow. That's how much Tech would be favored right now over Tulane, which is a hypothetical matchup that could be taking place. You'd have Notre Dame at Oklahoma.
That'd be fun.
What do you think the line would be on that one?
Give me Sooners 3.5.
No, I think Notre Dame's favored. I think Notre Dame's favored. Notre Dame
at OU?
Yeah, Notre Dame 4.5.
Ding, ding, ding.
Wow,
I mean,
look at that.
I don't know anything about NFL, but I could tell you some college football.
You can. You can.
I watch enough
Spread
film.
them.
I watch enough film to kind of get an understanding of this.
All right, Broadus, guess that spread right now. Alabama would be going to Oregon to take on the Ducks if the playoffs started today. Alabama going to Oregon. I still can't believe that Notre Dame is
actually, I think
ahead of Alabama.
You would think that Alabama would be a favorite in this one. They're not. Oregon, I think, is 2.5.
That is actually a pick'em right now.
Okay.
That would be a pick'em.
Okay, that makes sense.
But Alabama clearly getting some love there going on the road. And then, I mean, Miami's in place right now, but they don't really actually have a chance. It'll be the ACC champion who gets in there. But right now it would be Miami going to Ole Miss, and Ole Miss would be favored by 4.5. But, yeah, when you look at the playoff probabilities, man, the Mean Green sitting there at 41.5. BYU 44% chance. But I can't believe that you have Alabama behind Notre Dame. That just feels so weird to me. But Texas Tech sitting at 92.6. They're a surefire lock. And I love what they got going on right now defensively. Did you see the Bronco Nagurski, one of the greatest names in football history? Bronco Nagurski Trophy finalists awarded to the nation's top defensive player.
We got Jacob Rodriguez.
You've got 4 guys in the mix here.
And David Bailey. All Texas Tech Red Raiders. Melo Hyde, is he in there too?
No, it is just one, and it is, of course, Jacob Rodriguez.
Maybe Pollock, their corner. He's pretty good.
The linebacker. You haven't studied him yet, have you, Broadus?
Which one?
Rodriguez?
No, I have not.
I got Rodriguez down.
Oh.
I went down to Texas Tech. I love Jacob Rodriguez. The problem is he's going to be a day 2 pick. So what I'm going to do is that Packers pick the Cowboys have, we're sliding down, boys. We're moving down. We're trying to pick up an extra pick.
Go to the second round?
Yeah. And then we're going to gobble up Jacob Rodriguez.
All right.
If you don't, I might have to take a look at him at the
unless
break.
Sonny Styles ends up. But yeah, Jacob Rodriguez, he's a guy that just you talk about instincts, which is what they've lacked outside of adding Logan Wilson. That is an instinctive football player. I mean, he is just old school, thoroughbred, but he's super athletic. And I asked my brother-in-law, Ben, who covers the Texas Tech Red Raiders for Red Raider Sports, I was like, how do you think he's going to test? He thinks he's going to test really well. That was my question mark.
Right.
But you're talking about a guy who's got range, he can cover, he can blitz. He's just an all-around really, really good player. I'm a big fan of Jacob Rodriguez.
I love the way that Joey McGuire threw Jacob Rodriguez in at quarterback and allowed him to score a touchdown over the weekend. And McGuire said after the game, everybody's talking about QBs for Heisman. So
we got a little picture going on here.
Yeah. All right, yeah.
Turn around, Eric.
All right.
Smile.
Oh, we're in this pick?
Yeah. Eric, get on all fours and howl to the moon.
I've learned my lesson. Yeah, I love Joey McGuire. Everybody is talking about QBs for Heisman, so we put Jacob in at quarterback.
Eyes forward.
And Pro Football Focus has him as the highest graded linebacker when it comes to run defense and the highest graded linebacker when it comes to coverage. He's first in forced fumbles. He's second in interceptions. And he's a total monster. But he's in the midst of the finalists for the nation's top defensive player, that Nagurski Award. It's also Caleb Downs, safety, Ohio State.
Best player in the draft.
Makes a ton of sense. A&M's edge, Cassius Howell.
Cassius Howell's a
Brian's
really good player.
fan.
Big fan.
Brian's a fan, but now
I haven't watched him yet.
you haven't? Well, okay. Because I was going to say, just watching his games.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely flats when I watch A&M. I just haven't done the film review.
And then Notre Dame's corner, Leonard Moore.
Huh. Okay.
I thought like the Buckeye defenders, like Arvell Reese, Sonny Styles. You would think those guys would,
right?
But maybe they just want to spread the wealth a little bit. They don't want like multiple guys from the same team.
Makes sense.
Maybe, but yeah, those are your 4 finalists for being the top defensive player in college football this year. And Yeah, I'm excited about the Jacob Rodriguez.
He's awesome, dude. If you should watch him, you're gonna fall in love with him. There's not a lot to not like about his game.
When you look at some of the message boards right now, I mean, we are in the height of message board season, Broadus, especially when it comes to your LSU Tigers and Lane Kiffin. Someone is alleging here. He says, and this is the beauty of the message boards. He acknowledges that whatever he had most recently posted was not right. Okay. But he comes in, he goes, as far as I'm told, though, Lane Kiffin's son, Knox, is enrolled at U-High for next semester, which is
University High in Baton Rouge.
In Baton Rouge.
Right.
So you have a message boarder who's saying that that his son, Lane Kiffin's son, is already enrolled for next semester at a Baton Rouge high school. All right, so it's very likely to be a ball sack, but this is the type of thing that, especially in the SEC, where it just means more.
It does.
This is what these guys do. They're leaving no stone unturned. So if I just can't imagine you'd be that unbuttoned up, right? I don't even know if that's a word. Unbuttoned up.
Unbuttoned. We can make it a word.
Disbuttoned, but like you have to know that these guys are nuts when it comes to the college football fandom. They are going to leave no stone unturned when it comes to trying to figure out your next move. And I still don't understand how he's able to do this, Lane Kiffin, in the midst of what he's got going on with Ole Miss and things like that. And I was seeing some quotes from people that are like decision makers in the college football playoff and the Ole Miss coaching deal. Like if Lane Kiffin's not going to coach them in the playoff, if that ends up coming to fruition, that would knock them down in the rankings.
Sure.
Because they would view them as a lesser team.
I mean, it kind of sucks that this is the way that it goes, where he's going to have to make a decision, but he's been all year with this team, with this group of kids, and they've worked their ass off to try and get into the playoff here, and now you've got a situation, and it's not Lane Kiffin's fault. If he wants to go and take the job at LSU, go for it, Lane. It is. It is a better job than Ole Miss, but he should still be able to see out this year with his kids. But just the way that the landscape is with college football, he's probably not going to be able to do that if that's the move that he makes.
I mean, it's the game that's messed up, not the individuals playing it, because they got to do what they got to do to adapt to the environment. I just feel like we need some pretty strong regulations in here to create a moratorium. No coach should be leaving before bowl games. You know, it's uncalled for.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of stuff that needs to be like regulated in college football, including player contracts. You know, it's a dumpster fire working against the coaches. It's a dumpster fire with coaches leaving early. I'd hope that they could create some rules and regs here to, make this flow a little bit more fairly for everybody involved.
We'll kick around the free booze at Rice a little bit later on, probably in the hodgepodge.
Sounds good.
Kicked it around in the crosstalk.
Is UNT really one of the 12 best teams in the country, or Tulane? Do they have an argument for this?
No.
But it's just the non-power four.
Yeah, you get one.
So one team has to go in?
Yes.
Okay. Which they'll probably change at some point because it is
like Boise State got that bid last year.
Okay.
So this year, we're in the driver's
For instance,
seat.
Tulane is ranked like 24th in the country.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
But in the college football playoff, they get to be that last seed.
Yeah, and most likely if North Texas wins the American, they'll be in like the 20s, but they technically elevate.
In the basketball tournament, the 5-12 is usually death for the fifth team.
Yeah.
In football, it's like we're going on to the next round.
That's why I gave you the spread. Like now, Tulane would be a 19.5-point dog going to Lubbock for a playoff game. That just feels stupid.
Okay, we got updates on your Texas Rangers with the tender deadline coming tomorrow. Is it time to say goodbye to these two postseason legends? Plus, updates on the Mavs coming off of last night's real tragic decision by the officials to hand them defeat against New York. And we'll do that 4 hours to go. Live Twin Peaks and Grand Prairie, and we're back in the nation.
105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation live here, Twin Peaks in Grand Prairie. We got 4 hours of sports remaining for you here in the nation. Brian, it looks like the NBA is recognizing the same thing you have recently, these injuries that are popping up. We got an update on that here coming up for you in about 5 minutes.
Okay, I got you, man.
Yeah, it's a little unsettling.
Yeah.
I think injuries are up like 24% this year, and star players missing more time than ever. So the NBA is moving to get some clarity here. But how about the foul call against Brandon Williams last night to rob the Mavs of a chance at tying the game late? You can see watching it what they thought they saw, and why they called it. Maybe from the opposite angle it looked like, and that happens in football quite a bit, where it looked like the guy with the ball might have done something to push the defender down towards the sideline. But it really was almost one of the most unbelievable calls of all time, really, because you're with the excitement under a second to go. He turns the corner, he lays it in. But just another reason to me why we need automation. Automation that can judge how much force Williams' left hand put with the off arm, how much momentum was involved on his way to the sideline. But just you really can't catch a break right now. If you're the Mavs, and that was massively disappointing if you sat through. It was a late game, too.
Yeah.
You're going all the way to over 11 o'clock for this one, and to have it end like that, you got to feel robbed.
Yeah, unless you're pulling for the tank.
There you go.
Unless you're pulling for the loss. I mean, there was a part of me that was like, all right.
I am.
This is kind of exactly what we wanted here. Gave us a close game. Saw some growth from a couple of dudes, but all of a sudden, they lose the game. Darn it. It's all right.
Okay, speaking of darn it, have you heard the latest that a Mavs trade rumor on what they try to do for Luka? Apparently, they called into Minnesota about Anthony Edwards. Did we already know that?
Yeah, that got reported last year, I think, a little bit after the trade happened, that they did call about Wemby, and they called about Anthony Edwards.
Okay, so it's just a reset of that deal. Jason Kidd on his opportunity to join the Knicks coaching staff, quote, "We have a lot of work to be done here to be a champion, and I'm all in. I was drafted here. I won here. I love the city. I love the fans.
Yeah.
So it never crossed my mind to leave Dallas."
I think that's completely false.
Yeah,
that's a ball sack.
That is completely false. I think there was some conversations within the organization of, hey, go ask Nico. Hey, go ask J. Kidd. Go ask, I think there was always something going on. I think that he absolutely entertained the idea of potentially talking to the New York Knicks about this job.
I wouldn't have been surprised in the offseason if, while he was exploring that idea and the extension, if Dumont told him, listen, do the extension. If it doesn't work out, we'll move on from Nico, and we won't trade any more players without getting your sign-off or approval again, because I would want a tremendous amount of influence in the personnel, but also assurance that the Nico future wasn't locked into. That's the only way I would have done that. But you never know. Like, there's a big lifestyle difference from North Texas to New York.
Yeah,
and
I think Kidd was interested in it, though.
Yeah,
I think he was. I think he was talking to people, and
it's one of those jobs.
It's one of those jobs. It's one of those cornerstone historic franchise jobs that you absolutely have to consider. So we've got a lot to do in Dallas and all that. Great, you do, but you were going to take the Knicks job if it was offered to you.
He spent so much time up there, that long run with the Nets, not only in New Jersey, but in Brooklyn as well. I thought there was a lot that made sense, but I love that Jason Kidd is back. I do think he's one of the better coaches in the NBA. D'Angelo Russell has reportedly rubbed several teammates the wrong way with his approach in practice in a lackluster effort on defense. Role player game, maybe sixth man game, just a toxic superstar mindset. Not just a superstar mindset, but he's toxic. He's not a hard worker. I guess it was worth a shot to bring him in. And last night he was pretty good. He had 23 points last night.
Yeah.
But I just think it's. You can add him to the list of players that they should move on before too long, because that's not the kind of veteran leadership you want around a young developing team.
There's people in the league. I was talking to some guys last night just on the way home that were saying about the whole thing with Cuban, hey, we're going to try and we're not trading and all that. Everybody in the league's like, Dallas needs to get the best package they can for this guy and move on. And everybody believes that Dallas is going to try and do that. I asked some questions about Cuban and did he screw up the Brunson thing? And there's people around the league that were saying that what they were hearing was that Cuban didn't believe that Brunson's 18 points a game was worth the money. Yeah, he didn't see it as that type of thing, and that signing him was not going to be worth. You can't pay a player like that that's only averaging 18 points a game.
I mean, in the previous year, he had gotten benched in the playoffs.
Oh, sure.
And he was just really coming into his own as that happened. I think Mark Cuban was stubbornly dug into the idea that Jalen Brunson isn't worth the amount of money, and we offered him $15 million a year, and if he thinks he can get more elsewhere, go ahead. But that one, to me, worse than Steve Nash, because Brunson was healthy, he was younger. But I think as that thing played out, once you got into the playoffs and he gave you the advantage against Utah that he did, that's a time where you reevaluate your thinking. I think that the other factor here is just why Mark Cuban sold the team. It's become an insane cash flow obligation.
I reached out to Mark to try and get him on the show tomorrow.
Really?
I did. I reached out to him, and I was
making the podcast rounds.
See if he would come on. I'll let you know. Another thing that I learned last night is Luka doesn't respect non-basketball people. Okay. And he like J Kidd, Luka's okay with you getting in his face if you're a basketball guy or gal. If you've got that kind of that credibility to you're a coach, you're a front office guy and all that.
You were a great player. Something like that.
Like J Kidd. J Kidd could get in his face and say stuff to him because he respected him as a player. There were coaches on the staff that they could get into his face, and because he respected that. I learned he didn't respect Nico at all. Not a basketball guy.
Do we have a firm understanding of what the nature of the relationship between Luka and Kidd was there at the end?
I think it was. That's what I was trying to say there.
Yeah.
I think it was fine because if Luka, if you questioned him. Like if J Kidd questioned him, see, I was trying to figure out what J Kidd's relationship was in this. Like, did he know that Nico was doing this? And there's people around the league that kind of believe that he had a understanding that something like this could happen.
Yeah.
But he didn't have the full details on it.
Okay, interesting. I know there were a couple of very public moments on the court, including in the playoffs, when Luka looked to be really upset. But players get excited, and they in
that moment, yeah. But if you were a basketball guy or gal, you could Luka, and he would respect those people. But if you weren't, like I say, the whole thing with Nico and the guy who's now
DeMont.
Not DeMont, the Riccardi, is that his name?
Oh, yeah. Riccardi.
Yeah, like he's like, nah, not
that's
so.
a high bar. I think Nico was like player of the decade, or maybe one of the best players of all time at Montana State.
Yeah, well,
and had an international career. That's a high bar.
He didn't think he was a basketball guy.
Ranger tender deadline is tomorrow. They have about another 24 hours to work something out with Adolis Garcia or Jonah Heim. As this gets closer, I don't know if this is the right thing to be doing. Garcia entering the last year of arbitration eligibility. You could likely have him for $10 million in the arbitration process. Heim also was in the last year of arbitration. He's at around $6 million. After everything that they've done, you better be damn sure that they just haven't had a couple of down seasons, because these are really talented guys. Jonah Heim really good behind the plate. And I don't think you're going to be able to get better players for sure. You're fishing in the same kind of waters of average players that you're hoping, but I think things between the organization and Dolly maybe had gotten to a similar point where the Mavs were with Luka, where they're frustrated with his lack of plate discipline and attention to detail, putting himself in the best position to succeed. I think this is what we're talking about, because $10 million for a starter, one of the best defensive outfielders who can hit you 30 to 35 home runs, you're not going to find a profile like that in the free agent market, are you?
What they're willing to spend, probably not. I mean, maybe they can hit on some of these low-budget free agents, but I just don't get the sense that they're going to be paying a ton of money out in free agency this year. But, yeah, I think that this is one where they're probably not going to be able to trade Doley. Maybe they can trade Jonah Heim, but most likely Adolis Garcia is just going to be leaving, and they're not going to be getting anything back for him.
Okay, I guess in See Why We Trust, and See Why We Trust.
Say that a lot.
Doley responded to a Rangers Nation Instagram post showing the report from Morosi. They were shopping him. He threw up a yawning emoji. Evan Grant said if they don't move him at tomorrow's deadline, they will non-tender them and they will become free agents. Yeah. So we're expected to go with Osuna in right field in that situation. And Grant saying veteran Victor Caratini at catcher.
Okay.
He has a 728 OPS the last 2 seasons and will command around $7 million in free agency. And the Rangers have 7 other arbitration-eligible players. So this is going to be a very busy baseball Friday with you tomorrow, as well as getting ready for Cowboys-Eagles.
Well, Caratini also can play some DH and first base for you, and he's a pretty good defensive catcher. So he had some flexibility.
Okay, Brian, you mentioned the other day NBA players getting all injured and stuff.
Yeah.
Shams had the report today. The league's launching a league-wide biomechanics assessment program. More than 500 players have already gone through a level of testing. There are 4 rounds of biomechanics testing that still need to be completed for the rest of the season. It's going to be used to optimize performance and try to reduce injuries moving forward. It doesn't make sense why we should be having these, but they're going to turn on the sports science machine, see what the AI cranks out as far as possible solutions for making this better.
I think a lot of it has to do with the pace of the game.
Yeah.
And just how many extra possessions they have now than what they used to have. Even when you look back 10 years, just go back to 2016, you maybe had one team that was consistently getting 100 possessions per game. Now that number has ballooned big time, just over the last decade.
Yeah.
And then all the stuff with these big guys that are having to do more in terms of covering, playing defense out on the perimeter and things like that. It's a lot to ask. I think the pace of the game has a ton to do with it.
Yeah, it's contributing to fatigue, and maybe we are getting to a point where, the league would never scale back dates. But could you add a couple of weeks to a season? Would the NBA Players Association agree to that? We're going to totally eliminate back-to-backs. We're going to get you more days off. We're going to extend the All-Star break.
When's this thing in, by the way? Isn't it June? When we were in the championships, we were watching games in June?
Yeah. It is a long season already, and the guys are back into their cities usually by the time we get to mid-September doing pickup games and stuff, getting ready. So it's already down to about 3.5 months off for the champions and only about 5 months off for the teams that don't even make the playoffs. So I don't know what you do, but it's in a situation now where the ideal way of playing might be actively getting your guys hurt. It's a strategic decision. Maybe we decide we're going to slow it down. We're not going to have big men chase out to the perimeter. We're not going to prioritize challenging three-point shots as much in a way of preserving our bodies so we're not getting fatigued and putting ourselves in a position to get hurt. All right, how much trouble are the Eagles possibly in? Is one of the topics out there going into this game. Deshaun Jackson on A.J. Brown said, as you can tell, it's something else going on, and I got a great relationship with him. I respect him. I can't say it, but I know it's something else going on. It's not all about football. It's not all about X's and O's. I've had situationships with quarterbacks I didn't necessarily like, says Deshaun Jackson, and when it ain't there, it sticks out like a sore thumb. And that's all I'm going to say.
It's a hilarious quote. We don't really need you to say anything else.
Yeah, he did it all.
I can't say it, but then I'm going to say just enough to let you know that, we don't know the minutia of the details here, but we know that clearly A.J. Brown doesn't like Jalen Hurts. You've given it to us.
Yeah.
So thank you, Deshaun.
That's the Jerry Jones spin doctor school. I'm going to act like I'm spin doctoring, but really just spell it out all for you here. Is the more I talk, the more I reveal. Hurts, after hearing of frustrations with him in the Eagles locker room, quote, I just got to go to work every day, and continue to try and do my best. It really reminds me so much of the Russell Wilson situation in Seattle. Hurts is just a hell of a lot cooler. They did fall apart in 2023.
They did.
They righted the ship in 2024 and won the Super Bowl. So could you look at that and say there's a 50% chance that this does ultimately wear down Philadelphia as the season goes on and frustrations mount? Could it be on the cards for them to, what would they have to lose? They'd have to lose 4 games here. And they don't have the easiest schedule. The Bears, the Bills, the Chargers. So I guess if you beat them, that would be 3, and they'd have to lose 3 more times with you winning out to take home the division. What are the odds of that? Less than 1%?
Yeah, that's pretty low. I mean, in terms of the Eagles bottoming out and
it's probably not happening,
not getting deep into the postseason.
But they could be one and done in the playoffs. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, I think they're going to be in the playoffs, but I could see this thing kind of. I've been hoping. I've been waiting for the combustion in Filthy. Unfortunately, they just keep winning damn games until this Sunday. By the way, CeeDee Lamb. Nick Harris in the locker room has this, that he said that he and George were indeed out at Red Rock after curfew ahead of the Raiders game. But any rumor about him throwing up at 7:30 a.m., not true.
I can handle my liquor.
He took offense to that notion, said Nick Harris.
I could do 26 shots without throwing up.
All right, I can hold my own. I was partying my balls off at Red Rock, but I wasn't puking at 7:30 a.m. Get your facts straight.
I can't wait to ask Ferg about this. Like, why weren't you involved? Did you get the invite?
Yeah.
You know, was there a group message going on?
Were you hanging out with the tight ends?
That's good tease.
Yeah, what were the tight ends doing?
Yeah, coming up at 5:35, it'll be time for the Jake Ferguson Show here on your home of the Cowboys. We'll hit the C-Note Cowboys news of the evening, live Twin Peaks in Grapevine here off of this like 20 and Bush. Basically, we'd love to see you come on out. We have Tolo decals while they last, each drinks and scenic views, and we are back here in the nation. I have to chat about D&M Leasing before we go anywhere. You know, a day like this will have you maybe questioning the viability of your vehicle out here in very slick conditions. And by the way, these roads are very slick after an extended period of dry weather, and then the wet stuff starts to come down, that gunk, that dirt, that oil. You know, obviously the Texas soil sitting on top of that's basically clay. It can turn these things into a skating rink. So use extra caution on your way home this afternoon and throughout the day, as long as it is wet out here in North Texas. But, you know, brand new tires on a brand new vehicle, the best traction controls out there, that could do wonders for you right now. The latest and greatest safety features and creature comforts that are available in these vehicles. It almost blows your mind that some of these vehicles will drive themselves. So what do you want? Call D&M Leasing and tell them, you know, any make, any model, car, truck, SUV, does not matter. D&M Leasing has access to anything and everything. And if you call them right now, they're going to make it so easy on you. The easy lease from D&M Leasing. Just call them, tell them what you want, tell them what you're trading in. They'll give you the highest trade-in value possible. You sign the documents on an app. And just like that, brand new vehicle acquired. Right now, nothing down, nothing due for 60 days, so you will not have to make a payment, pay a single red cent on that brand new vehicle all the way through the holidays. So get yourself something new truck, car, SUV, whatever it is you want, and D&M Leasing is going to take great care of you. It's any local area code in 35 lease or dmautoleasing.com.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day.
Train heating and cooling systems are tested, retested, engineered, and re-engineered to keep up with you. We run together. Visit traininfo.com to find your local independent train dealer. Traininfo.com. It's hard to stop a train.
It's time for Black Friday, Dell Technologies' biggest sale of the year. Enjoy huge savings on select PCs like the Dell 16 Plus, featuring Intel Core Ultra processors. And with built-in advanced features, it's the PC that helps you do more, faster. Plus, earn Dell rewards and enjoy many other benefits, like free shipping, price match guarantee, and expert support. They also have huge deals on accessories that pair perfectly with your Dell PC and make perfect gifts for everyone on your list. Shop now at Dell.com/deals.
You think you understand how this business works, but you don't.
Landman, TV's biggest phenomenon, returns to Paramount Plus. From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone, starring Billy Bob Thornton.
You have to know the rules of the game and bend them, and you really have to know them to break them.
Demi Moore.
I want success. Get it for me.
Andy Garcia, Ali Larder, and Sam Elliott.
You don't even know the game you're playing, do you?
Landman, new season, now streaming. Only on Paramount Plus.
Hello, DFW. Are you looking for unrestricted acreage? You're invited to our one-day land sale event this Saturday, November 22nd. We have exclusive 10-acre properties starting at only $79.9, just 90 minutes from Dallas. That's less than $8,000 per acre. These properties feature mature hardwoods, paved roads, power, creeks, ponds, and a lake. And there is no HOA and no restrictions. Your ranch, your rules. This one-day land sale event is by appointment agent only. Premium, unrestricted 10-acre properties from just $79.9. That's right, 10 acres unrestricted for under $8,000 per acre. Ask us about our event day discounts for veterans and cash buyers. Call now to book your appointment this Saturday, November 22nd. Call now, 903-206-3985. Call for additional acreage options. Call 903-206-3985. You can finally own your own ranch just 90 minutes from Dallas. Call now, 903-206-3985.
Most people don't think about their garage door until it quits working. It's time to call the doctor, Garage Door Doctor. We've been Houston's go-to for over 35 years, and now the doctor is in the Big D. No subcontractors, just pros who show up and fix it right. If your garage door is loud, slow, or letting bugs in, don't ignore the symptoms. Call Garage Door Doctor. We've been all over Texas, and now we're right here in the Big D. Call Garage Door Doctor or schedule online at garagedoordoctor.biz and ask about our $29.99 tune-up special.
If you've been diagnosed with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, this is what it sounds like to be 1,000,000 miles away. Imagine being 1,000,000 miles away. Tremfya Kuselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy. With Tremfya, clearer skin is possible. In clinical trials, at least 70% of patients saw at least 90% clearer skin at 16 weeks. Results may vary. Tremfya is also indicated for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit Tremfya.com.
Here we go! Count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
This is incredible!
Watch your local NFL game live all season long.
And he's in for a touchdown!
Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Get 5 quarts of Valvoline Full Synthetic Motor Oil, a Wix filter, and a $15 gift card after rebate at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Come celebrate the Lowe's of Roy City grand opening on Friday, November 21st at 634 West Interstate 30. And while you're there, join My Lowe's Rewards for free to earn 5 times the points on eligible purchases all weekend long. Plus, they'll have in-store promos, free food, product demos, and more. While supplies last, 5 times the points offer valid through 11/21 through 11/23 in store at Roy City, Texas store only. Exclusions, restrictions, and more terms apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for program details. Subject to change. This segment of The Fan is brought to you by BuyersBarricades.com.
Buyers Barricades is a full-service traffic control provider, taking care of your project from the evaluation and planning to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
All right, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. We're live at Twin Peaks in Grand Prairie. You can make your day better right here. Pick up a Tolo back window decal, have some eats, drinks, and scenic views. Shout out to the staff here at one of the most popular Twin Peaks locations in the entire country, is what we found out, because this is just a state-of-the-art Twin Peaks facility. It's fantastic, and we'd love to have you join us here. It's time for the C-Note Cowboys news of the evening, and it's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. Franklin Franklers, never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Coordinators have spoken for the first time since the Quinnen Williams acquisition. I got some quotes here coming off Cowboys Twitter for you. Eberflus said he was in his office when he was told that Dallas had traded for Quinnen Williams.
He was on his knees praying to the heavens, please, someone save me.
It's just a ball sack.
My
Please don't be a ball sack.
My seat is 1,000,000 degrees. My ass has 3rd-degree burns. Please, God, send me a talent.
I am owed this. I took this job with Micah Parsons.
Come on.
Okay, he says you could have heard a big old yell. It was an exciting time for sure. Q has played in the attack front, so he knows it. The verbiage is similar. Having Aaron White caught, and it's crazy how things work out. It's been a very easy transition for him. He's a true pro, helps everybody, and now with just his talent, his play, he's coaching on the sideline. Said when you have your best players on the field practicing like Q, everybody follows. when your most talented guys do that, it has a big effect on the whole football team. Eberflus said the defensive tackles Williams, Clark, and Osa graded out very well in their first game together Monday night. Is that some shade at Micah as well? We got our best players working the hardest, coaching them up. This is a huge win.
I was just saying it only took him one practice to figure out he needs to coach him up.
I figured now would be probably a good time.
I got you, Coach.
I would say
Let's just start now.
I would say Quentin Williams' instincts are pretty good. You know, hey, well, I need to maybe coach him up a little bit here.
We got issues.
I mean, is that a thing? I feel like it is with Solomon Thomas, with some of the other new guys that come in from other teams.
Can I tell you something real quick about Solomon Thomas?
Yeah,
I could have done this in the Christian's Corner. But Solomon Thomas is going to practice today. He's going to practice tomorrow with the hope of playing on Sunday.
Cool.
You know, there's talk about the calf, that maybe that calf would hold him back, but it sounds like that Solomon Thomas is going to try and give it a go on Sunday.
They're just so low.
When you said the name, it reminded me to do that, to tell you that. Because I was thinking with the calf, this is going to be it's going to be long-term kind of thing. But he's going to practice today and tomorrow and see what he can do.
But I think the best players on that side of the ball came from elsewhere. They were drafted elsewhere. They were in different cultures, and I think that's part of the challenge of Shoddy establishing this new culture of hard work, of nastiness, of being dogs, of being physical players, and the multi-decade entitlement or the country club mentality around the Cowboys, I think, needs to be remedied, and bringing in other guys to set the tone can't hurt.
Why did I just see a Jeep where the guy's driving it on the right side? We got like a Euro vehicle cruising around here.
Well, he imported that.
I just saw that thing just cruising on by. He's driving from the right side.
What kind of Jeep was it? It wasn't like a military Jeep, was it?
No,
it was your standard Wrangler.
Yeah,
oh, wow.
Standard. Interesting.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Maybe got an East Dallas diesel.
I just noticed that when he turned the corner as well.
Is he over there drinking? The guy.
Am I?
Yeah, is he drinking?
No, dude. I'm chilling. Yeah, I'm just being a pro.
By the way, my take on Dr. Pepper, everybody hated it.
You're giving some.
Everybody reminded me of all the things that you can mix with Dr. Pepper. They all sounded terrible, by the way.
Pastry Chef Eric was really ticked off.
Yeah, well, you know what? Yeah,
he was very offended. He went full Baltimore.
Baltimore. Tell Broadus.
Your apartment's going to get shadored.
Oh,
you
better be careful.
Yeah, I know. I'm a little worried about that.
Might be a little more than the $200K. Or was it 20? It was 200.
I think it was $2 million.
Yeah, it was a big old bag of money, whatever it was.
That old sack of weed.
On Savone Revel, who made his debut Monday night. He's great. He's big. He's tall. He's strong. Love his heart and his stop and start. He really...
That's a bar.
Yeah, he said he really can stop on those transition routes. He's got really good length. He's a no-house guest corner. He tackles. He's a good tackler, and I'm excited about where he's going. You think year two he can step in and emerge as a good corner?
They've got a really rough stretch with some of these receivers. They're going to have to play.
Yeah.
But you're going to play against a team this week that goes, hitches, and slants. That's it. I think where he could help your team initially here is if he's not doing corner stuff, to go put him as that hybrid eraser.
Tight ends,
the tight end matchups. Because he's got the length, he's got the size, he's got the desire. I mean, he got a defensive holding call against him, but after that, everything was kind of smooth.
Yeah.
So, I mean, playing those big tight end guys, it could be a little bit of a problem. I didn't think Dallas had anybody particular. If you look at what they did against Bowers, they threw everybody they had at him. So maybe this could be, if this guy's not one of your starters, he could be that, throw him onto the field on third down, and then let him be one of the hybrid players.
I love that, dude.
Yeah, because
at least to get him going some more.
Well, and the physicality he plays with, he's perfect for that. And you're about to play against some really good tight ends.
He's
a friggin' pterodactyl with his arms.
I think he's going to impact this year.
He kind of looks like Jalen Ramsey with how big and long that he is.
Yeah, that's a great pull.
Just get him through the end of the season, though. I mean, let him get experience and let him. He's one of the best corners.
Yeah.
Well, he was my best corner on the board last year.
But there's got to be growing pains on the way, right?
That's what I'm saying. I don't want to sit here and tell you, I'll tell you what I see in the player, and I think last week he showed what he's capable of doing. But there are going to be some receivers that are about to come up that, that's going to be, this is like game 2. He's going to play 3 games in 11 days.
And then with Carson, you have Arizona, then you have the Raiders.
He's got a couple of games where now he's a more confident player.
Yeah.
And so, he said he had a heart-to-heart with Shotty, sat down, and maybe Shotty told him, hey, you need to get your head out of your ass, and you need to do this.
Yeah, that was a good story. Was that Joseph Hoyt?
Yeah, but be a little bit more, and he's bought into that, but he's another one, We don't need to see, the guys that we've seen. We've seen enough of Elam and the others, Bridges. We've seen enough of those guys. These young guys, there's probably going to be some growing pains, but, man, if they're going to be good on defense, they're going to need these kids to play well, and they've got a lot of games coming up.
And I would not be surprised if Carson can make it 3 in a row because they're going to zone the hell out of Jalen Hurts.
No, I'm excited. I think that things have clicked well for him, and I think the confidence was huge. I think he lost all confidence last year.
He didn't look like the same player he did at Wake Forest.
But he played with some swagger against Vegas. I think flying to the football, you saw just a different play temperament from the entire defense.
You did.
On Monday night. Just the way that the physicality in which they played with, swarming to the ball. They've added a lot more speed now, getting Overshown back on the field. You have Carson, you have Revel, Hooker back. Now, Hooker apparently was not out there during the media portion of practice today. I don't know if that's something to monitor, or they're just kind of, hey, we're going to take it easy with the toe. But Hooker was flying around and smacking people as well. But I'm excited. Like that's part of the reason why I've now got a little bit of optimism is how Carson and Revel, maybe you get Diggs back and see how he looks. But then Josh Butler's another guy they haven't even activated.
Yeah.
If you need somebody, Josh Butler's waiting around.
Yeah. Josh Butler's not part of the IR plan, if I don't believe, right? He's a different.
I think he's different.
Is he in a different category? Because if you're on the IR plan, that's where the moves have to happen.
They've only got 2 more left.
But if he's a non-football injury, let's see, he might be. I think I might be wrong about this. He might be on the IR plan. If that's the case, he and probably Peyton Turner, those guys. Hell, we might not.
We're seeing Turner.
Yeah, we might not see Wanye Thomas. Well, Wanye Thomas is an NFI because of the concussion stuff. So,
migraines.
The migraines. Excuse me. So yeah, I kind of feel like. But if you're one of those IR guys, that's where the transitions have to happen. But if you're another category, that doesn't count with the movement and stuff like that. And by the way, like I said, the priority is going to be to get Malik Davis up. He's going to be a signing. That means they're going to have to move on. Maybe one of these corners is probably going to go.
With the migraines, this might be coming out of left field, but I think you got to go heavy down the cannabis highway if that's your deal. Like, it is a miracle cure for many migraine sufferers. And I know, some people in their developmental years, they're like, man, I got the migraines coming out of middle school, and then somehow they just start to dissipate by the time you get to high school. And I'm definitely not speaking from personal experience, but I mean, my dad is still to this day, in his mid-70s, significant migraine sufferer. I got him turned on to the CBD. Mm-hmm. He won't cross that final breach into THC land. I'm like, Dad, you could take a couple of milligrams before bed. You might sleep a little bit better, and it might clean up the migraines for you. But I some people, and maybe Wanye is one of them, are just like, nope, I'm not a sticky icky guy, or not a cannabis guy. But at this point, it's a serious interruption to your career.
Yeah, Butler's a pup guy, so he doesn't fall under the injured reserve. So
he's a pup guy.
So if you want to bring him back, you can without worrying about messing up your 2 remaining injured deals.
I might want to. I think they're going to be fine in the secondary for Philly, but you get Kansas City with Worthy and Rice, and then you get Detroit with Amon-Ra St. Brown and Jamison Williams in the tight end. And after those games, you might be thinking a little bit differently about your young guys.
I'm thinking about a 30 for 30 on Wanye Thomas. How marijuana changed my athletic career for the better.
Yeah,
it saved my career.
If you haven't tapped into that,
Ricky Williams narrates
potential holistic medicine.
Absolutely.
There's cannabinoid receptors in our brain. Isn't that crazy? Like, why are cannabinoid receptors in our brain? Maybe because there's a place. That's part of something that could help out your total wellness, if you will.
By the way, you're a carnivore receptor in your brain.
That is true. We have a lot of people texting in that the right side driving Jeep, that's a mail delivery.
You get that imported from England, or that's an option you can get.
Yeah, it just said like right-hand Jeeps are mainly used for postal service deliveries. It didn't look like a postal service vehicle.
No, it did not.
In no way did you look at that Jeep and think, oh, there's a mailman.
There's those the weed receptors.
That's a modern Jeep that you drive off the Jeep dealership. Yeah. So it wasn't one of those mail delivery deals.
Yeah, okay. I don't know. I could see a little tint of white on it from. Looked like it had a few dents.
U.S. Postal Service.
Looks like it had a few dents from hitting some mailboxes along the way.
That was my car.
We got Krusty's Corner coming up next here, live from Twin Peaks and Grand Prairie. Brian, where are you taking it?
Yeah, I've got some thoughts about our running back Blue, and I'm going to tell you about this Philadelphia Eagle defense. We'll do that next.
I want to tell you about East Dallas Diesel. All right, we're talking about cars, and if you're in the market for a truck or whatever vehicle, East Dallas Diesel, the only place that you need to look. Everything that they've got is custom. I'm talking the wheels, the tires, the trim. Whether you want that blacked out beast mode look, it's sick, or something lifted, something loud, East Dallas Diesel, they got it for you. Just look at that website, eastdallasdiesel.com. You are going to be absolutely wowed. You're probably going to have a tough time deciding. You're going to have to go into that showroom, maybe test drive for yourself, go in there, say, hey, Tony, Wolchuk sent me in here. Hey, Fernando, his best buddy since high school, Wolchuk sent me in. He's a family-owned and operated store. Tony Alberti's been in the truck and car game for nearly 30 years, and he's personally handpicking every truck on that lot and putting it through inspection. When it comes to financing, don't stress about it, all right? My guys at East Dallas Diesel, they're going to work to find you the best deal possible, no matter your budget and holiday season. Get yourself or your wife the car she's always dreamed of, and Tony's even going to put that extra touch, that gorgeous red bow, make it special. And business owners, you need to spend some money for tax purposes before the end of the year. Get yourself a badass new ride at East Dallas Diesel. So check them out today at eastdallasdiesel.com or stop by the showroom. Tell them Wolchuk sent you.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ, we preview the Eagles with Brian Schottenheimer, Babe Laufenberg at 9:20. We'll make the official picks at 8, and 2 more Jack Johnson ticket giveaways in the 7 and 9 o'clock hours. It's a filthy Friday on The Fan.
We've all seen it at games. A fan holds up a sign that says, "Believe." Well, Ford offers vehicles you can believe in, like F-Series, America's best-selling trucks 48 years straight. That's why your Texas Ford dealers are a proud sponsor, the official vehicle of the Dallas Cowboys, and proud sponsor of Believing, based on 1977 to 2024 CY total sales.
Ford is the best in Texas.
Are you tired of falling short on your health and fitness goals? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back in 2025 by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
Award-winning singer-songwriter Scotty McCreery, live in concert.
Bottle rockets in the sky, bare feet in the
Saturday, November 29th, Choctaw Grand Theater. One of country's hottest stars, Scotty McCreery. You can purchase tickets at Ticketmaster.com.
And you know I've always been your...
His new EP, Scooter and Friends, is out now. Choctaw Casino Resort, Durant.
Hellsberg gifts checked off the list. Now, time for wrapping. Earrings for Mom. A gold bracelet to match the rings Danielle wears every day. And for Dad, a new watch, because we all know he needs one. All right, this is going to be a good one.
Our favorite things for your favorite people. Shop our Black Friday event for up to 65% off in-store or at hellsberg.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Get crowd-pleasing appetizers at Whole Foods Market. Prime members save 20% on select raw and cooked shrimp through November 27th. Serve chilled shrimp cocktail or crispy tempura at your holiday party. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
eBay has reinvented vehicle buying. From click to curb, everything's covered. Ever try to buy a car online and end up in a parking lot with a stranger and some blind trust? That era is over. Now with Secure Purchase, eBay isn't just where you find your car. It's where you buy it, start to finish. Title, financing, registration, delivery, it's all built in. This is the modern way to buy your next ride on eBay. eBay. Things people love. Secure Purchase is powered by Caramel Dealer Services, LLC, an eBay subsidiary.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppable beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
If you're a first-time home buyer, you need to call TexasSunny.com. We have some great deals. You don't realize just how low the down payments may be, and we have down payment assistance programs at TexasSunny.com. We help people all over Texas, so call us today for your pre-approval letter, and it's a free call. Call TexasSunny.com if you're that first-time home buyer or if you're buying your second or third home. Call us today. We got them.
4201 Spring Valley Road, Suite 1150, Dallas, Texas, 75244. NMLS number 2297. Equal housing lender.
For over a decade, Tolos have trusted Men's T Clinic to reach, maintain, and elevate their total wellness. From preventative care and hormone optimization to weight loss and muscle mass, pain-free movement to sexual health and satisfaction, their approach is customized, underlying cause-focused, and rooted in dynamic tracking and treatment for long-term vitality. No one does total male optimization like Men's T Clinic. Mention Men's Health Awareness Month to experience a total T consultation for $50. 5 DFW locations, open Saturday, insurance accepted. Visit menstclinic.com.
The 12th annual KNC Masterpiece Peace-a-thon to benefit My Possibilities is here. And for the first time, we're taking this marathon broadcast on the road. Join us the day before Thanksgiving as the KNC Masterpiece take over RJ Duke Sports, 400 North Central Expressway in McKinney. KNC will be wheels off from 6 a.m. until 7 p.m., supporting an amazing cause. It's Peace-a-thon time, live from RJ Duke's on Thanksgiving Eve on The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back, #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-prices sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan Live today at Twin Peaks and Grand Prairie all the way until 7 o'clock. Come on by Fellowship. Pick you up a Tolo back window decal. Dak said after practice his hip is fine. He just fell on it after the game, and he'll be completely fine. He's played with much more soreness, so that's a good development. It's time now for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Greystone Roofing and Construction. Go to greystone-roofing.com. Here he is, Krusty.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Waters.
Thank you very much, Lucius, for playing that. And thank you to Greystone for helping us out on the sponsorship ends of things. Me and Eric, is that right? Did I say that right? Is that correct English? Me and Eric? We did the
Eric and I.
Eric and I. I knew it was a problem when I left the lips. But yeah, Eric and I did a Love of the Star podcast this
Say
morning.
what? A Love of the Star podcast?
Love of the Star podcast.
Love it. It's actually an Odyssey podcast. You can find it on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Shout out to the On-Time Experts.
Yes, thanks to everybody
Proudly
for that. Yeah.
sponsored by and presented by the On-Time Experts.
But yeah, so check that out if you haven't already done that. Listen after our show if you would.
Or during.
Yeah, don't listen during our show. Listen after our show.
Let's get those downloads
Yeah.
up.
Figure out a way to do like the double earbud situation.
Yeah, like two-handed.
Yeah.
Two-handed.
We're double fisting. We're double earring.
Double earring.
I think I told you guys the priority is to get Malik Davis on the roster this weekend.
Yeah, so what does that mean for Jadon Blue?
Yeah, what's up, Blue man?
I think the things with Jadon Blue is I had looked at and kind of had a thought that maybe he wasn't carrying it from the classroom to the practice field to the game field. The smarts are not the problem. it's the given S meter that's the problem right now.
Yeah, it's not good.
Yeah, and so, it was like, well, maybe he's not picking something up. Maybe he's not doing something the right way. Well, he needs to be a better pro. That's really what's holding him back right now. They talk about Phil Maffa in a way, though. Everybody's kind of cheerleading for this guy. And they would like to see.
I'd love to see
him involved because he is a hard worker. He does care, and he's picking things up well. But we're yet to see him. They're going to bring Malik Davis up. My thought is it's going to be one of these cornerbacks are going to go. And
Bridges?
I think that Bridges is a possibility here to be the one. So we'll see. Like I say, they don't have to do anything until tomorrow. And then I don't think the league office lets you do things on Saturday anymore. You used to be able to do it before games and things like that, but they've changed the rules on this. So tomorrow we might see an activation and then somebody get released. And maybe, like you said, it could be Bridges, could be that guy. So we'll keep an eye on that one. But priority, also, too, about Diggs. I mentioned that thing with him. Some thought about he's eligible to come off the injured list after this game. But the thought is like, well, there's going to be no practice time really getting ready for the Chiefs game.
Yeah.
So that might be another week. We might not see him until possibly Detroit game. So it'll be this game, likely Kansas City, and then he'll be back in the mix is I think how they want to handle this thing overall. So that gives you a little idea of the timelines for those particular guys.
Which is great because I want to see the young guys anyway. I want to see Carson and Rebel get more work and see how.
Oh, they are. And like Dawson said, just be ready. There's going to be probably some growing pains. It's a little bit different skill set, and dealing with the Raider receivers is dealing with
Smith
Eagles
and Brown.
it's going to be a little bit different. So hopefully they show up, and I think they will. Those kids are. I know Carson how competitive it is, and Ravel. I thought he was clearly one of my favorite players in the draft. I think I had him 12th overall on my stack. So that tells you what I thought about the kid as a player.
Got some pretty good depth going now. You just need a guy capable of handling your Marvin Harrison Jr.'s of the world.
Yeah, and that's. Yeah, that's
maybe Revel is that guy.
He's
when it's all said and done.
I mean, when you watched him on tape, Zach, I know you got anybody else. I mean, I know you guys are busy with stuff too, but you watch him and carrying routes and how he's able to break and the burst and the angles that he takes, and they tried to double move him one time, and he didn't move. He just
stays in phase.
He just stayed with him, and so. Man, it was a good start. That's a good start. I mean, it made my heart feel good that he was able to do that, and play that way. So a different challenge with the team, again, that's very much a vertical go route running team. They run the hitches, they run the slants. Hopefully he'll be up to the task. Okay, let's talk about Philadelphia's defense and really kind of what it's different from where it was the first time that these two teams met. If you remember that Jahad Campbell started as the Mike linebacker, that means that Kobe Dean was not the starter at Mike linebacker. He was hurt, yeah. He was hurt. So Dean, Zach Bond, those guys are doing a nice job of when you watch them, how they work together. It's been...
Gibbs and Jacobs probably didn't get 50 yards between them last 2 weeks.
It's tough. It was tough. It's tough to run the ball on these guys. Just for that reason, the linebacker play is really, really good. The defensive tackle play is really good. I'm going to say this. We watched Jalen Phillips before. Remember, we were talking about the Cowboys were talking about him as a possible draft target, and we kind of liked him as a player. I liked him as a player. I know Eric watches Dolphin football pretty extensively and kind of had a little bit some concerns. But for Philadelphia, he is really perfect for what they're trying to do.
Yeah.
Vic Fangio knows him as how to use him, how to play. He's been playing left. He's playing right. I have a feeling he's going to be lining up mainly over Terrence Steele in this game.
Yeah.
Now, do you give him the same kind of treatment that you gave Max Crosby? I'm not so sure you do that. because I'm a little bit worried about, do you need to keep everybody in place for having to deal with Carter and deal with Davis in that crew? You know, we were talking the pulling of guys and the, you know, it was a little bit easier with the Raiders when it came to, we're going to pull a guy, we're going to peel on him. You know, I'm not saying just go one-on-one completely with Phillips the whole game. I kind of feel like there's some different looks you do need to give him, and because he is a very he's a smart player. You don't see him like out of place on things and like that. And so him and then Jalix Hunt, and then also to Nolan Smith. They've got some guys that are capable pass rushers that you're going to have to deal with. This is where I think the game is going to kind of come down to for the Cowboys. I think it's going to come down to the Eagles secondary and really how well that you match up with them. Quinton Mitchell is going to play to the boundary side of the field, so he's going to play to the short side of the field. Ball on the right hash, short side of the field's the right side of the. It'll be the left side of the defense, right side of the offense. He's going to play into that short side of the field, and the first time you met, the first 18 routes that Pickens ran, he covered him 15 of them, is what they did. I think they're going to try and figure out how to match Mitchell with either Lamb, because in the second half, Lamb was cooked him. Lamb was starting to get after it in the first, and then what their adjustment was in the second half was to put Mitchell over on him.
I think he had just one catch.
He did.
After that, from that point on.
He absolutely did.
Well, that was the game where he had a bunch of drops, right?
He did.
He did have the drops, yes.
He did have the drops. Andrew Makuba's starting now at safety. It was Sidney Brown last time. Makuba's a guy we really liked coming out of Texas.
Big time, yeah.
He's a quality player. Him. Reed Blankenship is the other safety. The thing with Reed Blankenship is he will miss some tackles in space. So you got to be, I say go after him in a way that when he has to make plays in space, see if he's going to miss the tackles.
Get a little taste of George Pickens there,
yeah.
Reed.
Yeah. But Mitchell, Makuba, Blankenship, okay, the weak link of this thing, because I think Cooper DeJean, is in the slot, is a quality player in the slot. Adoree Jackson's the guy, again, that you need to look at here. And what happens is Adoree Jackson plays the wide side of the field, so we call him the field corner, and he has to cover a lot of space. And when he plays zone coverage, you can break routes off inside on him, and he's not going to be able to drive as quickly as we've seen like Mitchell and others do. So, to me, I'm finding every way possible to formation, to scheme, to make sure that Adoree Jackson's on my guy. If it's one of those things where you're sitting there and saying all day and you're lining up against Quinton Mitchell and you've got to figure out a ways to get your guys on Adoree Jackson because he is the weak link of this secondary when it comes to making plays on the football. So it's really going to come down to, can you find a way? I think the Cowboys can run the ball against these guys. I do.
They certainly had success with one.
Yeah, and a lot of it was the inside runs, but they didn't have the defensive tackle in that game, and they didn't have their starting middle linebacker. So the inside runs, but still, I watched the Giants. I went back and just watched teams that had success. The Giants did a really good job with Cam Skattebo, and they did it in a way of on the edge, outside, but it was a physical way of playing the way they were running the football. There wasn't a lot of, dance around. It was like toss the ball, get downhill, hand the ball, get downhill. That's what I think you're going to have to do in this football game. And I think Williams is up to the task. I think this offensive line's up to the task. It'll be interesting to see how Fangio plays you, but it's going to be Quinton Mitchell probably on either on Lamb or on Pickens, and maybe it's going to be series to series depending on how things go. But the Cowboys need to do a little bit better job of scheming up some of the guys, some of the routes away from Quinton Mitchell, and then be able to handle Jalen Phillips, the outside linebacker, in the run, and then also be able to block him as a pass rusher in order to have some success offensively.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40 here, brought to you by Greystone Roofing and Construction. First time it occurred to me there when you said that name, Jalix Hunt, I thought, boy, that's a degree beyond the old Michael Hunt, isn't it? You see what I'm doing there? Anyway, we have a daily football fix coming up. Well, Chuck, where are you taking it?
Yes, sir, we do. We got the filthy drama and Q making his Sounds of the Sideline debut. That's next.
Okay, I want to chat Frankels with you, though, because if you're hurt in an accident due to somebody's negligence, you got to call the Frankels right there roadside. And on a day like this, we would just like to remind you to be extra careful. It's pretty slick out there. Talked with two people actually on our way in. The sales guy, Scott, he did a 180 on just a regular road. I think he was driving on Northwest Highway before he got on 30 or whatever to come out here. And then Tolo Jeremy said he saw a 3-car wreck on 20 coming in just because of how extra slick this pavement is. You want to be careful, bring your speed down. And if you do find yourself a victim of somebody's negligence, car, truck, SUV, just an 18-wheeler commercial vehicle, anything like that can completely turn your life upside down. And, when it happens to you, we want to make sure that you don't settle for less. And that's what the Frankels specialize in. They understand the insurance companies and all the tricks and tactics that they use to deny your claim, try to get you to settle for less. I mean, there's 6 or 7 figures on the line here, and if you go on it on your own, chances are you're going to fall for their tricks and end up settling for less. So just write the number down, 214 or 817, the nothing but threes. Go to frankelfirm.com and know that these guys have your back. As Tolo's, we've called them twice in the Dawson household over the years, and everybody up here at the Fan thinks of the Frankels first when we're hurt, not our fault. So, if you do, you're going to thank yourself and maybe me later. 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online, frankelfirm.com, Principal Office, Dallas, Texas.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep turning it on and leaving it on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. There is a long list of odd injuries throughout sports history. 2 more additions recently, both from the NHL. Devils star center Jack Hughes is out 2 months following surgery to repair the severe cut he suffered when he fell on a knife during a team dinner. And the Panthers just lost a player to an unspecified injury from a barbecue mishap. I'm Andrew Bogish.
Not available in all states. Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary. Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program may only have to pay back a mere fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it could end your debt nightmare and save you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. For free information and to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, simply go online and visit DRA.com or call 800-474-1811. 800-474-1811. That's 800-474-1811.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey, Tolos Chiafalo here for the Zentex Remodeling Group High School matchup of the week, and we are in the midst of the playoffs. Duncanville versus Rockwall Heath. That's the matchup of the week. 3-time state champion Duncanville has reached at least the state semifinals each of the last 7 years, and Rockwall Heath averaging 41 points per game, and they have 2 wins over 2 state-ranked teams already, Highland Park and North Forney. Going to be an absolutely fantastic matchup. And don't forget to remodel your bathroom in as little as 1 day with the Zentex Remodeling Group, Zentex.com.
Window Nation, the star of window replacement and proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys, can help you fill your house this season with savings. Right now, get 50% off all styles of windows and make no payments with no interest for 24 months. Fill your home with energy-efficient windows for a customized, authentic Dallas Cowboys jersey, and you could even help fill the Cowboys house and win tickets to a game. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com/Cowboys now for details. Window Nation, proud partner of your Dallas Cowboys.
Hey, Tolo's RJ Choppy here for one of the best dealerships on the east side of the Metroplex in Terrell. It is Platinum Ford. Owner Stephen Gilchrist and GM Adam Vinci, they're Tolos, taking care of you, the Tolo, each and every day when it comes to the purchase of your brand new Ford car, truck, SUV. I am proud to say that I am a Platinum customer, and I promise you're going to get the same incredible experience that I got. Adam's got everything from Super Duties to full-size Broncos, Raptor F-150s, and more. Start the process right now online. PlatinumFord.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
What's up? It's Draymond Green. I'm back for my 14th NBA season, and my podcast, The Draymond Green Show, is back too. This season, I'm breaking down games, reacting to the biggest NBA stories, and sitting down with teammates, rivals, and culture shapers. And trust me, I'm not holding back, on the court or on the mic. 2 new episodes every week, new segments, big conversations, real basketball talk for the real hoop heads. Listen to and follow The Draymond Green Show wherever you get your podcast. We're back. We're better. Let's get it.
Hey, football fans, tune in this week to kick off with Boomer and Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL. Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by the Home Depot. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Available at the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
Feel stronger than you've ever been with Men's T Clinic. Melt visceral fat. Get your energy levels back and become the version of yourself you've always wanted to be with a complete program catered to your body. Call 972-GO-MEN'S-T today or visit mensteclinic.com. That's mensteclinic.com.
Fort Worth, get ready. Your Uncle Julio's on Camp Bowie. It's making his big turn unexpected break. We've been hard at work behind the scenes, rebuilding, refreshing, and re-imaging your favorite spot.
We've added new menu items, fresh decor, and beautiful landscaping, all while keeping those mesquite grilled favorites you can't stop craving. Your patience and loyalty have meant the world to us, and we can't wait to open our doors once again, welcoming you back to Fort Worth's hometown Tex-Mex since 1989.
Thanks for waiting, Fort Worth. Your table's almost ready at Uncle Julio's.
It's a Thirsty Thursday, proudly being sponsored by our friends at K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the nation. We're live at Twin Peaks and Grand Prairie. Come on out for some Eat, Drink, Scenic Views. We got a Tolo back window decal for you. A little update on the sked. Jake Ferguson asked for 5:20, so we'll do that for him. 5:20, Jake Ferguson this afternoon. You got L.A. Live then back at its normal slot at 5:40, and the G-Bag today coming up at 5:30. All right, it's 1 hour away from Brooks Kubina, Eagles beat writer for The Athletic. He's going to join you coming up in 1 hour. We'll get the deets on how toxic things are in Philadelphia this afternoon as they get ready to visit the Cowboys coming up this weekend. Time here for a daily football fix with Wolchuk, buddy.
Let's do it. Your insane stat of the day, courtesy of Tom Downing on the Twitters. Last time the Cowboys lost at home against an NFC East team with a healthy Dakota Rain Prescott was November 19th of 2017 against the Eagles. That is an absurd 18 straight wins at home against the East. That's also the only time Dak has ever lost at home against Filthy. He is 6-1 against the Turds.
Has he ever lost both games to the Turds?
I don't think so. I don't
think so either.
I don't think he's ever been. I mean, I think the only team that's ever swept him was his rookie year, the Giants.
Yeah, 16.
Usually I'm on the lookout for false confidence. I don't think that applies here. You know, I think Cowboys fans are well within their rights to believe you're gonna knock off the best team in the NFC and bring a little bit more credibility to your season.
Yeah, why the hell not, man? I mean, why not? Why can't we do this thing, huh?
Because they've gotten beat by Arizona.
Yeah, I know, Brian. You know what? But they got some new faces now. They got a rejuvenized locker room. Now, you got a guy in Quinnen Williams, best damn player on the defense. You didn't have Quinnen Williams.
Sure.
Kalen Carson, he was sitting. Savone Ravel, he wasn't playing. Logan Wilson, that's a big upgrade over what you got right now. And I'll tell you what, fellas, you had a tragic moment that has galvanized that locker room. That was a team that was playing for more than just a football game. They were playing with a purpose. They were playing for each other. They were playing for their brothers. And that's something that can sustain this team to a very, very special run. Call it hopium. Call it homerism. All of that, probably true. But why the hell not? Sports is about the great story. And I'm here for the great story. Let's go ahead and make this season a fun run to the playoffs, baby.
Which one would you like me to call it for you, hopium or homerism?
I'm saying both.
Okay.
I don't think it is this week, though, because of what you did to them week one. The fact that their offense isn't good. You know, it was 24-20 in Philadelphia. Jalen Hurts not going to be able to pass the ball against you. And if he does decide this is the week he's going to force into the zone coverage, he doesn't know what the hell he's doing. It'll be interception city.
This team's played like crap all year, and they're 8-2. I mean, this team has found a way to. Teams have been driving the ball on them. They get a turnover. They blocked 2 field goals against the Rams. I think the Rams are one of the best teams in the NFL.
So you're picking the Eagles?
Oh, I'm going to pick the Eagles.
All right.
Yeah, I am.
That's good. I'm glad you are, because I was worried I was going to have to be the one to do it.
Yeah, somebody's got to.
Don't want to jinx it.
Somebody's got to be the one that does it. I'm surprised at really how many people are kind of going for the Cowboys in this one. But I really do think the Cowboys are going to be able to get this win on Sunday against the Eagles. I think the Eagles are due for everything that you said. At 8-2, they've been kind of squeaking by some games.
Well, we've seen teams last year like the Chiefs with the one-score games.
Yeah.
They were great. This year they've been terrible.
Right.
So
it kind of finds a way to even out at times.
To me, though, like I say, I worry about all the bad things that, like the Philadelphia Eagles have gone through with their lack of a running game. And let's be honest, though, Hurts hadn't turned the ball over. 1 interception.
No.
One interception.
Not lose you games.
And so as long as he holds the ball, and you can bitch about the offense if you're an Eagles fan or a player or whatever, but they're okay with going 3 and out and punting, and let's go play defense.
Because they trust their defense. But against the Cowboys
do.
at AT&T Stadium, I like the Cowboys' chance to score in the 20s.
If Dallas,
they are number 1 in the NFL in 3 and outs. Like, this offense is atrocious. And his conservatism isn't a feature. It is a bug that's going to catch up with them.
Yeah, but you've got to find a way that you make sure that you score when they go 3 and out.
Yeah, the offense is going to have to hold up their end of the bargain.
See,
in this
one. We were 40-burger offense going into the Arizona game, and then what happens there?
Yeah.
And
that's snake bit. That's history. And Denver, best defense in the NFL, maybe. I don't think the Eagles, like Jalen Phillips is a nice addition. They're making a big deal out of him. He's got 1 sack since he arrived.
Sure.
You can mitigate that.
Yeah, how do they control Jalen Carter inside, I think, is going to be a huge key. And obviously the text coming in, they didn't play against Jalen Carter. That'll be different. You're right. Maybe he spits on Dak again. Who knows? Maybe you got a way to get in his head. But I'm looking at the line of scrimmage here, and that's where games are won. This Cowboys defensive tackle rotation is the best I've seen it since they won the damn Super Bowls in the 90s.
Eagles are clearly, they're compromised. If they have to play with the backup center and a backup right tackle.
I think Donovan Ezeraku's ascending.
Sure.
Jadeveon Clowney has found his rhythm in this thing. If you can find a way to get one of your other edges in the rotation to step up and play well, whether it's Fowler, whether it's Sam Williams, hey, maybe they just rotate games. I don't need one of them to do it. Maybe one game here it's Fowler.
The reason they lost week 1 is because those edges were jumping inside and Hurts was escaping at like 50 yards rushing at halftime.
And now you got Overshown, and Overshown's got speed to neutralize some of that stuff and chase him down.
And you should break the pocket down from the middle easier.
Oh, yeah, especially with the center likely being out with the concussion. Sure, absolutely. They're compromised. But like I say, this is a team that all year long, they play like ass for majority of the game, and then they find a way to win at the end.
It's just finally nice you look at the Cowboys defensively. How are they going to match up against offenses? And 2 weeks ago, they couldn't. They did not have the personnel to be able to match up and give themselves a chance. They do now.
I love the young corners.
They've got a chance now.
This is a big challenge for them, though. Hurts could be terrible throwing the football. He absolutely can miss. They had a couple of drops in the Detroit game that were kind of bad. But this young group, I think there's going to be some times out there where it's going to be a struggle. The Raiders, you get everybody playing and like, oh, let's talk about communication. Let's knock some rust off. Let's do that.
Yeah.
This is a whole different.
You're right.
A whole different ball. But I'm just saying though, the things that worry me all of a sudden is Barkley has not been good all year. Then all of a sudden you revert back to a team that can't tackle and can't get off blocks and those kinds of things.
Well, Quinnen Williams, we had sounds of the sideline, and he made his debut with the Cowboys. And here was a little clip of Quinnen Williams during Monday night's win.
I got you. Make an inside move and go. You had him. I got you. You see what I'm saying?
I got you. Be decisive. I got you.
You got the speed to chase down.
I got you, Q.
Hey, is that hard knocks? Oh, Cowboys? Okay. So if I say something crazy, y'all can hit it in a minute. Okay, good. I be talking crazy, so I got a brand to uphold, so I don't want my grandma hearing that. Thank you. Thank you.
Joseph Hoyt also said that Kenny Clark told him after the game that Quinnen Williams super helpful during the game when it came to in-game scouting and adjustments. And you heard some of that with him talking to Donovan Ezeraku. So, look, I mean, you need that, right? Like you mentioned some of that earlier where it was like, okay, I need to come in here and kind of help some of these guys. Maybe you're not getting it from the coaching staff, but you need players on the field to help correct some of this. They didn't have that before. Can Quinnen Williams see something that ends up helping Solomon Thomas or that ends up helping Ezeraku or Houston or one of these things? You've got a different type of football IQ here with a player like
I think
Quinnen
something you can lean on this week, though, is if you talk about Donovan Ezeraku, is you can lean on him. Him and actually now having some experience of playing against Jordan Mailata. That was not a That's a good point. That was not a good opening game for him to have to deal with Jordan Mailata. Now you have an understanding of his moves, his power, the things you have to deal with. He has got to do a better job of not letting Mailata get his hands on it. He's got to, maybe at home you're going to get some holding calls. He didn't get the holding calls in the game in Philadelphia, but maybe you can get it. But his experience playing against Mailata, I think, will be beneficial to him.
Well, we mentioned all the drama going on with the Jalen Hurts stuff. I mean, you read the quote of Deshaun Jackson earlier.
Yeah.
Jason Kelsey was on whip for his weekly appearance. Here was Kelsey and his thoughts on what's going on with Jalen Hurts and some of this drama.
I think the quotes on Jalen, I think that there are frustrations within a team that build up continually, and I think Jalen gets a lot of the highlighting of that again because he's the quarterback. Me and Lane Johnson one year, I'll put this out there. Me and Lane Johnson one year at the end of Chip Kelly's career, Lane made a comment in the media, said something along the lines of, we're the up-tempo offense is way too hard on us in practice, and we're working too difficult, and guys are getting fatigued. And I remember reading that, and I'm like, dude, and I went out and said something in the media and said, what does Lane know? Lane's only been with the Philadelphia Eagles. How does he know what it feels like to do other practices? He's only practiced with Chip Kelly. So he's saying something and parroting something from what other guys are saying. And, to be honest, I think we're pretty pampered here in Philadelphia. And Lane then made another comment. Lane and I didn't talk for an entire offseason. Wow. Lane is one of my best friends. I love that guy. And this is part of being on a team. There are so many ups and downs. And I've gotten into yelling matches with Jeff Stoutland, a guy that I consider almost like a father. This thing brings out emotions and sides of people because you all want to win so bad.
The stakes are so high.
He starts getting choked up and cries there. When I didn't talk to Lane Johnson for an entire offseason. Those two were best friends.
He was boo-hooing?
He started tearing up. He got pretty emotional there. I mean, that's the kind of catastrophic issues we've got going on there in Filthy right now. And this dates back to
tears.
The Chip Kelly time. So, hey,
I do think they feel a different kind of pressure, just it being in that city, that fan base, just how rabid it is.
They're freaking 8-2. They're coming off a Super Bowl win. And you still have this conversation about players not liking the quarterback, the frustration with Jalen Hurts. This thing, I mean, hey, I've been waiting for it, but it feels like the balloon could pop at any moment.
Yeah, like I said in the opening segment, it happened to him in 2023, so maybe it could happen in 2024. But I think Kelsey's point is there is stuff like this happening on every team inside every small business in America. People don't like each other. They get dramatic, they get toxic, they get reactionary, and it doesn't necessarily mean that that's about to happen. But in pro sports, we're used to, if they're comfortable letting it out in public, usually it's a pretty significant red flag. So there's hope in here. There is, but, I do think once you win and once you're paid, if you are an outspoken person who's like, I don't want to hold back to people, I don't want to have to lie to figure out how I'm going to interact with the world. Here's how I feel. If you don't like it, that's on you. Once you win, that's why managing success is oftentimes more difficult than managing failure for a coach.
No question. 8-0, Josh Allen, Thursday Night Football. He's playing tonight. They're taking on the Texans in Houston. Thursday Night Football on the fly. Guess that spread.
In Houston, Buffalo. This is Davis Mills.
It's the neck of Mills.
Yeah, this is Buffalo by 5.5.
Oh, you looked.
I swear. I swear I did not look.
The Oracle.
You know I have integrity with this game.
I'm
the one that's bitching about you guys not having integrity. Other than Dawson, he's actually held his water.
The integrity.
I got no integrity.
My rear.
I'm serious, dude. Did I nail that? Are you being serious?
No, you really know. It's 5.5.
It's 5.5?
5.5 Buffalo, because nobody circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills.
Buffalo Bills.
Let's go, Jeremy!
Buffalo
Bobby
Bills.
has just delivered shots, and I've...
Bobby, the preparation is over, and now the party begins.
I don't feel so good.
Oh, my gosh. You got one for Dawson as well.
I don't feel so
You got two.
Wow.
Look at this.
Mardi Gras Brown doesn't want one?
See, Bobby
Party is about to get underway.
He can't just have more shots. He's bringing more shots.
Those are yours.
Bobby knows. Bobby's a smart man.
I can get drunk just smelling those things from here.
He doesn't just have a run-of-the-mill cocktail. It's got to be an overpour.
Well, he's got the sexy new hair.
Yeah,
honestly, he doesn't even have the neck beard's not even going.
Yeah, this is a guy who's really taking care of himself.
This is craziness.
I meant to ask Bobby the question because he's a fellow broadcaster for Tarleton football. Yeah. What he felt like the choppy leaving in the third quarter.
What the hell? Did he have somewhere to be?
Yeah. Can you...
Yeah, Bobby, you got headphones on top of your headphones.
You're going headphones on headphones.
Yeah, be careful there.
Yeah, I mean, he's just always slacking.
Bobby and I, we care about when we do Tarleton football, we see it through.
It was that he literally thought we were supposed to be working the same night initially, and he was going to work half, and I was going to work half, so he felt like he didn't commit to more than that, and so he bailed after halftime.
What a jerk.
Yeah,
Can you imagine Kevin Harlan just saying, hey, I've had enough. I'm not going to do this anymore. I'm just going to leave right in the middle of the game.
It was shocking. Lack integrity.
That's why he got fired from the Legends.
Appreciate you soldiering through that operation there, Bobby. I think the morning show sounds better than it ever has by a wide margin.
All because of Bob.
Join the show.
Get him,
all righty, let's cheers this thing up.
Bobby
we
Bell.
are live at Twin Peaks in Grand Prairie. We got half the show remaining, and it looks like Wolchuk and Chiafalo are about to get hammered with you. No sign of Mardi Gras brought us yet. He's probably got 4 podcasts to do tonight after the show, so he wants to slow play it. But we're coming back with an edition of Football's Finest with a slightly buzzed Eric Chiafalo. Where are you taking us?
A QB could be one and done as a starter, and this guy's already planning for life after football, and I don't blame him. Next year in the nation.
Looking forward to that. I want to tell you about my friends at Permapeer Foundation Repair, though. These are the guys to go to as football is heating up. Temps in DFW are coming down, and the cold snaps and the shifting Texas soil, heavy rains. It can bring out unexpected foundation issues when you least expect it. Don't fumble when it comes to choosing your home's foundation repair pros. Call the Dirt Nerds at Permapeer Foundation Repair. It's dirtnerdsdfw.com, dirtnerdsdfw.com, and it's a crucial decision. You know, when it comes to the foundation in your home, our number one investment.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute hair.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me.
Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady? Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Rose.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Is for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. 'Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
D&M Leasing just delivered a truck to a customer who'd heard their ads for over 25 years. He always thought leasing was just renting, but when the dealership offered him an 84-month loan, he realized he'd be stuck upside down in payments again. That's when he remembered D&M Leasing. We showed him leasing isn't about what you can afford. It's the smarter way most people pay for their vehicles. So, are you ready to stop financing negative equity and start driving smarter? Call 817 or 972-35-LEASE or visit dmautoleasing.com.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Yeah, this segment of The Fan is brought to you by Batteries Plus and Euless.
The grand opening celebration continues all weekend long at Batteries Plus in Euless. Join us this week for big savings, giveaways, and the power you need for home, car, and life. It's the grand opening celebration this weekend only at Batteries Plus Euless, 2720 Highway 121.
All right, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through The Fan. We are live at Twin Peaks in Grand Prairie until 7 o'clock. Have some Tolo back window decals for you. Bobby Belt is here, and he just ordered some of the new, is this a honey hot wing?
The hot honey wings.
Hot honey.
They are so good.
Delicious.
My goodness.
Dude.
Absolutely outstanding.
They were burning Chief a little bit. He had taken them. He thought they were a little spicy.
I didn't get a
him.
hot one then.
No, I didn't think they were
taste-
that hot either. I think he's soft.
That's probably true.
I think
He's
that's
a little,
what it is.
little sensitive to the spice.
You married into the Hispanic culture, bro.
It's just like the red pepper, and I'm a red pepper flake guy, but you get those down the wrong pipe a little bit. You know, if you're not like ready for it, right? You just bite in thinking this is like a run of the mill wing.
Nothing.
Next thing you know, bang! You breathe in a red pepper flake.
Yeah, if you're not ready for it down your throat, it can catch you off guard.
Well said.
Mm-hmm.
Well said.
Well, it is time for some football's finest one way or another as Chief will fight through that. And I believe 2 doubles. Was that 2 double shots at tequila?
That's the Bobby Belt special,
Oh,
man.
my goodness.
Bobby's never had a shot that didn't equal at least 2.
Back-to-back doubles. Unbelievable. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. And here he is, Eric Chiafalo with football's finest.
I hated it. Now I'm a little thankful, though. It's kind of nice. I appreciate you, Bob. Hey, Bobby. Hey, football's finest. Grade the intro right now.
Did he make it?
But at the end of the day, it's about taking it a day by a time, a day and a day, just continuing to do that.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
Not lose the game. Good advice.
It doesn't matter. He pulls another rabbit out of his head.
Football's finest with Bobby Roberto Belt live from Twin Peaks in Grand Prairie.
That's an A+.
Get fired up.
That's an A+.
I appreciate that.
Answer off.
Here we go. All right. Would you guys believe me if I told you that George Pickens was tied for first in missed tackles forced as a wide receiver?
Yes.
Of course you would, because you know football and you know George Pickens. That dude is I cannot wait to get the moment in space where Reed Blankenship is tasked with having to wrap up George Pickens.
Yeah, the NFC Championship game?
That is, well, let's not get ahead of ourselves because the Eagles aren't going to go there.
Hell yeah!
Woo! Now, we also have the another number. What's up, Chuckley?
Nothing. I was just thinking
thinking
about verse tackling Dak in the NFC Championship.
I mean,
now, that is believable.
Just to be in it.
Oh, God.
Thank God.
Yes.
It would be such a dream.
So George Pickens right now on pace for 99 catches, over 1,500 receiving yards, and 12 touchdowns. That's going to go ahead and get you paid. All right, that's going to get you paid. And I saw this as well. The expected points added per target, the leader in the NFL. It's not Puka Nacua. It's not Devontae Smith. It's not Stephon Diggs. It's not Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Robert Brooks.
It's Justin Jefferson.
Tolbert.
It's Jamar Chase.
It's George Pickens,
it's
boys.
Jake Ferguson.
It's gosh dang George Pickens. No, Jake Ferguson leads the league in joining the G-Bag Nation on Thursdays at 5:20.
Thank you.
And he will continue that streak today. But yeah, George Pickens, NFL expected points added per target leader.
Savage.
That's where he's at right now.
We read his success rate this morning on targets, and throughout his career, it's been like 48, 51, something like that. It's at 68% right now, I think. Success rate on his guy, which is just an absurdly high rate for somebody targeted as much as he is.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I gave the argument for CD earlier in terms of I think he's QB-proof.
Sure
okay, swing the pendulum.
I don't think GP3's proven that yet. GP3, that dude doesn't have the drops that CD does. CD needs to fix that.
This year, but that's because he had the big
This
game
year.
against Philly.
This year.
Throughout their careers, George
And
Pickens
then
has a higher
dropped
drop
the
rate.
touchdown against the Raiders on Monday night.
Yeah, no doubt. But George Pickens does have a higher drop rate.
Right,
throughout
but
his
this
career.
year specifically, I can think of the Bears game. He had a big drop that might have even resulted in an interception. But otherwise, he's been pretty darn.
What we can all agree on,
Yeah.
What we can all agree on is that Kevontae Turpin is worse at catching the football than all of them.
Oh, 100%. And that they're both.
Than all of us.
They're both wide receiver.
Really?
ones.
Yeah, honestly.
They're both awesome.
Gosh, he ticks me off sometimes.
You were like the Kevontae Turpin truther.
No, I know. That he ticks me off sometimes with his lack of hands, but it's still he brings an electricity factor that has been lacking as of late. Training camp and early in the season, it was like, all right, and then I don't know. It's kind of gotten to the point where I don't know.
Just return.
I don't know if they really like him that much, and I get why they wouldn't.
Just throw it to Ryan Flournoy.
Now, since Nakobe Dean has returned, the last 3 games for Filthy, he's got 15 tackles. He's got 6 pressures. He's got 3 quarterback hits. He's got 2 sacks. The Eagles' defense ranks second in EPA per play and second in success rate during that stretch. Okay, so since Nakobe Dean has come back, and now you have him and Bond at linebacker, this is going to be a very next-level challenge. I know you're at AT&T Stadium. You're in the comfy confines there. The Cowboys' offense does a lot better. How many points? Can anybody tell me, like, what is your prediction? How many points do you expect the Cowboys to score on Sunday?
27.
27? If they score 27, I think they win the game.
I'm picking them to win the game. Brandon Aubrey, walk-off field goal, 27-24.
How many points can the Cowboys score against this filthy defense?
I mean, I think they could score 40. I would pick them to score 23, though.
Okay.
You know, I don't think this is going to be a track meet type of game that forces you to get involved offensively in the second half to try to play catch-up or to try to go back and forth for touchdowns. I think this is a defensive struggle. I think they win something like 23-20.
I love the 23 call, because that means 5 scoring drives, which means they are moving the ball, but then things tighten up maybe and they have to kick a few field goals. So, yeah, that 23 to 27, somewhere around that range. They'll score 23 to 27 points, I would guess.
I was thinking 24 is what I was thinking.
Okay, but you have them losing that game.
But I have them losing
No, but
yet.
it's not Debbie Downer. That's 100% fair. I mean, the Cowboys winning this game is going to be tough.
Yeah, but
They dang near scored 27 in the opener. If it wasn't for the drops, they may very well have. You know, so
yeah, but you were catching people off guard a little bit at that point in the year.
You were, but you know, Tyler Booker's a rookie. Tyler Guyton wasn't the player that he is right now. There's a lot of things that are vastly improved about this offense. Plus, you're at home.
Yeah, and when you say you were catching people off guard, that would make it sound like they haven't been even better than that since that Philly game, and they have been.
And I think they could catch him off guard this week, too.
Yeah, I think the offensive line's better now.
Now they have Jalen Carter this week, which kind of sucks. But
and Nakobe Dean.
I asked KNC this earlier. What would you say to Jalen Carter, like right out there on the field at the beginning of the game, to try and get him to spit on you again?
I don't think that can be said on the radio, Bob.
Yeah, that we might need to clean that up in post.
I mean, just like
Spitgate.
Yeah, I mean,
But hey, I'm in.
If you're trying to draw them off sides, you're probably going to be cussing at an FCC level that would get you banned.
What if you just say, "I didn't figure you to be a spitter"?
Well,
what would you figure him to be, Bob?
Just like a nice southerly gentleman from Georgia.
Yeah, I mean, I do expect them to probably try and draw him off sides plenty throughout the game. Who's the offensive lineman that would do that? Because it would be Brock Hoffman.
It would be Tyler Booker. Booker was mixing it up with Max Crosby. Booker's got a little nap. He's a mean streak kind of guy.
Well, he's a pancake machine. He's a pancake machine.
He's a mix-it-up dude.
So when you talk to people at Alabama about Booker, they'll tell you that after the Vandy game last year, the whole way they got back on track was Booker. And it was Booker telling everybody, just cracking skulls. And he's a trash talker because he trash talked Choppy in training camp when he asked him, he said, how did it feel to never win in Neyland Stadium? And Booker would say, he's like, I remember the first time I walked in Neyland Stadium, and I looked up and I said, this is the most advanced sound system I've ever seen to pump in crowd noise. It's very impressive.
I do love Tyler Booker, man.
He's awesome.
He's got a great nasty streak to him. The Cleveland Browns quarterbacks, now you're going to have Shedeur Sanders making his first start. Since 1999, they have 17 quarterbacks making a start for them.
Does this all go back to Tim Couch in '99? Is he the number one?
I would think so. I would think he would be a part of this list. And they are 0-17 in their first starts. No Browns quarterback since 1999 has won their first game as the starting quarterback of the Cleveland Browns.
Shador.
Yeah, and I don't even know who are the Browns even playing this week.
The Raiders.
Somebody better than that.
Okay, they might actually have a chance. I mean, they're playing the Raiders.
They might. That's true. They beat the Packers.
I mean, I think there's a real
Carolina
possibility
beat
for
the
that.
Packers too.
Might be a revenge game for him after they
Carolina's
passed on him
6-5,
5
half
times.
game back in first place.
They've got
every game's a revenge game for Shador right now.
They've got the stat that. So first off, it's nuts. Myles Garrett has 10 sacks in the last 3 games, but if you look at it for the season, he has more sacks than the 49ers or the Bengals.
What's the record for NFL sacks in a game?
In a game, it's
6,
7.
Right? Derek Thomas?
Yeah,
it's 7. Okay,
he hit 7.
Seattle against Dave Craig.
Well, I mean, isn't it a bunch of people tied? It's Derek Thomas. I think it's Adrian Claiborne, or did he get 6?
He got 6.
He had 6.
This could be a game with him playing the Raiders with that offensive line. He could have a sack every play. Every play they drop back.
He's minus money. He is
seriously. Think about that.
I think that is a bold prediction for Sunday.
That guy Glaze and Stone Forsythe at tackles.
Yeah, they're bad.
Vegas currently has Myles Garrett as minus money, so he's like a favorite. He's minus money to break the sack record this year,
which is 22.5.
22.5.
He's on pace.
He's at 15.
He's going to have 7 in this game.
He's on pace for 25.5. Yeah, that's going to be a struggle bus for the Raiders. Oh my gosh. I mean, the Cowboys didn't allow a single yard before contact on Sunday, and that's the Cowboys. And I know they're a little bit more souped up these days.
Yeah, what the hell are you trying to say?
Well, I'm just trying to say that the Browns defense...
Show some damn respect.
You're not going to be able to do much against them. Now, Diana Rossini was asking the question, will J.J. McCarthy return as the Vikings starting quarterback next year?
Oh.
That's just a question that's out there.
I need to ask Steve Sarkisian about that.
The Aaron Rodgers career arc is in play.
Yeah.
He wants to, he wanted to do that. That's what he was waiting for.
You're right. Maybe they go and get a broken senior citizen.
There's no way he's
Rodgers.
better. There's no way he's a good idea, but it might happen.
Yeah, I mean, Pro Football Reference has been tracking accuracy since 2019. J.J. McCarthy's bad throw percentage is 24%. Basically, 1 out of every 4 passes.
How many games has he played?
His on-target percentage.
Maybe 5? Yeah, can we let the poor kid
That's
develop?
exactly. It's 5.
5.
Can we let him play?
I cannot believe that you would say, any team would say, and I can't believe Kevin O'Connell's this ridiculous, to be able to say, A, he's played 5 games, B, it's 3 since the injury. He's been back for 3 games, basically. And the 2 victories he has in 5 games are road divisional games against the Bears and the Lions, who are the 2 best teams. I don't know why you would just go, yeah, can we keep him? I don't know. He beat the Bears and the Lions on the road and had some late-game heroics.
Let these quarterbacks develop. Give them some damn time.
I'm in agreement with you.
That's the vodka talking.
It's 5 games, Brian.
I mean, if you could get something for him in trade right now in the first 2 days, I think you'd have to take it.
If J.J.
We're giving up
McCarthy...
on quarterbacks right now.
No, but if they give up on J.J. McCarthy, he will be the next in a recent long line of guys who pop later in their career. Baker, Geno Smith, Ryan Tannehill. That's become way more common now than it was 20 years ago.
Well, the only season since 2019 worse in bad throw percentage are 2022 Zach Wilson, which we know to be bad, and 2024 Anthony Richardson, which we know to be pretty bad. And only 2024 Anthony Richardson is worse in on-target percentage. Right now, J.J. McCarthy is sitting at under 60%.
So what I'm hearing you say is that he's better than Zach Wilson and Anthony Richardson, which is not a problem. If you said he was worse than them, I'd be concerned.
I love it.
I appreciate your optimism here, Bob. But, I'm with Wolchuk that ultimately, like, you invested in this guy. You drafted him pretty high. You punted on Sam Darnold for him. And you do have a guy in Kevin O'Connell who should be able to get the most out of these dudes. So if he can stay healthy, we'll see how the rest of the season plays out for him. But it has not been very good to this point.
I would trust Kevin O'Connell's eval, though. If he doesn't think he can play,
agreed. I wasn't a huge
J.J.
J.J. McCarthy guy, but it's still just think 5 games is way too fast to pull the trigger on a quarterback on any player.
Sure. Maybe bring in a veteran and put him on the bench and see if he develops in house for you over the next couple of years. I think there's a lot of different ways you could play it.
And I agree it's too soon because I don't want to be wrong about having J.J. McCarthy ahead of Jaden Daniels. when we were doing drafted
Oh,
audience.
yeah,
so.
you didn't like Jade.
Hey, shout out to Drake May, though, right?
I did like Drake May.
You did.
That's a guy who can spin it.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
We are live at Twin Peaks and Grand Prairie here off basically Bush and 20. The rain's coming down. You might as well just join us here for some eats, drinks, and scenic views. And we got Brooks Cabana of The Athletic previewing the Eagles for you coming up at 5 o'clock. What's next, Wolchuk?
All right, so a little mixed bag. Is this an underwhelming quarterback class, a Clay trade proposal, and how much did the Golden Toilet go for? But let's chat RS Diamond Brokers, shall we? That's right. It is the holiday season, and I got the place for you. It's my family store, RS Diamond Broker. Right now, they got the best prices for the holidays, tennis bracelets, earrings.
to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Back Nation here on The Fan. We are live at Twin Peaks here in Grand Prairie, and we'll be here all the way until 7 o'clock. It's a party. Bobby Belt's making sure of that. With time for a mixed bag, here's Wolchuk.
All right, you guys like fat people, don't you?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. All right, let's talk about Darnell Washington. Now, I don't know if you guys saw, he might have had one of the angriest runs of the entire week this weekend.
Georgia tight end?
Former Georgia tight end, now with the Pittsburgh Steelers, 6'7".
Yeah, big man.
I think he's listed at like 260, 270. Is that what you said yesterday?
Yeah, he's listed at 260, and Bengals defenders just ricocheting off his body in the open field.
I saw a high school clip.
I saw that too. That looked incredible.
He couldn't stop him in high school.
Must have been under 250 in that clip.
Yeah, he looked like a real NFL receiver, like a Jamar Chase or somebody like that. Yeah, tight end. But he that's how he looked. He's obviously gotten so much bigger since then. But
had a knee problem coming out of.
He did. Georgia. He was basically like an extended tackle at Georgia half the time. Like he was throwing people around. But he jumps on the St. Brown Brothers podcast, and they just straight up asked him, "Man, how much you weighing these days?"
How much do you weigh?
Yeah, bro, I gotta ask, bro. Cause we looked it up.
The internet said 260. I'm like, not 260. Bro.
Yeah, bro. We looked it up. Like, no way.
Yeah, I ain't finna count to y'all.
I ain't weighing myself in a minute, but
what do you mean? You got weigh-ins every week.
Look.
Look, he trying to get away. I ain't weighing myself in a minute.
Okay.
Yeah.
Look, I'm gonna keep it a buck.
Yeah.
I'm 311.
I knew it.
I knew it, bro.
Running like there's no way.
I'm gonna keep it a buck.
Yeah.
311.
311.
311 at tight end.
I wonder at what point it becomes a problem. I would not be wanting to go much higher if I was the Steelers, unless they do want to move him to tackle eventually. But he's become a decent catcher. But I watched more of the St. Brown podcast last night. These guys are awesome.
They're good. Yeah. They're good.
Good personalities.
Dude,
not over-laughing like the Kelsey bros.
No, they're dialed. They're good broadcasters, good podcasters, whatever you call it. But I would say, like, after the Kelsey bros, they got to be the top sibling sports podcast out there.
Yeah, they're good.
That's cool. That's glad to know. I only just see clips of what they're doing.
Yeah. They're fun.
But that's a great question to ask because,
how
the
much
fact
do
that
you
he's
weigh?
311 pounds?
Good for him for admitting it, though, too.
Just honesty.
I'm going to keep it a buck.
I'm an NFL player. F it. I'm just going to say what it is.
Yeah, I mean, he's moving well. It's not like he's embarrassing himself and he's too big to do anything.
I love it because you know how I feel about the big athlete, the fat athlete, if you will, and going down the sideline and just knocking over people like they're bowling pins. There's not a better visual in all of sport right now.
Yeah, those Bengals corners, bro, they wanted nothing to do with him.
All right, The Athletic put out an article about the 2026 quarterback class.
Yet to look at one.
Ask my dude.
Yeah.
Is that the headline?
Execs right now are saying it's lackluster. And we thought this was going to be a pretty darn good one coming in. One exec said, quote, I don't love any of the quarterbacks right now. We're trying to grasp onto somebody because there isn't anybody, and it's such a flavor of the week. It's like, good luck right now. Another one said there's no clear-cut top prospect to truly set the pace for the rest of the class. Now, we'll go through some. Fernando Mendoza. It didn't sound like execs were saying terrible things about him. If you make plays in the clutch and you're tough as bleep, guys are going to start believing in you. Yeah. And he's super smart. So maybe Fernando Mendoza can step up. Ty Simpson, he's had the best year out of all the quarterback prospects, but he's not as high up as some of the other guys in terms of physical tools. The kid has played his tail off, and he's throwing the bleep out of the football. Dante Moore, I just think there's a lot of work with a player and a person, one exec said. I take him as the top quarterback, though, at the end of the day. Lenore Sellers, he's got franchise quarterback physical ability, but can he get there with the other stuff? I don't know what the other stuff is.
That means he's having problems processing things.
And then Arch Manning. Shocker. A guy who had never started in major college football didn't get off to a race car start. It's all still in front of him. Another quote, guys are allowed to get better as players, mocking the criticism of him. We just judged him off his, first 3 games in college and said he's a bust. He's going to get better. So that's just some of the quotes from these quarterbacks, but it doesn't sound like anybody's really in love with any of these guys in the 2026 class. Maybe it's the 2027 class that ends up being better.
Yeah, maybe it's a good argument to give J.J. McCarthy one more year.
Yeah.
But there's got to be a couple of good players in here. Like, there wasn't a consensus on Patrick Mahomes. There has been so many number 1 overall busts in a row. I wouldn't take this as a sign that none of these guys are good. I think you just got to do your homework and, hope that you have a Sean Payton level evaluator picking your guys out.
You guys talk about this gold toilet while I was out. The Mets owner.
Cohen?
No.
Did we?
Yeah,
No.
Steve Cohen. So
I'm surprised we didn't because
I figured you would have for sure. I figured this would, Eric would have been all over this.
Yeah.
But he put up his 18-karat golden toilet for auction, all right? And it's legit. We got pictures of it. Darren Ravel.
A lot of gold.
Yeah, 18-karat gold. He auctioned this thing off.
I want to melt it down with the price of gold right now. You might get more money for it.
The toilet contains approximately $10 million worth of gold.
$10 million?
$10 million.
Wow.
The final price ended up being higher.
So he's selling the top. This is a gold play.
He got it for $12.1 mil.
He got it for $12.1 million.
Somebody bought it for $12.1 million.
Oh, wow.
At auction. So I don't know. Maybe it was a bad buy by them.
I saw a painting go.
No, yeah, it was a bad buy.
I saw a painting go yesterday at Sotheby's for $205 million.
That's just stupid.
Highest ever for a piece for a painting. 205. It came down to 2 guys were bidding, and it got to $200 million. And they got these guys on the phone, and they're just waiting. And the guy says he bid 201, and then 5 minutes later, the guy's like, well, we're about to close. And the guy bid $205, and that was it, final bid. But $200,000 for a painting.
$200 million?
$200 million, excuse
$200 million?
me. Yeah, $200 million. So,
what was the painting? Did you see it?
I saw the painting. I can't tell you what it's. It was a
Just looked like
painting
a bunch of nothing.
It was a painting of a lady, is what it was.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, it was $200 million.
Cam Jurgens, limited participant in practice today for the Eagles.
I'll look it up, Chief.
And Malik Hooker was a DNP for the Cowboys. He was the only player that did not practice on the injury report.
Back in your day, Broadus, wouldn't they cut the toe off?
Yeah.
Just play on Sunday.
Dead man's
Pretty
toe.
much.
There you
Pretty
go.
much.
Oh, wow, that's the end. Time flies when you're having fun. It's the G-Bag Nation. There's a mixed bag here from Woolchuck and the Nation. We got Brooks Cabina. Yeah, Eagles beat writer for The Athletic. He's going to join us next. How toxic is it right now in Philadelphia? What's the sentiment of the city? We'll find out with Brooks coming up next here on 105 through the Fan.
But Tolos, it's time to go.
WP1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 4 the G-Bag Nation live Twin Peaks in Grapevine. Be safe out there if you're heading in. Maybe take a rain jacket. Wow, it is definitely cats and dogs out there. The Doppler looks like Noah's Ark level stuff sitting to the west of us. No. So I guess it's going to stay this way until about 7 o'clock. They'll start slowing down, and we'll be rain-free by the time we get to about 9 o'clock tonight. We should be through the worst of it. But, wow, major rain event here. As we chat now, we go out to Philadelphia. Brooks Cabina, Eagles beat writer for The Athletic, joining us here on your home of the Cowboys. And a good evening, Brooks. How the heck are you?
I'm doing all right. How you guys?
We're doing good. Feeling a little bit better after Cowboys get the win in Week 11. Now, Philly is rolling, and we're just wondering, how toxic has it gotten? What is the sentiment? What do Eagles fans believe they're looking at? Is the roster on the field really coming into form, but, off the field, plenty of reasons for concern once again?
Well, you've got one of the best defensive stretches that's happened on the Eagles' history. On the other side, in the offense, a group of highly talented individuals that haven't been able to find a way to get things together consistently. And when that happens, we've seen that over the couple of years. I've started covering the Eagles in 2023, and I joined The Athletic, covering them at that time, and they were in a 6-game stretch of A.J. Brown going for 125 yards, and then the offensive collapse happened thereafter. And a lot of the same kind of drama was happening towards the back end of that's happening right now. Now, if you ask a lot of players, these are things that are kind of part of a family, things that they talk about in accountability to each other. Once they start to leak out to the media, on social media or whatever, that's when it starts to become a little out of their control. And, in the DFW market, you guys understand, Philadelphia market as well, that creates a cycle of news, and the drama continues, and it just keeps on going. So we had a little bit more of that today. And really what will fix all of that is just for them to get on the same page. This is an offense that is under first-time offensive coordinator Kevin Patullo, and there was a 2-game stretch before the bye week where they figured it on the run and in the pass. But there are schematic reasons for why this offense is not doing well, and there is a bunch of alpha personalities on this offense that whenever it doesn't work out, they voice their frustrations, and they have to work that out together. So in some ways, it's very visible. In some ways, it's business as usual. And they're still 8-2 and had won the Super Bowl last year, and they've learned how to operate this way for a while. So it's interesting to point that out.
So did losing Kellen Moore set him back?
Losing somebody that had been an offensive coordinator in several places and, had a lot of what he was doing last year. I thought what was interesting, what Kellen Moore did, was he deviated from a lot of his tendencies. The way that they leaned into a conservative run-oriented attack on the back end spoke to how he was able to understand what he had across the personnel group and figuring out the answers schematically to do that. Now, Kevin Patullo has been in that system. He was there last year. He's been with Nick Sirianni ever since they were together with the Colts, but he's never called plays before. So just to compare him to Kellen Moore is somewhat unfair, but you look at that, and it's true. So the real question dates back to even around the Super Bowl, where it was pretty expected that Kevin Patullo was going to be the next play caller. They had gone deep into playoffs, eliminating some candidates that might have gone elsewhere. And the question was, well, why would you go to a first-time coordinator? In 2023, that's what happened, and the offensive schematics went tumbling down towards the end, and that could spell prophecy for whenever it happens again. We're starting to see a little bit of that right now. But in 23, the defense was so bad that they could not overcome it. Right now, the defense is amazing. So that's erasing a lot of it right now.
So is the prevailing sentiment like, wow, this is so amazing, we've gotten this figured out after maybe looking vulnerable for the first 6 weeks of the season, they have a massive winning formula, or is the more of the public discussion around, this thing's going to fall apart because it did in 2023?
Well, the question is whether they figure this out. Schematically, this is my opinion, and to the people I've talked about and watched on tape and watched in these games, the passing game has been part of the problem, and so has the running game. Part of what you're seeing is Jalen Hurts is seeing the most zone coverage in his career. This is an offense where you have A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith, 2+ wide receivers that any team would envy. They've built a system since Sirianni was hired that pursued matchups. That meant pursuing man coverage. There were ways that they were able to dictate that over the last couple of years, and this year they haven't been able to do that so much. So you look at the numbers, and I use EPA because I like the efficiency per snap, and you look at man coverage, Jalen Hurts is 9th in EPA per dropback. In zone coverage, he ranks 26th. So there are a lot of reasons for that. One, part of it is the really just the comfortability it looks like in Jalen Hurts and his ability to pursue matchups in that zone coverage. It's also when you look at some of the routes. Last week, Devontae Smith had a couple of drops. You start watching A.J. Brown. Some of the times he's not getting quite the separation there. You can go deeper and look at how Kevin Patullo early on in the season, what were the route concepts and what did that look like? There was some banality in that. So the idea is whether they can figure this out. That's a week-to-week thing. And right now, the answer is right now, no. So is that against the Cowboys? Is that later on? I think one of the things you have to point out, too, is they played some really great defenses in the Detroit Lions. In the pass rushing scheme, Green Bay Packers, y'all realize what Micah Parsons can do. They were very concerned about what he would do on 3rd and long. You know, it was apparent in that. And I think they're very talented and able to do that. The question is how they also get the run game, which is an entirely other question if you want to talk more about that.
Yeah, it's Brooks Cabina joining us here from the Athletic Eagles beat writer as we're live at Twin Peaks in Grand Prairie. My apologies if I said something else, maybe Grapevine. Grapevine might have been on the line.
Yeah. It's G's. You know, it's the G's that'll get us. But Brooks, you mentioned the running game there. Well, is Barkley not at the height of his powers? Is it the offensive line? And what is also the health status of this line heading into Sunday?
Yeah, I start with the health of this offensive line. That's been a problem throughout this year. Cam Jurgens, their starting center, was a Pro Bowler in his first time replacing Jason Kelsey last year. I mean, he was integral to their success last year. And then during the playoffs, he was dealing with the back injury that he played through and gutted through the Super Bowl. Had surgery in the offseason, missed some time, and he's still dealing with ailments. He had a knee injury. He's limited today with a concussion that he suffered on Sunday. Brett Toth, the backup at center, he played guard sometimes when Landon Dickerson was hurt. There are setbacks when that happens. Lane Johnson, he's been out, and it's pretty pronounced what the Eagles are able to do without him since 2016. The record is starkly different without that All-Pro in the lineup. So you look at the way that the run schemes are then used. That's why I think the Dallas Cowboys game is super interesting, because the interior has been a problem. And this is a defense that reshaped itself by bringing in Quinnen Williams, Kenny Clark, and I find that uniquely equipped to what some of the problems that they're having offensively. Now, they've tried to use a lot of different things in attacking the edge, whether that's pitches or sweeps or even the screen game a little bit, but they have not figured out the inside run. And I don't think that is Saquon Barkley dropping in his talent. I mean, in the preseason and training camp, he was doing amazing things on the sideline and in warm-ups. I see him daily. I do not think he has lost anything in terms of his athleticism. I really do think that it's the opportunities that they have, the schemes that they're choosing, and sometimes it's the wrong one.
Brooks Cabina here, Eagles beat writer for The Athletic, with you here in the G-Bag Nation. Okay, so on the other side, what is the Eagles' weakness? If the Cowboys are going to have success offensively, what does that look like?
Yeah, it's that defensive line. On the Cowboys side, you're leveraging that defensive line, particularly on the interior. If Cam Jurgens indeed does not play, and I mean he's limited today, but that doesn't guarantee he'll play, they'll have a mismatch on the interior. And also on the edge, the Eagles have not been very good blocking with their tight ends. They've tried to use some of their depth with their fullback packages, but that's been an issue, even in the tush-push and in the short yardage. That is not something that they have been able to hang their hat on. So in those scenarios where that used to be a plus for the Eagles, now when you're looking at how the Cowboys have reshaped themselves defensively, that is a target that I would expect them to try and exploit. So defensively for the Eagles, it's hard to look at that and see where exactly does this where's the vulnerability. I'm writing a story right now about Jalen Phillips, the trade deadline acquisition for them. I have never seen a player with so much immediate impact. He has been amazing.
Yeah.
And their secondary has started to figure things out. Adoree Jackson was a target as a CB2 that was precarious as the season began, but he has picked it up. Vic Fangio, longtime defensive coordinator, has called him a survivor, this cheap contract veteran that wasn't very good at the start of the season, who was injured and benched and came back, and he had a hell of a game on Sunday. So If the Cowboys figure it out, then that would be surprising to me, and everybody else will try to copy that the rest of the year.
Brooks, do you kind of feel like, though, this is a team of a little bit, I know, and they're a Super Bowl champion, but a little bit of a team of destiny with the way that they've kind of won some of these games with all the things that have gone on the field, off the field?
What's interesting is at the center of it is Nick Sirianni, and whenever I got here, covering him through the immediate collapse that I covered in 23, the city that was calling for his firing, the offseason in which he gave up play calling and all that, he's uniquely in this position of that's kind of like a baseball manager, someone that he's still very involved in the schematics. I don't want to, and I'm not trying to denigrate either sport, but it's the way I can explain this, that you have these personalities throughout the locker room that you're starting to see, whether it's on social media or in the interviews that you're seeing, and behind the scenes, Sirianni's the one that's supposed to hold this all together, and that they continue to win and continue to find ways to win whenever they're down or whenever things start to flare up. One of the things that I've noticed, despite all of the things that people might be seeing nationally, there's really not much on the field that I've seen turn into a problem. There are some plays that you might point out and be like, oh, looks like A.J. Brown led up there. I mean, he gets locked up on a third down throw. You could go either way with that. But really, when I look at the entirety of the team, they're showing up to work on game day. And I think that speaks to what Sirianni's done in terms of how he's organized the team culture. And he's the winningest coach for the Eagles in terms of their win percentage over the history. And I think that speaks a lot to what he's done.
With how they intend to defend George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb, I mean, we've got, Brian Broaddus, our Super Bowl winning scout here, and he talked how week one it was Quinyon Mitchell on Pickens. Do you expect the same, or how do you think that Dick Fangio will go in executing one here to defend the Cowboys wide receivers?
I would expect what works before might they try again, but also the factor here, probably a name not many people know, they traded for Michael Carter II from the Jets, who used to be the highest paid nickel in the league last year, and he slowly made his way into the lineup. Last week, only on fourth down situations, but he's the guy that could go in and really help them out in the slot. Now, he's been playing and practicing at nickel and safety. Why I mention him is because the secondary where you might lean on Quinyon Mitchell to travel a bunch, you now have acquired another person who may make it you don't have to do that so much. And we haven't seen that so much yet, and mostly it's him integrating into the system. I've talked to him several times in the locker room, and it's been gradual. And Cooper DeJean has been complimentary of him, and he says he's getting there. But that, I think, unless Vic Fangio is ready to expand his usage, and he doesn't do that unless he feels completely convicted to do that, then I would expect Quinyon Mitchell to have a lot more responsibility on Sunday. Adoree Jackson has been stable in some plays, but even with flipping the fields as they've done the last couple of weeks, he has been giving up some explosive passes, gave up a 40-yard touchdown on Sunday. So if that happens again, then I would expect them to maybe use Michael Carter a little bit more, or at least adapt how they do things in the secondary.
Is there a healthy fear for these Cowboys still?
What's that?
Is there a healthy fear in the city on the roster for these Cowboys, or could the Eagles overlook the 4-5-1 Dallas squad?
I think this team, and you mentioned it with the drama earlier, there is just a lot of focus on themselves. And I mean that both in a positive and a negative sense. I don't think that I was talking to Jalen Phillips yesterday about it was his first time playing against the Cowboys. I mean, they all realize it's a rivalry. They're going to carry on that way in their private lives and how they talk with fans. The fear, I'm not sure I'd describe it as fear. I think they are very confident in what they do, and they don't really speak it in those terms. But, it's an interesting Cowboys defense along that interior, and I'm curious about this, and they've been playing better as of late.
Eagles suck.
Eagles suck. Eagles suck. Eagles suck. Eagles suck. Thanks, Brooks.
Anytime.
There he goes, Brooks Cabina for the Athletic. Eagles beat writer here in the G-Bag Nation on 105 through the Fan. We are live in Cowboys country, Twin Peaks in Grand Prairie, and we're coming back with the Cowboys tight end Jake Ferguson, maybe in a record-breaking season, and he'll join us next right here on 105 through the Fan.
But first, I want to tell you about my friends at Cars for Kids. I know as parents who would all...
shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Lady.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Sapphire Squad?
All right, welcome back. It's time for the Jake Ferguson Show here on The Fan. The Expressway brought to you by the On-Time Experts. Jake Ferguson Show brought to you by Miller Lite, official beer of the Dallas Cowboys. You can see Jake right now on YouTube, Dallas Fan Cam. And here he is, the man with 7 touchdowns through 10 games. Broke out the mime celebration as they beat the Raiders in Las Vegas. 2 away from the Cowboys' all-time tight-end touchdown record of 9. And Jake Ferguson joining us now here on The Fan. And a good evening, sir. How the heck are you? We got you. We're going to get this audio up. I can't hear Jake for some reason.
Did you mute
but
yourself?
He is there. He's not muted.
No.
He is. I can't see him. I can see him.
I see the mouth moving.
He's saying hello,
He's
hello.
smiling. He seems so happy right
Jake,
now.
I will say this is our first time with you in our new studio, so we might have some logistic issues on our end. This is not a you problem. This isn't our problem.
I think he might be taking the mime bit to the next level here.
Yeah, he's hitting that Cellies.
Okay, all right. We'll get this sorted out. We'll get Jake Ferguson up in here in just a second. It is the G-Bag Nation here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan, and a big day of sports news out there. A lot of stuff going on, including Joe Burrow looking outstanding. He was back at practice for a second full practice today, nearing his return for the Cincinnati Bengals. The Lakers fired Jerry Buss's kids. The Buss brothers are out. But maybe the top story here for the Cowboys, C.D. Lamb says missing that Vegas curfew, was on him. He could be held accountable for that. But the drinking part of that, or the vomiting part of that, was apparently inaccurate. And he said that's a disrespect to even suggest I know how to hold my liquor.
Of course. You kidding me?
I may not have been.
CD's been there before.
He's wearing the 88. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, come on.
Yeah,
he learned from the playmaker.
He says, I may not have been doing what I'm supposed to, but I'm not some kind of an amateur. And that's good to know. You know, I mean, for me, there was a line of demarcation of, I was out too late, but hey, the game's 12 hours later, so what's the really big deal? To I'm so hammered and out of it the night before the game that I'm vomiting in a hotel lobby while people are getting up for their morning routine. Like, that's problem drinker territory. Right. So good to know from CD, and good to know he was giving it back to the media a little bit. I do think, we should probably have seen the end of that. Dak Prescott, the new Mr. Unlimited at practice. He was a full go. How's this practice report looking? Looks like we're heading in the right direction with most everybody out here, aren't we?
Yeah, I believe so, other than Hooker.
Malik Hooker, yeah.
Okay, so that's a concern. I thought, Malik Hooker's presence was felt. His decision-making, being in the right place at the right time, those kind of things. Maybe he's not the ideal
in every way at that position, but a big upgrade. Jadeveon Clowney limited, Dante Fowler was limited, and Solomon Thomas is on his way back from that calf. He was limited as well, but Dak, Tyler Smith, Donovan Wilson, and Perry and Winfrey all with full participation, so that's good news out there for the Cowboys. I guess they were practicing outside today before this weather came in, as we're broadcasting live.
Jake's like, we were practicing out there in the rain. He's just nodding.
That's a Wisconsin guy.
Yes.
He's willing to battle the elements.
We'll try and pick up the body language here as we're just staring at Jake awkwardly without.
Does anybody know ASL? Do we have any
sign language? Sign language? Yes.
Can do any of that?
Well, if we get Jake audio coming through here, just let me know. Okay, so the big Rangers story of the day: are they really thinking about trading Corey Seager? As this comes from the Say It Ain't So department, but one of my favorite Rangers of all time, apparently Evan Grant with the story today, they're looking to shed payroll to such an extent they're open to the idea of moving on from Corey Seager. I think that's gone too far, because Corey Seager, I would imagine, overall your best player, definitely your best position player, best hitter. And if we're thinking about moving on from Corey Seager, I think we've hit DEFCON 9, and that's a massive rebuild at that point. I don't think there's any recovering to being a successful team anytime soon if you're talking about moving on from Corey Seager. Adolis Garcia, I understand. Marcus Semien, I understand. Jonah Heim, I understand. But Corey Seager, that's a non-negotiable. That's a World Series hero, an ALCS hero.
Yeah. I mean, I think you can get something for Corey. I don't know how much you could get for Marcus right now. And I think for a team that's looking to kind of cut some payroll, I don't love it. I don't like this. I want to be going all in and trying to win championships. The Rangers won a World Series by spending money and acting like a top market team, which you are. You're in Dallas-Fort Worth. You're the fourth largest market in America. There's no reason to be cutting corners and cutting payroll. But when you don't have success for 2 years, your owner changes mindset a little bit. So now you're in a different situation, and Chris Young's probably going to have to go out there and bargain shop. And CY's going to have to figure out, okay, can I find a guy, a diamond in the rough here, to come in and give me some more production than I expect based on the cost. But it's to lose a Corey Seager it'd be tough.
You're really embracing a giant step back. And the youth movement situation would
Jake's going to call. Jake's going to call us on the hotline.
Well, that'll work. I mean, you better get whoever picks him up to take the full freight of the contract. You better not be throwing in money and taking B-rated prospects for Corey Seager. Like, this better be a trade that sets you up for the future, like the Mark Teixeira trade back in 2009. I do think the smart teams move on from players as they're getting a little bit older. But once you have won a championship, the line has got to be more difficult for you to cross than just like, oh, well, it's not working out, so let's tear this thing down and look to build for the future. That would be depressing. I'd rather watch World Series heroes fail for the next couple of seasons than a bunch of no-name guys like going back in time with Solak and Kiner Falefa. That was miserable. That was a miserable Rangers existence.
No, tell me about it. I had to work a lot of pre and post. I worked 70 games those 2 years. And for Jared, Hicksy, or Nadell, whoever was out, and it was a living hell. We were broadcasting for a AAA squad.
All righty. He is on the phone, and he is ready as Jake Ferguson joins us now here, the Cowboys Player Show on the Fan. And sorry about that. We moved into a new studio 2 weeks ago, Jake, so appreciate you doing what it takes to get on here and make this thing happen.
No worries, fellas. Glad to be back. Glad to be back.
Serious question, though. We got Mark Schlereth, former Super Bowl champ, who jumps on with us every Tuesday, and he was notorious for peeing his pants during games as an offensive lineman. Kind of try and keep warm, but also he's a disgusting individual. Have you ever pissed your pants during a football game, or do you know anybody that has?
It's a good question.
Yeah, I have. We played in the great battle of Wisconsin football versus Purdue football. We went into triple overtime, and we were on either the second to last drive or the last drive. And we needed to go, and I needed to go as well. And I ended up just relieving myself in the huddle. And, we ended up winning that game.
Yeah. Whatever it takes.
Maybe need to do that on Sunday. If things aren't going well, Jake, we might need to just relieve yourself.
It makes it easier to block.
Hydration can be tricky, late That's summer, right, early fall games. It's hot. You want to get hydrated. How do you handle that these days?
Man, man. Yeah, I'm pretty decent with my water intake. I try to have. I think my key is the 1 glass of red wine within the week. I don't limit myself to the day. I just kind of drink it as it comes to me. But no, I do that, and then I also have this drink called Good Sport. It's actually fairly good at rehydrating and stuff like that. It's actually, the electrolytes are from milk, and so that's the only sports drink that does that. So, yeah.
That sounds cool. Cool science. Now the big
guy.
topic, the big conversation here is, was that bye week a turning point for this team? Does it feel any different? Does it feel better? Like what do you say reflecting on that very impressive win against the Raiders and what it could mean for the rest of the season?
Yeah, I think it's, I don't want to be the guy to be like, oh, we're the best now. It was a step in the right direction, and our coaching staff, Shoddy, Clayton Adams, we all talk about November football and like what kind of ball you're playing in November, and this is that part of the season where teams start to separate themselves, and so we're kind of approaching each and every day as in we're trying to be at the top of that pack. We're not trying to sink down. We're not trying to have our style of play or our focus of play drop off. We're trying to start moving up and start moving up the top half of these teams. And like I said, it's just a step in the right direction, and there's a lot more work to do.
How much more confidence do you have in the defense with all these new faces, guys getting healthy, trade deadline and all that?
Yeah, there was a point in that Raiders game where I think Q got a sack and then somebody else got a sack, and a couple of guys on the offense, we all looked at each other and we were like, hey, this is nice.
Smashing that run too. I mean, it really looked like a big step forward was taken there, so that was great. Now, the other big topic here, how was your Saturday night? You turn in early in Vegas, or were the bright lights calling your name as well?
Oh, man, they were calling my name. However, I shut that down and just went to bed early. I actually went with the O-lineman to grab a little bite to eat. But no, yeah, if it wasn't a team trip, I would have been on the tables for sure.
Maybe if the fiance was with you, you guys would have gone out partying.
Well, that's the thing is I told her to go, and it's not a team trip for her. So I was like, I'll give you a little cash and see what you can do on the tables, but she didn't want to go.
So you're more of a tables guy? Are you more of a tables guy or a club guy?
Oh, tables. I've probably been to 2 clubs in my life, maybe 3.
Wow.
And I'm not a huge, I'm a Wisconsin guy. I'm a dive bar guy. If there isn't a craps table, I'm shooting dice. Or not shooting dice, shooting darts.
So darts or craps. But where'd you get all these dance moves from then?
Yeah, that's just the Spanish side of me. That's my mom's side,
I like it. The Alvarez lineage?
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, that's in the blood right there.
Hey, Jake, when you're, we like to talk about when these games come up, and like you're about to go through a stretch with the 3 games and how they're being played, and just kind of talk about that. Is that something that that's just difficult to even think about, or do you just have to put your brain on hold? How do you prepare for having to play and all these games mean so much now, but they're so close together. How is your prep for that, and how do you explain to people what you guys have to go through to get to that point?
Yeah, it's hard to explain. It's hard to explain to people. Like we kind of sat there, and even some of the rookies, we were sitting there, and it's Thursday, and I go, yeah, we got a game on Sunday. And he's like, yeah. And then I go, but we also play a week from today. And he was like, wait, what? And I was like, oh, yeah, it's about to get gritty here. And, I mean, for me, I think it surprised me a little at first, like that first year.
Right.
And then as the years kind of go on, I've learned to, eliminate some of the things in my life that are going to add to the stress, you know what I mean? It's to me, it's all about stressors and cup fillers. Like, I want to be able to, during these 2 weeks where it's, 3 games and however many days, I want to be able to go home and relax, get in my hot tub, do the recovery I need to do, watch some Game of Thrones, and just chill. And so when you do go home and you might have some stressors, or you might be thinking about other stuff, or you might be, going through it a little bit, it's harder to, lock in, go into work each day. And something that sticks with me is something that Coach Wells always says is protect your energy. You know what I mean? If something that really ticks you off and you get real mad, or, you're driving and somebody cuts you off or something, there's no reason to really get mad, because at the end of the day, you're going to need your energy on game day.
Jake Ferguson with us here on 105.3 The Fan. Jake, I got an Eagles suck chant going on here. We're at Twin Peaks in Grand Prairie. I hate them. And I really think you guys are about to go on a special run here in the back half of the season. But when you look at this Eagles defense, what are some of the biggest differences now to when you played them week 1?
Yeah. Well, you said they're chanting that at the Twin Peaks you're at right now?
Yeah, we got them going. We can try and get it going again if you want.
No, I'll come swing all of them down there.
Let's go.
But, no, I think, week 1, it's a little bit of a, I don't want to say like a test, but it's really a time where you can kind of.
Eagles suck.
Eagles suck.
Eagles suck. Eagles suck. Eagles suck.
Let's go.
That's how we roll, baby.
Let's go. Yeah, I think it's just a test, and then now, like I said, November football is when you really figure out what a team is made of and who they're going to be.
Hey, Jake, just circle back about with CD and George going out. After you saw the way they played, didn't you guys think about getting a bus now and all going out and missing curfew? Because if that's what it takes, I'll drive the bus for you guys if everybody just wants to pile in and do that.
Listen, I'm going to remember you said that.
I'll be happy if we can have some fun and turn around and have about 20 catches and big yak yards and all that. I'll drive the bus for you guys all night if you want me to do that.
Say that might work a couple times, but we gotta lock it down eventually.
Jake, can you let us in on some insight here? I've seen Brandon Aubrey talk about this, but is there any truth the players can swap and sit in first class after road wins?
Yeah. So Shoddy kicks off all the coaches. So all the coaches are in first class, and some of the McClay and some other guys, personnel guys.
Yeah.
And in the locker room at the end, each time we went on the road, he's like, "Coaches, get your tails in the back of the plane." And so he pushes them all back and moves all the players up, which is pretty cool.
Well, do you get to walk up and tap somebody on the shoulder? That would be even better.
Like you go get Lundewells.
Like they're all sitting there and you just tap them on the shoulder and, hey man, you're an 18F.
Yeah.
Go
34F.
Yeah. 34F.
Yeah. I mean, less of that, but it's. I think the coaches are a little happy when that happens. Obviously.
Sure.
But no, I mean it's awesome that they do that, and I've never seen that. Even though I'm a young guy, that's pretty cool.
Well, you're the man, Jake. Thank you so much for making it happen for us today. Give them hell on Sunday. We'll be pulling for you.
Of course. Appreciate you guys. You have a good one.
Salute. There he goes. Jake Ferguson Show brought to you by Miller Lite, official beer of the Dallas Cowboys. And it's time to go back into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the day.
SGP.
Yeah, baby.
Y'all in my neighborhood right now. Y'all in my hood, fam.
Yeah, you go ahead and let this thing breathe as much as you like, because you got the 6 o'clock too for LA Live, bro.
Oh, okay. Bad. Yeah.
Man, this is majestic. This your home, Twin Peaks?
That is my home, south side of Grand Prairie. Mayfield Road right over there. Robinson Road right over there, huh?
Yeah,
I know all about them roads, baby.
You appreciate the talent in here, too.
So I popped by on a Friday night one time, me and the old lady, and we were like, she kept elbowing me. She's like, look. We were like,
yeah, there's some talent.
Yeah. Yeah, I said we're going to come back. We're going to come back. Or I might come back without you, baby. I don't know which one it was. Hey, G-Bag of the Day. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30, but today we're doing it at 5:39 because Big Ferg was in the building. Of course, I have to move over. Big Ferg was scoring touchdowns for the Cowboys. Huh? What do I do for the Cowboys? Nothing. So I got to mind my business and sit in my place. My name is L.A., by the way, Lucius Alexander. You can hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media if there's anything you think I should be playing. Shout out to you. We have no winner in champ so far because our man Eric Chiafalo went 5 times.
5 times.
5 times.
More like 7 times because we had some days off in there.
We did.
He eulogized, what's that guy's name? Forgot his name. That doesn't matter. No,
Lee Paul Harrison.
Yeah. So I'm going to just go down this list right here. Mr. Broadus, do you remember a Washington player named Brian Mitchell?
I do. Wore number 30, was a great special teams player.
Returner.
Yeah,
he was a problem.
Brian was tough.
Every team in the NFC East but the Cowboys.
I think he had some legendary post-game shows where he went off on the Commanders.
With the Eagles.
Yeah.
I think he might.
Yeah.
I like what you're saying. How did you know this already? So this is his bag. He goes off in the post games.
That's his bit.
Okay.
He's not afraid. Like Nate Newton looked at me
He's not afraid.
Nate Newton looked at me one day and goes, "You're trying to get fired doing this, aren't you?"
No, you're just a bleep hole.
Brian Mitchell, Brian Mitchell and I were like the same guy in the post game shows and stuff like that. Yeah.
Well, he has his eye on some Washington, D.C. radio personalities that have been talking trash about the team and the quarterback. And he's coming for you.
Yeah.
So, listen, I would just say this. I got a lot of people in my sights. Go for it on the radio this week. And now y'all know who y'all are. I'm coming at you. I'm going to expose a lot of people because they try to act as if they care about the team. They're not fans of the team by stretch already. There are a bunch of guys who did not like us having drafted Jay, and they want us to draft somebody else. There are a lot of people who try to play that game as if, the person, he's just, no. You don't seem to like him. You like the other person.
Yeah.
And I think it's very much like somebody else. And I'm not going to say that lady's name yet, but people probably know. I don't like her because she was always doing stuff for a certain way. And I'm starting to notice a lot of our radio personalities are the same way. So, yes, the team is not playing well right now. They're not doing good. But the ultimate thing is, I'm not going to allow you or people to use their own personal reasons to try to come at this team and try to throw some little salt in the game.
Okay. Coming after some Washington, D.C. radio personalities, especially that lady. I don't know who that lady was, but watch out, lady.
I hope it's not Julie Donaldson.
I don't think she's doing stuff with them anymore.
No, I think she's going on like a nice little travel tour.
Okay.
Just soaking in.
Nice lady, but
retirement, fantastic. Yeah. Really rocked the leather pants.
Let's see what else I got here for you boys. Let's go to the KNC Masterpiece. Hold up. All right.
Dance break.
Yeah. KNC Masterpiece. My man Corey was getting funky.
Maybe that's a good depiction of why this offense has been sluggish. In addition to
Eternal
whatever
strife.
fucking. Oh my gosh!
What just happened?
Funky is what I was trying to get out there. I'm sorry about that. Did you got that? Okay.
That did not sound like that, Corey. That did not sound like that, my man.
I think he's on the Pat McAfee show.
On the grits.
Yeah, man, he's on the podcast.
Dude, can you see L. Duncan, Lucius?
No, I can't. It's been a struggle.
She's rocking a blue suit with some boots that you would just be head over heels for.
She's new boo goofing tonight.
New boo goofing. Tell you what, your boy is not a fan of the boots.
Not a fan of the boots?
Not a fan of you covering up the toes.
Okay, fair.
I got to see some ankles and toes, Phil.
I got you.
Bust them toes out for you, boy.
Well,
yeah, they might be wearing that for a reason.
The chesticles be breathing.
No, you're right, Eric. I hear you, Phil. Might be a cover-up game.
Yeah.
A distraction, if you will.
Pull a fast one on you real quick.
They're not done.
Let me turn the lights off and put my boots off real quick. Let's see what else we got. Oh, we got a streamer right here. A streamer. Yeah. Another one, an angry one. Crashing out on wide receiver Darnell Mooney of the Falcons.
Okay. Yeah.
Kids, cover your ears.
Antics, off the motion from Sills. He'll throw it down.
This Darnell Mooney is ass.
It's down on the ground.
Darnell Mooney's ass, bro. That fell off.
And Mooney puts it on the.
That Mooney fell off. Man, I'm about to crash out on this bitch ass.
And it will be third down.
This fell off. Goodness gracious, you could catch for Kirk Cousins, but you cannot catch for Penix. You racist ass, raccoon ass. Catch the ball, bitch ass. We should have left your ass in Chicago and ride. You bum ass bitch. You dog.
He's crying.
Damn, you dog.
Was at the side.
You should have left your bum ass in Chicago. You not a catching ass. You suck every week. You little skinny. I'm tired of your punk ass.
Oh.
Falcons fans are so down bad, dude. Yeah, that is a fan base.
Crash out over Darnell Mooney. That is wild.
That's how you know you're.
Are you kidding me? That's like your fourth receiver.
Did you think he was good?
That's like we're freaking out over Jalen Tolbert. Well, I've done that.
Yeah, you have.
Who the hell am I?
Yep.
See here, what else we got? Hey, this is not one. This
Winner.
is not one. Trap House Sports. Disgruntled Cowboy fan, you know, we play his little rants and stuff like that sometimes when the Cowboys lose, and he goes in on Jerry and whoever else was looking to bum during that game. This right here, he was excited about that win in Vegas. He was excited, so I'll let you hear some him being excited, you know what I mean? Got to bring some balance to him.
Well, I be damned, do I have a little bit of hope? Is my team out there looking good? There you go, CD. What I like to see. It's the second quarter, and I'm not pissed off. What's the odds of that? Same way it took no time for my dog to get involved. And the Williams, I see you. He said, Atu, bless you. Thank you. Send it to himself.
Send it to himself.
Man, that really hit me when he's like, it's the second quarter and I'm not pissed off already. Yeah. It's like football games are emotional gambling. Either you're going to feel relieved or excited or it's going to ruin your day.
Yeah, for sure.
What else we got? Hey, 16 men were arrested in Minnesota.
Minnesota
in a pedo sex sting.
Oh, no.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, they had a 17-year-old girl as bait, and they got caught. The operation was called Creep.
No.
Operation Creep.
Yeah.
There you go. Okay, there you go. Listen to the Bloomington police chief tell you all about it here.
I'm calling this Operation Creep. So you know I do car karaoke and I can't sing, so I'm going to butcher this, but we'll be all right. But I'm a creep.
Oh,
I'm a weirdo.
It's a press conference,
song
bro.
These guys were. What am I doing here? I don't belong here. Get that song in your head. I'm a creep. That's exactly what every last one of these guys was.
That's the press conference, man.
Wow.
They took that real serious.
Dude, how many of these do we have? You had the sheriff in Florida or whatever recently, where he's doing all sorts of bits there.
Oh yeah,
trying to go viral. Trying for mayor.
Yeah,
I like that guy.
County sheriff.
She was McMad, so we sent her to
right.
jail.
So Abby's 14. You know, she's into all these shops and stuff. And there's one called Brandy Melville, which all the high schoolers and middle schoolers are going to. Both times I've been in that joint, that song played, and I was thinking, is that for me? Is that because an old guy's standing around like, what am I doing here? Right, so they were throwing shade at you. Both times I just let Abby know, I'm like, I think this is my sign. It's time for me to go, honey.
Yeah.
Here's the card. I'm going to be outside.
I'm going to be outside. You got this.
But I felt so out of place. You're just standing there looking at other dads like, what are we doing? Yeah, what are we When's doing? When's our kids going to get driver's licenses so we don't have to come here anymore?
Yep.
Not
what do you think, Bush? It's time to vote?
No, I got a church clip. Yesterday was a church day.
Okay.
You know, I hope you got your blessing. There's a blessing out there for you, man. Just get on your knees and ask God for it. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor Freddie Haynes. Hey! All right, this preacher right here was hitting
Douglas Haynes.
Frederick Douglas Haynes, made for times like these. This preacher right here was hitting that spot.
Some of the things the Lord is going to bless you with, beloved, is going to be because you've been an obedient servant.
Yeah.
Testify. Get this guy in the choir.
It may not make any sense.
She said, well, I know you right, preacher. I know you right. Hold on, I got to hear that again, bro. He hit that thing.
It's going to be because you've been an obedient servant.
Yeah.
This is an all points bulletin. Oh.
It may not make.
I counted 10 seconds of hang time there.
He's killing it.
Good pipes.
Yeah.
That's an all-pro.
Yeah, it's a tornado warning. All right. What else we got? This isn't one either, but I got time. I thought about it. It's not a nominee, but I'm going to play it anyway just because we have a little bit of time here. Let's go to the fan after dark. Fred.
Yes.
Floppy things.
Degenerate Jake, hottest guy in Mavs basketball right here. Blake Elliott.
CA's up there too, right?
Ooh. Two hottest guys right there. Two hottest guys. Mavs
It's
basketball.
weird you to say that when your mic's flopping in your face and falling over.
Yeah.
Whoa,
it's real
what?
flimsy, knocking you in the cheek.
Appreciate you guys paying such close attention to that. What's flopping in my face?
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
That mic in position 2 needs to be tightened up, by the way, DJ.
It does.
Yeah.
It does.
And the producer mic.
It does. All right, that's it, fam. Let's do some voting.
We got our champ. Well, no, we have no champ. We have 5 challengers. Is it Brian Mitchell, Commanders post game exposing people? Is it KNC Masterpiece? Corey got funky on the mic. Whew. Is it the streamer crashing out on Darnell Mooney of the Falcons? Is it the Bloomington Police Chief or your Church Day Blessings preacher on obedient servants? Interrupted. Kept his focus well.
Did.
You know?
Yeah. Sure did.
Let me see here. I'm gonna go with that streamer crashing out on Darnell Mooney, man. That was pretty funny. Chief, how about you?
I will go with the quality hang time there.
Church Day Blessings. What do you think, Lucius? Is that 2 for the Church Day Blessings?
Now, I just want to play it again. I'm going to go Corey.
Okay. Wolchuk.
I'm going to take the Darnell Mooney crash out.
All righty. And Brian.
Crash out.
All right, by a score of 3-1. And your new G-Bag of the Day champion is a streamer crashing out on Darnell Mooney's drops. Becoming very popular. That streaming while the game is going on.
Yeah.
A lot of guys popping up, having success with that, so salute to you guys. Let's stay in the Pimp Cup. Time for a Thursday night edition of LA Live with Lucius Alex.
Wait, when? Right now? Nah, not right now.
Do it at 6.
Let's take that thing to 6.
Let's take it to 6.